On July 1st, 396 of the navigational era, the weather on Turan star was as unremarkable as ever. This celestial body lay at the fringes of the human alliance's dominion, a rare life-bearing planet discovered by the illustrious navigator Turan Ileni, and, according to the Cosmic Exploration Accord, it belonged to the Turan family as a private estate. However, following the mechanical crisis a century ago, the Turan family fell from grace, and the planet has since been under federal stewardship. Due to its remoteness, centuries of migration and settlement have only fostered a metropolis of 5 million inhabitants. Yet, though small, it boasted all essential amenities, including the prestigious First Secondary School, ranked among the top 1,000 in the entire human star system. A youthful boy, around 17 or 18, emerged from the office of the headmaster, his cherubic face radiating joy. The middle-aged man who escorted him, with a rare softness gracing his usually stern visage, calmly inquired, "Is the money for the capital sufficient? I have a classmate there who can assist with financial aid." "Thank you, teacher. I have enough. My mother has already made arrangements," the boy replied with a smile. "While you have passed the written examination and received recommendations, the interviews at the Capitol are notoriously stringent. I have sent you a compilation of previous interview questions to your email. Do put in the effort," the middle-aged man remarked, satisfaction evident in his tone. "This is the first time since the Turan incident that someone from our school has made it to the first-tier academy interviews in the Capitol. I've heard the admissions officer from our city's university has been pursuing you for some time. Remember, no matter how many promises he makes, do not be swayed. You are a promising candidate for the higher university in the capital. Attending theirs would be a waste." "I understand," the boy chuckled. It was no small feat to receive the first-tier academy's notification. The middle-aged man beamed at the thought. Presently, the human alliance housed nearly 100 habitable planets, with the total human population surpassing the trillion mark last year. The first-tier academy in the capital only accepted 200,000 students annually, and graduates from there were nothing short of extraordinary, often becoming influential figures across multiple star systems. Although his student had merely reached the third round of interviews, it was already a point of pride for their academy, one that could be boasted about for decades. The thought of the admissions director from the neighboring school, who yearned to surpass their own headmaster, filled him with delight. "Remember, if you succeed, let me know immediately. The school will reimburse the interstellar communication fees," the headmaster urged with reluctance as they reached the school gate. "Understood," the boy replied with a slight smile, stepping onto the enclosed floating bus. Upon closing the door, he eagerly reviewed the interview letter, excitement lighting up his face. This was wonderful. He could finally pursue advanced genetic medicine at the first-year academy. He had worked tirelessly for 12 years to reach this goal, and today was his 18th birthday, a perfect gift for a boy who had cherished genetic knowledge since childhood. Amidst his joy, the floating vehicle descended near a towering structure thousands of meters high. He resided on the 320th floor. As he exited the bus and prepared to ascend, his peripheral vision caught sight of a vast holographic advertisement in a nearby shop, showcasing the latest album from a renowned artist on the Capital Star, available for purchase with a signature. A signature? The boy's heart leapt with excitement as he dashed towards the quaint one-story shop. Just as he entered, an ominous sound pierced the air. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted. The last thing he beheld was the fiery blaze from the detonation, and instinctively, he clutched the paper in his hand tightly, only to be violently hurled away by the ensuing shockwave. 30 seconds later, a translucent figure hovered in the air, frowning as he gazed upon the lifeless form of the boy amidst the debris. The youth was strikingly handsome, with finely sculpted features, his tranquil expression reminiscent of slumber. Blood trickled from the back of his head, merging with the cacophony of sirens and acrid smoke, creating a hauntingly beautiful tableau of despair. Alas, it was his own corpse. He moved closer, spending a brief 10 seconds sifting through memories. He was indeed Xie Chuan Deng, an adept of the pure Tao school, and he recalled every technique he had mastered in life, every experience from childhood to adulthood, even the desolation he felt at the moment of his demise and the endless guilt towards his adopted son. As he probed his soul, he found no traces of fusion or usurpation. Is this merely a restoration of my past memories? Sichuan Deng pondered briefly, then lifted his gaze skyward. The invisible protective shield above the steel metropolis had vanished entirely, allowing unfiltered sunlight and radiation to pour down upon the city. High above, starlight twinkled in the daylight, a testament to the war in space. Each flicker signified the extinguishing of countless lives, sending a shiver down his spine. This world seems rather intriguing. He cast another glance at his former body, contemplating his next steps. Just then, flames from the surrounding trees began to spread rapidly, threatening to consume the notification letter in his grasp. Heavens, don't burn! Quickly, he extended his translucent fingertips to the wound at the back of his head, noting that the bleeding had ceased, and he plunged his entire essence into his brow. Then, the pallid youth's eyelashes fluttered, and he struggled to rise from the wreckage, staggering away from the inferno as the towering structure that had once soared 1,000 meters began to retract underground to avoid further attacks. At precisely 1300 hours today, an anomalous entity attacked our star's space defense forces, resulting in debris falling to the ground. As of this report, 140 fatalities have been confirmed. The station forces have yet to issue any statements. According to our experts, the mass of the debris is substantial, with even the smallest fragment possessing the energy to obliterate half a city. Fortunately, due to the protective ecological shield, much of the energy was mitigated, preventing the worst-case scenario. However, with the shield now down, intense ultraviolet rays and harmful gases are filling the outdoor spaces. We urge everyone to secure their windows and doors and refrain from venturing outside. We will now connect you with Professor X, an expert in interstellar warfare and political studies at Tehran University, to analyze the political ramifications of this assault. Hello, Professor. Greetings, host. In my assessment, this attack is likely due to... So, Professor, are you suggesting that for at least a month, all routes between Tehran and the main star will be suspended? Indeed. If we are optimistic, shipping will resume after reinforcements arrive. There is no need for concern. Our planet has ample resource reserves. Thank you for your insights. Next, we present a significant statement from the mayor regarding this attack. Sichuan Deng switched off the television and approached the window, gazing at the blue-violet sun outside. He then lowered his gaze to his slender fingertips. What a pity this world lacks any spiritual energy. Without it, he could not cultivate qi. Without cultivating qi, foundational practices were out of the question, let alone any higher realms. Yet, having expended most of his soul energy, if he refrained from cultivation, it seemed he would not have a second chance in the next life either. He attempted to probe his meridians, only to discover that the anatomy of the inhabitants here was entirely different from that of his previous life, rendering martial training futile. This posed a significant dilemma. Furrowing his brow, he rummaged through a drawer for a few commemorative coins, intending to seek guidance through divination. As the coins fell, his pupils contracted. He had never encountered such an ominous divination in nearly 1,000 years. A careless toss yielded one in the pit, one in the water, and one in the sun's eye position, yet it obscured the shadow corner, shaking the earth above and below. The dual pits overlapped, and a conflict of yin and yang painted a picture of bloodshed. This was no mere misfortune. To declare annihilation across the ages would be a mild understatement. How absurd in this civilized society could one still encounter planetary explosions? Chapter 2. Time passes, yet my fortune remains unchanged. Casting aside the matter of divination, Sichuan Deng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The events of the day had been overwhelming and had drained his vitality, prompting him to retire to bed early. However, despite his fatigue, he found himself unusually restless. Unable to sleep, Draping a robe over himself, he approached the window. The towering buildings seemed to pierce the sky, and the stars appeared within reach. The night sky resembled a vast ocean, with stars shifting in their patterns. A trio of celestial bodies hung high above, resembling eggs, casting a frosty hue over the world beneath. In the distance lay a colossal city, encircled by an endless forest, its lights shimmering brightly. Occasionally, flying ships departed from the port, reminiscent of ants scurrying between the earth and the heavens. A profound sense of solitude, akin to falling snow, enveloped him. Xie Chuandeng chuckled softly to himself. In this world, civilization shone brighter than any realm of cultivation, achieving feats beyond the capabilities of even the celestial beings. Transcending the void, grasping the moon from the ninth sky, ordinary mortals could live for 2 centuries without the need for arduous cultivation, unraveling the deepest mysteries of the human body. To find himself in such a world, it seemed fortune finally favored him. Welcome to this new world. After coming to terms with his thoughts, sleep was surprisingly refreshing. When Xie Chuandeng awoke the next morning, he washed up and opened his holographic device to book a ticket to the capital star. He needed to prepare for this journey, as he would have to find accommodation, arrange interviews, and familiarize himself with the surroundings upon arrival. However, after searching for some time, he discovered that the expert had not been exaggerating. The route to the capital star had indeed ceased operations. The reason was that the Tehran's interstellar shipping company was primarily a military transport operation, which naturally prioritized wartime logistics over civilian needs. Meanwhile, the private shipping companies had long since abandoned the route due to losses. Xie Chuandeng observed the explosive comments online lamenting the lack of new dramas to follow for 3 months, causing him great distress. Tehran Star was situated too far from the main star system. This world was no longer like Earth, where light could circle the globe in a mere second. Signal transmission followed fundamental laws, adhering to the limitations of light speed. In a galaxy spanning hundreds of light years, by the time light signals arrived, they would likely only serve to adorn the gravestones of those who called for them, due to wireless signals being unable to traverse space-time anomalies like black holes. News from the main star was transmitted via storage media through spatial windows. Without ships carrying signals, contact with the main star was impossible. With classes starting in September, he had only 2 months left. If he did not arrive on time, the capital star school would not accept any excuses, and failure to show up would mean voluntary forfeiture of his place. What a joke. This was his heart's desire. Growing anxious, he began searching online for private ships, hoping to find alternative routes. Yet, disappointment loomed large. Tehran Star was located at the edge of the southern galaxy, with Tehran's violet sun being the outermost star. The nearest star beyond that was the Andromeda Galaxy, and a direct flight to the capital star would take at least a month, not to mention the supplies needed during the journey. Small private vessels were incapable of such long distances due to exorbitant transportation costs, leaving Tehran Star devoid of private spacecraft. In other words, if the expert was correct, he would indeed be stranded on Tehran Star for at least a month. After much contemplation, he realized that the only means of sending messages was through the military. Should he enlist the help of the director to see if his connections could inquire with the military, if only to dispatch a message? Though stated delicately, Xie Chuandeng understood that if the hope were not small, the director would not have gently nudged him. He was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed mathematics or the art of formations, but he had been fond of the healing practices of the Qingdi Peak. Unfortunately, he had been born into the sect of formations, where he had grudgingly learned, ultimately leading to his demise. Thus, in this life, knowing he could pursue advanced medical studies in a world more developed than the realm of cultivation filled him with genuine joy. He had believed that by living again, he had bid farewell to the terrible misfortunes of his past, finally arriving at a turning point in his fortunes. Yet now, had he known this would be the outcome, he might as well have met a cleaner end yesterday. Silence enveloped the room. After a long while, a loud gurgling sound erupted. He paused momentarily, then retrieved a bottle of nutritional liquid from the warming container. This substance resembled a fasting elixir, hinting at the profound essence of the Tao, revealing that different paths often lead to the same destination. Finishing the sour tamarind-flavored nutrient liquid in one swift gulp, warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body, infusing him with vigor. His brow furrowed slightly, and his keen senses immediately registered the route of this energy's distribution. Oh, this sensation bore resemblance to the spiritual energy he absorbed from consuming spiritual rice. If biology textbooks stated that humans absorb energy from food to sustain themselves, Could it be that cultivating qi also involves using the energy from food to nourish oneself? After all, energy is energy. Might there not be commonalities? Setting the bottle aside, he activated his holographic device, eagerly searching for information regarding the composition and production methods of the nutrient liquid. The encyclopedia editors offered high praise for this invention, declaring it a groundbreaking advancement that rivaled spatial leap windows, liberating humanity from the burdens of agriculture and the challenges of sustenance during long voyages. With sufficient minerals and energy, a single production unit could enable exploration teams to traverse the void for centuries. Xie Deng continued his search, but found no reports on the pathways of absorption from the stomach. The concept of meridians was scarcely mentioned, appearing only in the archaeological records of Hua country, and had since become mythologized. He set down his device, tapping his fingers on the table. Could it be that the true effects of meridians had yet to be discovered? If I could uncover a new meridian system and present evidence for it, it would undoubtedly mark a significant breakthrough in medical history. The Nobel Prize would be mine for the taking, and whichever universities I wished to join would welcome me. I could pursue various fields, from genetic evolution to medical devices. And when I graduated, I could earn a doctorate, guiding a select group of exceptionally bright students to establish my own sect. This, indeed, was the path that Xie Deng ought to tread. The more he contemplated, the more promising it seemed. Just as he was about to concentrate and delve inward, he suddenly realized that he had expended too much spiritual power yesterday and could hardly muster any mental energy. The issue of spiritual power was rather troublesome. It seemed that orthodox methods relied heavily on spiritual energy. Wait, orthodox methods? At noon, under the oppressive sun, the campus of Toran High School remained deserted. Dressed in temperature-regulating attire, Xie Deng entered the school's biochemical laboratory and opened the door to the blood freezer. Rows of preserved blood samples were neatly arranged on the racks. Blood is the source of vital energy. Malevolent practitioners revel in killing and refining blood for this very reason. Although these samples were cultivated from tissue, flesh is flesh, and he did not wish to be picky. After a quarter of an hour, he finally released the test tube he had been holding to his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. He could spare a sliver of his spirit, and that would suffice. Now, he required just one final component. Whether for experimentation or adjustment, he needed a living specimen for reference. Meridians are delicate, and even if he discovered the pathways, he could not risk experimenting on himself. What living creature would be suitable? He thought that a dog would be quite ideal. It could serve as a perfect cover while also being a subject for his experiments. If trained well, it could become his spiritual companion and battle beast, an all-in-one solution. With this thought, he closed the freezer door and hurried to the bus stop. Soon, he arrived at the nearest pet shop. The shop was lavishly decorated, but, perhaps due to the previous day's events, it was unusually quiet, with only the owner present. Each cage housed different pets, showcasing their behaviors, with both adults and young ones on display. Eliminating all the puppies, he examined the adult dogs one by one, ignoring the gentle breeds entirely. Finally, his gaze landed on a large dog resembling a wolf, with long limbs and a magnificent coat. Its icy blue eyes held a haughty disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Would it heed commands? He is a cultivator capable of taming demons. How could he possibly fail to train a mere dog? Xie Deng reached out to caress the creature, only for the dog to suddenly turn its head, baring its sharp teeth in a display of impending fury. Indeed, it was evident that this was a fierce hound. Once tamed, it would surely become a splendid companion. Satisfied, he inquired, "Is this one for sale, and at what price?" "This adult Siberian Husky is a bit pricier. I can offer it to you for 8,000 star coins, along with 2 packages of premium dog food and a dog kennel," the shopkeeper eagerly promoted. "Very well. I shall take this one," Xie Deng affirmed with a nod. Fortune smiled upon him this time, as he had swiftly acquired a dog that truly pleased him. Chapter 3. The mystical cannot save the ordinary. Yearning for gold without means, we can provide a comprehensive delivery service. The store owner readily offered suggestions, and Xie Deng naturally agreed. Half an hour later, his dog, along with an array of canine accessories, was delivered to his home. He committed an act he would regret for the entire day. He opened the dog cage. An hour later, unable to catch the dog, Xie Deng surveyed the room that appeared to have been ransacked, wearily sinking into the sofa, which had been mauled by the ferocious dog. The dog, brimming with energy, darted about, occasionally gnawing on a slipper or the corner of a table, growing bored and teasing the adorably clumsy cleaning robot, before urinating at the foot of the bed. Utterly oblivious to its role as a pet, He activated his holographic device to research detailed information about the breed. It dawned on him that the material he had seen at the pet shop was heavily edited. This was an exceptionally intelligent breed with a very low compliance rate. Known for being destructive and aggressive, never having lost a verbal quarrel or won a physical fight. It lacked sufficient temperament. And it was advisable not to adopt such a dog, lest one end up in a conflict with it. How naive I was to believe it was a good dog. However, there was a solution. Sichuan Ding's gaze sharpened. A flicker of silver flashing in the depths of his dark eyes. The fearless husky yelped, colliding with a corner of the wall and howling as if it had been startled by something immense. Sichuan Ding let out a sigh of relief, extracting a virtual screen from his device, while simultaneously examining the dog's skeletal structure, sketching the detected meridian map. Though successful, his heart felt heavy with melancholy. From today onward, perhaps he should practice his swordsmanship. If Xian, that troublesome friend, were to discover that he now relied on his spiritual awareness to deal with a mere dog, she would surely laugh until her mouth overflowed with saliva. Alas, his luck seemed inescapable, as if no mystical arts could save him. His control over spiritual awareness was remarkably refined and swift. Having studied painting in the past, he soon grasped the dog's meridians within a short time. Satisfied, he stroked the dog's fur gently, saying, "Having damaged my home, you must pay a price." He carefully began his examination from the dog's limbs, probing the influence of the meridians. As he pressed a certain acupoint on its hind leg, the feeble spiritual energy he had just stimulated caused the husky to yelp and, with a surge of strength, leap nearly 4 meters high, maintaining that velocity for about 3 seconds before slowing down, its eyes wide with fear as it regarded its new master. Could this stimulate the leg muscles and enhance its jumping ability? Sichuan Ding noted this thoughtfully, maintaining a gentle demeanor towards the dog. "Come, let us continue." After a while, the husky, visibly exhausted, collapsed onto the floor, barely clinging to life. "It's all right," Sichuan Ding reassured it, pointing towards the medical kit that had popped out from the wall nearby. "This can treat all injuries. It was left to me by my parents after they used it. It's a high-end home medical device that will surely satisfy you." "I know." The dog seemed to respond, but it was of no concern if it was dissatisfied. Sichuan Ding shrugged, raising his injured hand in understanding, lost in his research. Time flew by swiftly. 2 days later, Sichuan Ding finally unraveled some meridians and devised methods to enhance them, employing specialized massage techniques from the realm of cultivation. He began massaging the dog's meridians. Initially resistant, the husky eventually relished the high-level service from the cultivator, routinely approaching Sichuan Ding with an innocent expression, pawing at him for attention. If he neglected to massage it, the dog would howl until it received its due. Fortunately, in this interstellar age, housing was well insulated. Otherwise, its vocalizations would surely summon neighbors from above and below. Moreover, the dog's appetite had significantly increased. It consumed an entire month's supply of dog food, delivered by the store, within just a week. Checking his account balance, after deducting expenses for his journey to the capital Star and the cost of the dog food, Sichuan Ding decisively opened his holographic device to purchase the cheapest dog food available. Upon the arrival of the new food, the husky took a single bite and then looked up with a dubious expression. Sichuan Ding maintained his composure, saying, "There is no choice. Supplies are scarce, and the kind you prefer is no longer available. Just try this." The dog's skepticism deepened, yet hunger prevailed, forcing it to eat. Though only 10 days had passed, the results were promising. With the solid foundation and swordsmanship he had developed, thanks to the troublesome Xian, he felt capable of managing the increasingly troublesome dog. While it paled in comparison to his previous life, one must take things step by step, not rush. As he pondered this, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be? Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he approached the door. Standing outside was a stranger clad in a uniform emblazoned with a Radiant logo. To his surprise, it was a courier from the Radiant Express. "I haven't ordered anything," he thought, recalling that they typically delivered via drones. He opened the door and inquired, "What brings you here?" "You have a package worth over 10,000 high-value credits." The courier replied with a smile, showcasing a large box and opening the outer packaging to reveal a charming design featuring a dog. Accompanied by the words "Love for dog food," the Radiant Starship provides your pet with the most comprehensive companionship and protection. The husky dashed over, wagging its tail excitedly. Sichuan Ding was taken aback, quickly glancing at his holographic device, which remained on the screen for purchasing dog food. "Please confirm receipt of the package," the courier requested politely. "No, this was ordered by my dog, not by me," Sichuan Ding wanted to shout, but considering the courier's potential reaction, he sighed in resignation and accepted the package. After closing the door politely, he turned to find the dog with its head nearly buried in the luxurious and expensive dog food. Sichuan Deng picked up his holographic device, adjusting the settings to eliminate the payment code. He remarked, "My total savings amount to 60,000 star coins, of which 30,000 is for the ticket to the capital star, and 8,000 went to you. Now, 12,000 has been spent on dog food, leaving us with no funds for accommodation on our journey. We must find a way to earn some money." The husky continued to relish its feast, oblivious to his words. "My spiritual awareness should allow for concealment, and your nose is quite adept as well. Prepare yourself. We shall venture outside the city tomorrow." Sichuan Deng pondered, acknowledging his oversight and deciding against punishing the dog. As its master, I must take on this responsibility. The husky remained engrossed in its meal, unperturbed. "Your temperament is just like that of my troublesome child, Fuzhou. I wonder if he managed to escape after my demise. I hope Xian can be somewhat reliable this time." He smiled faintly, reaching out to pat the dog's neck. "From now on, your name shall be Xie Xiaozhou." The next day, the husky, now named Xiaozhou, was dragged from its slumber by its owner, and together they traveled to the outskirts of the city, stepping beyond the protective dome of the launch tower. As the energy shield required a significant amount of energy to activate, nearly 2 weeks had passed without it being turned on, allowing those who typically could not exit to do so freely. Turan Star possessed a unique ecosystem. Although its species were carbon-based, their genes differed completely from those of humans. The forests were lush, teeming with ferocious beasts, and the atmosphere contained trace amounts of toxic gases, while harmful radiation from the young star was considerable. Thus, when venturing outside without an energy shield, protective gear was essential. The husky tilted its head in confusion. This was a target Sichuan Deng had pinpointed after a night of searching, known as the Purple Sun, a unique flower of Turan Star that never withered. In the capital city, the women ardently pursue the exquisite flower of love, rumored to bring forth encounters with their beloved if seen in full bloom. Bestowing it upon one's dearest is said to bestow happiness. Each blossom commands a staggering price of over 100,000 star coins, with transactions monopolized by the military. While researching, he discovered that precious gems, exquisite jade, and gold have been cast aside by women in pursuit of beauty in this space age. Such minerals are now ubiquitous throughout the universe. The only remaining valuables, aside from rare minerals that are scarce even in the cosmos, are biological products. Pearls, corals, tortoiseshell, and the rare creatures from certain planets have become the objects of their admiration. Let us proceed. The scent is unmistakable. He produced a drop of the painfully purchased purple solar perfume. Xiaozhou took a whiff, yet remained unmoved. "Once I find it, I shall return your dog food." With that, Xiaozhou shot forth like a rocket. Turning, he pursued the direction in which Xiaozhou had departed. However, as he took a single step, the sky abruptly darkened. In the distance, a magnificent starship loomed in the high skies, nearly obscuring all of the upper left horizon, and in the next moment, it blocked a colossal beam of light that was destined to strike the city, which then erupted into a spectacular explosion. Simultaneously, the city's alarms blared incessantly, and the protective shield activated at lightning speed, manifesting as the most formidable deep purple barrier. Chapter 4. The Flower That Does Not Wither. The gratitude that does not fade this time, he brought only a day's worth of food and water, which included provisions for his small boat. The weapons in his possession were ordinary steel replicas of ancient swords and particle oscillation knives purchased online, as well as a Gauss gun, all of which were regulated items. Purchasing them would attract attention within mere minutes. The only piece of good news was that he had dismantled the efficient anesthetic in the medical pod. This substance was highly effective, capable of incapacitating an elephant with just a whiff or a drop of blood. Fortunately, the creatures on this planet exhibited little resistance to it. His keen perception further enabled him to evade danger in advance. This, indeed, should be regarded as good news. As he pondered, Sichuan Deng followed the traces left by the small boat. Finding its trail was remarkably easy. The clumsy dog had barreled through the low shrubs like a train, leaving a clear path. Soon enough, Sichuan Deng discovered the foolish dog frolicking in the brook, chasing small fish and fallen leaves. "Did you find the flower?" Sichuan Deng asked coldly. The dog, with its bright blue eyes, looked up at him, innocence etched across its face. "Flower? What flower?" it seemed to ask. "If you don't work properly, I will not protect you," Sichuan Deng replied indifferently. The small boat continued to splash in the water, drifting slightly toward the opposite shore. Almost simultaneously, a massive shadow erupted from the dense underbrush on the opposite bank, lunging at the foolish dog. Had it not been for the enhancements provided by Sichuan in recent days, that bite could have easily severed its spine. Yet, even so, its struggles and howls were in vain, as it was soon dragged toward the dark entrance of the thicket, when the dog was left with only its head visible. Still howling for help, Sichuan finally stepped forward and thrust his sword into the ground. The anesthetic worked wonders. The small boat scrambled out of the hole, bringing with it a creature that had latched onto it tenaciously. It was merely a long, slender water wolf, known for its high energy content, only consumed by the warrior class of Toulon Star, while the common folk could not even dream of it. Having subsisted on nutrient solutions for years, its digestive system had long since degenerated, and consuming such a creature would necessitate a trip to the medical pod within minutes. I hope my stomach has been reinforced recently, Sichuan shrugged, freeing the small boat from the creature's jaws, applying first aid, and binding the water wolf to its back after draining its blood. The small boat resisted but clearly dared not disobey any longer, offering only a soft whimper of protest. Sichuan felt a twinge of worry. The beasts on this planet were even more formidable than he had anticipated. Seeing that he did not respond, the small boat tugged at his pant leg, attempting to lead him in another direction. "You say the flower is that way?" Sichuan asked gently. The small boat wagged its tail vigorously, eager to show off. "Let us go," he decided. At least this time, luck did not seem to be entirely against him. As they followed the stream upward, a wisp of smoke appeared in the air, suggesting a nearby fire. Along the way, he encountered a shattered medical pod, its contents strewn about, although some vials remained connected to the conduits. He promptly dismantled and collected them. The pair soon reached the mountaintop, where Sichuan was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a clearing devoid of tall trees, featuring a patch of grassy ground that rose to half a man's height. The blades of grass swayed gracefully in the breeze, exuding a refreshing and delicate green hue. Yet, the true spectacle that captivated the eye was the bud of a blue-violet flower, poised to bloom. It bore the same color as the sun that graced this place. Resplendent in its beauty, each petal seemed to embody a profound truth, leading Sichuan to perceive it as a manifestation of the sun itself. At that moment, under the noonday sun, the flower slowly began to unfurl. The eternal flower, the flower of unfading gratitude, would soon crystallize in the sunlight, forever preserving its most exquisite form. That was the essence of the flower that does not wither. Sichuan inexplicably recalled the legend that spoke of a love unregretted witnessed by the purple sun. He chuckled softly and shook his head. Witnessed? All he had beside him was a dog. Could it truly be? He abruptly halted his dangerously whimsical thoughts, recognizing that his recent streak of luck had been rather strange, almost ominously so. As someone born into a world of mysticism, it was wise to proceed with caution. He silently approached the flower that had fully blossomed and opened the prepared black box, lined with the finest shock-absorbent materials. No unexpected incidents occurred. He successfully retrieved the flower. Behind him, all was emptiness. Fortunately, the forest was resistant to fire. Aside from dense smoke, the flames had not spread far. Blocked on his path, Sichuan had no choice but to retrace his steps, contending with the cunning creatures that shared his flight. The ground beneath his feet concealed not only grass but potentially snakes as well. After the dog was bitten on its paw, Sichuan found solace in the fact that the venom was not severe. After applying pressure and binding the wound, he was left carrying both the dog and the wolf. The patch of grass beneath them was likely a deceptive carnivorous vine. He had already hacked down 3 along the way. The 6-legged tyrannosaur hurried past, preoccupied with its own urgent business, nearly trampling them in the process. Countless 6-clawed creatures with monkey faces darted between the branches, effortlessly severing limbs. More bizarre predators, their names lost to time, brushed past them as they busied themselves. After a long day, they finally found a damp, narrow cave before nightfall. There, he expelled the original occupants, a pair of pterodactyls, using smoke, and set up a fire outside the cave, allowing him time to prepare the water wolf for consumption. The small boat lay sprawled on the ground like a dog blanket, until it spotted its owner producing dog food, at which point it limped over, tucking one leg beneath itself. After a moment of silence, Sichuan remarked, "Little boat, you're limping on the wrong leg." The large dog froze, then, after a pause, silently switched to the other leg. Sichuan shook his head in disbelief. Cutting the wolf meat into pieces, skewering it over the fire, and drizzling a bit of meat-flavored nutrient solution for seasoning. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the small boat to abandon its dog food and stretch its neck eagerly. Seeing the dog's longing expression, Xie felt a pang of sympathy and tore off a piece to feed it. However, after just one bite, the dog turned away in disdain, finding it too tough and gamey, far from the appetizing scent it had anticipated. Xie slapped the dog, commanding it to finish its meal, or else it would become dinner itself. The small boat's eyes welled with tears as it complied. He gazed at the unmarked ground, silently keeping watch at the cave entrance throughout the night. The protective shield remained a deep, ominous color, blocking all signals, let alone human contact. Several entrances were completely sealed, as if shunning any form of interaction. Occasionally, the skies overhead erupted in battles between mechas, and their faction appeared to be on the defensive. He constructed a shelter, using bones as tools, simultaneously enhancing himself while practicing against the forest creatures. The small boat gradually acclimated to the forest perils and began to assert its independence, able to easily sniff out animals from miles away and avoiding snake bites. Instead, it brought various creatures back to its owner, opting for roasted snakes to supplement its diet once the dog food ran out, and could even inform its master if anything was overcooked. Within a month, the two ascended to the apex of the local food chain. However, the food he prepared would inexplicably diminish in quantity. He had once added a bit of anesthetic to his meals, yet it yielded no results. The following day, the supplies were still diminished. Thus, on this particular night, he poured the remainder of his limited anesthetic into the meat broth. As he had anticipated, before long, the entire pot, including the skull, vanished without a trace. Xie calmly gauged the time and patted the small boat, saying, "Let us go. It's time to search." The small boat followed the scent of the broth, running up half a mountainside before barking excitedly. Before them stood a creature, naked, filthy, and resembling a male human, yet possessing a physique far beyond human capabilities. The anesthetic capable of incapacitating 10 elephants had merely numbed its body. It struggled to maintain consciousness. Xie caressed the man's supple skin, discovering its elasticity surpassed even that of his own material garments. His fingers continued to explore downward, revealing an astounding density of bone and formidable muscle strength. No wonder he could elude Xie's perception. Such a physique could rival that of even a slightly advanced cultivator. After a prolonged examination, Xie gazed into the man's eyes, which sparkled with a clarity and purity surpassing that of mountain springs, and smiled, saying, "Having consumed so much of my flesh, you must assist me in some way to repay the debt. Fortune shall turn in due time. This man is bound to unveil numerous revelations for me." Chapter 5. The Dawn of Creation. The moment of origin. Xie attempted to communicate with the man. "What is your name?" The man gazed at him calmly, remaining silent. "Do you understand?" A nod indicated comprehension, while a shake of the head signified confusion. Xie exhibited remarkable patience, yet the man continued to be unresponsive. He offered a warm smile before reaching out to brush the man's nearly unrecognizable black hair, finding no signs of injury upon his head. After a moment's contemplation, he guided the man to the water pool nearby to wash his hair. As evening approached, the water in the pool was pleasantly warm. Xie washed the man's hair with great care, massaging his scalp while meticulously searching for any traces of harm. At last, he discovered a small, scabbed hole on the man's forehead, just about to fall away. However, this did not appear to be an injury from a weapon or impact. Rather, it resembled. He carefully examined the perfectly round scar, realizing it was left by a drilling tool previously used in their experiments, intended for dissecting the skulls of unique creatures. Suppressing his growing curiosity, he continued to wash the man's hair. Xie possessed commendable skill. After a few moments of massage at various acupressure points on the man's head, the clarity in his eyes gradually dulled with fatigue, and he unexpectedly fell asleep. The man was strikingly handsome, with deep-set features chiseled like a sculpture, his physique nearly adhering to the most perfect proportions, rendering it impossible to discern his ethnicity. However, in the era of the vast cosmos, most individuals, aside from a few who clung to their lineage, appeared indistinguishable in terms of race. A small dog, Xiao Shou, whimpered nearby, protesting its master's divided attention. Xie shook his head, bending down to gather a basket of grass by the riverbank. With deft fingers, he quickly wove 2 thick grass mats and, after a moment's thought, crafted a grass skirt. The intricate design of the skirt resembled a work of art, prompting him to smile in appreciation. This skill, surprisingly, had found its application. In his past life, he had studied at the first immortal sect, Kunlai. Entrance to Kunlai required enduring a fiercely competitive 12 years in the outer sect. The outer sex curriculum was designed to lay the groundwork for entry into the inner sex various peaks, including the essential craft of weaving, which was crucial for those aspiring to join the Yuji peak dedicated to fabric-based magical tools. Xie Ding vividly recalled how his friend, Xian, had nearly exploded with frustration at being compelled to learn this craft, arguing that her ambitions did not include joining the weaving peak. The elder teaching the course had coldly warned her that further outbursts would result in an additional embroidery class. He had patiently instructed her for nearly 5 months. And during the final assessment, the teacher had scrutinized her 2 ducks for a long time before reluctantly allowing her to barely pass, leading to Xian's later disdain for the weaving peak during her tenure as the Sword Peak's leader. Having faced such failures in his past life, he hoped for better fortunes in this one. Xiaozhou eagerly set down a mat and lay down on its side. As Xie Ding settled cross-legged, the dog shifted to rest its head on his lap, rolling back and forth playfully. The exasperated owner gently restrained it, while simultaneously reaching out with his spiritual awareness to connect with the man's mind. The wonders of spiritual awareness were boundless, regrettably. The essence within the blood had limited its enhancement, and he could only manage a simplistic form of communication. However, he quickly discerned something amiss. The man's thoughts held scarcely any memories, merely an overwhelming and fatigued combat instinct. This consciousness had perhaps been soothed by his recent ministrations. But beyond that, there was nothing, much like a newborn wolf instinctively yearning to hunt. The only impression lodged in his memory was of a freshly bloomed purple sun and a person who had plucked the flower. Xie Xiaozhou, momentarily bewildered, suddenly growled, attempting to tug the man away, but was swiftly restrained by the man's hand pressing down on his head, unable to escape, which only incited his frustrated howling. The man tilted his head in confusion, quietly observing Xie Ding, as if questioning why he wasn't pressing down on him. Xie Ding chuckled softly, using his previous technique to ease the man's spirit. If his deductions were correct, this man might have fallen from the starship during its explosion that day. For an entire month, he had not slept, yet the combat instinct seemed entirely separate from the man's thoughts, as if it had been forcibly injected. Xiaozhou, now utterly outraged, retreated to howl in fury. "There's nothing I can do with you. Come to my right," Xie Ding remarked. Finally, Xiaozhou begrudgingly approached. Without overthinking, Xie Ding decided to take in the seemingly 24-year-old youth as an additional research subject. Observing his clear eyes, he named him Xiaoche. Xiaozhou vehemently protested against this name, claiming it resembled his own too closely, even threatening to go on a hunger strike. Consequently, Xie Ding affectionately referred to him as a Che, which made Xiaozhou feel victorious, earning an extra portion for dinner. Lacking experience in teaching, Xie Ding continued his daily routine of data collection, food gathering, and crafting daily necessities. Yet, he gradually sensed something was amiss. A Siberian husky dashed across the grass, reaching the finish line and skidding to a halt, uprooting a swath of grass. 2 seconds and 93 milliseconds. Reaching a speed of 127 kilometers per hour. A 1 kilometer improvement. Keep up the good work. Xie Ding nodded in satisfaction, tossing Xiaozhou a small grass ball to play with. Suddenly, a figure zipped past the grass, landing before him, the grass skirt blowing aside, yet remaining tranquil in its gaze. 1 second and 54 milliseconds, exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. What sort of modifications have you undergone? Xie Ding was immensely curious. Squeezing the man's seemingly steel-like muscles, noting that his veins differed from his own, pondering methods of research. The young man looked at him, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "Woo-woo." The husky and Xie Ding nearly erupted in surprise, as that was the sound the husky made when expressing, "I want that too." Xie Ding, gazing into the man's innocent eyes, felt a pang of guilt, hastily weaving another ball. He observed the man's eyes brighten and sternly instructed, "Say, I want that too." The youth regarded him with confusion. Xie Ding handed him the ball, then took it back, insisting, "I want that too." The young man pondered for a moment before earnestly attempting to articulate, "I want that too." His voice was deep and melodious, captivating like his eyes, and he pronounced it accurately. Pleased, Xie Ding handed him the ball, patting his head, "Very clever." The young man's cheeks flushed slightly, only to be seized by Xiaozhou, who snatched the ball away. And thus, they engaged in a playful tussle. "It's time for dinner," Xie Ding said gently. The young man mimicked Xiaozhou, squatting on the ground, watching the large dog's tail sway side to side, appearing somewhat perplexed. "You can't do that. Stand up and eat properly, using chopsticks." Xie Ding firmly lifted him, placing a wooden bowl and chopsticks in his hands. Xiao Zhou, observing with a disdainful expression akin to that of a proud noble, shot him a haughty glance. The young man, dejected, held the bowl in silence. While the dog finished eating without hesitation, yet he had not taken a single bite. Thus, Xie Chuanding sat before him, demonstrating how to use chopsticks. Xiao Zhou barked angrily in the background. "Keep it down, or you'll be sleeping outside." Xie Chuanding frowned. Xiao Zhou looked as though he were on the verge of tears. After 10 attempts, the intelligent youth still could not master the technique, leading Xie Chuanding to realize the undercurrents between man and dog. Frustrated, he confined them within the cave, ordering them not to emerge. While he took a cushion outside to sleep, both man and dog gazed at him with a sense of grievance from the cave entrance. Ignoring them, Xie Chuanding turned his gaze to the starry sky, seizing the rare moment of tranquility to ponder how to further enhance his physique. The stimulation of acupressure points seemed to have reached its limits. Blood flow stimulation to the brain did not yield the same increase in mental acuity as it had in his previous life. What should he do? He gazed at the celestial river above, and suddenly recalled that many arcane arts are envisioned against the backdrop of the starry sky, although the heavens may have transformed. Is there not a profound connection between the cosmos and the mind? According to contemporary knowledge, the vast expanse beneath his feet is but a fragment of this infinite cosmos. All is part of the celestial tapestry. He quieted his spirit, immersing himself in the surroundings, attuning to the rhythmic breaths of the trees, the caress of the mountain breeze, and the chorus of birds and insects. Yet, this was not sufficient. He continued to extend his consciousness into the soil, which revealed a rich world teeming with tiny creatures, mycelium, and countless roots forming a colossal ecosystem. Delving deeper, he encountered underground aquifers and even more formidable bedrock. Further still, bang! A resounding noise abruptly shattered his meditation, and he realized that a torrential rain had commenced, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder in the distance. A man and a dog each held a large leaf to shield him from the downpour. "Ah, Che," Xie Chuanding sighed, casting a glance at the small boat. "Tomorrow, you shall both embark on the journey of literacy together." Chapter 6, A Promise to the Lord. To guard or not to guard, Xie Chuanding possesses a modicum of pedagogical experience, having raised children in the past. However, his adopted son was already in his teenage years at the time of adoption, and given that he was then a formal disciple of the Kunlai sect. Utterly exhausted from various formations, he soon sent his son to the outer sect for training. In that environment, he merely needed to see him occasionally, offering a few words of encouragement and care, while all of his needs, food, clothing, and shelter, were provided by the outer sect. How different it is now, where even speaking requires instruction. Thus, faced with a person and a dog, he felt somewhat at a loss, particularly with Xiao Zhou, who found sitting still to be a form of torture, having already circled him nearly 10 times. The dog's restlessness prompted Che to join in, nudging and circling in an attempt to garner attention. The two, playfully pouncing at one another, inevitably collided, soon engaging in a spirited tussle on the grass. Xiao Zhou was at a distinct disadvantage, his sharp claws failing to penetrate Che's defenses, leaving no marks, while his strength was woefully inadequate, almost being pinned to the ground. However, in a verbal quarrel, Xiao Zhou held the upper hand. Compared to Che, who struggled to articulate, Xiao Zhou could howl incessantly. Once Xie Chuanding had prepared his materials, he intervened to rescue the husky. "No moving. Anyone who moves will sleep outside tonight," he commanded, then began to produce a slate. "Let us practice pronunciation. This character means fire. Say fire. Fire." Che looked on calmly at Xiao Zhou, his clear, beautiful eyes gazing softly, devoid of any smugness, as if to question, "Why can't you say it?" Enraged, Xiao Zhou lunged at him, intent on silencing this cunning rival. However, a swift reprimand sent Xiao Zhou whimpering in indignation, refusing to listen or learn. Xie Chuanding called out several times, but the dog, stubborn as it was, felt wronged and demanded an apology from its master, insisting on punishing the other. With that, Xie Chuanding lost interest and shifted his focus to Che for some dedicated one-on-one instruction. Che's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as he stealthily glanced at Xiao Zhou, observing the wagging tail that expressed joy, feeling a twinge of envy within. He learned rapidly, grasping concepts almost instantaneously, and before long, Xie Chuanding had taught him to recognize all the objects and related characters in their surroundings. A swell of accomplishment surging within him. This was how a student ought to behave. The students who had once driven him to frustration were surely to blame for their own shortcomings, and not a reflection of his teaching methods. In a satisfied mood, he prepared 2 bowls of his favorite nutrient-rich meat soup, only to realize that the last bottle of nutrients had been used up. A wave of anxiety washed over him. More than a month had passed. He would undoubtedly miss his university notifications. Nevertheless, having researched acupoint knowledge, he believed that if he could substantiate its existence in medical practice, such a discovery would suffice for his recommendation to any prestigious institution in the capital. Thus, there was no immediate cause for concern. Yet, for nearly a month, the city's protective shield had remained in a state of high alert. Was such energy consumption truly sustainable? Moreover, he remained oblivious to the events transpiring beyond the city. Would anyone come searching for him, having noticed his absence due to the energy shield's interference cutting off his connection to the network? Distributing the freshly made soup to the two, he observed their relaxed demeanor, which only added to his mounting pressure. While they possessed some combat capability, their strength was negligible in the face of such celestial destruction. They were mere children at play, lacking even the means to alter the situation, let alone escape it. This realization intensified Xie Chuandang's urgency. If only his consciousness were intact as before, this energy shield would be inconsequential. The vast mountains and rivers of this planet would be within his perception, allowing him to gather all information with ease and even manipulate the hearts of those in charge to willingly lower the shield. He recalled the thunderstorm from the previous night. At that moment, he felt his consciousness brush against something. Today, he must attempt it again. He raised his hand to stroke Xiao Zhou's fur, then did the same for Che, who had approached him. Tonight, I will meditate. You must guard the area and ensure nothing comes near me. Xiao Zhou barked affirmatively, trotting over to lick his face. Che also approached to lick, but Xie Chuandang gently pushed him away with his index finger. Ignoring the dog's forlorn expression as he earnestly inquired, "Do you understand?" Che nodded, though his dejection was palpable, almost manifesting as a tangible aura of darkness. Xie Chuandang did not intend to coddle him. Instead, he reiterated seriously, "Che, you are human, unlike Xiao Zhou. You cannot mimic everything it does." Xiao Zhou eagerly nodded in agreement, rubbing against his leg and jumping up to nuzzle his face, triumphant in his own way. Che retreated to the corner, turning his back on them. Xiao Zhou reveled in his victory, howling at the moon with a resounding, melodious voice, far superior to Xie Chuandang's favored, high-pitched singers. Then, a swift reprimand silenced him. "Be quiet." Seated outside the cave, Xie Chuandang gradually settled his mind, unlike the previous day's tentative probing. Today, to avoid further disturbances from the thunder, he plunged his consciousness entirely into the sea of awareness within his brow. A thin, persistent thread of thought followed his consciousness as it delved into the earth, passing through soil, rock, and water layers, finally reaching the solid bedrock, and then deeper into the molten lava below. At this moment, his consciousness began to feel the intense heat, yet being a master on the brink of transcendence. He swiftly demonstrated exquisite control over his awareness, minimizing the temperature's effect on his consciousness as it extended infinitely downward. As he continued his exploration, he seemed to encounter a solid core. Contemplating briefly, he thinned his consciousness, delicately brushing against the core. It emanated a peculiar warmth, as if radiating a certain power, extending like fine threads. He sighed with relief, reorganizing his thoughts in the sea of awareness, overjoyed to discover that his consciousness had doubled in strength. Might that fine thread represent the planet's magnetic field? Was the so-called stellar power of his past life merely the intrinsic force of the Earth itself? He slowly opened his eyes, realizing the moon was merely at its zenith. Time seemed. He paused, observing the two, man and dog, desperately leaping into his embrace, and weakly ruffled both of their heads. Noticing their disheveled and anxious expressions, he cautiously asked, "How many days have passed?" "Oh, well, 3 days." They both exclaimed simultaneously. "Ah, it seems a bit long," Xie Chuandang admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. "All right, don't fret. I'll manage my time better next time." The man and dog looked at him quizzically, struggling to comprehend such complex sentences. "You're hungry, aren't you? Go eat something. I'm feeling peckish too." In an effort to soothe his own unease, he affectionately petted both of them. Suddenly, Xiao Zhou dashed to a corner and began digging vigorously, emerging with a small leaf package and placing it before his master. Curious, Xie Chuandang opened it to find remnants of high-quality dog food he had brought along earlier. With a gentle smile, he said, "You should eat it." Xiao Zhou, reluctant, shook his head vigorously, insisting that he eat instead. Unable to refuse, Xie Chuandang sampled a piece, his expression turning serious. It was astonishing. The dog food was far more delectable than his own culinary creations, infused with the flavors of several rare meats and exquisite spices. He discreetly pinched another piece, feigning consumption while offering it to Che. Initially disdainful, Ache's expression shifted upon tasting, and the overwhelming aura of darkness enveloped him. Xie Chuandeng pondered, is this a matter of disliking food? Chuandeng. Ache suddenly spoke, recalling the name he had learned earlier. Meeting his clear and earnest gaze, Xie Chuandeng nodded and inquired, In the future, I shall buy you mountains of it. The young man stated with utmost sincerity, and Xie Chuandeng could almost perceive the essence of determination reflected in his eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle and replied, all right. Chapter 7. The Science of Metaphysics. All can be learned. Having found his direction, Xie Chuandeng settled outside the cave, commencing an exploration of the intricate meridians within himself using his enhanced spiritual awareness. The meridians, akin to blood vessels, could be classified into main and branch channels. Previously, due to his insufficient spiritual awareness, any haphazard study could lead to dire consequences. He had neither the soul power nor the desire to resurrect himself again. Ache and Xiao Zhou had each gone to hunt, their recent rivalry resembling that of sworn enemies, competing fiercely over the size of their prey. Despite Xiao Zhou's evident inferiority in strength, he persisted in claiming victory, loudly asserting his prowess. Ache, still learning to articulate his emotions, merely regarded him with a calm gaze, and thus the two engaged in a ceaseless cycle of bickering and observation, able to pass the time indefinitely unless Xie Chuandeng intervened. Disregarding the antics of the two, after a day of tinkering, Xie Chuandeng observed the moon that had ascended the sky, preparing to continue his meditation from the previous day. However, as he settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes, Ache and Xiao Zhou pounced, one tugging at his clothing and the other nipping at his sleeve, with Xiao Zhou barking loudly while Ache earnestly protested. After more than an hour of reassuring them that this time would be different and that they should simply wait and guard him, he reiterated that there was no need to fear. He would be fine before dawn, urging them to be obedient. Despite his reassurances, the two remained visibly distressed, Ache's clear eyes brimming with concern, which only deepened Xie Chuandeng's guilt. Yet, such feelings would not deter him. He recalled the frequency of that fine line, simulating it with his spiritual awareness, time and again, striving to resonate with the magnetic field. Initially, there was no effect, but he maintained his calm, making the most delicate adjustments. That sensation of merging with the universe reemerged. Gradually, his spiritual awareness began to exhibit a hazy perception, the myriad objects around him transforming into a world composed of lines, stripped of materiality. These lines were starkly defined, varying in size and strength, some overlapping to form fabric-like patterns, while others revealed conspicuous gaps. This was the magnetic field of all things on this planet. Indeed, every existence possesses charge and magnetic fields. Life, too, has its own, albeit far weaker compared to the planet's magnetic field. However, now that he could discern the key, he could perceive this celestial power with his spiritual awareness, which would naturally facilitate the cultivation of consciousness and spirit. This was the path he had discovered. With this realization, he suppressed his excitement and exited his meditation. Ache and Xiao Zhou stood before him, their canine and human faces etched with worry. Xie Chuandeng paused, for even after exiting his meditative state, traces still lingered in his vision. He discerned a distinct light blue dashed line along Xiao Zhou's right front paw, extending up through his chest, seeming to enter a valley. Instinctively, he understood that this represented the weakest magnetic field on Xiao Zhou's body, the area with the least protective capacity. With a single sweep of his sword along this line, he could effortlessly cleave it in two, without a second thought. In contrast, the dashed lines on Ache's body were much shorter and fainter, one near the original wound on his head and another beneath his right collarbone. These represented his vulnerabilities. A single sword strike would penetrate his skin's defenses. What was I thinking? He turned his gaze to the rock face, which also bore blue lines, extending irregularly into the mountain. Unable to contain his curiosity, he stood and seized a sharp rock, striking at the weakest point of the dashed line on the mountain. With a resounding crack, a massive fissure cleaved the mountain, half a meter deep and palm-width wide, causing debris to cascade from the cave's ceiling. Both man and dog were momentarily stunned, then they emitted whines of indignation at being overlooked. Absently, Xie Chuandeng comforted them while reiterating his warning to Ache not to imitate Xiao Zhou's noise. The following day, they ventured beyond the city's protective dome, the deep purple shield unchanged. Xiao Zhou, feeling a surge of excitement, was eager to rush forward, aware that within lay his gourmet dog food. Ache, with a calm demeanor, remained silent, though his clear eyes sparkled with uncontainable curiosity. Both man and dog looked expectantly at Xie Chuandeng. With a confident smile, He gazed at the purple shield, which was adorned with numerous blue lines that occasionally shifted. After a prolonged wait, he finally saw a blue line approach, swiftly restraining both the Che and Xiao Zhou. He simulated a similar magnetic field with his spiritual awareness and rapidly passed through the purple shield. The energy barrier naturally accepted them as part of itself, triggering no backlash or alarms. Success. Heaven knows how difficult these past days had been. No day compared to one with access to the internet. Che and Xiao Zhou exchanged bewildered glances. However, as they raised their eyes to the path ahead, Xie Chuanding's expression suddenly turned grave. In just a month, the streets had become desolate. The once bustling independent buses that should have been traversing the skies stood silently at the roadside, and pedestrians hurried by, often embroiled in fierce arguments. Fortunately, they were seasoned individuals. Scaling 300 floors was no great feat yet. Upon entering their home, they discovered that the water supply had ceased, and the electricity in the house barely sufficed to power the holographic computer. Bathing was out of the question, as the city's water was now rationed. He poured a portion of dog food for Xiao Zhou, utilized some stored water for Che to clean himself, and fashioned 2 of his shirts into a somewhat unconventional outfit for him to wear after freshening up. Once they were settled, he nestled onto the sofa and powered on his holographic computer. Various headlines rapidly popped up, which he skimmed through, while Che, clutching a towel, stealthily approached, curiously craning his neck. According to reports, a month ago, Tehran Fortress was attacked by an unknown force. Now, a month has passed, and the enemy has been identified as a branch of alien beings. These malevolent creatures will ultimately be vanquished by the Righteous Alliance. Reinforcements have been dispatched. Please trust in the formidable strength of the Allied forces, and victory shall soon be ours. This afternoon, the mayor expressed deep concern at the medical base, thoroughly assessing the condition of the injured and issuing critical directives regarding the shortage of medical supplies. He has called upon everyone to donate medications from their home medical pods to save the nation in its time of crisis. Just 10 minutes ago, breaking news reported that the opposition party held a demonstration of 100,000 people in the city government square, demanding the truth and calling for the mayor's resignation. Our station will continue to monitor this situation closely. From the information, it was evident that the city was in a state of emergency. To sustain the enormous energy consumption of the protective dome, the city had nearly ceased all residential electricity usage, confiscated the vast majority of medical supplies, and forcibly initiated wartime rationing. He rose and opened the door, finding a youthful boy, around 13 or 14 years old, panting slightly as he carried a 4 or 5-year-old girl on his back. "Brother," the boy gasped, seemingly fatigued yet managing to speak in a hoarse voice. "Do you have any antipyretics? Please help me. My sister has a severe fever. We had to trade our medications for nutrient solutions, and I truly have no other options." Antipyretics were standard supplies in medical pods. Almost all home treatment units contained them. "Come in," Xie Chuanding replied gently. "When I left, there were still plenty of medications in the medical pod. Saving lives is paramount." "Thank you," the boy exclaimed, nearly in tears. "How did you know to knock on my door?" Xie Chuanding vacated the sofa and opened the now powerless medical pod, retrieving a syringe filled with the antipyretic. The boy paused, speaking softly. "Those who are still willing to come upstairs must have some supplies left at home. I had no choice but to give it a try. The government has taken your medications, yet they provide no treatment." As he browsed the internet for information on injection dosages, he incessantly inquired. There were only 4 medical points in the city, and the crowds were overwhelming, rendering entry impossible. The youth expressed his frustration, stating that many healthy individuals were occupying the front positions, insisting on exchanging 10 vials of nutrient solution for a spot, which he simply could not afford. "Are there no doctors available?" Xie Chuanding paused momentarily, recalling that since the introduction of home medical pods over a decade ago, most doctors had shifted careers. Nowadays, universities offered programs in medical devices and new drug development, with clinical specialties becoming obsolete. "No, given the scorching weather, many frail individuals have succumbed." "Wait, do you know of the legendary doctor?" The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. In truth, Xie Chuanding hesitated before replying. "I possess a modicum of knowledge. If you are willing to take my words to heart, perhaps the esoteric art of healing is indeed a form of medicine." Chapter 8. Everything goes well. Everything is smooth. The mystical medical arts are not truly medicine, at least not in this context. The skills that Xie Chuanding acquired years ago seem wasted here. Yet he has encountered an entirely different realm. His previous resonance with the planetary magnetic field has significantly heightened his sensitivity, with just a moment of focus. He can perceive the intricate life magnetic fields of individuals. For instance, the young girl who had sought medicine earlier, devoid of any medicinal aid, exhibited a remarkably faint magnetic field, with abnormal lines in her lungs indicating her struggle against viral invasion. Prior to administering the injection, he first massaged her acupoints, as stimulating these points can effectively regulate blood circulation and activate her innate resistance, albeit only alleviating her condition temporarily, not curing it. Following the injection, the magnetic field indicating viral encroachment gradually weakened, restoring her body's energy field. Dr. Xie, the girl's brother, hesitated before cautiously inquiring. I have a few friends whose health has deteriorated recently. Could you possibly assist them? Of course, Xie Chuanding replied with a smile. Where are they? Lead me to them. They should be searching for food right now. Can I bring them here later? The boy asked, his eyes glinting with caution. Certainly. Xie Chuanding said gently, I will escort you downstairs. No need, thank you. You are truly a kind person. The boy, carrying his sister, bowed gratefully before politely exiting and lingering at the door for a long while. The intense emotions caused his magnetic field to fluctuate, appearing almost blinding even through the door. Finally, he affectionately rubbed his cheek against his sister's, as if drawing strength from her, before departing. Xie Chuanding sighed softly, observing the small dog, Xiaozhou, munching on its food, and playfully poked it. This is all your fault. Xiaozhou looked up at him with a bewildered expression, with a resigned smile. Xie Chuanding gently ruffled the dog's head, allowing it to continue eating. As the boy descended the stairs with his sister, he encountered 4 men who quickly surrounded him. One, a fierce-looking man, coldly demanded, Speak. What did you see? A large dog, plenty of dog food, several vials of medicine, and 2 adults. The boy replied in a hushed tone, but it seems there are no nutrient solutions left. Good, at least there's something to gain. The leader nodded. Tomorrow, take us inside. Today, your share is in the warehouse. Go retrieve it. Thank you, the boy said quickly, shouldering his sister as he left. He hurried through the narrow alley to a small warehouse, where a sallow-faced middle-aged man opened the door, revealing about a dozen ordinary people of varying ages, all clad in foul-smelling clothes, eyeing each other warily. The boy found a corner to set his sister down before activating his light brain. The only glimmer of hope he had. The local social media was ablaze with desperate pleas for food and medicine, quickly buried beneath new messages. He scanned through them, despondently realizing that there was little hope for change. Over a month ago, he was merely an ordinary middle school student, aspiring to enter a good high school while caring for his sister. Little did he know that in just a month, his life would descend into chaos. From an initial optimism to a current acceptance of fate, he scarcely recognized himself. Yet there was no choice if he did not comply with their demands. They would seize the scant nutrient solutions he had managed to acquire, leaving none for his sister. Reporting to the authorities would be futile. The city's prisons were already overflowing with murderers, and these criminals would be released in 2 days, coming back to settle scores, making survival even more arduous. He had witnessed the essence of chaos and was grateful that his parents had traveled to the main star system on business, sparing them from the turmoil. He resolved to endure, waiting for the situation to stabilize before escaping this cursed place forever. Contemplating this, he recalled the kind young man who had provided medicine for his sister. Such benevolence, would he truly have to? Glancing around, he pondered for a while before discreetly sending a private message to that young man, cautioning him to be careful the following day. That was all he could do. Xie Chuanding received the message, momentarily lost in thought. His feelings were not born of pity, after all. Having been born during the tumultuous war period in the central continent, he found the current plight trivial in comparison to the horrors of a time where cities were razed and nations annihilated. Rather, he surmised that few would dare to seek medical help under such circumstances. The profession of clinical medicine had vanished for too long. He might be mistaken for a charlatan or a bait, deterring individuals from seeking assistance. Alternatively, as seen in central treatment facilities, his appointments could be monopolized by scalpers. Sold at exorbitant prices, how humiliating that would be. He had envisioned establishing a small clinic to alleviate the suffering of those denied timely medical care. But now it seemed that running a proper clinic would not be an easy endeavor. Turning his gaze, he saw Xiaozhou clutching its food bowl, nudging it with its head, while Achay attentively watched television, a completed series on early childhood education, his focus unwavering, occasionally jotting notes in a small notebook. Xiaozhou, Achay, would you like to go out and play? Xie Chuanding asked with a smile. The pair immediately abandoned their favorite television show and food, leaping to his side. Yes, replied Achay. Oh, chimed in Xiaozhou. We need to recruit a group of street toughs, Xie Dang said nonchalantly. Later. I will guide you. You simply need to bring them to me, understood? Both Xiao Zhou and Ache's eyes sparkled with excitement as they nodded vigorously. But remember, no biting or killing. If you do, you'll have to sleep outside tonight. Do you understand? This was the most severe punishment Xie Dang could conceive. The two immediately assumed grave expressions and nodded solemnly. All right, let us go together. Just as Xie Dang was about to open the door, he suddenly paused. Xiao Zhou. Biting and hunting are not the same. Brush your teeth first, and then we can go. Xiao Zhou looked perplexed as it was dragged into the bathroom. Awoo. 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 Minutes later, Xie Dang found himself unable to brush the teeth of a dog capable of nearly leaping to the ceiling. So he called on Ache to help restrain it. Xiao Zhou continued to wail throughout the brushing process. Afterward, Xie Dang produced a new toothbrush. Glancing at Ache, who cautiously and resolutely declined assistance, impeccably brushing his own teeth and displaying a standard smile with 8 gleaming teeth. The earnest look in his eyes, seeking praise and encouragement, paired with his handsome features, radiated warmth akin to a small sun, nearly dazzling Xie Dang. Ache, you are remarkable, Xie Dang commended. Ache paused, puzzled, contemplating why Xie Dang had not offered a kiss as the television had suggested after a job well done. 10 minutes later, Xie Dang successfully located a nearby group of individuals fervently discussing territorial expansion. Approximately 20 of them were engaged in heated arguments, but upon spotting Xiao Zhou, they immediately abandoned their grand ambitions to deliberate on the most convenient ways to prepare dog meat. Considering Ache's formidable combat prowess, Xie Dang decided to only release Xiao Zhou. Amidst the furious discussions, Xiao Zhou showcased its brilliantly brushed teeth, charging at the group with righteous indignation. It required no sharp fangs or claws. A few swift charges were sufficient to leave them in disarray, crying out for mercy. Within minutes, he had acquired a dozen promising experimental subjects. Utilizing acupressure to staunch bleeding, set bones, stitch wounds, and soothe their spirits, he applied methods he had devised himself. Acknowledging the need for improvement in pain management as expressed by his subjects, when he expressed the need for a small ground-level room to establish a treatment point, a group of terrified ruffians promptly assured him they would prepare one. They were not professionals. Merely a month prior, they had been upstanding citizens, revealing their darker sides amidst the chaos. Aside from acts of robbery and violence, they had not committed many heinous deeds. Under their guidance, an ordinary warehouse in a narrow alley transformed into this makeshift treatment center, which coincidentally housed a group of resting citizens. Xie Dang intervened to prevent the ruffians from evicting them, claiming a small corner by the door for himself. After they tidied up, he gazed at the wall, striking it to unveil a massive crack. He instructed Ache to push the wall a bit closer, ensuring it did not disturb the others in the vicinity. The others trembled in fear, nearly paralyzed with terror. They hastily arranged the place, using a tarp from the warehouse to obscure the back, thus creating a semblance of a medical point. Satisfied with the setup, he contemplated the latest information he had acquired, as long as he gathered sufficient clinical data. Combined with his initial application for enrollment, passing the retake would secure him a place in a prestigious university. It was a rather agreeable location, provided it remained inconspicuous. According to the Alliance's Phase 1 data requirements, he could cease operations after treating 100 individuals. Noticing Ache appeared somewhat warm, he gestured for him to join him in bed. Given that their home contained only one large bed, Xiao Zhou was decidedly displeased, insisting on joining them. However, holding a fluffy creature in the summer heat was simply inhumane, and Xie Dang firmly declined, shutting the bedroom door. He could perceive the magnetic field, but was oblivious to the furious gaze of the husky fixated on his treasured notification letter. The world fell into tranquility, and he felt content. It was Ache's first night sleeping alongside Xuan Dang, and as he contemplated the goodnight kiss from the parenting manual, he closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of loss. Chapter 9. A fortunate opening, yet a challenging closure the following day. As Xie Dang opened the door, he was greeted by the proud visage of a Siberian husky, alongside a red paper card that bore the marks of a savage bite. In that moment, he was seized by a wave of dizziness. The notification letter, printed on special paper impervious to both water and fire, capable of withstanding a weight of 30 kilograms when rolled up, was clearly no match for an evolved canine, although the notification might not allow him to attend. He clung to a sliver of hope. After all, its remnants would serve as a memento. How dare this foolish dog treat his notification with such disdain? Xiao Zhou. The husky maintained an air of superiority, as if mocking the mortal before him, declaring that this was the price for not allowing him on the bed. Deng carefully folded the corner of the water damage notification and, with a smile that concealed a hint of menace, lifted the husky by its neck. With a gentle tone that belied his grip, he communicated, "You wish to sleep with me, don't you? Very well, I shall accommodate you." Startled, Xie Xiaozhou struggled. "I won't harm you, lest others accuse me of cruelty to dogs. Scaring a Che would be undesirable as well." He then retrieved scissors from the toolbox, and in response to the dog's frantic eyes, declared, "If you wish to occupy my bed, you must first part with that splendid coat. And hand over your dog food too." The dog momentarily froze before emitting a blood-curdling scream. After dealing with his foolish pet, Deng instructed them to watch television at home to broaden their knowledge while he descended to the ground floor. Today marked the official opening of his clinic. He arranged the table, laid out a tablecloth, and then nothing. Such a clinic would naturally attract no visitors. Pondering this, he beckoned his newly recruited underlings. This group of newly promoted ruffians had initially scattered, seeking alternative means of livelihood. However, after encountering various troubles in their search for new territory and facing several setbacks, they realized that having a powerful leader would better facilitate their ambitions. Thus, they shifted allegiance without hesitation. "My clinic has no patrons." Deng sighed as he sat at the table. The underlings exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak, fearful that the new leader might inflict punishment upon them. "On the opening day, treatments will be free. I need you to promote my services," Deng stated softly. No problem," they replied, relieved, believing it was a minor matter. "Additionally, each of you must bring a patient for treatment," Xia added lightly. "Remember, the ailments must be genuine, not fabricated. One patient equals one of these." He produced a handful of dog biscuits, the overpriced dog food purchased by Xiaozhou, which was more expensive than nutritional supplements. The underlings enthusiastically assured him of their commitment. "But, boss, can we take more if we bring in additional patients?" they cautiously inquired. "Absolutely not. I have limited stock." Deng firmly rejected. The heat of recent days had seen a surge in illness, though the temperature-controlled clothing offered some relief. Those with weaker constitutions remained susceptible to the rampant bacteria thriving in unsanitary conditions. The failure of the medical pods to function due to power outages exacerbated the situation, resulting in an overwhelming influx of patients. While the coercion to bring in patients was evident, Deng's alleviation of their ailments was undeniably effective. Moreover, such a plethora of patients provided him with a wealth of data. Each individual bore a unique magnetic field, far more intricate than lifeless matter, resembling an ever-shifting flame of life. The diverse causes of their ailments meant that every adjustment he made while recalibrating their life forces could significantly impact their health. Regrettably, he lacked the local medical knowledge. Had he possessed it, his secret techniques would yield even greater results. As word of his effective, complementary treatment spread, patients willingly shared his reputation, leading to an overwhelming influx at his clinic. By the end of the day, he had alleviated the ailments of over 100 individuals, receiving abundant gratitude and gaining clarity regarding his new techniques. Through this practice, he discerned that the mysterious force within the human body could indeed be enhanced. Yet, he realized he could not manage alone. He needed an assistant. At home, however, the bald-headed husky gnawed at the sofa while Che remained engrossed in the television, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. The head of the household took decisive action, sending the husky to the balcony for punishment before lavishing praise upon Che. Che gazed at him, suddenly resting his forehead against Deng's, whispering, "Deng, I feel uneasy. Where do you feel discomfort?" Deng understood his meaning, initially believing he was merely indulging in affection. "Here, and here," Che pointed to his chest, and then to his head. Deng's expression grew serious. Che's instincts leaned towards combat and ferocity, yet after spending time with him, he had calmed. But now, having been away for just a day, was Che beginning to revert? "Come, I will teach you a movement. Follow my lead," he instructed. Contemplating for a moment before positioning his right hand to support his head, bending backward at an angle, his left hand grasping his ankle, striking a challenging pose. Che, with remarkable aptitude for imitation, quickly mirrored his stance. "Exactly so, maintain this for an hour." This technique aimed to stimulate the body's blood flow through controlled exertion, fostering a harmonious circulation of vital energy. Logically, there should be no issue. "Should you feel any discomfort, inform me immediately," he added gently. Aceh tilted his head, obediently nodding. Xie Chuanding then settled into a cross-legged position, patiently awaiting the passage of time. "Time us up," he announced kindly, like a switch being flipped. Aceh collapsed to the ground, his muscles stiffening like stone, bewildered by his own body. Xie Chuanding swiftly approached to massage him, his consciousness radiating awareness. And he noted, some areas seem to be overexerted. Adjustments are necessary. Aceh squinted, relishing the rare massage, resembling a contented cat, remaining silent. "Now, let us begin the next movement," Xie Chuanding said with a smile. Aceh nodded earnestly. Xie Chuanding's clinic began to gain a modest reputation. Although he occasionally handled patients with the same vigor as Do, and even resorted to acupuncture and bloodletting, such measures paled in comparison to the healing he provided. The painless medical pods were available in the city. They could witness the difference firsthand. Patients flocked to seek his treatment, and astonishingly, he charged for his services. In these times of scarcity for food and medicines, he was accepting the very currency that others deemed worthless. The prices ranged from a mere 100 to 500. Exceedingly affordable. Consequently, his renown began to spread to neighboring districts. Within a week, his account soared, climbing to over 80,000 star coins. Such an amount could sustain an ordinary family for 2 years. In the underdeveloped economy of Tehran, where the average monthly income was 5,000, it represented a substantial fortune. Once the warfare subsided, securing a ticket for passage would pose no challenge. He reflected on the lucrative nature of the medical peak, lamenting his earlier decision not to pursue further studies there, realizing that had he opted for the medical peak, he might have amassed enough wealth to purchase a flying peak within a century, rather than laboring for 100 years to master formations. In the second week, while he ardently immersed himself in his medical endeavors, a young and spirited individual stepped forward, parting the line of patients. "Are you Xie Chuanding?" he inquired warmly. "Don't deceive me. I have verified your identity. Although your scores are commendable and you have applied for the medical program, I can assure you that you have not undergone a single day of professional training, considering that school doesn't commence for another 2 weeks." Xie Chuanding found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "My medical practice is hereditary. Though unlicensed, it proves effective. If you cannot substantiate your claims of deceit, I kindly ask you to step aside, for I have patients awaiting my care," Xie Chuanding explained with reluctance. Despite the potency of his skills, capable of closing doors and summoning small vessels, he recognized that the other party was merely fulfilling their duties, and he could not resort to aggression. "I understand that. In your pursuit of survival, you have momentarily strayed onto a dubious path. However, I sincerely hope you refrain from deception, for you possess a promising future ahead." The earnest youth stated with a grave expression, "I wish not to witness your trickery again. Currently, the local prison cannot accommodate minor offenders. Yet should there be a next time, I will contact your supervisor. Surely, you do not wish for your character and academic performance to receive a negative evaluation? Should your conduct result in a legally significant demerit, no matter how brilliant your studies may be, you would have to bid farewell to all universities." "Officer." Xie Chuanding inhaled deeply and spoke gently. "If I were to close the door, you would be struck by a patient. That is of no consequence. Should you be harmed, it would aptly expose your ruse," the officer replied, his demeanor serious as he imparted wisdom to the youth before him. "After all, you are unable to provide a cure, are you not?" Chapter 10. The first encounter with the otherworldly and the mysterious mechanism. "Everyone, let's take him down. These incompetent police officers should have been dealt with long ago. Just look at what the city has become, you bunch of XX." The crowd's anger escalated. Their days had been nothing short of hellish, and they could not fathom why this impeccably clean officer stood there unscathed. Fueled by rage, their hands became instruments of violence. Initially resorting to fists and kicks, but soon some wielded clubs and knives. When pushed to the brink, a person can truly transform, discarding all moral constraints and letting fury take charge. Xie Chuanding observed the tumultuous emotions and energies around him with a detached demeanor. He glanced at the officer who stood there without retaliating, seemingly impervious to the onslaught, not a single bruise marring his skin. The assailants began with fervor. But as the blows continued without effect, fear crept in. When they realized that their weapons could not inflict even the slightest harm, panic set in, and they fled, terrified of potential retribution. Within mere minutes, the majority of the onlookers had scattered, leaving only a few gravely ill individuals who dared not leave. "My dear sir." Xie Chuanding smiled gently, his good looks becoming even more disarming in that moment. "Shall I assist you with the injuries to your spine?" The officer's countenance shifted from neutral to sharp, suddenly serious. Who exactly are you? Let us just say I come from a lineage of traditional medicine, Xie replied, utilizing a well-prepared excuse. Given the rigorous identity checks for all immigrants entering Tehran Star, if a truly ancestral medical practice existed, one might wonder if medical corporations would overlook any potential advancements. The officer's brow furrowed, as if recalling something, and his demeanor softened. Since you can perceive my condition, do treat me. Your name? Xie Deng activated his holographic device. Luo Huayang. The officer stated calmly as he sat across from the young physician. Please remove your clothing. Without needing to take his pulse, Xie proceeded directly to the treatment. The officer hesitated, questioning, didn't the previous patients remain clothed? They did not possess such resilient skin. Xie replied candidly. The officer found this reasoning compelling enough to comply, shedding his outer layer and shirt. In the sweltering heat, he exhibited no signs of perspiration. With a delicate flick, akin to extinguishing a sparkler with a fingertip, the officer, who believed himself capable of withstanding projectiles, collapsed in agony, contorted on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to reconcile the sight of an officer who had just moments ago seemed invincible, now reduced to a quivering mass. After approximately 2 hours, once Xie had attended to the last patient, the officer finally mustered the strength to rise. His expression a blend of complexity and caution as he regarded the young man who had just come of age. Feeling better? The youth inquired gently, his smile unwavering as he greeted each patient. The officer fell silent, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but eventually admitted, much better. Though the treatment process was rather unconventional. 2,000. Will it be a bank transfer or cash? The young doctor asked with calm composure. Transfer, the officer sighed, acknowledging, your method is peculiar, yet remarkably effective. Xie listened quietly. With the current tension in the region, and given that the opposition still held some boundaries, the emergence of cults posed a significant threat. Especially in chaotic times, as the spread of such beliefs could be swifter than an epidemic. The police force was already stretched thin, which was why he had come in person. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to engage with an unlicensed practitioner. And what of the future? Not at present, but I shall leave you my contact. Should you require assistance, do reach out. The newly appointed officer Luo donned his uniform once more. I will select some severely ill individuals for treatment. For those less afflicted, I will attempt to dissuade them. Please do not cause an uproar. I expected you to demand my methods or urge me to treat more patients, Xie remarked, curiosity piqued. That is not a secret, Officer Luo replied, opening his holographic device to initiate a transfer. Nutritional solutions and medical agents are, in fact, consumables of war. We genetic warriors are in dire need of them. Yet due to our high resistance, we typically require quantities 100-fold that of ordinary individuals. If you could devise alternative treatments for my comrades, it would significantly reduce the strain on civilian supplies. While not a return to pre-war conditions, it would alleviate the current crisis. Do you have further inquiries? Indeed. What exactly is the otherworldly? Xie posed, eager to understand. In the Alliance's propaganda, the otherworldly was deemed a grave threat and the root of the current conflict. Yet he had found scant information, merely that it was a type of peculiar cosmic beast, formidable against starships, with each variant appearing distinct, ranging from insect-like to rock-like, lacking any refined classification. You will learn in due time, Officer Luo stated, fastening the final button on his uniform. With a polite farewell, he departed. Xie Deng shrugged. He was in no hurry. The information he had gathered today had provided him with intriguing insights into Ache's origins. Just then, a loud howl interrupted his reverie as Ache opened the door, his clear eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning why Xie did not enter. Xie pointed at the chaos within, the walls, ceiling, and floor splattered with a riot of colors, and exclaimed, "Who did this? Who transformed his minimalist abode into a splattered canvas? Did I not instruct Ache to keep an eye on Xiao Zhou and prevent any destruction?" "I didn't tear anything," Ache replied meekly. "He just wanted to make the home more beautiful." "Do you really believe a husky's words?" Xie retorted, frustration boiling over as he unleashed a wave of mental pressure. "The dog's behavior is escalating, and you are not following suit? Sleep is out of the question tonight. Clean this mess up." In his fury, he found himself dialing the number he had just acquired, his tone softening. "Hello, Officer Luo, it's me. Do you happen to have any paint remover?" This acrylic paint was used in his school, and conventional cleaning methods would be futile. Xie Deng readily accepted the assistance and expressed his gratitude. Consequently, he imparted an unforgettable lesson to both Ache and the dog. Xiao Zhou's bald patch expanded dramatically. while the dog, missing half its clothing, now sported a unique modern, non-mainstream look. Che, being a first-time offender, was sentenced to complete 300 elementary school worksheets, reciting names like Xiao Hong, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Liang even in his sleep. As if that were not enough, neither was permitted to sleep in bed. They were relegated to standing in the corner, with a strict prohibition against leaning against the wall. That night, he stood by the window, gazing at the vast expanse of the night sky. In his eyes, there lay a colossal life force, fluctuating in intensity, almost rivaling a fraction of this planet's essence. Beautiful yet perilous. If this indeed was the legendary otherworldly, what formidable entity could it be? The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, with faint lights barely visible. Nestled in the unique position of the spaceport is a 10-meter-long triangular aircraft, which has successfully navigated through 15 distinct scans to enter the cockpit. The protective devices activate automatically, securing his body with flexible clasps. As the cabin lights extinguish, the space transforms into a holographic projection. He ignites the engine, ascending into the sky amid soft blue flames, gradually nearing the violet dome overhead. Upon entering commands, the dome swiftly opens a small aperture, allowing the aircraft to depart from the lifeline that safeguards the city. The aircraft slices through the sky, and within mere minutes, it breaches the ionosphere, entering the vast void. The planet behind him diminishes rapidly, and soon, he finds himself amidst a colossal fleet of starships. After passing through several layers of defenses, he arrives at the flagship's entrance, skillfully bringing the aircraft to a halt. He ascends the lift and traverses multiple alloy doors, ultimately reaching a spacious hall. In the center of the hall, a spherical core splits in two, revealing a man in his 30s with dark hair, who is hurriedly inputting data without casting him a glance. Surrounding the hall are projections of countless starry skies, indistinguishable from the stars outside their ship. Among these, a bizarre creature, resembling a chaotic blend of colors, floats ominously. Numerous mechs form small squads around it, engaging in fierce combat with dozens of writhing tentacles. Luo Huayang observes for a moment before frowning. At this rate, our supplies won't last long. We can no longer await the approval of those incompetent fools in Congress. Can we seek the general's support? The man, engrossed in his tasks, finally lifts his gaze, revealing a star on his shoulder. His handsome features are marred by a mocking expression, with elongated eyes and a slightly prominent nose. He resembles a charismatic villain from a film, speaking unkindly. "Oh, isn't this our Major Luo? I thought you were busy at the police station in the city, even delving into grassroots work as a patrol officer. Yet here you are, fretting over national affairs. It seems the security down there isn't as dire as that fat man claimed. No, it's far worse than what Mayor Bai has reported. He has chosen to convey only good news." Luo Huayang disagrees. "Qi Ling, you cannot allow prejudice to cloud your judgment. How dare you speak? If it weren't for your reckless actions back then, would I have been exiled to this desolate backwater planet for retirement?" Qi Ling scoffs. "Did those people express gratitude? When we faced the military tribunal, did they not blame me for failing to protect their city and causing significant casualties? Spare me. Their planet had already been abandoned. If the otherworldly beings had landed, billions on Aska would have perished. You tacitly permitted my deployment back then," Luo Huayang states calmly. "Innocent lives should not be sacrificed for the ambitions of a few. Aska should not suffer, nor should Tehran." Luo Huayang remains unperturbed. "I wish to contact my family for assistance. Don't be foolish. The alliance has been fragmented for years. It has been over a decade since the otherworldly war, and the upper house has amended the constitution thrice. The 13 families' independence is a recent development. Do you truly believe they will care about a minor anomaly in our little corner?" Qi Ling retorts with a cold smile. "Has there been any recent activity from that anomaly?" Luo Huayang shifts the question. "None. After a riot a month ago, it has remained dormant," Qi Ling answers, frowning. "By the way, you still haven't explained your purpose here." "I wish to conduct another examination," Luo Huayang replies, his tone involuntarily brightening. "My dear brother," Qi Ling exclaims, exasperated. "You've already checked 7 times. Neurodegeneration is irreversible. Nothing will change that." "Oh, is it possible to treat neurodegeneration?" Qi Ling's expression shifts to one of seriousness. "Is the head of the capital's medical institute here, or have you taken another genetic injection? Be cautious. Excessive genetic injections can turn you into something akin to those anomalies, beings that can't even maintain human form, reduced to mere hunger and emptiness." "Neither. Just let me conduct the examination," Luo Huayang insists, his expression one of eager anticipation. "If it's true, I shall reveal the treatment to you." Qi Ling regards him skeptically but ultimately relents. "Fine, but let me reiterate, genetic injections must not be taken lightly. I have already slain many of those aberrant brethren. I wish not to kill anymore. Whether I am an anomaly or not, you cannot kill me. 10 minutes later, clutching the test results. The military supervisor stationed on Tehran examines the document repeatedly before dragging his comrade's clothing, guiding him toward another medical chamber. One more examination, he insists. I've already utilized every medical chamber aboard the starship. Luo Huayang halts his arm. Admit it, this method is indeed effective. But this defies science. The major muses, baffled. With just a simple flick, your nerves can recover to 70%. Do you grasp the implications? Most of the Alliance's military would erupt in uprising. Such technology could indeed give rise to a colossal entity like YT. That is why I have kept it confidential, Luo Huayang murmurs. Though I am unsure of how he achieved this, we must first ensure his secrecy. We must not allow YT to become aware of this matter. Do I need to instruct you? You must inform him of the gravity of this situation. This is monumental. If YT learns of this technology, he will be left with nothing but scraps, Cheeling scoffs. Now, arrange for me as well. My neurodegeneration has persisted for 10 years. Let us see if they can assist me too. Of course, Luo Huayang readily agrees. Luo Huayang nods helplessly, about to persuade further when he receives a call. Moments later, he looks up and declares, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Go ahead. Since you are feeling better, return to your unit promptly. The ace of the mech squad moonlighting as a police officer is quite the comedic spectacle. In the capital, you would make headlines in an instant. The following day, Lu Huayang arrived at the black market clinic of the doctor with a cleaning agent. Upon entering, he was astounded by the array of abstract paintings adorning the walls. You possess such talent, he exclaimed. However, Xie Deng's smile quickly turned forced. No, this is merely the work of my dog. Your dog certainly has a gift, Lu remarked as he joined Xie and Ache in repainting the walls. He then extended an invitation. By the way, my potion requires 30 minutes to saturate, after which it will automatically detach from the paint, leaving it spotless. I wonder if you have the time to discuss something with me? Noticing that Lu had matters to discuss, Xie responded, let us talk at the stairwell. I have some pressing matters at home. After all, it was rare for anyone to ascend 300 floors. The space was spacious and offered a good view, allowing them to see whether the two in the room were behaving. All right, Lu Huayang was not particularly concerned about the environment. Upon reaching the stairwell, Lu began. I inspected your treatment yesterday and can confirm its effectiveness. Observing Xie's confident smile, Lu's expression turned slightly grave. He added, unfortunately, it's too effective. What do you mean? Xie Chuandeng sensed something amiss. Neurodegenerative disease is one of the greatest losses for Alliance soldiers, a natural resistance of the body against excessive medication. My neural response had deteriorated to 5 upon first meeting you, rendering me indistinguishable from an ordinary person, far from meeting the requirements for piloting a mech. However, your shot restored 70 of my neural response, effectively extending my combat lifespan by decades. If this information were to leak, YT would come after you immediately, Lu explained gravely. What is YT? Xie asked, feeling a sense of familiarity with the term. YT refers to life light and evolution light. Their medical pods represent the pinnacle of technology within the human alliance. They single-handedly rendered the medical profession obsolete, ushering humanity into an era of pure technological healthcare. Your technique, with its minimal reliance on medication, would significantly undermine their pharmaceutical sales, Lu clarified seriously. YT profits primarily from selling medication for their medical pods. Imagine if the treatment for this ailment cost 500, and you offered it for just 1, wouldn't that disrupt their business? Lu continued. The power of capital can trample everything, and its iron fist bears no moral conscience. What will they do? Xie inquired curiously. Will they buy the patent? Indeed. They would purchase your technology at a high price, only to shelve it away, Lu illustrated, giving an example of a company that developed a low-synthesis gene injection, reducing the cost of gene enhancement from 6 million to 60,000. At that time, YT acquired the patent under the guise of a high-priced purchase, but only began using the cheaper injections once their exorbitant patent expired. Over the past decade, more than 42 million soldiers have perished due to the lack of gene injections. Is no one addressing this? Xie expressed his dismay. Since the age of exploration began, private ownership of planets has given rise to numerous powerful clans. YT is a product of family compromise. Their influence is so vast that governmental decrees cannot reach them. Your technology poses a substantial threat to their profits. If they become aware, you may find it difficult to attend university. They might capture you to extract your technology, waiting for the right moment to disseminate it. Then why have you sought me out? Xie felt a sense of clarity. I wish to introduce you to several patients and some students. I wonder if you would be interested, Lu revealed, subtly hinting at his ulterior motives. Moreover, I can facilitate your attendance at Tehran University for a few months, enhancing your medical knowledge. Once you obtain your certification, should you choose to open a clinic, my friends and I would like to invest. That company is so powerful. How can you guarantee my safety? Xie asked with a smile. I will do my utmost. Lu's certainty wavered. All right, I agree, Xie responded, content with the proposition. Shall I bring the patients tomorrow? Lu was taken aback by the swiftness of Xie's agreement and tentatively inquired. Certainly. Xie thought of the knowledge he could gain at Tehran University, realizing that teaching 2 apprentices seemed trivial in comparison. The absence of a successor to his craft in his previous life had left him restless, but the student base in this world appeared far more promising. After tidying up, Xie surveyed his rejuvenated home with satisfaction, promptly searching for information on Tehran University's medical genetics program. Lu occasionally engaged him in conversation, and the two enjoyed a harmonious exchange. In the room, Xie Xiao playfully pawed at Ache. Ache, with his head bowed, remained silent, much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Xie Xiaozhou nudged him again. Ah, you have a new friend now. I no longer need you. Xie Xiaozhou teased. Ache retreated further into the corner. Oh, you'll be expelled. Xie Xiaozhou, excited at the prospect of being the sole favorite, wagged his tail. Ache remained silent, his heart growing heavier. As if something within him yearned to break free and disrupt everything. Almost simultaneously, Lu Huaiyang's communicator buzzed. There has been a change. I must take my leave. He answered the call, his expression shifting dramatically as he swiftly grabbed his belongings and leaped out the window, skipping the stairs entirely. Xie, peering out the window, noted the beautiful yet suddenly turbulent magnetic field, feeling puzzled but decided to dismiss it for the moment. Ache pounced on him, showering him with affection. And the pain he felt instantly dissipated. How many times must I say it? Don't learn from Xiaozhou. Xie reprimanded angrily. Suddenly, he lifted his head, gazing through the glass at the heavens. Was it an illusion? Had that phenomenon quieted once more? Never mind, it has nothing to do with me, he thought coldly. After Officer Lu's departure, Xie Chuandeng continued operating his clandestine clinic. Given that the previous clinic was rather shabby, Officer Lu had directly bestowed upon him a 2-story establishment adjacent to the clinic. After an hour of renovations by robotic workers, the entire space had transformed, equipped with various medical apparatus, making it reminiscent of a former hospital. This mysterious officer seemed to possess considerable influence. By the following day, the supply of potions in their district had surged, leading to a significant decline in Xie's ordinary clientele as they flocked to the affordable, legitimate hospital. However, Xie's income did not diminish, for Officer Lu had attracted new business. These patients appeared formidable, exuding strength and vitality, seemingly without any issues. They could effortlessly crush stone with their chests, leap 5 meters high, and scale walls without the aid of elevators, entering the clinic through broken windows, air conditioning ducts, or even descending from above, which often exasperated Xie. To address this issue, he brought Ache to the clinic, hoping to avoid any mischief from Xiaozhou. Thus, Xiaozhou and Ache competed daily over who could capture the most unruly individuals. Sometimes they would simultaneously catch one, each holding onto a neck while the other nipped at a hand, neither willing to relent. Had it not been for Xie's intervention, they might have torn their prey in half. The treatment itself posed little difficulty. In Xie's eyes, neurodegenerative disease was akin to blocked meridians, impeding the timely transmission of bioelectrical signals. His massages merely aided in restoring some functionality. He also discerned that these warriors were deeply depleted internally. Yet he understood the symptoms without grasping the underlying cause, a dilemma that his treatments could not resolve. Just as he was grappling with this conundrum, Lu Huaiyang re-entered his clinic, the only one to do so through the front door. This is the resource you can utilize. Lu Huaiyang produced several documents and handed them to the youth, an enrollment certificate from Tehran University. They had been suspended from classes for quite some time, with both students and teachers recently assisting in the municipal affairs. You can directly access their database to study the course materials. Furthermore, he mentioned that the identity he had reissued was indeed for Xie, correct? Additionally, due to the discrepancy between your dog's appearance and its registration, I have also reissued a new certificate. Please check if there are any issues. Xie Chuandeng eagerly accepted the documents, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. For these were precisely what he needed. The medical knowledge contained within was especially appealing to him, although he had only grasped the basics online. The essence of life that this knowledge encompassed had long been an object of his yearning. Now, he could finally learn it systematically. Your dog, Ache, has received numerous genetic injections, hasn't he? Lu Huaiyang remarked, observing Ache, who was engrossed in reading beside the dog. A hint of regret surfacing on his handsome face. Xie Chuandang was uncertain, but sensed that Lu seemed to know something. So he subtly probed, "Why do you say that?" The genetic injections are indeed beneficial, bestowing ordinary individuals with adaptability and combat prowess akin to that of machines. However, they fundamentally alter the structure of life, amplifying the genes to an infinite extent. Lu Huaiyang sighed lightly. The more injections one receives, the greater the enhancement, yet the human brain cannot withstand such modifications. The after effects of aberration, resulting in individuals like Ache, are already a favorable outcome. You seem to have encountered quite a number of challenges yourself, Xie Chuandang ventured cautiously. You found him on the battlefield, didn't you? Lu Huaiyang suddenly smiled faintly. Xie Chuandang maintained his composure, though a flicker of wariness glimmered in his eyes. There was a starship that suffered damage during the initial combat, within which were numerous aberrant soldiers. Lu Huaiyang's voice lowered, tinged with fatigue. These soldiers lost their consciousness and identity due to excessive genetic injections. They should have been dealt with by the logistics team. Logically, I should not have turned a blind eye. But you have been ignoring it for quite some time, Xie Chuandang remarked coolly. Because you are different, Lu Huaiyang rose. I have matters to attend to. I hope you can find a way for him. Thank you. As he watched Lu's departing figure, Xie Chuandang petted Ache, while the clumsy little dog, Shinjo, extended its head seeking affection, only to be ruthlessly pushed away by Ache. What a good person, Xie Chuandang thought. A trace of self-deprecation flashing in his eyes, Navi, much like the person he once was in a previous life. He continued to attend to the next patient. In the afternoon, with few individuals present, Xie Chuandang leashed his dog, closed the door, and, holding the glowing enrollment certificate, prepared to embark on the academic journey he had longed for. However, he did not anticipate that after weeks of confinement, Shinjo, having finally ventured out, would find its capacity for exuberance hampered by the leash around its neck, fostering a sense of rebellion. After several futile attempts to escape Ache's grasp, the clever dog cleverly wriggled its head, freeing itself from the leash, and bolted away. Ache, bewildered by the sudden absence of the dog he held, remained momentarily dazed. Then, without needing direction, sprinted off in pursuit. One was a gifted four-legged creature, its speed enhanced, while the other, having received countless genetic injections, was capable of speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, both had vanished into the vast sea of humanity. Xie Chuandang was also taken aback. In mere seconds, he had lost both his dog and himself. More crucially, he had never received any genetic injections. Stop right there. 3 hours later, Xie Chuandang reluctantly called Lu Huaiyang. The latter arrived swiftly, driving a brand-new hover vehicle, and found Ache firmly holding down Shinjo outside a pet food store in a commercial center. The innocent, lost youth sat on the street with a forsaken expression, while the shopkeeper regretfully explained that they had run out of dog food and suggested they return another time. Suppressing his laughter, Lu Huaiyang drove the trio to Tehran University in the northern part of the city, heading straight to the library. As they disembarked, he jested, "Chuandang, you might consider getting a driver's license. I could lend you my car. Otherwise, it seems being the head of your household is quite the challenge." Xie Chuandang expressed his gratitude, but declined the offer, leading both the youth and the dog into the library. He found a quiet corner, soothing the guilt-ridden Ache, instructing him to keep an eye on Shinjo and not let it wander before entering the library. In this interstellar age, physical books had become obsolete. Most information digitized and stored in computers. Specialized learning machines could directly implant knowledge into the mind, yet this merely facilitated replication. True comprehension and retention still required personal effort and guidance from instructors. The medical knowledge available here was decades out of date, yet for Xie Chuandang, it sufficed. Blood circulation, organ function, cellular metabolism, ion channels, various elemental aids, genetic inheritance. These were truths discovered by modern civilization through immense wealth and wisdom, beyond the reach of mere psychic abilities. Most importantly, he was finally enlightened about what constituted aberration. The text detailed how, following the Tehran incident, the insectoid race and virtual intelligences nearly led humanity to ruin, as ordinary humans could not survive the accelerated combat. In this dire moment, humanity turned to a type of mutated cell they had subdued. This cell possessed chaotic genes, continuously recombining. Those unfit for survival perished, while the suitable endured. To secure victory, humans incorporated various potent biological genes, allowing for self-recombination and evolution. Ultimately, through countless experiments, a gene injection capable of enhancing the human body emerged. With its existence, humanity could finally augment their mechs without concern for recoil, acceleration, or oxygen supplies. Enhanced warriors could survive in the vacuum of space for 15 minutes, endure extreme temperatures from 500 degrees to -200, and accelerate to 200 kilometers per hour in 10 seconds. An evolved warrior could easily annihilate an entire battalion, and when paired with a sufficiently powerful mech, could turn the tide of battle. After the war concluded, humanity continued to advance the gene injections, yet the various side effects began to dominate headlines. Uncontrolled warriors with errant genes started to proliferate, gradually losing their human semblance, consuming surrounding life to assimilate into themselves. Some underwent drastic personality changes, developing an insatiable craving for the gene injections, while others lost their sanity and transformed into entirely different species, leading to a tumultuous situation. The Alliance began to suppress these developments forcefully, increasing investment in the research of aberrant soldiers. As Xie Chuanding emerged from the library's study chamber, he massaged his temples to alleviate his discomfort. The learning machine's information transmission had its limitations. A typical student could only handle a gigabyte of information at once, which already posed a significant burden on the brain, with a download time capped at 1 hour. He had, however, forcefully downloaded the entire medical knowledge database of the university in merely 3 hours, relying on his formidable mental strength. Logically, such an approach could easily saturate his memory blocks, potentially overshadowing his personality and experiences, rendering him a mere biological hard drive devoid of thought. The alarm system should have triggered once sufficient knowledge was written in, yet, as a temporary student, the machine assumed he was merely downloading data and did not alert him. The knowledge acquisition was indeed uncomfortable. Most individuals could barely withstand a second wave after receiving even 1 gigabyte of data, but Xie Chuanding felt invigorated. His mind was now capable of retrieving any document at will, uncovering a wealth of teaching experiments and holographic videos. As long as he could digest this information, his understanding of the world would undergo a substantial transformation. He could finally forego the need to practice sensing magnetic fields in his dreams at night, dedicating that time entirely to assimilating knowledge. The very thought filled him with excitement. However, this excitement was soon doused by a cold reality. Upon exiting the library, he discovered that both Xiao Zhou and Aceh had vanished. The waiting room, barren and silent, bore no trace of their presence. He closed his eyes and quickly located Xiao Zhou and Aceh's whereabouts. Deep within the library lay a basement extending 16 levels underground, bustling with activity. Starkly contrasting the desolation above, various instruments emitted soft sounds of operation. Aceh and Xiao Zhou were confined on the 15th level, one devouring food while the other anxiously beat against the walls in search of an escape. The faint smile on Xie Chuanding's face gradually faded. Since recalling his past life, this world had proven to be remarkably unkind to him. While he could endure much, the current predicament had crossed a line. Losing Xiao Zhou was one matter, but how could they imprison his obedient Aceh without cause? As he pondered, wisps of colorless gas began to materialize around him, imperceptible to the naked eye or sense of smell. Yet, in his clear mental realm, these gas wisps appeared as vibrant patches rushing towards him. "Is this how you subdued my companions?" Xie Chuanding inquired with a smile, directing his gaze towards an invisible camera. The intangible gas could not approach him, as if an invisible repulsive force surrounded him. Suddenly, the sturdy granite exterior of the wall revealed a gaping hole, exposing the elevator shaft beneath. An elevator? Splendid, he mused. As it steadily ascended, its doors opening to reveal a dark interior, evidently cut off from power by the opposition. Undeterred, Xie Chuanding stepped inside, only for the elevator cables to snap abruptly above, sending it plummeting to the 15th level, where it came to a jarring halt, shaking the entire floor. As the doors opened, dozens of Gauss rifles were trained upon him, the armed guards fully equipped, their faces adorned with advanced targeting devices. Xie Chuanding surveyed them, then glanced at the spacious circular hall and the deserted desks, snapping his fingers. The guards froze simultaneously, as if their minds had succumbed to oblivion, standing motionless in confusion. Several overseers in the control room attempted to command the system to fire, only to find themselves in a similar stupor, as the entire research facility flickered and succumbed to darkness in a matter of moments. A formidable magnetic storm swept through the underground complex, rendering all their equipment inoperative. Had Xie Chuaning been more ruthless, he could have rendered their minds into a state of idiocy. However, the sheer number of people present limited his mental prowess. He walked past them, tapping on a white wall at the end of the corridor. The reinforced hidden door swung open instantly, revealing a Che, who paused in surprise before joyfully rushing out to embrace his master with a kiss. Xie Chuanding's face flushed as he pulled a Che into another room, where Xiaozhou was frozen mid-meal, quickly wagging his tail in greeting. Arf. Silly dog reporting that there were bad guys while I was busy devouring their food, declared Xiaozhou. Arf. I absolutely refuse to leave my master, no matter how delectable the dog food. Having not lost his dog, Xie Chuanding felt a twinge of disappointment. Let us go, he decided, preparing to lead them to the elevator. However, a Che suddenly halted him, pointing to a nearby wall. Chuanding, over there. Xie Chuanding glanced at him, unsure why a Che was interested in other things, yet he felt compelled to fulfill his child's request. He inspected the area closely, pointing to a specific spot. Knock here. Manipulating the magnetic field with mental energy was taxing, so he entrusted a Che with this physical task. A Che obediently approached and delivered a powerful punch. The concealed door, overwhelmed by the force, burst open, revealing an interior even more expansive than the hall. Rows of transparent petri dishes housed numerous unrecognizable species, intricately connected by various pipelines, resembling countless coffins. A Che's attention was drawn to a glass case in the center of the hall, which was unconnected to any pipelines. There. A half-elongated hand gently tapped the surface of a table. Just a severed hand, the exposed bones and muscles vividly apparent, with blood coursing through its vessels yet not a drop spilling forth, reminiscent of a gecko's tail, still twitching, evoking a sense of horror akin to a scene from a frightful film. Instinctively, a Che reached out, shattering the glass to seize the half-hand. What are you doing? Xie Chuanding frowned, restraining his hand. A Che furrowed his brow, clutching the severed hand with a hint of grievance. It's mine. Your hand is still on your arm. Isn't it? This concept perplexed Xie Chuanding. As they spoke, the half-hand in a Che's grasp transformed into countless minuscule cellular matrices, permeating his skin. In mere moments, it was entirely absorbed. Okay, a Che complied obediently. Xie Chuanding's expression softened slightly as he called Lu Huayang, succinctly informing him that he had secured the research facility beneath the library and requested his presence. A minute later, Lu Huayang appeared, astonished, surveying the dazed individuals and the malfunctioning computers, taking at least 3 minutes to grasp the situation, which resembled a scene ravaged by a planetary-scale magnetic storm. Why did they capture your dog and people? Lu inquired while leading his team. How long can they maintain this? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. 2 minutes. I haven't harmed them. They just have a headache as a lingering effect upon waking, Xie Chuanding replied calmly. Whose research facility is this? Xie Chuanding questioned, puzzled. It's connected to YT. They support 90 of the medical research institutions across the Alliance. Though Turan Star is remote, it possesses a rich biological gene pool, and they certainly won't let this opportunity slip by, Lu Huayang stated as he closed the car door and started the engine, heading straight for the air harbor. Are you afraid of them? Xie Chuanding did not wish to burden others if they truly intended to eliminate him. He could still be defeated unless he fled to outer space. Our military has been at odds with them for quite some time. The exorbitant genes, syringes, and costly treatments are inescapable ties to them. This incident with the alien entities was also instigated by them. Yet they refused to relinquish the samples that attracted these entities. Lu Huayang led them to a triangular fighter jet. Board. Can your body withstand 12 G of acceleration? No problem, Xie Chuanding nodded. Then let us go. He sealed the cabin and initiated takeoff. Upon witnessing this, Officer Lu not only remained calm, but even smiled slightly. He pressed a button, and the entire aircraft transformed like a mechanical marvel, morphing into a tall, striking 12-meter mech. This officer confidently declared, hold on tight, you're about to witness the prowess of an ace pilot. Inside the compact cockpit of the dual-purpose fighter jet, the three of them were securely strapped in. As the pilot executed evasive maneuvers in mid-air, the acceleration generated immense centrifugal force, causing Xiaozhou to yelp as his face collided with the cockpit wall, nearly flattening his nose. In contrast, Xie Chuanding found his circumstances considerably more favorable, feeling HAS soft and elastic muscles beside him. The cockpit's holographic display showcased a counterpart fighter jet rapidly transforming into a black and white mech identical to their own, accelerating towards them, while several other aircraft engaged in high-speed aerial maneuvers around them. Officer Lu, usually calm and serious, seemed transformed. His hands danced over the control panel as he evaded an attack, causing the opposing mech to miss. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a serpentine maneuver, creating distance. With a sudden thrust, he used a passing fighter jet as a springboard to launch himself backward, drawing a dagger and piercing the mech that was in hot pursuit. The close-range strike of the high-energy particle oscillation blade was incomparable to distant firearms, instantly tearing through the enemy's outer armor and penetrating the engine system. In less than a second, the opposing mech fell silent. Officer Liu unceremoniously kicked the defeated adversary aside, not pursuing the ejected pilot, but instead turning his gaze towards several other fighter jets. Despite the barrier of the mech, the palpable aura he exuded caused the flight paths of the opponents to falter momentarily. He pressed onward into the sky, approaching the shield enveloping the city. To the right. 300 meters, there is a breach, Sichuan Deng remarked calmly. A few fighter jets followed, but Officer Liu's aerial evasion skills were exceptional, and missiles struggled to close the distance. Moments later, he ascended beyond the atmosphere. The fighter jets ceased their pursuit, as space belonged to the mechs. And they were no match. How do you know that energy field is the weakest? Liu Huayang inquired, intrigued. I can see it, Sichuan Deng replied honestly. No wonder they want to capture you. Your abilities intrigue even me. Liu Huayang mused, if such a capability could be applied in biomimetics, it would certainly mark a significant advancement in the Alliance's technology. Isn't there an energy field scanner? Sichuan Deng asked, pondering. The precision of such devices correlates with their size, typically spanning dozens of meters. How would you fit that onto a mech? Officer Liu shrugged, slightly exasperated. It's best you keep this ability under wraps. By the way, if you can discern subtle variations in energy fields, your medical skills must derive from that, correct? Indeed. Sichuan Deng admitted candidly. Hey, at least come up with an excuse. Your honesty might compel me to dissect you, Officer Liu lamented. No need for excuses. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Sichuan Deng stated calmly. Liu Huayang abruptly halted, turning in shock, as if beholding an otherworldly being. By adjusting the body's energy field and enhancing the brain's energy field, which I refer to as mental power, one can discern subtle fluctuations in energy fields. Sichuan Deng continued, gazing at him with eyes reflecting the cosmos abyss. You could attain this too, although I have only recently begun to grasp the fundamentals. Are you interested? Liu Huayang remained silent for a long moment before finally murmuring, I need some time to think. Sichuan Deng nodded in understanding. After a while, Liu Huayang lifted his gaze again. If your method proves effective, you should know I won't conceal this. He would never hide any means that could assist his comrades. When the time came, he would disclose the information. I never intended to keep it a secret. Sichuan Deng replied nonchalantly. In this world, knowledge should not be hoarded by a single individual. In his previous life, he had studied for centuries in the Kunlai of West Continent, where he learned not just about formations and metaphysics, but about the principle of cooperation. Irrespective of one's background, as long as one possessed spirit stones that could learn any profound technique, sharing strengths and compensating for weaknesses, far superior to the guarded nature of the sects in the central continent. The philosophy of Kunlai was to light one lamp to ignite 100 others, disseminating knowledge rather than hoarding it. Having been granted a second chance at life, he sought to impart his teachings to a few worthy disciples, lest his years in Kunlai be in vain. Moreover, without his guidance, the profundities of his knowledge would not be easily accessible. Liu Huayang, with commendable character and aptitude, had come to him, and it would be a pity to let such an opportunity slip by. Liu Huayang instinctively felt a chill, akin to being preyed upon. Yet he was seasoned in battle and swiftly set aside these thoughts, focusing on piloting the spacecraft that would carry them swiftly to a starship. After arranging their accommodations, Liu Huayang sat in his office, gathering his thoughts, when a close friend entered. Major General Qi Ling pulled out a chair and sat down with an air of complexity, observing his brother. What is on your mind? Officer Liu forced himself to respond, mustering some enthusiasm. What about the otherworldly beings? Liu Huayang directed the conversation firmly. He was aware that his companion spoke the truth. After numerous encounters with otherworldly entities, they had deduced that such beings manifested on planets with research related to them. The simplest solution was to relocate the research subjects, thus diverting the entity's attention. Why are they so insistent on not handing over that sample? At least sending it out would prevent its loss. Liu Huayang exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. I believe their claims about the sample being lost may hold some truth. It's likely hidden aboard the starship that was destroyed, which landed outside the city. Upon mentioning this, Qi Ling appeared troubled. If that's the case, it complicates matters. The wild expanses of Turon Star are vast, and if a creature absorbs that sample, it could lead to dire consequences across the planet. Let us wait for reinforcements, he concluded, feeling powerless in the face of the predicament. He is not my lover. I'm merely assisting. Lu Huayong frowned. You should manage your words. Don't let them speak carelessly. No need to explain. He has no interest in you, right? If you ask me, stop hesitating and just embrace your feelings. Now that you're here, he can't possibly escape. Qi Ling replied dismissively. Stop rambling. Protect Turon University for me. If there is nothing else, I need some peace. Lu Huayong ushered him out. After a moment of solitude, Lu Huayong finally stepped out, knocking on Sichuan Deng's door. Come in. Sichuan Deng calmly allowed him entry, closing the door behind them. I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims, so I've decided to test them first. If it proves valid, I will certainly do my utmost to help you secure what is rightfully yours, Lu Huayong declared earnestly. Should it indeed be feasible, the implications for the Alliance's combat capabilities would be monumental, positioning this young man as a pivotal figure with limitless potential. Coincidentally, I require more individuals to experiment with. Sichuan Deng remarked, summoning Ache. Come, Ache, demonstrate some of the movements you've learned. While Ache appeared somewhat reluctant, he could not refuse his master's request and proceeded to perform the first movement before their guest. The motion was exceedingly convoluted, prompting Lu Huayong to sigh. It seems rather challenging to master. Imitating Ache, he attempted the movement. Initially, he felt nothing, but by the 10th second, a surge of warmth coursed through his veins. By the 30th second, it felt as if countless ants were crawling within him, and by the 60th second, the pain became unbearable, causing him to collapse heavily. It took him several minutes to recover. Turning, he saw Ache still holding the position, unwavering. Lu Huayong felt he had learned a counterfeit technique and inquired. Don't you feel pain? Ache frowned. What is pain? Right here. Here, it feels like something is moving. Lu Huayong gestured to the pathways where he felt the ants crawling. Ah, there is, Ache replied, realization dawning, and he nodded lightly. So this is what pain feels like. No wonder you can endure. You don't even know what pain is, Lu Huayong thought. Casting a disapproving glance at his instructor, preparing to protest to Sichuan Deng regarding the mistreatment of his student. All right, Ache, teach him the second movement. Sichuan Deng instructed gently. Indeed, with an increase in samples, one can make comparisons. The first set merely encapsulates postures, while the second set, when all movements are seamlessly integrated into a singular action, should yield even more impressive results. It would be ideal to have another student for comparison. Ache nodded and demonstrated a more intricate movement, showcasing his superior prowess in front of Deng. Xiaozhou cheered from the sidelines. Suddenly, Lu Huayong felt as though he had boarded a sinking ship. 15. The complexity of right and wrong. The challenge of judging merit and fault. The metals here are remarkably unique, abundant in variety. He selected the one with the best ductility to fashion several fine needles. Initiating practice with the warriors aboard the starship. Even though their skin is as resilient as steel, capable of accelerating to 200 kilometers in an instant and lifting 6 to 10 tons with a single hand, they could still be easily pricked by Sichuan Deng. Yet, this was a feat only he could accomplish. Others could merely poke at ordinary individuals who had not undergone genetic injections. In contrast, Lu Huayong's progress felt frustratingly sluggish. It was not that he had made no progress. After several days of training, Major Lu discovered that these movements had a beneficial effect on his physique. However, according to Chuan Deng, his mental fortitude advanced as slowly as a snail, nearly stagnant, urging him to master a few postures before assessing the effectiveness of the movements. Major Lu felt woefully burdened. After each practice session, he felt as though his body was no longer his own, more uncomfortable than a month of battling with alien beings. Yet, after a few days of practice, a measurement revealed slight improvements in strength and reaction speed, albeit minuscule, less than 1,000th of an increase. However, if sustained, this could accumulate into a significant figure, and on the battlefield, such minute distinctions might determine life or death. It is essential to recognize that these genetically modified warriors typically possess a power ceiling without a second injection. If this method could transcend their genetic limits, even by a fraction, it would be immensely valuable. With this realization, Lu Huayong bore no complaints and persevered through the challenges. A week later, when he returned to the measurement device, he found the second set of movements, though exceedingly difficult, practically beyond human capability, would be far more effective if mastered. However, at the current pace set by Sichuan Deng, their gradual exploration felt excessively time-consuming. Do you need me to find more materials? Lu Huaiyong inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow as he observed Xie Chuanding diligently recording notes. Without glancing up, Xie Chuanding declined. This would impede my study time. The tuition is 100,000. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Huaiyong replied earnestly. Xie Chuanding raised his gaze, contemplating. I could also secure a recommendation spot at a university on Capital Star, but I cannot offer more money. Major Lu, aware of certain details about his counterpart, struck at the core of the matter. What do you think? Deal. Xie Chuanding immediately responded. You can have as many as you need. With a slight smile, Major Lu nodded. I will arrange it. By the way, what is the name of this movement, so I can inform them? Major Lu expressed full agreement. Then I shall take my leave. Xie Chuanding nodded, returning to his calculations and notes. After a moment, he raised his head, sensing something was amiss. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed Ache and Xiao Zhou quietly engaged, one practicing martial arts, the other diligently studying mathematics. You have been well behaved these past few days. Xie Chuanding found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Wasn't the husky supposed to be both foolish and boisterous? Shouldn't they be bickering daily? Why had they miraculously reconciled? Recently, the two had ceased fighting, occasionally assisting one another, creating a harmonious atmosphere that made him question whether he had been transported to another world. Chuanding, sensing his master's gaze, Ache tugged at his sleeve. With a clean and handsome exterior and eyes that sparkled with clarity, he asked, Am I not doing well? Not at all. Xie Chuanding realized he had been somewhat neglectful of Ache recently. His expression grew serious. You have been of great help to me. This was no mere platitude. It was the truth. The warriors undergoing injections would dart away like frightened rabbits after just a couple of pricks. If not for Ache's restraint, the door might have been broken down. Several times, Ache had endured blows without retaliating, proving to be Xie Chuanding's most obedient disciple. He cherished that home, where only Chuanding occupied his thoughts. The dog vying for affection was no match for him. But there were too many people here, nearly monopolizing Chuanding's attention. I'm not certain. At least it is food and drink. For now, it is fine to stay, Xie Chuanding gently reassured him. And do you not find the starry sky here quite beautiful? One cannot witness such a magnificent expanse at home. The starship boasted specialized telescopes, capable of observing every detail of planets and gazing into the depths of space, revealing a vastness and awe that he could not have imagined in his previous life. Merely watching nourished his mental fortitude. Recently, during their leisure time, both man and dog enjoyed monopolizing the telescope. Fortunate that the warriors aboard had long grown weary of staring into the void, leaving them unchallenged. Ache nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, he felt a twinge of reluctance, but suddenly recalled something, excitedly pulling Xie Chuanding's hand. Chuanding, I saw something incredibly beautiful. Let me take you to see it. Xie Chuanding shut down his holographic computer and allowed Ache to swiftly lead him to the observation deck. Together they sat beneath the massive telescope. Ache deftly adjusted the focus and direction, skillfully directing their view to a location in the outer orbit of Turan Star. With a hint of pride, he exclaimed, Look, isn't it splendid? Xie Chuanding regarded the mass that resembled an amalgamation of various colored clays, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized it closely. This was his first encounter with an alien entity. It bore no fixed form, akin to paint swirling in water, an indistinct haze, with several tentacles swaying like reflections in water. If one used the surrounding guarded mesh as a reference, this entity measured over 30 kilometers in length, with tentacles extending hundreds of kilometers. Resembling a colorful jellyfish in the night sky. What is there to fear? Xie Chuanding sensed its formidable magnetic field but could not fathom its method of attack. Of course it is terrifying. You were still naive. A 30-something officer with prominent features approached from a nearby door, calmly pulling up an observation chair before sitting down with an air of composure. When we were researching alien entities, those madmen aimed to create a combat species that could amalgamate the finest genes of all life forms. They injected various life genes into the alien entities, selectively refining the most suitable for combat into genetic syringes. Not only did they include the fauna of our kind, but even void creatures, insectoids, and silicon-based life forms were subjected to their modifications. In just 1 year, over 200 million types of genetic syringes emerged, injected into billions of Alliance soldiers. This was a great secret. Both Xie Chuanding and Ache listened intently. Such a familiar life form. This is. Xie Chuanding immediately recalled the materials he had studied not long ago. Indeed, this resembles the proliferation method of cancer cells. When humanity triumphed over cancer, they did so by distinguishing normal cells from cancerous ones, annihilating all pathogens to effectuate a cure. This time, their choice is eerily similar, the officer smirked. Eliminating all alien entities would suffice to halt the chaos. They failed, Xie Chuandang understood. Indeed, the chaos of alien entities unfolded as a result. Their evolution completely eluded human control. Fortunately, in their early stages, they looked down upon human genes, turning instead to the insectoids. The officer revealed a faint, cold smile. They had acquired nearly all the biological genes of the Zerg, compelling the creatures to seek collaboration with humanity. This entity bore a moniker. Do you know what it is? Xie Chuandang shook his head. The cancer of the universe. The words floated lightly, akin to a chilling sensation creeping into one's heart. As Xie Chuandang beheld the appearance of the alien entity, its beauty dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of wariness. Very well, I am here to learn your calisthenics. You have 20 minutes. The officer's expression remained indifferent, as if observing an inconsequential figure. Come on, I hope you are as formidable as Huayang claims. By the way, my name is Qi Ling. Xie Chuandang nodded and rose to lead the way. That's not how it is. They are not the cancer of the universe. Almost simultaneously, the languid jellyfish in the void suddenly trembled, emitting an imperceptible sound wave. Due to Qi Ling's derogatory remarks about the alien entity, Ache felt quite displeased, leading to a somewhat tense atmosphere throughout the instruction process. Nevertheless, everyone possessed resolute willpower and paid little heed to Ache's emotions. The only one who noticed was the husky, which cast a puzzled glance around before returning to its mathematical problems. If it weren't for the fear of being abandoned by its owner, it would have dearly liked to tear something apart. Qi Ling believed that with his learning capacity and the resilience gained from the gene injection, 20 minutes would prove ample. Yet, he was soon schooled in humility. The extent of the exercises was simply beyond an ordinary person's capabilities. Even after the gene injection, he nearly collapsed upon completion. This movement produced a sensation of warmth coursing through his fingertips, but what was the reason for not quite reaching the peak? Qi Ling was not the type to passively absorb knowledge. He would inquire when questions arose, and even contrive questions when none existed. Was there a scientific explanation for this enhancement? Would there be any adverse effects post-enhancement? Were there solutions available? Xie Chuandang informed him that they were still exploring these matters. However, from Major Lu's feedback, it appeared that this could alleviate neurodegenerative effects. As for the other aspects, they remained in the experimental phase. He lacked specialized instruments, relying solely on manual records, which impeded progress. Qi Ling swiftly grasped why Lu Huaiyang, despite his financial constraints, had dedicated so much time to pestering him to come and learn. On the starship, there is a specialized industrial printer. Take my order and request the logistics team to customize a testing device. Additionally, here is a list of injured soldiers. Review which ones are suitable and have them report to me. Provide me with a list of nutritional supplies and other necessities. Qi Ling swiftly drafted the order on his light brain, sending it to Xie Chuandang, casually wiping the sweat from his brow before departing. As he passed by Ache, he scanned him with a hawk-like gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his features, yet he chose not to say more. Xie Chuandang looked at the order with great delight, taking Ache along as they made their way to the logistics department to report various parameters, including muscle strength and reaction speed, that needed measurement. The logistics officer reviewed the order and, after verifying its authenticity, instructed the guest to wait briefly while he stepped out to input various parameters into a machine outside a glass enclosure. Soon, metal arms of varying lengths and thicknesses extended from the floor, while mechanical walls emerged, moving swiftly up and down like a thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. With electric arcs and sparks dancing as components formed at a visible pace, ultimately assembling into a brand-new machine before being sent outside. Xie Chuandang had encountered such devices online, but their exorbitant price had deterred him from considering ownership. He never anticipated acquiring one so swiftly. The might of this technology left him in awe. No wonder the mech here could be repaired with such speed. With this specialized technology, as long as materials were available, there seemed to be nothing beyond their capabilities. Reflecting on reciprocity, Xie Chuandang requested a piece of jade material from the logistics officer, adjusting and enhancing its magnetic field before sending it to Lu Huaiyang as a gift. Is this of any use? Lu Huaiyang appeared somewhat troubled. He understood his brother's disposition well and knew that he would outright reject anything deemed useless. His mental state is chaotic, and after suppressing it for so long, insomnia will surely follow. This could provide relief. Xie Chuandang had long noticed that soldiers who underwent gene injections exhibited various minor ailments. Neurodegeneration was merely one aspect. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiyang felt an urge to inquire, I too suffer from insomnia. After all I've done for you, why not send me a gift? Yet, he ultimately refrained, feeling too shy to voice it. He intended to first present it to his brother before attempting to acquire it from him. After sending off Major Lu, Xie Chuanding turned to find Che on the verge of tears. What's wrong? He gently ruffled the silky short hair of his companion. Recently, Che had been acting strangely, displaying significant emotional fluctuations. Yet, he had been vigilant. There was no time for Little Boat to bully him, was there? A ding. Che lowered his head, a layer of dark energy emanating from him. It's your first time giving a gift to someone else. How could it not be me? You needn't send me anything, Xie Chuanding chuckled. You sleep with me every day. My mental energy soothes you. How could you possibly suffer from insomnia? Upon hearing that he need not send anything, tears nearly spilled from Che's eyes. However, upon hearing the next statement, he felt instant contentment. Indeed. It is merely a stone. I have all of a dang. What is there to be sad about? Nevertheless, the name Qi Ling was quietly etched into Che's mind. I dislike him. I never want to see him again, he thought. The immense alien entity in the void seemed to receive new directives, its vast tendrils suddenly expanding. As news of the alien's movement reached him, Major Qi was embroiled in a quarrel with his brother. He had not anticipated his brother's pettiness. Can't you find another? Though the resources on the ship are limited, they suffice for each soldier in the entire army. I exchanged them for a high-precision life detection device worth over 5 million. Have some dignity. You are using public funds. Lu Huaiyang remained unfazed. His primary objective now was to devise a regimen that could enhance their strength. Rather than wasting time ensuring everyone enjoyed a good night's sleep. Haven't we managed without sleep for several days? If you continue in this manner, we can no longer be friends. Just as they were about to come to blows, the starship's familiar alarm blared, forcing them to halt. Although Qi Ling took it seriously, the urgency had waned. It was as if the wolf had come too many times, and even the possibility of its arrival failed to evoke the same anxiety as before. Understood. In ordinary circumstances, they were not a cohesive team. However, once on the battlefield, they collaborated as the best of brothers. Report from Long Guan. An urgent projection appeared beside them, the observer's expression frantic. 20 minutes ago, the alien entity began exhibiting minor expansion reactions. Initially, we presumed it was a standard physiological adjustment. But just now it approached us at a velocity exceeding 300 kilometers per second and is continuing to accelerate. The expressions of both men shifted dramatically. Qi Ling instinctively lowered his head and raised his hand, inputting the highest command to order all fleets to retreat at maximum speed. It's no use. We cannot match its speed. Prepare for a short-range jump. Investigate what we encountered that allowed it to catch up to us. This is a mid-tier entity. Beyond what our small fleet can handle. Qi Ling spoke gravely. I will first command them to disperse and fall back to ascertain the target's location. Lu Huaiyang promptly departed. After instructing everyone to investigate and report, the first person he sought out was Xie Chuanding. Do we possess anything particularly special? After a long contemplation, Xie Chuanding hesitantly replied, When I boarded the starship, you scanned me. I brought only a person and a dog. Moreover, we have been here for several weeks, yet the alien seems to have only emerged today? This poses a problem. Haven't you always been able to thwart the aliens? Why suddenly are you so fearful of it? It was a high-level aberration, likely having absorbed both the Zerg and Mica genes. Once enveloped by its form, one would be directly decomposed, metal, life, rock, all would become part of its existence. Without the migration cannon, we stand no chance against it. However, our ammunition has nearly been exhausted. Lu Huaiyang offered a bitter smile as he gazed out at the scattered fleets migrating in disarray, knowing that understanding what attracted it was all that mattered. As he spoke, their eyes were fixated on the colorful jellyfish that began to approach the fleet. It surged toward the direction of the flagship where Qi Ling was located, its colors resplendent, blooming in the void like a magnificent flower, continuously blossoming and retracting. Though it appeared to move slowly, against the backdrop of cosmic emptiness, its actual speed was astonishing. Countless mechs swirled around it, unleashing a torrent of gunfire, yet the sheer size of the starry jellyfish rendered those explosions mere embellishments to its vibrant hues. Lu Huaiyang turned to assist, but was abruptly seized by Xie Chuanding. With a serious expression, Xie observed for a few moments before calmly pointing at the jellyfish, stating, Do you see that large dark purple spot? That is its vital point. Upon hearing this, Che instinctively stiffened, as if the enormous aberration outside had also paused. What did you say? Lu Huaiyang exclaimed, astonished. It has a vital point? Good heavens, we must annihilate the aberration entirely. Otherwise, it will inevitably return. How can there be such a thing as a vital point? I understand now. Please take care. Lu Huayang nodded, realizing this was not the moment for further inquiries. Regardless, he needed to prevent the aberration from approaching the flagship. Whether it was a vital point or not, they would find out through action. Suddenly, Achay timidly asked, Chuan Ding, don't you find it beautiful? It's quite stunning. Xia Chuan Ding, still grave, pondered for a moment before gently explaining to his naive disciple, it is indeed beautiful. But our faction's alignment determines our stance. Beauty is not a justification for sparing it. Achay did not comprehend. It feeds on them. What does that have to do with us? This question was too profound for Achay, who had only 2 months of memory. Thus, Xia Chuan Ding shifted his approach. If it consumes everything, you will have nothing left online. Achay was taken aback. And no television to watch, Xia continued. And you won't be able to play heroic glory either. As Xia chuckled, he noticed a golden-white mech rapidly approaching the jellyfish. Once its shoulder armor opened, a missile swiftly launched toward the purple spot atop the jellyfish, exploding into a brilliant firework. The jellyfish halted abruptly, as if struck by an electric shock. Its entire umbrella quivering in agitation. Countless tentacles lashed out toward the golden mech, trailing light like a comet, creating a spectacle akin to a grand fireworks display. The glowing spot is too vast, Xia remarked, frowning. Just now, Major Lu couldn't accurately strike the vital point. He merely grazed the edges. Achay nodded, inexplicably relieved. However, he is preparing for a second shot, Xia continued. As he had predicted, the golden mech darted through the multitude of tentacle afterimages, narrowly evading onslaughts. Occasionally, it was flung away but adjusted quickly, using the momentum to its advantage, slicing through tentacles with a high-energy dagger. It even ventured into the throng of tentacles, skillfully leading them into a tangle, an intensity unmatched by any blockbuster. In stark contrast, the mech surrounding it appeared significantly weaker, many shattered into fragments, becoming mere space debris. Yet this ace pilot's maneuvers were even more impressive. In such a perilous moment, he did not draw forth a massive weapon from behind, instead deftly adjusting several parameters. A red laser from the barrel targeted the center of the purple spot, and he firmly pressed the trigger. Regrettably, at that very moment, the jellyfish, as if foreseeing the attack, shifted away. The particle gun struck the center of the purple spot, leaving a substantial wound, yet it failed to penetrate. Within that injury, a piece of white tissue pulsed gently before swiftly being concealed, transforming into a different hue. In a matter of moments, the jellyfish's edge shifted, rendering its position untraceable. Xia Chuan Ding was somewhat astonished. Could this jellyfish possess precognitive abilities? Achay, feeling a bit unsettled, candidly admitted, I just shouted for it to dodge. Xia could not help but chuckle. You commanded it to dodge, and it did? Are you its master? Achay, realizing the absurdity, continued to observe intently, feeling conflicted. He did not want the jellyfish to consume anyone, yet he also did not wish for it to perish. He felt it was an enemy. Yet couldn't he help but worry? At that moment, Xia Chuan Ding's light brain flickered, revealing a communication from Lu Huayang, who sounded somewhat breathless. The area you mentioned is indeed real. You are my superior. Quickly, what color is its vital point now? Xia scrutinized for a few moments before decisively stating, deep red, with a white circular ring surrounding it. Lu Huayang immediately responded with excitement. Thank you. This time, he barely aimed, firing directly at the jellyfish's red spot. This time, the jellyfish seemed to sense the impending danger, instinctively quivering and attempting to evade as before. However, the shot accurately predicted its movement, landing squarely on the red spot. The high-speed particle stream swiftly disintegrated all surrounding tissue, incinerating the outer layer in mere milliseconds and striking the white tissue. Almost simultaneously, the jellyfish contracted into a sphere, its massive volume condensing, the thick outer umbrella folding in. Though it continued to suffer burns, it thwarted further injury. To Xia Chuan Ding's eyes, the jellyfish's magnetic field had diminished nearly tenfold after that strike. What a pity. Had the previous 2 shots not missed, this would have been a success, he remarked nonchalantly. It's my fault. After all, I lack experience, Lu Huayang replied, unusually animated. Let us see where its vital point lies. I'll coordinate with my comrades for a combined attack. Xia chuckled. Wait a moment, let me ascertain its color. Fortunately, this jellyfish is colorful, otherwise, I truly wouldn't know. As he spoke, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just as he finished speaking, the jellyfish's spherical form gradually faded, eventually becoming transparent, vanishing against the cosmic backdrop. Yet to him, The opposing magnetic field remained strikingly luminous, indicating it had not moved. Lu Huayang's voice came through the light brain, filled with fear and astonishment. Is it eavesdropping on us? Aceh quietly pressed against the wall, striving to remain unnoticed. Xie, feeling helpless, pondered aloud. What do we do now? I scanned with microwave radar. It's south still in place. Can you indicate its vital point? Lu Huayang hesitated to inquire. I can point it out, but can you find it? Lu Huayang could not. The atmosphere grew tense. The starship seemed to receive instructions, beginning to converge fire on the invisible aberration. Yet, like bullets striking the earth, they only harmed the surface, inflicting little real damage. Lu Huayang lay before Xie for treatment once more. This time, he had endured over 30 times the gravitational acceleration in battle, emerging bloodied, and lay in the medical chamber for 20 minutes to recover from his wounds. This was quite severe, sustaining over 20 damage in a single encounter, Xie noted. Analyzing the opponent's neurological degradation, momentarily perplexed. How have you survived until now? Such levels of combat are rare. Injuries are preferable to death. Lu Xiao quietly tossed the small jellyfish aside and approached Xie, tugging at his sleeve with a worried and anxious expression, nearly on the verge of tears. Deng, you cannot go. It is dangerous outside. Xie, contemplating, thought to himself, I have not undergone gene enhancement. I likely cannot withstand such acceleration. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Without delving into the specifics, when Lu Huayang had experienced the rapid acceleration caused by the jellyfish's tentacles, the centrifugal force at that moment was enough to tear a securely strapped individual apart. Even if he had received gene enhancement, he would emerge with severe internal injuries. You could undergo the procedure as well. I'll have Qi-Ling reimburse you. Lu Huayang insisted, presenting a long series of charts on the holographic screen, illustrating various gene enhancements. This sensory-enhancing gene can heighten perception and reaction speed. This strength-enhancing gene, derived from ants, can enable you to lift over 500 tons under standard gravity. This speed-enhancing gene can allow you to sprint at 300 kilometers per hour. However, I would recommend this versatile new gene, while not as powerful as the singular enhancements. It can comprehensively improve strength, speed, and neural responsiveness, making you capable of piloting a mech with just one injection. Xie, disinterested, firmly declined. Our bodies are gifts from our parents. How can one simply alter them at will? Furthermore, do these not have side effects? His philosophy centered on strengthening himself through mental and physical training, unlocking his inherent potential, and seeking the most suitable path for evolution, rather than acquiring foreign genetic traits. After all, in his previous life, such practices were deemed arcane. Occasionally borrowing abilities was acceptable, but to make it one's primary path was utterly impractical. Is it possible to attend university? Xie was intrigued, posing a singular inquiry. Can it be a military academy? Lu Huayang cautiously inquired. Regrettably. It seems we are not meant to be, Xie replied bluntly, as his aspirations lay with the finest medical university. Aceh exhaled in relief and subtly signaled the large jellyfish to depart. The jellyfish, reluctant, demanded a source of evolution before it would leave. Aceh, unfamiliar with the concept, angrily retorted, if you don't leave, I'll eat you. The jellyfish hesitated, feeling somewhat dejected, and began to retreat, albeit slowly. Lu Huayang, exasperated, settled for a compromise. Very well, I will take you to the launch room. You can fire at it. Isn't it said that permissions cannot be granted so freely? Xie was taken aback. It's merely a matter of receiving a reprimand, Lu Huayang sighed, shrugging nonchalantly. After all, I have hundreds of reprimands. One more makes little difference. Then how are you still a major? Xie was utterly baffled. 100 reprimands would be sufficient grounds for dismissal from the military. Wouldn't it? Qi-Ling and I were originally senior officers of the 9th Legion. Ordinary reprimands are merely a matter of a written reflection. Lu Huayang felt slightly embarrassed and self-deprecatingly added, I just made a foolish mistake once, and was dispatched here with my direct subordinates. You were so young? Xie couldn't help but question the military's efficacy, as he knew a single legion consisted of tens of millions of active duty soldiers, not including additional support personnel. Having undergone gene enhancements, outward appearances typically do not change. Lu Huayang was reluctant to continue this topic. Would you like to try the turret? Absolutely. Xie expressed great interest in such weaponry. Aceh's expression shifted. Deng, do not shoot the jellyfish. It is so adorable, and it has not harmed anyone. Aceh. Xie gently patted his companion's shoulder, speaking earnestly, On the battlefield, there is no distinction between friend and foe. It is either you or me. Moreover, he paused, feeling a bit embarrassed. I wish to dissect that jellyfish's core to study its remarkable biological principles. Such a colossal creature, merely a fragment of its remains would suffice. He was genuinely curious. In his previous life, the various demon blood and flesh from Kunlai possessed unique properties, and even a small amount was worth a fortune. Those formidable demons lived lives of luxury, selling their blood, and he wondered if the extraterrestrial creatures here held any medicinal value. The anticipation was exhilarating. HA was rendered speechless by this statement, trembling like a frightened chick, appearing pitiful. Seeing his distressed companion, Xie Chuandang offered reassurance. HA, do not fear. I will not harm anyone. Having said that, he instructed Lu Huaiyang to lead him to the turret. HA trembled even more violently. Heavens, how could Chuandang act this way? If he discovers I am an alien entity, will he react similarly? What should I do? Should I allow A Deng to dissect me? But if he does, can I still be with him? Confusion enveloped him, and after much internal struggle, he resolved to tell A Deng about his true nature, hoping he might not wish to dissect him. Yet, the thought saddened him deeply. Nearby, Xie Xiaozhou asked what he was doing standing there, exclaiming that there was something fun. HA suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing the clumsy dog attempting to lick the nose of a pink jellyfish, playfully nudging it with its nose and paw, rolling on the ground in excitement, inviting him to join in. Heavens! A jellyfish! HA dashed towards the turret. Simultaneously, outside the window, a magnificent firework display erupted. As HA burst into the turret, another massive firework exploded in the void, startling the jellyfish, which began descending towards the planet. Though it possessed limited intelligence, it instinctively understood that the ground offered greater safety. The jellyfish complained, "That hurts." It veered off. Xie Chuandang lamented, "It is quite normal. It appears close, but it is still 300 kilometers away. Long-range snipers usually undergo eagle-eye gene enhancement. Perhaps you should consider a shot?" Lu Huaiyang activated his holographic brain again. "I shall try again." The moving target proved challenging. Xie Chuandang had already exhausted 7 shots. "I was mistaken. You truly lack this talent. Cease fire. It is descending." Lu Huaiyang was alarmed. Once it landed, they would no longer dare to fire upon it. Yet, as if responding to their conversation, the jellyfish suddenly accelerated, plummeting towards the oceanic planet that constituted 90% of its surface. "What do we do?" Xie Chuandang panicked. "This is dire. It is too late to stop it now." Lu Huaiyang was increasingly anxious. As it descended, the planet's gravity would accelerate it further, making pursuit impossible. It is now uniformly accelerating. Can the holographic brain lock onto it? Xie Chuandang did not wish to cause trouble due to his own miscalculations. The previous inaccuracies stemmed from his inability to predict the jellyfish's movements. Now, with the computer, he hoped calculations would yield better results. Yes, but it is now faster than a projectile. The shell cannot catch up. Lu Huaiyang anxiously activated the holographic brain communicator. Ling, quickly notify the residents of the city below to enter the nearest shelters. A collision is imminent. Even if the jellyfish contracted, its volume would still measure 10 kilometers. Such an entity colliding with a planet would be catastrophic, capable of obliterating a significant portion of terrestrial life and precipitating an apocalyptic disaster. They had been striving to prevent the jellyfish from approaching the planet for precisely this reason. It was unimaginable that their efforts would backfire. I have already alerted them. But it may be too late. In 1 minute and 30 seconds, it will land and impact. The protective shield is at maximum capacity. We can only do our best. Ling's anxious voice came through the channel. The shield should hold, but the underground fluctuations may be insurmountable. Let us prepare for rescue. 19. Untitled, the detection report of the alien entity's remains has been released. In the conference room, Ling transmitted a document from the holographic screen to Xie Chuandang, stating, "We are fortunate. The virtual holographic screen within the light brain can be easily maneuvered between devices, providing great convenience." With a swift glance, Xie Chuandang noted the preliminary detection displayed prominently, the absence of infectious properties. Lu Huaiyang exhaled a sigh of relief. Among the foreign entities, some did possess infectious characteristics capable of generating countless spores that could parasitize ordinary life forms, transforming them into their progeny. Typically, in such scenarios, we would conduct biological cleansing to neutralize any potentially infected organisms to prevent further contagion. Thus, this time, we truly were fortunate. The ups and downs of life are indeed exhilarating. Xie Chuandang also felt a sense of relief and resolved to address the matter. "Do we have any powerful weapons?" I can. Did you think we would let you go alone? Qiling scoffed. His ability to discern the weaknesses of foreign entities far surpassing the importance of any weapon. He had not anticipated encountering such a boon during their rural visit. Besides, you don't even know how to fire a cannon. It's better for you to stay aboard the starship and not cause any trouble. This ability is akin to a weapon of merit. A mere whisper of information could incite chaos greater than the Tehran incident. How could he allow you to roam freely? And what do you imply? The polite smile on Xie Chuandang's face faded slightly. Don't listen to his nonsense. I will accompany you down, Lu Huaiyang interjected. Sensing the tension, Chuandang, you prepare first. I will talk with him. Xie Chuandang nodded slightly, rising to leave and closing the cabin door behind him. Qiling shot a sideways glance at his brother, but remained silent. We need to subdue him. Otherwise, if other factions gain control, we will be the ones in trouble. Qiling remarked dismissively. He is not someone who can be easily controlled. We can exchange benefits, foster genuine friendship, but we must not indulge in too many schemes. Greed exacts a toll. Lu Huaiyang smiled faintly. I will sincerely acknowledge you. Isn't it precisely because you didn't stop me back then? I reiterate. I could not have stopped you. Qiling replied, mildly vexed. You always want to play the good guy. What if he dies down there? Can you contend with a foreign entity? If you cannot even defeat a severely injured one, he will encounter more formidable entities in the future. He needs the ability to protect himself. We cannot shield him indefinitely. Lu Huaiyang remained calm. Winning his favor was already a significant achievement. You never mind. You want to heed my advice anyway. Do as you wish. Qiling, disinterested in further discussion, thought back to why foreign entities initially sought the insectoid race. Realizing that those who play the hero often meet untimely ends. Na'vi individuals perish swiftly. Tehran did, as did your mentor, and you will too, eventually. Aceh. Upon seeing Chuandang emerge, quietly approached him, secretly elated. Aceh, will you join me below, or stay aboard the ship? Xie Chuandang felt a sense of impending danger and contemplated leaving his little companion behind. Aceh promptly leaped towards him. His expression calm, but his eyes brimming with accusation. All right, just stay close to me. Xie Chuandang ruffled his hair. Don't imitate Xiao Zhou's leaps. Why can't you change that habit? He felt joyous when Aceh leapt onto him. Aceh wished he could wag his tail, but alas, he could not. Then why not leap on Xiao Zhou? Chuandang inquired humorously. Because I only like you, Aceh replied matter-of-factly. Even liking is not permitted, Chuandang commanded. But upon seeing Aceh's aggrieved expression, he relented. All right, no leaping outside. Aceh nodded in agreement. Just as Xie Chuandang finished speaking, he was suddenly startled. Looking up at Aceh, who innocently gazed back at him, as if questioning what was amiss. Aceh obediently lay across his master's lap, allowing him to stroke his head. As Xie Chuandang's mental energy probed deeper, he fell into contemplation. This is an unusual mental structure. If the neural networks of ordinary humans resemble a web, then his structure resembles tree roots, with a conspicuous central hub and tiny filaments coalescing at various root tips, extending into the marrow, causing a slight red source of blood to pulse gently, much like a heartbeat. Is it just the two of us? Aceh's heart soared with joy. And Xiao Shou, the dog, Xie Chuandang added. His nose is keen. He can find the jellyfish. I can also find the jellyfish. Aceh insisted, refusing to bring the dog along. Stop it. We need to be gentle with Aceh. After all, he only gained consciousness 2 months ago. Xie Chuandang consoled. Really, we don't need to bring Xiao Zhou. I am also a foreign entity. I can control the jellyfish and bring it before you. I assure you, you can dismantle me or the jellyfish at your leisure. Aceh promised. Yes, I understand. Call Xiao Zhou over quickly, Xie Chuandang urged. I can truly do it, Aceh thought, calling for the jellyfish to resurface. The jellyfish slowly unfurled its bell. Are you the king of foreign entities? Then summon it. We need not descend, Lu Huaiyang casually remarked, overhearing the child's inquiry as he entered. Chuandang, are you ready? How can we not go down? Aceh urged the jellyfish to remain still. The jellyfish suddenly contracted, unleashing a violent wave. Is it spatial or? Xie Chuandang recalled. This appeared to be a specialty of Tehran, the rarest mineral in the universe, essential for space windows, the diamond of a new era. The key to embarking on voyages, any beautiful name could be attributed to it. Indeed, it is due to this mineral resource that a fleet can be stationed here. The insectoid warships and the astral life forms of foreign entities have all consumed spatial or to gain the ability to traverse the cosmos. It is also the material for the engines of Alliance warships. After further discussion, they boarded the mech transformed into a warplane. with Che's expression darkening upon realizing Lu Huaiyang would accompany them. The husky, carrying the small jellyfish, paid no heed to the circumstances and hopped directly into the mech. This was his little secret, one he would not disclose to these humans. The warplane swiftly traversed the atmosphere, landing atop the ocean, where a massive, transparent jellyfish merged with the water, nearly invisible. The holographic imagery within the warplane lacked a magnetic field, and the mech had no viewing windows, necessitating their exit. The warplane hovered steadily in the air, relying on superconductive buoyancy, automatically opening the cabin door. Xie Deng stepped onto the wing, gazing down at the immense jellyfish's magnetic field. Lu Huaiyang followed, his concern palpable as he asked, "Have you found it?" The magnetic field was overwhelming. Just as Xie Deng was about to scrutinize it closely, he suddenly shouted, "Get back!" But it was too late. A colossal, transparent tentacle had been lying in wait, swiftly ensnaring the mech warrior and yanking him off the wing with lightning speed. Xie Deng attempted to grasp him, but could only brush his fingertips. Without hesitation, he summoned his mental energy to its limit, piercing towards the jellyfish's core. The jellyfish recoiled, casting Lu Huaiyang aside and allowing him to plummet into the water. Simultaneously, Che was also ensnared by a tentacle. And as Xie Deng prepared to act, he saw Che floating before him, anxiously asking, "Look, I really can control the jellyfish. I didn't deceive you, did I?" The atmosphere turned eerily silent. For a moment, Xie Deng's expression was complex, while Che's limited vocabulary failed to convey his feelings. If forced to describe it, his expression resembled that of seeing the husky ruin his notification letter, albeit perhaps even more disheartened. He gazed at Xie Deng, his heart racing with trepidation. His handsome face, framed by long eyelashes, blinked nervously, exuding a mixture of grievance and vulnerability. After a long pause, Xie Deng darkened his expression, reached out, and pulled him down from the jellyfish, placing him beside him on the wing. Thus began the interrogation. "How long have you known you can control the entity?" Xie Deng asked coldly. "On the starship, when you wanted to strike the jellyfish," Che replied cautiously. "At that moment, it could hear me telling it to flee, and even thanked me. I remarked on its prompt reaction." Xie Deng scoffed softly, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. "You are quite honest, straightforward in your revelations. I would never deceive you," Che asserted earnestly, nodding. "The television says good children must not lie." After a pause, he hesitantly inquired, "Deng, the jellyfish is my friend. Can we not dismantle it?" "I will have you dismantle it." The jellyfish nearby waved its tentacles, visibly touched. "Humph." Xie Deng shot at a sidelong glance, grasping a tentacle and tearing away a piece of its stinging membrane, allowing a thread of mental energy to probe into the wound. The jellyfish instinctively recoiled but was silenced by a stern glare from Che, rendering it motionless. Xie Deng's exquisite features remained expressionless as he examined the jellyfish, his mind racing with the implications of this troublesome situation. Che was an entity of considerable rank, possessing thought and awareness, albeit lacking comprehension. Should this information fall into the wrong hands, it would inevitably lead to a struggle for possession or annihilation. He paused, suddenly feeling more uncertain about Che's origins. This matter must remain hidden from Lu Huaiyang and the others. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends engaged in mutual benefit. Should they learn the truth, the consequences could be dire. It was imperative that no one but himself discover Che's reality. If Che kept the truth from him, and he stumbled upon it himself, he would have to deal with the fallout. Yet, this naive child trusted him implicitly, divulging such sensitive information without fear of his potential dismantling. How could he possibly neglect him? He needed to contemplate his next steps carefully. His mental energy swiftly traversed the vast jellyfish body, revealing significant damage at its core, evidently sustained earlier. This creature's biology was extraordinary. It possessed a voracious appetite for absorption, capable of secreting acids that could dissolve nearly all metals, and could even alter its form. Presently, its body was primarily engaged in digesting various substances, akin to a balloon. "Will you expel the other substances?" He communicated with the jellyfish through mental energy. The jellyfish responded with a strong wave of rejection. "Why do you follow him?" He pressed further. "It sought a source of evolution, but I possess none," Che replied, puzzled. However, Xie Deng suddenly recalled something, extending his hand to brush against Che's fingertip. With a mental squeeze, he extracted a unique blood source from the marrow of his past life, releasing an eerie aura. "Is this what you seek?" The jellyfish, excited, waved its tentacles, ready to ensnare it. In a flash, a blade appeared, and Xie Deng calmly sheathed severing the tentacle into two, which fell onto the ocean surface. "If you wish to obtain it, you must heed my command," he stated coolly. Aceh nodded vigorously. "Yes. We must listen to it." Dang. He found himself floating on the jellyfish's umbrella, rising and falling with the waves. Nearby, a small fish swam beneath the umbrella while a larger, shark-like creature opened its menacing jaws, attempting to bite him. Crashing against the umbrella but failing to breach its soft barrier. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, and with his keen eyesight, he discerned a small fighter jet suspended in midair, seemingly targeted by several pale tentacles attempting to ensnare it. However, each attempt appeared thwarted by an invisible shield. This is bad. They underestimated the intelligence of this entity, which is capable of ambush. Now, with Chuan Ding unable to pilot, are we to be trapped in the fighter jet? He realized immediate action was required. He pressed the buttons of his uniform, gradually levitating from the jellyfish. As a pilot, his magnetic suit could counteract various dangers, one of which allowed brief ascension, though the stored energy was limited. He could not afford to be drawn down again. Equipping his infrared goggles, the surrounding jellyfish tentacles glowed faintly red, at least no longer entirely invisible. He steadied himself, not rising directly but focusing on a tentacle reaching skyward. Quickly gaining momentum on the jellyfish's umbrella before launching himself onto that tentacle, using it as a ladder toward the fighter jet. The tentacle sensed him and began to thrash violently, while others approached to ensnare him, intent on eliminating this small pest. Yet, the magnetic suit kept him in a state of slight weightlessness, akin to a bouncy ball, propelling him upward as he used the tentacle's momentum to ascend. Drawing ever closer to the fighter jet. Almost there, he could see Xie Chuanding's serious expression on the wing. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward, accelerating rapidly. Just as he was mere meters from the wing, the jellyfish seemed to anticipate his intentions, and countless tentacles converged, striking down like a massive hand. Oh no! Lu Huaiyang gasped in alarm, swiftly pivoting and leaping onto a small tentacle, narrowly evading the blow. He dodged another, but with his momentum spent, he struggled to avoid the tentacle extending from behind. Just as it seemed he would be pierced by the spiked appendage, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention. He witnessed Xie Chuanding leap from the fighter jet, plunging directly toward the spike. With his particle shock blade, he thrust it forward, cleaving a long wound as he borrowed momentum to decelerate, falling downward. Despite the peril, he had saved Lu Huaiyang from imminent danger. However, Lu Huaiyang felt increasingly anxious. He realized his opponent was merely a high school student. Even with some unique abilities, he lacked combat experience, making the situation exceedingly perilous. He reacted instinctively, pursuing Xie Chuanding immediately. Fortunately, Xie Chuanding was remarkably agile. Even without the magnetic suit, he maneuvered in midair, landing smoothly on the jellyfish's umbrella. Moments later, Lu Huaiyang joined him, urgency in his voice. "Why did you jump down? It's far too dangerous. The situation above is perilous as well." Xie Chuanding replied calmly. "Quickly, we must target its vital points." "Where?" Lu Huaiyang understood this was not the time for disputes, and quickly followed Xie Chuanding. He soon sensed something amiss. Although Xie Chuanding's speed was not extraordinary, his movements were peculiar, evading the pursuing tentacles with such grace that they collided with one another in confusion. Here, Xie Chuanding pointed ahead, 100 meters away. The jellyfish surged suddenly, generating massive waves. It intends to dive. Lu Huaiyang, quicker than Xie Chuanding, dashed forward, seizing his arm and urging him to run. "Hurry. It's too large. The water resistance is significant. It can't dive quickly." The umbrella swelled with waves, yet the two moved as if on solid ground, reaching their destination in less than 3 seconds. Xie Chuanding led the way, slashing down with his blade. The jellyfish erupted, as if trying to throw them off. But they tore at the already exposed tissue, exchanging glances. Lu Huaiyang produced his particle blade, enhancing its power. The blade suddenly extended several meters, plunging deep within the jellyfish and, powered to the maximum, continued to penetrate the tissue, piercing hundreds of meters in an instant. The jellyfish convulsed violently, soaring skyward, rolling and shaking, the ensuing winds flinging the fighter jet far away, while the two caught within the jellyfish were nearly swept into its core. Yet, Xie Chuanding seemed to know precisely where to strike, guiding Major Lu expertly. With a flurry of swift cuts, they reached the periphery just as the jellyfish's final struggles began. The tentacles converged, threatening to crush them into oblivion. Lu Huaiyang's electromagnetic suit shield held for a second before succumbing to the immense force, and just as doom loomed, Xie Chuanding pushed him through the last narrow gap, sacrificing himself to the encroaching tentacles. "Chuanding, Luo Huaiyang was taken aback, intending to sever the tentacle with a particle knife, only to discover that he had exhausted all his energy during the recent battle with the alien entity. Without hesitation, he switched tactics and began to tear at the tentacle with his bare hands. His strength was formidable. In just a few moments, he had managed to rip open a section, all the while encouraging himself to persevere, his fingers visibly bloodied from the effort. At that moment, several wounds suddenly appeared on the tentacle, creating an opening through which Xie Chuandong emerged calmly. "My shield is quite formidable. You need not worry." Observing Xie, who appeared disheveled yet largely unscathed, Luo unexpectedly burst into laughter. That's good. That's good. Why didn't you just put me inside your magnetic shield?" "Because it was too small to accommodate you," he replied, turning his gaze around. The jellyfish lay lifeless, devoid of any vitality. "So is this a success?" "Indeed, look. These cells are rapidly disintegrating and melting." Luo pointed to the jellyfish's body, which was gradually bubbling. This was an indication of the alien's evolutionary failure. He hadn't anticipated it could be eradicated in such a manner. "That's good," Xie replied calmly. "What shall we do now?" "No need for concern. It was merely a collaboration." Xie spoke indifferently, then extended his hand to gently retrieve a small, pink jellyfish from the ground, carefully wrapping it in his clothing to place it inside. "What are you doing?" Luo inquired, puzzled. "I am researching the impact of alien entities on aquatic life," Xie replied casually, as if understanding his question, causing the jellyfish to twitch slightly. Luo nodded, guiding him gently towards the distant aircraft. After a moment of hesitation, he confessed, "In truth, my friendship with you is largely driven by mutual benefit. You need not go to such lengths to save me." "Thank you." Xie maintained a serene expression. "And what of it? Interests are far more reliable than human emotions." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, I did not exert myself to that extent." The jellyfish in his pocket twitched again, although Xie claimed he hadn't overexerted himself. Luo Huaiyang was a man who stubbornly trusted his own eyes, given the fierce battle they had just endured. His willingness to sacrifice for others now seemed to suggest he was merely reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Reflecting on years of military experience, he finally discerned an innocence within Xie that he had not perceived before. After all, how could a child be so prematurely mature? It now seemed he was simply a neglected child using indifference as a shield to protect himself. In reality, Xie was cold on the outside but warm within, inherently kind-hearted. He recalled their first encounter when he had asked Xie to close his clinic, yet Xie had refrained from using his powers aggressively, instead demonstrating his abilities by tending to his own wounds, revealing his adherence to rules and a fundamentally good nature. Contemplating the information he had previously gathered, he recognized that Xie was the child of distinguished researchers, abandoned to study alone in his hometown, forced to mature and fend for himself while achieving remarkable academic success. Luo Huaiyang found himself unable to contain his sympathetic thoughts, feeling an overwhelming sense of kindness towards this uncle-like figure. Xie sat silently in the backseat, ignoring Luo's demeanor. Aceh observed that Xie seemed to be in a foul mood and refrained from speaking. The small boat in the corner had already fallen asleep, prompting him to discreetly inquire of the jellyfish, "What did you do to provoke Xie? Do you still desire the sources of evolution?" The jellyfish expressed its grievances, assuring it would comply, sacrificing years of accumulated experience in the process. Thus, Aceh turned his inquisitive gaze towards Luo, suspecting that the root of the issue lay with him. Suddenly, Aceh felt a spark of inspiration and, uneasily, asked, "Can I learn too?" "Of course," Luo affirmed. "Since we've agreed to collaborate, we must assist one another." Initially, you were cautious, a natural instinct for self-preservation given your military background. But now that the barriers are down, it is essential to foster good relations. Compared to Xie's aloofness, you are much easier to befriend. He spoke with enthusiasm, continuing, "Furthermore, Xie will incur significant expenses once he attends university. In the central star system, there are numerous civilian mechas, and every year there are mecha combat competitions. If Aceh could secure a championship in a star district, he could support Xie." The hostility in Aceh's heart dissipated rapidly, replaced by excitement. "I can make money too?" "Absolutely. With my guidance, achieving a few accolades should be effortless," Luo passionately encouraged him. "Although it seems like Xie has earned quite a bit lately, living expenses on Capital Star are exorbitant. A daily expenditure of 10,000 is already considered low. You must work hard." Thus, the two conversed about mecha training progress as they journeyed. Xie sat quietly beside them, not angry but lost in thought, reflecting on his earlier statement regarding the reliability of interest over human sentiments. He had failed to recognize the extent to which those in power feared such philosophies, the fear of losing control over others, the trepidation that their techniques could be learned by others, and the dread of the oppressed rising against them. His demise in a past life was truly self-inflicted, with no one to blame but himself. Even at the end, when he sought assistance from his former ally, it was a desperate act to save the last bloodline of his adopted son. Consumed by the pursuit of Tao, he had lost sight of human nature. After centuries of existence, he realized he had become less perceptive than the ordinary soldiers around him. He had truly become a disciple of Kunlai. It dawned on him that the leader of Ta Ching had likely seen through this, discerning that if he were allowed to reform, Ta Ching would inevitably transform into another Kunlai. Thus, they had mercilessly taken his life. What folly! Resting his chin on his hand, he sighed, finally letting go of his resentment and dissatisfaction. The momentum of Kunlai was established. To remain unchanged was to invite death. The obstinacy of Ta Ching's old guard toward Kunlai would ultimately lead to their downfall at the hands of Kunlai's master. It was self-inflicted, given the chance to live again. Why should he not confront the failures of his past? Moreover, in this life, he still aspired to propagate the teachings of Kunlai, to witness the changes he could bring to the world. There was no need for fear or guilt. Kunlai's master would never traverse the void to reprimand him for disseminating his teachings. This was his aspiration, the unfulfilled desire of his previous existence. This was, after all, the reason he had come here, to share the teachings without disseminating the methods, to pass on the light without sharing the flame. In that moment of clarity, he felt his mental acuity sharpen significantly. The earlier barriers between the stars and the earth seemed to dissolve, and the memories of 2 lifetimes seamlessly converged. His mental strength surged nearly threefold, restoring him to the peak of his former capabilities. Had he overcome his inner demons? A light chuckle escaped him, his burdens lifting as the aircraft began its descent. An opening in the rocky cliff of a bay revealed a vast tunnel, allowing the ship to enter smoothly. Don't worry. This is an automated collection system established by the Alliance headquarters. Each first block is marked, and I can't take more than what I'm permitted. I can only conduct inspections with the necessary permissions, Luo explained as he brought the ship to a large docking platform. After such a long journey, let us dine at the cafeteria here. Occasionally, prominent figures come to inspect, and fresh vegetables are distributed annually. In this age of interstellar travel, with a burgeoning population, although nutrient solutions alleviated concerns of famine, planets capable of producing quality crops were scarce, making vegetables and fruits exorbitantly priced luxury items. What ordinary people consumed were essentially bottled substitutes for eggs, or artificial meat that resembled the taste of pork but felt like chewing paper, with most relying on nutrient solutions for sustenance. Come, let me take you to the cafeteria. The Cabbage Star's oak pig meat is renowned for its quality. Qi Ling and I came here just for a taste. Luo expertly navigated through a back entrance to the kitchen, inputting a password with practiced ease to open a refrigeration unit. Xia glanced over to see the meat inside, glistening and translucent, nearly identical to fresh cuts. Luo Huaihuan was momentarily taken aback. How could a piece be missing? Could it be that someone had come to partake? He swiftly accessed the surveillance system through his holographic device. Soon, images from various areas appeared on the screen, and in one location, there were indeed individuals present. Instinctively, he magnified that section. To his astonishment, it was the dining hall where a portly man, whose height was comparable to his girth, was seated at a table conversing with a young man in his 20s. Indeed, it is a favorable location, remarked the young man. As per our usual arrangement, I'll take 100 boxes of, or this time, and your commission will be 20. Observing the jovial interaction between the young man and the portly fellow, Luo Huayang's expression darkened gradually. He tapped a few commands on his device, enlarging the young man's image. The young man, sensing something, lifted his head and offered a slight smile toward the camera. His round face and delicate, gentle features were framed by tousled bangs that obscured his forehead, exuding an air of innocence and charm akin to a nervous university graduate. The ruthless words he had just spoken were incongruous with his youthful countenance. Subsequently, with a few casual remarks, the young man dismissed the portly man, who hurriedly departed, leaving him to calmly savor the exquisite dishes before him. Luo Huayang strode out, intent on apprehending these two pests, only to find the place deserted upon his arrival. Thus, he had no choice but to contact Qi Ling. Upon connection, the holographic image of the fleet commander materialized, stepping forward to pat his brother on the shoulder. Well done. The anomalous biological readings have ceased. Are you all unharmed? I just spotted Celia and the mayor in the surveillance footage from the mining area. A tinge of disdain colored Luo Huayang's voice. The rotund man is up to something again. You say you saw Celia? Have you really encountered him? Ling paused momentarily. After finishing his thought, Luo Huayang abruptly turned off his device. Noticing the silent presence of Dang beside him, his expression turned somewhat awkward as he lowered his voice. Allow me to treat you all to a meal here. If you happen to spot any suspicious individuals, please assist me in apprehending them. I can help you catch them. Dang replied nonchalantly, but why do you think I can capture those whom you cannot? Your abilities are exceptional. I have been outmatched by you. Thus, most individuals within the Alliance will find it difficult to evade your grasp. If you manage to capture one, I can grant you a guest pass to audit courses at the Alliance Academy. You just missed the start of the term. You could attend classes for the entire year. This proposition struck a chord with Dang, as his previously indifferent demeanor softened immediately. Then it settled. I shall head out to dine now. Without further ado, he exited through the kitchen's back door, disappearing in an instant. Xie Xiaozhou gazed curiously at the jellyfish within the bottle, tilting his head in confusion, wondering why the jellyfish in his mouth had suddenly made its way into the bottle. Aceh was intently focused on the holographic device that Luo Huayang had just given him, which was said to be an outdated military model. Barely functional and requiring no authentication. He was engrossed in the introduction to the rewards for mech battles, nearly leaning into the screen. Minutes later, the signal light on the cooking machine flickered, automatically delivering the prepared dishes to the dining area, accompanied by elegantly arranged tableware and brewed tea, all set to the backdrop of soothing music. The young man and the portly fellow had already departed, leaving the dining hall empty. Only then did Dang lead his companion and dog outside. Xie Xiaozhou promptly climbed onto a chair, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the delectable dishes. Thus, they began to feast. The finest oak-fed pork from the capital of the Alliance truly deserved the title of superb ingredient. Its texture transcended mere tenderness, offering a delightful burst of flavor that was both sweet and savory, exceeding all expectations of taste and quality. Dang was momentarily astonished. This flavor rivaled the delicacies he had savored in his previous life, yet those had been delicacies derived from the prized tentacles of formidable beasts. However, upon reflection, he began to comprehend. Despite the vastness of the central continent, it was merely one planet among many. Even if encompassing the territories of other realms, it amounted to just a handful of planets. Yet here, with a population in the billions and countless stars, there would inevitably be treasures to discover. A realization that highlighted his previous ignorance. Aceh also relished the meal, finishing it in mere moments. After swallowing his portion, Xie Xiaozhou ran in front of Dang, wagging his tail, as the jellyfish in the bottle emerged once more, eagerly expressing its desire for food. Considering this, Dang pondered briefly before preparing a generous portion, having memorized the access code. After several rounds of this, the once substantial cut of meat, weighing over 10 pounds, had dwindled to merely a palm-sized remnant. Everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Aceh sat beside Dang and declared with determination, I shall ensure that you eat such delectable food every day from now on. Xie Xiaozhou cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking, You haven't even sold the dog food yet, and your ambitions are already grand. Very well, Dang replied, patting Aceh with satisfaction, the responsibility lies with you. Just then, a light chuckle echoed through the void. For that, he must secure the top position in the super race. Dang's gaze sharpened as a holographic image materialized in the air, revealing the very young man who had dined with the portly fellow moments earlier. Dang raised his hand, casually flicking his fingers to eliminate the mechanical insect projecting the image, causing it to vanish. A few minutes later, the young man reappeared. You are quite impolite, my lord. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Celia, a humble arms dealer within the Alliance. My purpose here is merely to deliver some weapons to Lord Ling. We are on the same side, so there is no need for such hostility. Previously, the Ling fleet had indeed suffered a significant depletion of weaponry in their efforts against the anomalies, prompting Dang to allow him to continue speaking. Speak plainly. Dang urged, completely baffled. Approximately 20 years ago, when the anomalies began exhibiting mutations, many soldiers who manifested these changes were detained on various research planets. Later, the then Marshal Pasky boldly rebelled, liberating all the mutated soldiers and leading them to the territory of the insectoid race. From then on, Pasky became the king of anomalies, and the remnants of the Marshal's faction were purged, leaving only the old guard behind. Celia recounted the monumental shifts of the past with casual ease. referring to the newly appointed leaders who had undergone genetic enhancements as the new faction. You encountered Celia. Why did you not inform me? Luo Huayong slammed the cabin door shut, his tone frosty. I am your superior. I am not required to report every detail to you. Qi Ling frowned in response. Knowing that, why do you still engage in such idle chatter? Qi Ling scoffed. What can I do? The new faction is withholding troops and supplies. If we suffer losses at this spatial mine, our family will lose significant influence within the military. We cannot simply stand by and watch as the anomalies descend upon the planet, leading to uncontrollable disasters. By undermining you and me, they can strike at the old-timers and gain control over the spatial mine. Why wouldn't they pursue this? Additionally, why would Celia offer you information so readily? Qi Ling furrowed his brows. Are you certain about this? His equipment far surpasses ours. Luo Huayong contemplated the fleet's outdated equipment, realizing that given his capabilities in invasion, he would not want to make it evident to him. He could not even manage to obtain evidence through the surveillance. Indeed, Celia is known for his opportunism. His revelations to you are merely a means to secure his interests, Qi Ling remarked with a sardonic smile. It seems he may have taken a liking to you. At this juncture, Luo Huayong retorted, this is no time for jest. He is seeking you. After all, you are the one who purchased the arms. Must we continue this line of questioning? Qi Ling finally admitted, his frustration palpable. They exchanged glances and simultaneously steered away from the subject. Lu Huayong initiated. If the space mine encounters any issues, both of us will be implicated, and our families will suffer as well. Moreover, their ability to bring an alien entity to such a remote location suggests it is not an ordinary specimen. I will dispatch a fleet to patrol the orbit, ensuring no spacecraft can depart. Descend with haste and secure the mine's source. Swiftly ascertaining their objective, he continued. Qi Ling scoffed, to swiftly apprehend us. The constabulary is undoubtedly en route. Expedite your actions. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Huayong murmured, very well. He then rose and departed. Within the mining sector, the jellyfish had successfully conveyed its quarry to the mess hall. Xie Chuandang had just discovered that alien entities evolve in divergent directions, resulting in distinct functionalities. Xie Chuandang calmly occupied a dining chair, observing the youth tightly bound on the floor, maintaining silence. I am genuinely an ally. I merely intended to assess your relationship with Qi Ling, stated Sriya with a headache. Although I communicated with the mayor here regarding, or it was merely a facade. Without my consent, you would not have access to the surveillance. Xie Chuandang remained silent, his expression placid, as if to say, I do not believe a single word. Although the new faction's plan involved my execution, I am a merchant. The original scheme was to orchestrate the theft of the space mine and, in conjunction with the mayor, accuse Qi Ling of the theft. As recompense for my assistance, they would provide me with a new alien specimen, Sriya continued. A hint of anger now evident on his handsome face. However, our previously agreed-upon transaction fell through. They provided me with old, useless alien specimens. His voice escalated abruptly. This is fraud. I exposed them on the spot, and they claimed the alien specimen had been stolen. What nonsense! Is it plausible for such a thing to be lost? Do they truly take me for a naive youth? Xie Chuanding's expression remained unchanged, allowing the performance to continue. Such a breach of contract warrants a lesson. Therefore, I released information to Qi Ling's side, seeking further negotiations. Coincidentally, I witnessed your valiant confrontation with the alien entity, and I took the liberty of contacting you. Please do not misunderstand. Release me, if you please, Sriya pleaded pathetically. Xie Chuandang finally raised his gaze slightly, but merely stroked the jellyfish within the vial, asking indifferently. They would not be displeased if you were to perish, would they? The jellyfish conveyed that it had expelled too many substances and was ravenously hungry, inquiring if it could devour the quarry. He also concurred that obliterating such a troublesome individual with devious intentions would be preferable, as he possessed considerable knowledge. According to Lu Huayong, the fact that he could eliminate alien entities should not be widely disseminated for the time being. Of course they would. Sriya's expression could only be described as pitiable. Without me, who would they turn to for after-sales service for their armaments? Although I refer to myself as a minor arms dealer, I vow that the Alliance will not find a more proficient arms dealer than myself. Many of the old faction's antiquated equipment were sold by me. Without me, they would not be able to find anyone for repairs. Is that all? Xie Chuandang mused that there must be numerous arms dealers, and that this one would not be missed. Devouring him should not be a problem. Of course, there is more. Sriya instinctively sensed imminent danger. If I were to die, my backers would fully align with the new faction. At that point, Qiling's lineage would truly be finished within the military. Your backers would also be gone, and you would have to find new ones. Why bother? Your backers are formidable? Xie Chuanding inquired casually. Extremely formidable, Sriya responded swiftly. Consider this. Since the enactment of the Starry Sky Navigation Law stipulating private ownership of explored planets, the Alliance's forces have been so chaotic and numerous, yet they have never splintered, all due to the three giants holding them together. I am a member of one of those factions. Oh? Which three giants? Xie Chuanding filled in his knowledge gaps. The Alliance's Speaker of the Upper House, the Lord Chief Justice, and the Grand Marshal, Sriya stated. He then sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, Grand Marshal Pasky defected and became the Lord of Alien Entities. The Alliance's three giants are now one short, and the military has failed to produce a new Grand Marshal capable of commanding respect in recent years. The 6 Joint Command Generals are constantly vying for power for their respective factions, which is why the Alliance is in such disarray. Why did they promote private ownership of planets back then? Xie Chuanding questioned. This was not explicitly stated in history books, and it seemed to overtly support the partitioning of power. Sriya chuckled, seemingly finding the question naive. Lord, you are still young and unaware of the suffering and losses of the age of exploration. Exploration in the endless starry sky is fraught with solitude, loneliness, countless dangers. In the unknown, the number of planets suitable for development is exceedingly small. Without sufficient profit, how many would be willing to spend their lives adrift in the void? Solely for the sake of a nebulous human future? The little jellyfish waved its tentacles contentedly, and invisible tentacles rapidly spread from Sriya's body, enveloping him. Sriya turned ashen and immediately began to struggle. No, please. I have money. I have mecha. He is not my type. I do not sample roadside wildflowers. Moreover, I am very useful. I can sell you even the most precious information. Xie Chuanding's heart stirred. He waved his hand to halt the jellyfish and slowly approached Sriya. His clear eyes fixed on him. However, you know too much. Not to mention distant matters, this jellyfish was clearly an alien entity. And those who could manipulate alien entities were high-ranking ones. Even a slight leak of information about such a public enemy would be troublesome. Xie Chuanding had only recovered his divine sense and mental strength. His physical body was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. He could not resist a planet-destroying cannon, and even ordinary gene warriors could easily subdue him without using mental power to condense a strong magnetic field into a shield. His physical exercises were not incapable of strengthening his physique, but cultivation was a gradual process. The myth of Foundation establishment today and Golden Core tomorrow relied on immortal rice, divine pills, and sacred beast meat. What did he have now? He only had a dog. As if sensing danger, Xie Xiaozhou keenly looked up and silently shrank to the side, feigning non-existence. Sriya was initially stunned, then reacted and immediately wore a relieved smile. I thought it was something serious. The secret of alien entities is fine. Xie Chuanding remained silent. Sriya had already begun to speculate. I know Lord Terrence of the neutral faction. The revenge faction is impossible. They want to kill humans. That lord of the moderate faction is also my client. I came here this time to take away the alien specimen at the behest of that lord. We can fully cooperate. You truly have extensive connections. Xie Chuanding did not know how to comment. Sriya was slightly embarrassed. We are all intelligent beings. There is no need for so much fighting. Is it not better for everyone to sit down, eat, and play together? That is not the answer I need, Xie Chuanding said calmly. If that is all, it is not enough. Then let us cooperate, Sriya smiled. I am extremely interested in your jellyfish. This evolutionary direction is relatively rare among alien entities. More importantly, it is only a newly advanced mid-level entity, yet it can already restrain the most powerful food source. If you can provide me with a sample for research, I can open my research institute to you, which contains 290,000 of the latest evolutionary specimens. Xie Chuanding was unmoved, as he was not an alien entity. Sriya was also somewhat distressed. What do you want? You cannot really kill me, can you? Killing me would cause trouble for the Star and Qiling's army. Even worse. The situation is so unstable right now, and I have not sent out my most important message. If I die, humanity will also be in great trouble. If not a trillion, then 900 billion will die. What is the most important message? Xie Chuanding inquired. His mental focus unwaveringly locked onto the other party since the moment he posed the question. If the person were to utter a falsehood, it would be effortlessly discernible. Yet, astonishingly, not a single lie had escaped their lips thus far, stirring a ripple of thought reminiscent of his prior divination upon arrival. To his dismay, he found himself ensnared. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ding gently patted the jellyfish, liberating it from its constraints, while simultaneously, a diminutive, invisible jellyfish quietly infiltrated Celia's body, coiling itself around his heart. "You are truly a good person," Celia exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy upon regaining freedom, inhaling the air of liberation, his gaze fixating on the jellyfish. "Esteemed being, are you the parasite or the host? If you are the host, I can prepare an entire set of identification for you. That won't be necessary." Xia Deng replied with a serene smile, gesturing dismissively. "Let us discuss another matter." "Please proceed." Celia nodded politely, evidently regarding himself as the parasite. "Why have you consistently refrained from lying?" "Many advanced beings are exceedingly sensitive. Caution is paramount," Celia responded candidly, his demeanor calm. "And who could compel me to lie? As long as there are benefits in play, there is no need for violence." "I shall not permit you to depart for the time being," Xia Deng stated calmly. "It would be wise for you to exercise caution. You are aware of the formidable nature of such beings." "No problem," Celia smiled faintly, revealing his pearly teeth. "I need to send a message through clandestine channels, and during this time, I can cater to any of your needs. Whatever Qiling requires, I can facilitate. Is there anything here in the Alliance that can attest to the existence of such beings?" Xia Deng suddenly queried. "None," Celia replied with conviction, even exhibiting a hint of derision. "If we consider it broadly, all humans who have received genetic modifications are, in essence, other entities." Just as they were about to delve deeper into this discussion, the door swung open abruptly. Lu Huaiyang rushed in, immediately spotting Celia engaged in amiable conversation with him, his movements becoming momentarily stiff. "There is no need to be so troubled," Celia remarked coolly. "This time, you need not accompany me. I can offer you a discount." Lu Huaiyang, feeling a surge of irritation, quickly heightened his guard. "What is your ulterior motive?" Celia smiled. "I am exceedingly intrigued by Mr. Xie's abilities." "Major Lu. Indulging in solitary gains leads to no future. Sharing is the path to happiness. Aren't you here to ensnare us with spatial minerals?" Lu Huaiyang retorted coldly. Celia remained silent, calmly activating his holographic terminal, inputting a few commands. Instantly, the city's surveillance footage appeared on his screen. With a tap of his finger, one location magnified, revealing a vast playground and the entrance garden of the university. Xia Deng narrowed his eyes slightly. This location was Tehran University, with the enormous statue of the explorer Tehran prominently displayed in the playground. Previously, the research institute beneath the university's library had apprehended Che and Xiaozhou, leaving him with quite a mess to clean up. As he observed, the surveillance shifted at Celia's command, unveiling the expansive research institute beneath the library. Both Xia Deng and Lu Huaiyang were taken aback. The institute was illuminated as usual, researchers diligently attending to their tasks, the only stark difference being the absence of a single living soul. "Behold, those who sought to ensnare you are now gone," Celia displayed room after room to them. "Now, can you trust me?" As he connected to the network, a small starship arrived carrying his credentials. "Your grand designs, education foremost. You may kill indiscriminately and leave behind evidence. I possess the authority to have you arrested," Lu Huaiyang stated coldly, gazing at the grim scene within the institute. He recognized the wounds. The individuals within had all been slain by miniature robots, a creation of the mechanical guard accompanying the man before him, and he had even left behind video evidence. "It seems you lack authority," Celia retorted. "Behold, this is my identification." He produced a delicately patterned magnetic card. "Can you ascertain whether I possess the right to take lives?" Moreover, their database retains thousands of transaction records for cyborgs and clones. My actions are justified. Alliance regulations dictate that organ transplants must utilize cultured single organs from cellular tissues. Once a clone is born, it possesses human rights and cannot have its brain tissue appropriated for research or sale. Lu Huaiyang took the card, swiping it on the holographic terminal, his expression turning complex as he glanced at Celia. "You are affiliated with the intelligence department. Whose informant are you? Why reveal this to me? How will you continue your intelligence work if it's false?" "This is merely to assure this friend of mine that I am indeed a good person," Celia replied with a gentle smile. "Major Lu, you wouldn't disclose this. Hence I have no fear." Lu Huaiyang faltered, realizing he truly could not divulge this information. Celia's network extended across human entities and even insectoid races. If he indeed collected intelligence through these connections, he could not, for the sake of the Alliance, reveal Celia's identity as an informant to others, as the information he could obtain was overwhelmingly significant. Even too sensitive to share with Qiling, Celia simply smiled warmly at Xia Deng. not wishing to disclose his second identity to Lu Huaiyang, but rather to establish a bond of trust with Xie Ding, ensuring a more credible transaction. However, without Lu Huaiyang's endorsement, Xie Ding might remain oblivious to his own importance, perhaps unwittingly offering himself to other entities in a moment of displeasure. Lu Huaiyang, ever the upright character, promptly informed Xie Ding of the significance of Celia's identity, urging him to keep it confidential. Xie Ding nodded, glancing at the bloodied research institute in the video before suddenly raising his head. You've come all this way. It can't merely be for justice, can it? Celia, revealing a look of admiration, smiled. You are quite astute. Indeed, I have come to verify a piece of intelligence. However, it is not yet time to unveil its secrets, though it shall soon cease to be a secret. Lu Huaiyang, feeling a wave of frustration, nearly wished to spit blood. Yet he sought Xie Ding's opinion. Do you think this is acceptable? It is, Xie Ding affirmed. Thus, Lu Huaiyang had no choice but to depart. Though he cautioned, be wary of Celia. Encountering him is a perilous affair. Ah, the naivety of youth. It is I who am in danger. Celia responded with an amused smile directed at Xie Ding. Now, shall we sit and converse? In contrast to Lu Huaiyang, who had spent many years in the countryside, Celia clearly possessed a far-reaching vision, holding no grudges. The two parties swiftly reached an agreement regarding rights and obligations. I can still converse with that rotund mayor in Tehran City. If you wish to engage with that research institute, I can lend my assistance. I am also keen to study the invisibility mechanism of your jellyfish. Should you wish to conduct training sessions in the city, I can manage the venue and recruitment. I can also provide the energy-based sustenance required by your kind. Is there anything else you need from me? Celia had become his new objective. Yet now he needed to observe closely. After finalizing the arrangements, Xie Ding allowed Celia to venture out, advising him not to stray too far from the mining area. Before closing the door and focusing his mental energy around him, this afforded him the opportunity to meticulously consider the matters concerning Ache and the jellyfish. Ache, how do you control the other entities? Facing his little one, he inquired gently, posing one question after another. Ache, do you have any memories from before you met me? Xie Ding recalled their encounter in the city, when the little one had still spent considerable time living as a wild beast. After a moment of thought, Ache organized his thoughts. I remember flowers, and also you. Ding, I followed you. Why did you choose to follow me at that time? Being with Ding felt comfortable. Ache indicated with a gesture, adding, it didn't hurt as much. Xie Ding was enlightened, as he had essentially unraveled the causal relationships. Previously, Ache's mind was in disarray, but due to his own formidable mental strength, he could suppress some of that chaos, allowing Ache to catch up. Later, with his consciousness organized, Ache's spirit stabilized and he followed him. If this were the case, Ache was no different from a warrior who had received a genetic enhancement. Celia believed that the one controlling the alien entity was Xie Ding, thus he need not worry excessively about Ache's safety. With a sigh of relief, he smiled and remarked, Ache is quite remarkable for having found me. In this world, it seemed that only he could cure Ache. Ache, elated by the praise, instinctively lunged forward, wishing to leap onto the table and lick Xie Ding. However, this time, Xie Ding was not prepared to indulge him. With a deft movement of his hand, he yanked and tossed Ache, who spun in the air and landed with a resounding thud beside Xie Xiaozhou. I've said it before, do not emulate Xiaozhou. Xie Ding was not angry this time. Instead, he gently approached Ache and affectionately patted his head. Ache cuddled with Xiaozhou, trembling slightly. As the alien entities vanished and martial law was lifted, the city began to recover from its devastation. With the restoration of electricity, street cleaners started tidying up the litter, and the hovering buses resumed their routes. Shops reopened, offering affordable nutrient solutions, while criminals faced their due penalties. The automated prison monitoring system, once activated, could accommodate a sufficient number of offenders. People gradually emerged from their fear, joy illuminating their faces. Xie Ding finally had the chance to experience modern social life, purchasing new clothes for Ache, acquiring a large water tank for the jellyfish, and adding a bed to their home, preparing for Ache to sleep comfortably in Celia's city villa. That night, Xie Ding instructed Ache to sleep alone. Ache, unable to refuse, felt aggrieved as he lay awake in bed. At that moment, Xiaozhou yelped in disapproval and began to chew on something. Ache suddenly opened his eyes. Why destroy it? Didn't you enjoy it when we tested the bed? Xie Ding inquired. But you want me to sleep alone? Ache replied with a hurt expression, as if gazing at a faithless lover. Isn't it better to have more space for oneself? Xie Chuandang struggled to comprehend. I can't sleep alone, Achay confessed, feeling distressed and restless, yearning to strike the bed. Xie Chuandang pondered whether Achay's mental state had not yet fully settled and conceded. All right, then this bed shall be for Xiaozhou. Achay nodded vigorously in agreement. Satisfied, Achay offered a piece of meat to the jellyfish for Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou, delighted, affirmed that Achay had made the right choice. At that moment, the jellyfish emerged from the water tank, triumphantly waving a tentacle, revealing several black stones. Achay picked up a stone and bit into it, as if savoring an apple. His eyes sparkled as he eagerly handed the stone to Xie Chuandang in the study, saying, "A dang, here, eat." Xie Chuandang casually took the stone. Noting its dark hue, yet within it, beautiful golden lines danced. He raised an eyebrow, for this peculiar object emitted no magnetic field. It felt as though it existed in a void. Just as he was lost in thought, he received a message from Lu Huaiyang. Chuandang. The holographic image of Major Lu appeared, looking somewhat haggard. After a brief silence, he asked, "The spatial ore has been stolen, and none of our defenses could prevent it. We have no clues. Only Celia could have accomplished this. We are currently negotiating with the gendarmerie. Could you inquire with Celia about his intentions?" Xie Chuandang stared at the ore in his hand, falling into silence before erupting in fury. Where did this ore come from? How audacious of them to resort to theft. In an unusual display of anger, Xie Chuandang startled the little ones, who promptly confessed without coercion. The jellyfish quietly dragged over about 10 boxes of ore, the reason being simple. It instinctively recognized the ore as valuable and took it. As for defenses, they were inconsequential in its eyes. After all, it was capable of single-handedly taking on a fleet of mid to high-level alien entities. Had Xie Chuandang not advised against causing trouble, it would have devoured the entire ore field instead of merely taking this small portion. Even Achay could not comprehend why it was forbidden to take the ore and expressed his delight at tasting it, proclaiming it delicious. Only Xiaozhou, after gnawing for a while, left no mark and was left bewildered, questioning the meaning of life. While Xie Chuandang imparted the lesson that taking without asking is akin to theft, he contacted Celia to assist in cleaning up the mess. Upon learning of this blunder, Celia could not contain his amusement. After understanding the situation, he appeared quite relaxed, stating, "If it enjoys it, let it continue eating." Xie Chuandang raised an eyebrow at him. Consider this. An alien entity hidden among the spatial or consuming the ore is hardly unusual, especially in light of the recently annihilated alien host. Isn't it quite normal for a few low-tier split entities to be attracted to food? Celia's delicate doll-like face remained innocent as he added, "The military must act swiftly to eliminate these small entities to prevent them from growing. Wouldn't you agree?" Thus, the suspicion surrounding Major Qi Ling is largely alleviated. Xie Chuandang found his reasoning compelling. Now everyone had an explanation. It seemed he still had much to learn about the intricacies of mutual benefit. Consequently, he permitted the jellyfish to continue its pilfering. Achay was puzzled. Did you not say that taking without asking is theft? The swift turn of events left Xie Chuandang displeased, yet he patiently clarified. Thus, the little one must bear the consequences. At least half of its spores must be sacrificed. The jellyfish bobbed in agreement, expressing a willingness to part with half in exchange for more eating opportunities, only to be met with a scolding from its master. The remaining two entities quietly retreated. And Achay whispered to Xiaozhou, "The world of adults is so complicated." Xiaozhou nodded in agreement. With permission from their master, the jellyfish ventured to consume the spatial ore once more, this time leaving part of itself visible, making it likely to be discovered soon. The room fell silent once again. Can alien entities consume ore? Xie Chuandang rubbed his forehead, feeling that raising children was no easy task. Alien entities are a life form that continuously devours new substances, resulting in mutations, Celia explained. Of course, mutations can have both positive and negative consequences. The unfavorable ones are directly eliminated by the environment, while the advantageous ones remain. To simplify, it condenses billions of years of evolution into a remarkably short time. Xie Chuandang frowned. The individuals who conceived this scientific principle were indeed remarkable. He acknowledged that, from a biological perspective, evolution aims to adapt to the environment for the betterment of life. Celia shrugged, asserting that alien entities completely defy this evolutionary direction, shortening biological lifespans and leading to mutual consumption among life forms to produce the strongest individuals, which is ethically quite egregious. However, at the time, humanity was being ravaged by the insectoid race, with thousands of life stars reduced to desolation and billions of casualties. In such circumstances, as long as victory was achievable, No one cared for ethical considerations concerning life. Then why do you still trade with the insectoid race? Sichuan Deng turned to him. For intelligence, Celia replied, glancing at the little jellyfish, moving closer to offer it meat while affectionately patting it, unable to resist its charms. Do you know why it loves to consume spatial, or? Due to its integration with the genetic makeup of Zerg biological warships, it has gained the ability to traverse spatial windows after consuming spatial ore. An instinct inherent in their genes. Are you suggesting that such a jellyfish could evolve into a starship? Sichuan Deng found it somewhat difficult to fathom. Thus, Celia showed him a video of the Zerg mothership, a colossal entity reminiscent of a caterpillar, capable of camouflaging itself as a planet, with countless orifices facilitating the passage of Zerg. The resources harvested by the Zerg sustain the mothership, which in turn provides growth protection for the Zerg larvae, establishing a symbiotic relationship. In the video, the mothership appeared boundless, densely populating the screen like an asteroid belt. Subsequently, as Celia had predicted, once the existence of the anomalous entities in the mining area was exposed, Lu Huaiyang was promptly dispatched to eliminate the remnants of these entities. Seizing this opportunity, Qi Ling was far from a pushover. He swiftly utilized various mining area protocols to clear his name. With no further cause for suspicion, the gendarmerie departed, taking with them some materials related to the conflict with the anomalous entities. Sichuan Deng continued to operate his modest clinic in the city. Although he had a fleet of warship guards as his students, their numbers were few, and those with genetic mutations were inherently different from ordinary individuals. He needed to compare the distinctions between the two groups. Both Lu and Qi agreed to this, and they occasionally came down to practice gymnastics, as life in the countryside was leisurely, providing ample time to kill. The sole issue was the absence of ordinary patients. With order restored and the medical pods back in operation, individuals opted to lie down in the pods for treatment rather than travel a great distance to seek care. At this juncture, Celia's approach became evident. When he announced a consultation fee of 10,000 for each patient, initially, people hesitated, but soon a few came. Once it was confirmed that patients were indeed compensated for consultations, not only did the number of patients increase, but many financially constrained healthy individuals also expressed interest in visiting. With the assurance that the medical pods mitigated any risk, long queues formed outside the clinic daily, necessitating a cap on admissions. Thus, Ache and Celia became assistants. Unlike the obedient Ache, Celia was a true curiosity. Boss, is acupuncture and bloodletting merely a form of mysticism? Can it truly be effective? Celia then personally experienced both acupuncture and bloodletting, finding them indeed effective. Boss, what is the principle behind meridians? Is there a way to prove it? Celia also tried out CS Xiaoshou's massage techniques. Boss, how long until you can obtain a certification, so we can avoid working in a black clinic? Celia was promptly shooed out to maintain order. Whenever Lu Huaiyang and Qi Ling visited and saw the long lines, they couldn't help but laugh, mocking Celia for his current predicament. Celia, however, bore no ill will and casually suggested that anyone desiring quality weaponry should accompany him for a night, not wanting to miss a rare opportunity. Lu Huaiyang and Qi Ling expressed no interest in becoming part of this arms dealer's collection, firmly declining. Celia felt a twinge of regret, as this plan had initially promised a smooth encounter, especially with Qi Ling pushing Lu Huaiyang towards him. Who could have anticipated that the matter with Chuan Deng would thwart it? Yet, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Why would they want to spend the night with you? Ache asked, perplexed. Just as he was about to speak, Celia interrupted, not in that sense of sleeping. He looked at the innocent youth, preparing to impart a lesson on physiology. What nonsense are you teaching? Lu Huaiyang admonished. Ache, ignore him. Come on. I'll teach you how to pilot a mecha. Mentioning mechas made Ache's eyes light up. He waved goodbye to Celia and hurriedly followed Lu. So rigid, Celia shrugged. At that moment, Lu Huaiyang approached again, his demeanor somewhat anxious. I heard you have the latest model of mecha? The kind that can accommodate a spatial button? The yield of spatial ore was exceedingly low, far from meeting demand. Most was utilized for starship engines, while spatial buttons were rare commodities, at least in their fleet. They were non-existent, stored in specialized mecha warehouses. As a mecha enthusiast, Lu Huaiyang was genuinely eager to witness it. Spend the night with me, and I'll give you a mecha. Celia smiled faintly. The latest model of the Deep Blue Light Mage, the limited edition Starry Empress, C9000 model, featuring the latest quantum light processor, all-well alloy interfaces, a cutting-edge antimatter engine that enhances speed by 30 over standard models, and a new pressure relief system, plus a spatial button. All for the price of one night. having already enjoyed the company of several beautiful new military faction leaders. He sought to complete his collection with a few challenging old-school ones, feeling a thrill at the prospect. Lu Huaiyang found himself torn between his pride and his desires. "I'll do it. I'll do it," Aceh exclaimed excitedly, grasping his hand. "Let us go. We'll do it now." "No, no, no," Celia hastily rejected. Shaking off Aceh's grip, "I only picked the finest flowers from the garden, not wildflowers by the roadside." Considering the esteem Xie Chuan Deng held him in, he could easily find himself entangled with a jellyfish. Aceh appeared disappointed, his calm and gentle demeanor tinged with loss, evoking a sense of pity in Xie Chuan Deng, who had approached to stir up trouble. The revered figure prepared to offer Aceh some consolation. Leaning against the doorpost, Xie Chuan Deng remarked coolly, "How about I keep you company for the night?" His tone was serene, as if suggesting a delightful meal for the jellyfish. Celia, however, couldn't fathom such an idea, immediately presenting Aceh with a black and gold pendant. "No need for that. This C9000 Starry Empress is yours. Use it as you wish. Return it whenever you feel like it." Aceh's face lit up with joy. "Okay, thank you, Celia. I'll come keep you company tonight." "No, don't." 27. The Path of Mecha, the road to success driven by curiosity about the superweapons of the interstellar era, Xie Chuan Deng decided to observe Aceh's training. In the affluent district of the eastern city, there were dedicated mecha training facilities, vast and well-lit, where several enormous mechas, towering 20 meters high and some around 7 meters, clumsily practiced wrestling on the open grounds. Lu Huaiyang entered the pendant's password, finding a vacant spot, and instantly, a 12-meter-tall deep blue mecha materialized on the solid ground. This mecha, adorned with blue and white stripes, had a sleek form and an icy demeanor, with a transparent crystal chain connecting its waist and arms. Various weapons were arrayed behind it, resembling folded wings, and the entire construct exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. The name Starry Empress might sound whimsical, but upon seeing it, one could hardly think of a more fitting name. Lu Huaiyang circled the mecha's feet, then led Aceh to climb onto its leg armor, continuing to explore the brief skirt armor while explaining the various functions of the mecha's components. Regardless of whether Aceh could comprehend, originally developed as a combat weapon against the Zerg, mechas had been overshadowed in earlier times by starships and fighter jets, which proved inadequate in close-quarters combat. Herein lay the mecha's advantage in close combat. Lu Huaiyang guided Aceh to explore each external component. "Look, there's a gripping blade at the base of the foot. It enhances grip and can serve as a weapon. A small detail can sway the outcome of a battle." The skirt armor was short, but the engine lay beneath it, necessitating an extra layer of armor for heat dissipation. At this point, the two climbed onto the skirt armor. "This section is the cockpit. Let us take a look inside." The two squeezed into the cramped cockpit. The head serves as a signal bundling device, positioned within the main optical path, and requires careful protection. After thoroughly examining the mech, Major Lu began to instruct on its operation, covering the essentials of starting, running, and jumping. 2 hours later, Aceh drove the mech energetically across the training grounds, exuding joy akin to that of a playful monkey. Meanwhile, Lu Huaiyang piloted his own mech nearby, which, in contrast, appeared quite clumsy and antiquated, adorned with numerous scars that lent it a peculiar charm, embodying a sense of dominance and weariness absent in the Starry Empress's mech. On the observation platform, Celia poured 2 cups of tea, one for Xie Chuan Deng and another for himself, as the setting sun cast elongated shadows from the surrounding low walls, evoking a serene ambience reminiscent of a school playground. "Aceh learns remarkably fast," Celia remarked. "The mech suits him well." "Is it really that difficult?" Xie Chuan Deng sipped his tea, praising its quality. "The new tea from Little Tea Star is renowned," Celia explained, adding, "The true prowess of mechs lies in their combat responsiveness." Aceh's sensitivity to battle is nothing short of genius. Just look at how quickly he has mastered Lu Huaiyang's maneuvers. If he maintains this level of talent, becoming a champion of a minor star district is certainly within reach. "Is it really that easy?" Xie Chuan Deng inquired, intrigued. "Isn't it said that such individuals are 1 in a million? Easy?" Celia smiled slightly. "You may have misconstrued the situation. Aceh's physical capabilities surpass those of billions of gene warriors within the Alliance, even outstripping Lu Huaiyang. He could dismantle a lesser mech with his bare hands, and his physical prowess continues to grow. If your martial arts training is indeed that effective, I believe you could easily become the next YT. After all, excessive gene injections can lead to mutations. You have altered the current limits of evolution. This is truly astounding." Slia's gaze turned kindly towards Sichuan. You are, in fact, an even more extraordinary presence than Ache. My guards still dare not approach, fearing your jellyfish. The mech competitions in the sports realm are merely for entertainment. Furthermore, using my mech places you among the elite of pay-to-win players. He summarized with a smile. As a high-tier anomalous being, you are already elevated. Engaging in conversation with significant figures, Slia was no mere obedient follower had he not been certain of his safety. Those who dared to challenge him would have long been buried alongside their planets. Yet, he now followed Sichuan, drawn by the prospect of greater opportunities. He relished the exhilaration of dancing on the precipice of life and death, a thrill surpassing any victory in battle. Thus, you remain alive, Sichuan commented succinctly. The mech, composed of ultranovel alloys, weighed 13 tons, stirring up clouds of dust as it thundered around the training ground. Keep your distance, it may be difficult to control. Lu Huayang warned, startled, as he hurried after it. The elegant mech, brimming with excitement, crashed before the audience, executing a rapid spin and a controlled stop, then extending its elongated mechanical hand towards Sichuan on the platform. Ah Deng, Ache's cheerful voice resonated from within the mech. I'll take you for a ride. The sunset bathed its shoulder in a warm glow, and the joy and anticipation radiated from it, transcending the mech's cold exterior. As if one could perceive its smile. Sichuan smiled gently, setting down his teacup and calmly stepping onto its palm. The mech carefully and steadily placed him beside the broad gap on its shoulder, then ignited its engines, soaring into the sky. Lu Huayang, unable to believe his eyes, emerged from the cockpit, staring in amazement at the mech, now a mere shadow in the distance. Is this talent innate? The display of affection was unexpectedly overwhelming. Slia, somewhat astonished, felt a smile tug at his lips. This young man shows great promise. He has only just begun learning? Lu Huayang exclaimed, hastily shutting the cockpit door. I need to see for myself. Perhaps you should reconsider, Slia suggested, lightly adjusting his wrist. The opposing mech suddenly powered down, tumbling clumsily. Don't provoke him. Even if a high-tier anomalous being fell from space, it would be unscathed. Why are you so flustered? What are you doing? Lu Huayang, exasperated by the failed attempts to restart, gazed helplessly at Slia. I'm beginning to suspect you're tampering with that mech. I wouldn't dare, Slia replied. But they just shared a moment. You've been single for quite some time. Can't you exhibit some awareness? Lu Huayang paused, then retorted, their bond is pure brotherhood. Your thoughts are far too impure. Do you have no other aspirations in life beyond such trivial matters? Aspirations? Slia replied leisurely. Pasky has lofty ambitions. Yet even he cannot attain humanity. Do not forget my origins. Since the Marshal departed, I've believed life is unpredictable. One must seize opportunities while they exist, indulging in pleasures before they vanish. Thus, when his brother urged him to act as an intermediary for arms dealings, he consented without hesitation. Long live being single. Arms dealing is simply a means to engage with those powerful figures, he said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. At the mention of origins, Lu Huayang fell silent. Slia's background was no secret. He was a supplement human. During the zenith of the Zerg's power, humanity's existence was precarious. A surge of gene injections resulted in various reproductive isolations among the surviving gene warriors, creating a significant population void. In response, the Alliance swiftly enacted legislation to utilize gene banks, producing numerous test tube infants nurtured in artificial wombs to replenish the population. These beings, lacking parental care and subjected to rapid educational methods, were collectively referred to as supplement humans. They served as mere fodder for war until the transformation of anomalous beings granted them equal rights. However, due to the misuse of gene injections, a considerable portion of humanity's offspring now relied on hospitals for genetic cultivation, leading to the disintegration of traditional family values. The new generation's perspectives were so radically different that they left old-fashioned individuals like Lu Huayang fearing for the world's future. Are you standing there to propose a meeting? Slia smiled at the motionless Major Lu. There's no need to feel burdened. I don't mind the hierarchical differences, you know. Just as he leisurely sipped his tea, a message abruptly popped up on his holographic display, playing automatically. The screen revealed a deep blue mech spinning and plummeting toward the ground. Surely not, Slia exclaimed, nearly dropping his cup in shock. When Slia hurriedly arrived, the mech had already landed at the base of a cliff outside the city. There was no sign of impact. The mech leaned against a tree as if gently placed there, while a large, soft jellyfish gracefully vanished into the air, creating ripples before appearing in Sichuan's palm. It was this jellyfish that had timely expanded, saving both the mech and its pilot. He rushed forward to inquire. Ache's mech had indeed encountered an accident. It had suddenly lost power at a height of 100 meters, despite the energy gauge indicating a full supply that could last for several years. Yet, the unexpected had struck so suddenly. Thankfully, the Starry Empress's design had anticipated energy failures, automatically switching to a backup source. In the final moments, it had engaged in emergency deceleration, and with the presence of the jellyfish, all involved had landed safely within its ethereal, soft umbrella, escaping without injury. The occurrence of this unexpected incident left Sichuan with a puzzled expression, concerned that SUSI might have tampered with the mech. Sensing the doubt, SUSI, who had hastily arrived, paused before responding. "This is the mecha I inspected, but I shall take another look." With that, he personally climbed onto the mecha for a thorough examination. As someone who had undergone genetic enhancement, his agility was remarkable. He swiftly leaped to the mecha's abdomen. Over 7 meters high, lifted a section of armor, and twisted a valve to access the energy panel, only to be taken aback. Something was amiss. He pondered deeply. There were supposed to be 6 high-energy blocks here, yet they were all missing. Upon meticulous inspection of the energy compartment, he found no visible damage, as if the 6 energy blocks had sprouted wings and flown away. This thought reminded him of similar incidents in the mining area, and his suspicious gaze fell upon the jellyfish in Sichuan's hand, which seemed to be seeking praise. Sichuan, understanding the implication, swiftly grabbed the jellyfish, which squirmed in his grasp. "Speak. Did you indulge?" The jellyfish, with its numerous tentacles, struggled to escape, but conceded with a slight nod, weakly conveying that the stone was indeed delectable, and Ache had partaken as well. "I thought it was a snack." Ache, recalling the blunder in the sky, felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, wishing to squash the jellyfish. "Didn't I tell you that taking without asking is theft? Why did you still do it?" The jellyfish feebly pointed out that it had stolen last time too, yet they had still sent it to steal afterward. Sichuan remained silent, merely glancing at Ache before sighing. "Ache, do you now understand why one must not take without permission?" Indeed, this incident deeply impressed upon Ache the perils of thievery. He issued a strict command to the jellyfish not to eat anything without permission and proceeded to discipline it himself. SUSI, relieved, activated his holographic device to summon energy blocks and quickly took his leave. He felt an instinctual sense that being too close to them could lead to trouble. His intuition had spared him from many predicaments, though he had succumbed to greed when last encountering Sichuan. As for the diligent Ache, Sichuan felt immense satisfaction akin to watching a child grow. In the following days, Ache devoted himself to mastering mecha mechanics, while Sichuan continued running his clinic. With SUSI's assistance, he officially took charge of the research institute beneath the university library. This facility had previously been managed by Tehran University. Yet SUSI merely communicated with them and promptly delivered the key and password to Sichuan. The researchers had already been cleared out by SUSI, and all materials were removed, though the equipment remained intact and mostly functional. Within this space, Sichuan felt as though he had entered a realm of wonder. The instruments here were far superior to the custom versions aboard starships. Here, he could validate the knowledge he harbored, observing the cultivation of various tissues, experimenting with different reagents, and witnessing bacterial growth under high-powered microscopes. No longer merely abstract knowledge confined to books, but a genuine interactive understanding, a visceral comprehension that books could never rival. With the aid of these instruments, he gained profound insights into the human body and the interactive nature of meridians and physiology, discovering that the meridians of individuals here were not closed but entirely open. In his past life, one of his meridians had been closed, allowing for a major circulation of vital energy, known as the one cycle of heaven. However, this was not a hindrance. Why seek so many individuals for experimentation when I can simply prove it myself? Ache curiously inquired. That would be akin to building a castle in the air. I would not attain a superior method, Sichuan explained to Ache. Moreover, the simpler and more accessible the method, the better it is. Simplicity fosters progress and reduces the risk of obsolescence. Those extraordinary techniques that require specific physical traits cannot progress. One misstep, and they become relics, an utter waste of effort. In his previous life, if one were to discuss the most formidable technique in existence, it would undoubtedly be the sword of Xingtian from the Lord of Kunlai. Countless aspirants sought to learn this sword technique, yet it was perilously dangerous. If the Lord of Kunlai truly relied on that sword technique to establish his path, after a millennium of teaching, he would be left with but a handful of disciples. Where would the subsequent surge of talent in the Kunlai era come from? In this life, should he find a few individuals endowed with exceptional mental acuity, like Sleia, he could derive a rapidly learnable mental technique. But then what? Relying on these rare talents, which could not be found among tens of thousands, would only serve to enhance his reputation. What true purpose would that serve? If he were to pursue such a path, how could he still dare to call himself a disciple of Kunlai? The ancient sages of Ta Chin would surely mock him from the netherworld. Aceh, though somewhat perplexed, remained earnest in his studies. The jellyfish subtly extended its tentacles, seeking to attract the leader's attention. It too wished to engage in gymnastics. After deliberation, Aceh told the jellyfish, "Feel free to play and learn at your leisure." Xie Chuandang, appreciating the jellyfish's eagerness to learn, contemplated its distinctly pronounced mental waves and devised a simple training method to help the jellyfish condense its mental energy into threads, allowing it to practice gradually. The jellyfish was overjoyed, nudging its umbrella-like body against Xie Chuanding's face in gratitude. As Xie Chuanding's 3 students engaged in profound discussions regarding their teaching topics, they navigated the challenges posed by Sleia, a formidable presence straddling both legal and illicit realms. However, they were seasoned warriors, well-versed in the art of combat. Qi Ling, having grown somewhat complacent during his years in the command unit, found himself outmatched by Lu Huaiyang, whose prowess exceeded his own. In the heat of battle, Sleia, a genetic warrior, became nearly unrecognizable due to the intensity of the conflict. Yet, Sleia was not the most unfortunate. That title belonged to Qi Ling, whose opponent was adept at the principle of overpowering one adversary at a time. After his injury forced him to retreat from the front lines, Qi Ling's reflexes had diminished significantly. Sleia fought with a merciless ferocity, and after the bout, Qi Ling emerged nearly unrecognizable. Coincidentally, Xie Chuandang, while reviewing assignments, stumbled upon this scene of chaos and, after assessing the 3, dragged the most battered Qi Ling into the treatment room. There, the sounds of the young general's agonizing cries echoed forth. Lu Huaiyang and Sleia exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation, and promptly sought out the nearest medical pod to recuperate. Xie Chuandang practiced his newly developed medical techniques on Qi Ling, successfully applying a method specifically tailored for neurodegenerative conditions. Although he had previously treated such conditions, his earlier knowledge had been limited, relying solely on mental prowess for superficial results, achieving at best a 70% recovery. This newly refined technique, however, was the product of his recent advancements in medical capabilities, representing an upgraded version. It is essential to understand that neurodegeneration fundamentally stems from damage or malfunction of nerve bundles, leading to sluggish biological electrical signal transmission. His technique was designed to enhance nerve sensitivity by amplifying these biological electrical signals, albeit with the minor side effect of causing intense itching and discomfort, an expected consequence of effective therapy. As for Qi Ling's superficial injuries, they posed no concern for a genetic warrior who could heal such wounds in half an hour without any intervention. Upon his release, Qi Ling furrowed his brow, seeking a medical pod to assess his recovery progress. He then sent a message to the starship, summoning a battalion of soldiers, effectively providing new subjects for the gymnastics instructor. Consequently, 3 days later, Xie Chuandang presented a new paper titled The Effects and Therapeutic Approaches of Sustained Biological Electrical Techniques on Neurodegeneration for Sleia and the others to review. The immediate publication yielded astonishing results, garnering the highest level of attention from YT. Believe me, that is certainly not a good thing, Lu Huaiyang concurred, supporting the opinions of the other 2. Xie Chuandang nodded in agreement. Then, Sleia exchanged glances with the 2 individuals across from him before slowly stating, "Chuandang, previously you lacked prominence, and there was a matter we chose not to mention. Now that you wish to make a statement, it is imperative that we bring this issue to the forefront." Lu Huaiyang and Qi Ling acquiesced to his assertion, and Xie Chuandang nodded in agreement for him to continue. "You need to align yourself," Sleia earnestly explained. "Even if you intend to pursue an independent path in the future, it is essential to affiliate with a power at this initial stage. Both I and Qi Ling are merely extensions of larger factions. We are not solitary entities, nor are we leaders of any power. If you do not join a faction, no force will exert itself to protect you against YT. Of course, you could join YT, but that would place us in opposition." Lu Huaiyang expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Initially, we assumed you would align with our old army faction, but now you have become acquainted with Sleia. I shall not conceal from you that the faction behind Sleia is the official faction, whose intelligence and legal power far exceed that of our old army. Moreover, They do not have substantial conflicts with YT, thus joining them may serve you better. Qi Ling shot a disapproving glare at his foolish brother. Chuan Ding. You may not fully grasp the complexities of power distribution on this remote planet, Slia smiled as he briefly elucidated. Following the constitutional privatization of planets, private ownership pertains to land value, while legal and tax matters remain under the government's purview. Due to frequent disturbances to legal and governmental processes by private militias, both the official faction and the Alliance Speaker's tax division employ specialized tax and legal officers, who are exceptionally well-equipped. Truth lies within the range of cannons, Qi Ling derisively quipped. The combat capabilities of those individuals surpass even our military forces. They always possess the latest weaponry, often selling off surplus. Slia replied with a smile. There is little one can do. Those planetary mercenaries are formidable and exceedingly cunning. Do you really believe that the Alliance has not fractured into 13 imperial states due to the noble character of those great families? You have placed the blame for tax evasion squarely on the heads of space pirates. Lu Huayang appeared somewhat perplexed. Space pirates? They appear and vanish like shadows. If you cannot apprehend them, why are you able to collect taxes from them? Why not pursue the aberrants and the insectoids? He provided an example to illustrate the old faction shortcomings. A decade ago, YT violated regulations by conducting advanced aberrant research on Askar, igniting a minor aberrant war. Lu Huayang obstructed the aggressive aberrants on Askar, which fell under the jurisdiction of the new faction, resulting in significant losses for that military district. Consequently, their fathers were compelled to send their sons, who had achieved merit, here for retirement. Otherwise, given their combat prowess, their ranks would not be so diminished. Xia Chuandeng nodded, then inquired, why did he defy orders to intervene? Askar is a vital hub for the 3rd military district, with a permanent population exceeding 3 billion. If aberrants were to breed and cause genetic infections, the planet would be rendered uninhabitable. According to the rules established by the aberrant king at that time, aberrants cannot launch large-scale attacks on human territories unless provoked by the Alliance. Slia shrugged, thus. The 3rd military district was prepared to abandon Askar, but Major Lu could not stand idly by. At this moment, Slia revealed his true age, intending to astonish Xie Chuandeng. However, the senior Xie, who was supposed to play along, merely nodded nonchalantly, acknowledging, you are indeed quite young. Feeling somewhat disenchanted and realizing the immaturity of his own actions, Slia chuckled softly and took his leave, leaving Xie Chuandeng in quiet contemplation for an extended period. After a while, Xie Chuandeng also chuckled lightly. If age were the measure, he too had lived for a millennium, though the majority of that time had been spent in seclusion, detached from human affairs. Now he felt no pride in claiming a millennium of existence. Yet, the treachery inherent in human nature was ever troublesome. He found solace in the simplicity of a Che at home. Reflecting on this, he realized that in the past few days, engrossed in research, he had neglected a Che, prompting him to rise and seek out his companion. A Che could only be found in 2 places, by his side or at the mecha training ground. Earlier, he had instructed a Che to play independently and not disturb him, so a Che was likely at the training ground. The single-person bus swiftly transported him to his destination, where he happened upon a Che engaged in sparring with other trainees. In the expansive arena, a Che's mecha stood tall and graceful, akin to a crane among chickens. While the opposing standard mechas appeared insignificant before him, easily subdued underfoot, he seemed to possess an innate instinct for combat, maneuvering the massive mecha with precision. The way he executed throws suggested he had calculated the optimal moment to strike multiple mechas, his timing so impeccable it could serve as a lesson in textbooks. As if sensing Xie Chuandeng's gaze, the deep blue mecha turned momentarily, radiating an exuberant enthusiasm. However, the training partners bore the brunt of this fervor, quickly realizing that their opponent was no longer merely toying with them, but instead performing an exhibition. Moments later, the mecha warriors lay defeated on the ground, feigning lifelessness and refusing to continue. The deep blue mecha proudly traversed the field of fallen mechas, approaching Xie Chuandeng with a buoyant stride. Xie Chuandeng's eyes brightened. Unlike his previous casual attire, a Che now donned a standard battle suit. The gray-white suit adhered impeccably to his form, showcasing the taut lines of his physique, without a single crease to mar its perfection. With a narrow waist and long legs, he gracefully leapt over the railings, appearing to be enveloped in a soft glow under the sunlight. A few droplets of sweat adorned his short hair, clinging to his forehead, enhancing his strikingly handsome and profound features, a sublime union of strength and beauty that evoked awe. This style was entirely different from what he had encountered in his past life, where flowing garments and loose sleeves were favored, commonly associated with mundane cultivators. He had not anticipated that such attire could be so visually appealing, and for a moment, he felt a stir of desire to try it himself. "Chuan Ding!" Aceh exclaimed with a beaming smile as he came to a halt beside him. "How did I perform just now?" Xie Chuan Ding naturally lavished him with praise. Aceh's cheeks flushed slightly as he invited. "Would you like to join me up there?" The new sparring partner said that only those most cherished can board their mecha, and of course, you are my most cherished. "Absolutely." Xie Chuan Ding thought he had sufficiently warned the jellyfish and that no further disturbances would arise. He was also quite curious about mechas. The cockpit was elevated, and while Aceh intended to assist him in climbing aboard, Xie Chuan Ding effortlessly leapt into the mecha with a few deft movements. The surrounding mechas watched as the deep blue, high-tier mecha player soared away with him, finally releasing a collective sigh of relief. Damn it! A mecha worth over 90 million paired against us mere mortals with our paltry few million mechas. How shameless! Complaints echoed through the mecha channel. Indeed, using us as mere props is utterly disgraceful. Others chimed in. "Will you return tomorrow?" Someone inquired. "Of course. It's a rare opportunity to compete against such an expensive mecha." Aceh guided Xie Chuan Ding on a delightful tour outside the city, and this time, no issues arose. Tulan Star boasted breathtaking scenery, remaining largely undeveloped and pristine, with a variety of peculiar creatures exhibiting curiosity and caution before the mecha, occasionally approaching to investigate, an excellent means of relaxation. When they parked the mecha on the rocks, gazing at the transparent waves lapping against the shore as the sunset bathed everything in golden hues, all the fatigue of recent days dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of happiness. This is a place that Aceh had searched for several days before finally finding it. He gazed at a Ding, who was staring at the sea, and affectionately nestled his head on a Ding's knee. Recently, a Ding had been quite busy and had not petted him at all. Even Xiao Zhou, when he had the time, could seek a Ding's affection, but a Ding forbade him from doing so in the presence of others. Aceh found this quite unfair. Why could Xiao Zhou do it while he could not? Wasn't Xiao Zhou merely endowed with a few more tails? Xie Chuan Ding chuckled softly and ruffled Aceh's hair, recalling their first encounter when he began to groom Aceh's meridians. A profound weariness soon enveloped Aceh, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon their arrival near Tulan University, they stored away their mecha and entered the campus. After restoring order, Tulan University returned to normalcy, but as it was still summer vacation, both students and teachers were sparse. As they entered, they noticed that a statue in the flowerbed at the school entrance, a statue of the founder of the academy, Tulan, was being dismantled by a standard mecha. "Why is it being torn down?" Xie Chuan Ding inquired, watching the colossal statue that had already toppled to the ground. His voice was barely a whisper, however. The mecha across from them suddenly raised its right hand and struck down with tremendous force. Aceh instinctively lunged towards Chuan Ding, who managed to soothe him. An invisible barrier materialized before them, halting that terrifying hand in its tracks. The mecha, sensing something amiss, exerted more strength, with even its left hand joining in, attempting to crush the two into a pulp. Aceh swiftly retrieved his mecha, leaping into the cockpit within a second, while the standard mecha raised its arm to fire a particle beam, aiming to obliterate it before the mecha could fully activate. As Aceh entered, the mecha crouched to evade the beam, which ultimately failed to travel far, being intercepted by the invisible barrier. 31. The stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade, Celia remarked as he took out a light brain, scanning the surroundings and observing the text on the device, letting out a soft exclamation. "Is there a problem?" Lu Huaiyong looked at him skeptically. "This cryogenic device is somewhat outdated," he noted, examining the model number. "This version was produced a century ago, with excellent freezing capabilities for preserving embryos and active genes. However, it is single-use. Once opened, it rapidly returns to room temperature and has been obsolete for 20 years. How curious that YT would conceal this here. Let us not dwell on such scientific matters. Mere mortals cannot fathom the thoughts of those madmen." Lu Huaiyong expressed his distaste for such things dismissively. "It must be of some value. Let us secure it for ourselves and not hand it over to them." Xie Chuan Ding nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he was no longer a complete novice in biological research. The intricacies of cryogenic technology surpassed even alchemical arts. Without knowledge of the original freezing methods, thawing procedures, reagent temperatures, and the rates of temperature fluctuation, one would only end up with a heap of useless, dead tissue, wasting valuable resources. "By the way, Chuan Ding," Lu Huaiyong hesitated slightly, but ultimately asked, Do you still want that mecha? He referred to the disguised standard mecha that had fought with a Che and was forcibly shut down, which was still operational with no significant damage. That was controlled by someone else. Are you trying to get us killed? Celia inquired, puzzled. Yet the engine and alloy are quite impressive. I could easily dismantle it for my own use, Lu Huaiyang sighed, his gaze lingering on the captured mecha with a tinge of nostalgia. Our military supplies have been stagnant for years. It would be a shame to waste such a good item. Now that you mention it, I remember, Xia Deng smiled. The purple sunflower is monopolized by you, and private harvesting is prohibited. The ever-blooming flower, a luxury item from Capital Star, he recalled. Having quietly ventured out of the city to gather flowers, where he first encountered a Che. We didn't want it either, Lu Huaiyang said with a bitter smile. The new faction has been seizing military funds ferociously. Our fleet has been delayed several times. Had it not been for Toulon Star's ability to trade luxury goods, we would barely afford our fleet's energy blocks. These individuals hardly develop their products. They merely sell raw goods, with the bulk of the profits going to others. Celia remarked disdainfully, producing a small box from his side. Look at this. This is the proper way to sell. He opened the box to reveal an exquisite brooch crafted from crystallized purple flowers, radiating a cold, ethereal glow under the moonlight, with a faint, distant fragrance that would enchant even a man, let alone a woman. A brooch embedded with the promise flower and Celigent can exchange for 2 star empresses. They sell for 2 million each, Celia remarked with a mocking expression. They are quite famous on Capital Star, known as the Simple Brothers from Toulon, particularly renowned in the jewelry industry. Yaman casually spun a tale, claiming the raw materials were worth that much, and they believed him. Lu Huaiyang's face turned pale. You certainly know a lot. I went to inquire with all the florists and jewelers about their prices. I also know that 12 minutes after you sent over the samples, the major players in the jewelry industry convened and privately agreed on a price of 5 million. Celia chuckled lightly. The ever-blooming flower, oh heavens. You have no idea what a splendid promotional gimmick this is for love. While humans still roam the planets, jewelers define love with the eternity of diamonds, successfully selling this abundant or at exorbitant prices until they later discovered countless diamond stars, which shattered that myth. They have been searching for substitutes for nearly 300 years. And you just handed it to them. Lu Huaiyang felt as if you were teetering on the edge. We understand now. It is possible to raise the price. Why not cultivate it from plants? Xia Deng, feeling quite intrigued, suggested. Given the versatility of plants, it should be possible to cultivate them on a large scale. Unfortunately, there is no way, Celia shrugged, pointing to the research institute under the library. This place was originally established to study Toulon Star's flora and fauna genes. But the purple sunflower is peculiar. It dies once removed from here. This research institute has yielded little over the years. The latest findings suggest it may be related to the planet's magnetic field. Oh, Xia Deng nodded with curiosity, then added, please prepare for me to go to the capital next month. I wish to observe the biological specimens here. As for the mecha, you may dispose of it as you see fit. Understood. I will continue to trace the network location of that controller, Celia replied, storing away the light brain and turning to Lu Huaiyang. Come, let us discuss the matter of the flowers. Xia Deng smiled as he led a Che to the research institute. Previously, he had been engrossed in studying known knowledge and had not paid attention to the biological specimens on this planet. Taking out a specimen box, he prepared to venture into the wilderness to gather materials for study, putting his knowledge into practice. As for finding the purple sunflower, it would require the expertise of the most adept individual. When the long-neglected Xie Xiaoxiu finally set foot outside the city once more, the exuberant dog howled at the sky, its 4 paws dancing in excitement. With Xie Deng's current strength, he stumbled slightly, nearly colliding with a tree, only to be steadied by a Che. Thus, after a Che thoroughly reprimanded the exuberant dog, they began their reluctant search for the purple sunflower. However, this time their luck was evidently not as favorable as before. After sniffing around for an entire day, Xie Xiaozhou failed to locate even a single flower. The group returned empty-handed, and Xie Deng had no choice but to contact Qi Ling, inquiring if there was any reason for their misfortune. Qi Ling explained that their fleet had always utilized high-definition satellite surveillance to locate the purple sun, promptly harvesting any blossoms they discovered. Recently, however, they had missed some opportunities due to the presence of anomalous entities, which allowed for the chance to find a rare bloom. The plants only emerge from the soil just before flowering, and once the blossoms are plucked, the plants wither, making them challenging to find now. Che kindly approached to lift it, intending to place it in the doghouse, but suddenly felt something amiss. He swiftly turned the small boat over, exposing its belly. Ding found it perplexing that, in this interstellar age, some individuals would willingly offer themselves as fodder. Was this a desire for a quicker demise? Celia chuckled softly, then meticulously explained to his partner that the matter was rather intricate and required a thorough exposition. Despite the plethora of gene injections available today, which could ostensibly grant one's desired physique with a single dose, there were significant adverse effects accompanying these benefits. Even with the evolution to the third generation of gene injections, a degree of reproductive isolation persisted. The conception rates of gene warriors were alarmingly low, with the highest chance being a mere 5. Consequently, if gene warriors wished to have offspring, they were compelled to utilize specialized facilities to create test tube babies with their frozen sperm. Both frozen embryos and artificial wombs demanded vast resources, prioritized for the warriors. If everyone received gene injections, the ethical family structure of humanity would collapse, leading to unimaginable consequences. Moreover, ordinary people becoming superhumans through gene injections would exacerbate management difficulties 100-fold, resulting in severe societal security issues. Currently, the majority of prisoners, aside from those convicted of commercial crimes, were individuals who had abused gene injections. Hence, the Congress had long passed legislation stipulating that anyone caught illegally administering gene injections, regardless of the reason, would be immediately conscripted into military service without question. Even in these relatively peaceful recent years, the casualty rate among soldiers hovered around 3. Anyone not desiring to face combat would think twice before spending exorbitant sums on gene injections. Ding curiously asked if it was true that the improved gene injections now only cost tens of thousands. Hadn't he heard from Lu Huaiyang that merchants were so benevolent as to offer discounts? Such a reasonable assertion left Ding speechless, prompting him to remain silent and listen further. Celia continued, stating that due to these reasons, among the trillion populace of the Alliance, only over 2 billion in the standing army had undergone gene injections, the rest were ordinary citizens. In recent years, social conveniences had led to the common issue of fat accumulation, which, in turn, spurred the advancement of technology. Liposuction patches had become the most favored weight loss product, dissolving and excreting fat rapidly upon application. Celia touched a leaf and smiled, noting that in terms of effectiveness and safety, their product could hardly be surpassed. How do you plan to market it? Ding inquired, following his lead. Celia smiled. Just upon entering the game, he had encountered advertisements within the local network of Toulon Star for a special plant called the Love of Tree Angels, which boasted exaggerated claims about its weight loss benefits, including targeted reductions in legs and waist, alongside the enticing prospect of being easy to care for. Will people actually buy that? Ling questioned, unable to comprehend. As he continued into the battle network, upon entering, he was bombarded by numerous announcements seeking the new herbal products, with a throng of mech warriors seemingly uninterested in combat. The audience channel had long lost interest in viewing, instead engaging in fervent chat. I'm looking for the Heart of Tree Angels, willing to pay top dollar. Is anyone selling it for 100,000 each? Forget it. The trial seedlings have already been snatched up. I managed to acquire one. Incredible. It's a vine that can thrive in the cosmos, requiring only meat to grow, and it takes up no space. I can finally keep plants alive. I hope it withstands cosmic radiation. Not only does it aid in weight loss, but it can also reduce muscle. My biceps are too developed. I've been mocked for their appearance, but now I can slim down. Unlike those greasy fat-exuding patches, this is clean and refreshing. The advertisement is not exaggerated at all. I adore it. Indeed, it can be both an animal and a plant. How adorable. Tomorrow their essay's second wave. I'm staying up tonight to secure one. Me too. 111,111. Ling was stunned and immediately went online to seek detailed information, contemplating whether to join in. If this product proved profitable, his military budget for the latter half of the year could be significantly eased. With military channels at his disposal, he swiftly contacted Celia, who, upon receiving the news, calmly proposed a one-night deal in exchange for a 10% share. Ling pondered for a moment and asked, "May I send Lu Huaiyang to accompany you?" The deal was struck. Celia's tone lifted. He was always remarkably patient. Celia then curiously approached Ling, stating, "The communications in this interstellar era are still quite primitive. I plan to sell the agency rights to a local merchant outright, making a quick profit and leaving." "That's acceptable," Ding remarked, not fully grasping the business aspects of the arrangement. Although he did not anticipate profiting significantly, he still felt a tinge of unease. Is it truly safe? This vine can be harmful. Celia seemed unconcerned, aware that there would likely soon be counterfeits, necessitating vigilance from the legal department. The mere thought excited him. Celia, in a good mood, observed as Xie Deng continued to manipulate his experimental materials. Suddenly recalling something, regarding the mental energy required to manipulate magnetic fields. How long will that take to achieve? That will require some time, Xie Deng replied thoughtfully. Currently, your mental energy, both in quantity and quality, is far from sufficient. Further patience is necessary. I have some ideas. May I discuss them with you? Celia pondered briefly before cautiously asking, what do you propose? Xie Deng set down the petri dish, looking up at him. According to your assertion, mechs possess magnetic fields. Is there a method to utilize such potent mental energy beyond merely creating shields? After summarizing, Celia posed a question. So, can you locate? Celia, upon reading the message, quietly stored his light brain and erased all traces, feeling somewhat perplexed. He then sought out Xie Deng, who was still engrossed in concocting new potions in the laboratory. The vibrant colors of the concoctions suggested they were anything but benign and nearby. A jellyfish intermittently appeared to play with a dog. Ache was absent, presumably still training with the mechs. Is there something you need? Given Celia's recent demeanor, Xie Deng felt he posed minimal danger and was thus considerably more amiable. I recently sought some ancient national documents and heard that your ability is referred to as metaphysics. Celia stirred his coffee despondently, and in legend, metaphysics was said to alter one's fortune. Could you assist me in testing it? He was exceedingly frustrated. After finally encountering an opportunity for considerable profit, war broke out. In the face of such a grand cosmic conflict, who would dare to embark on a weight loss journey? One might worry about insufficient fat reserves. Viewed from this perspective, the project's prospects appeared quite bleak. Whether Qi Ling would uphold their agreement was uncertain, and it seemed the handsome companion he had hoped to keep might slip away yet again. It was not that this handsome individual held such significance as to sway his emotions, but the repetitious nature of these occurrences felt akin to dangling a carrot before a donkey, exceedingly vexing. Celia sensed that his luck had been particularly poor of late. But where had it all begun? He pondered for a moment, suddenly feeling a twinge of disbelief. It seemed that his misfortunes had begun the moment he encountered the lantern-bearer. Celia was deeply disappointed. At this point, Xie Deng, intrigued, inquired, where did you find the ancient kingdom's records? It's from an ancient nation on the Earth Star, where abundant data exists, Celia replied casually. Humanity originated on Earth Star and faced developmental bottlenecks for centuries. Resources there are nearly exhausted, and as the population migrated, Earth gradually became a peripheral zone. Later, during the Zerg Wars, it transformed into a battlefield, resulting in the loss of many ancient records. Xie Deng was somewhat aware of this. It was during the discovery of spatial mines that humanity gained the capacity for faster-than-light interstellar travel, and war was the swiftest means of civilization's decline. He pondered about the ancient kingdom and suddenly asked, when can I view these ancient records? When is the most available? You can seek out Lu Huaiyang. They should have some, Celia shrugged, then opened his holographic interface, scanning with a puzzled expression directed at Xie Deng. What is the matter? Xie Deng asked. How come there hasn't been a single incident today? Celia gazed at the news and after-sales sites, utterly perplexed. Yesterday, 3,000 units were sold, logically. There should have been some mishap. I even intended to use it as a cautionary example. There certainly won't be any. I made improvements, Xie Deng replied, curling his finger around the jellyfish's invisible tentacles with a smile. Once a certain amount is absorbed, it will cease feeding. If overused, minor damage may occur. But that can be treated in the medical chamber. In genetic technology, as long as the allele controlling the number of life forms it consumes is added, it can be modified, he continued, setting down the test tube, puzzled. Isn't that difficult? Celia nearly shouted in frustration. Alleles refer to the genes controlling specific traits of life, like whether your eyes are single or double-lidded. Not difficult? Can you enlighten me on how you suddenly found this and what process you used? Celia almost roared. Xie Deng's gaze faltered slightly. Clearing his throat, he said, perhaps it's just good luck on my part. Celia regarded him with suspicion and huffed. Fine. If you won't say, I won't press. With that, he left. Xie Deng resumed his research on the vines, needing to perfect them before heading to the capital star. Suddenly, another thought struck him. If I were to consume an apple, could you simulate a tree and bear fruit? He gently inquired, stroking the jellyfish's tentacle. The jellyfish rejected this absurd request. Retracting its tentacle, reporting to the boss, your master is quite mad. We are meant to consume humans. And here he is wanting to eat me. Its thought was simple. If a ding was so hungry he wished to eat the jellyfish, he must be truly starving, and it needed to prepare something delicious for him. Thus, it obediently set the table, quietly sitting aside waiting for praise. You actually bought food. How wonderful. But where did you get the money? Xie Ding immediately praised Che, then posed another question. He usually gave Che a little pocket money, but it was hardly enough to purchase fresh vegetables. He pulled out a small notebook, noting the lines: Tehran Selection Tournament, Eagle Star System D District Selection, Eagle Grand Selection, 7-Star District Secondary Selection, 7-Star District Top 36 Competition, Star Crown Cup Tournament. The selection for Tehran had been crossed out. Che, you're progressing remarkably, Xie Ding commended. But don't tire yourself too much. I want to get tired. Thinking of supporting a Ding makes me very happy. Che's cheeks flushed slightly, hesitating to mention that he would make the opposing team suffer greatly, and couldn't help but add, I like a Ding the most. And I like Che the most. Xie Ding smiled, flicking away Xie Xiaoshou, who was trying to steal food. Let us eat together. Great. Che promptly arranged the bowls and chopsticks. The jellyfish languidly swayed nearby. Time flowed like water, and events felt like yesterday. After Lu Huaiyang disembarked from the starship, he immediately sought out several of his subordinates to inform them of the news about remaining on the battlefield. They were ecstatic, expressing their gratitude in a flurry of voices. Boss, you truly think of us. How wonderful. Finally leaving the countryside. I haven't even been able to watch a mech tournament live. I have grown mushrooms here for years. A battlefield where there is a war is where life is. Just look at these mechs. They are 100 times better than our old relics. Don't be so exaggerated. It may not be 100 times, but 10 times is certainly true. Yes. Watching dramas has been so torturous. Finally escaping from that misery is like consuming life. Exactly, boss. You can leave with peace of mind. Lu Huaiyang felt quite helpless, having to board the starship with the new team his father had prepared. Before leaving, he encountered a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sleia. It was this young man he met earlier on the road who had provided him with accurate information about the war, prompting him to change his route directly to the 3rd Military District to find his father. Otherwise, if he had headed straight to his father's post in the 6th Military District, it would have wasted at least half a month. Naturally, Lu Huaiyang paused to express his gratitude to this young man, only to realize that the last time they met, he was dressed as a commoner. But now he wore a deep blue high-ranking military uniform, with 3 stars on his epaulets that were blindingly bright, signifying that this young man named Norn held the rank of a genuine Alliance Major General, a rank even higher than Qi Ling. However, his uniform belonged to the Central Intelligence Agency, and the 3 stars denoted that he was undoubtedly a high-ranking official, possessing intelligence capable of influencing the course of human history. I am here to thank you for taking care of my brother, and to ask if you could help deliver some items to Sleia, he said. The young man's appearance and demeanor were harmless and even somewhat bashful, reminiscent of Sleia. But Lu Huaiyang wished to step back 3 paces. Dealing with this group of vipers had never led to anything good. One misstep could entangle him in their so-called leak incident, which could be devastating. No need to worry. We shall meet again soon, Norn replied, his demeanor as refreshing as a gentle breeze, his gaze tinged with amusement. After all, Major General Lu is one of the 3 great kings of the Alliance mech. Among the original 3 kings, only you remain. The military wouldn't keep you wasting away in that rural corner. Thank you for the compliment. I hope so as well. However, calling me a king is a bit too much. With so many talents emerging in the Alliance, it has become increasingly difficult for me to rank. Lu Huaiyang did not hold much hope. Norn smiled. It's different. You fought your way out on the battlefield, while those young aces of recent years still need to endure the trials of war. Norn watched as he boarded his ship, chuckling softly, lingering for a moment. Sir, Commander Lu is still waiting for you, his aide softly reminded. That old fox, he hurried to send my son away as soon as he saw me, the youth scoffed. As if I would devour him. What you say is true. You're not here to devour him, yet you happen upon him. Na'vi individuals often believe they can seize their own destinies, unaware that their fates are forever at the mercy of those in power. The allure of the game of power lies precisely in this. The spatial window of the 3rd Military District directly connects to the wormhole entrance of the Central Star Domain. Lu Huaiyang's starship must pass through here, then fly near the capital star, turning to the spatial entrance of the 7th Star District. After several jumps, it would take nearly a week to reach Tehran Star, even at the fastest pace without stopping. For centuries now, various engines have advanced at a rapid pace. Yet no method has emerged to entirely replace the spatial windows. This is precisely why the last spatial window of the third star zone has attracted the elite forces of the Alliance for its defense. Without utilizing the spatial window, it would take the alien entities at least 300 years to arrive directly, granting us ample time to devise countermeasures. Prolonged jumps impose significant burdens on both individuals and starships. However, Lu Huayang feels that after receiving treatment from Sichuan Deng, such rapid jumps no longer seem to be a source of distress. It appears that this training method not only enhances reflexes but also substantially improves physical endurance. Observing his seemingly normal demeanor, the new team members began to inquire subtly whether he had received a new gene injection, eager to share in any beneficial discoveries. The team members, being staunch traditionalists, held great faith in Major Lu, sparking a wave of enthusiasm for learning throughout the starship. Lu Huayang sought out Qi Ling and recounted his recent experiences. While I was jumping to the central star domain, I happened to encounter Celia's brother, who provided me with information regarding my father's troop redeployment. I found out that your father is also present in the 3rd Military District. Do not phrase it ambiguously. Lu Huayang interjected. Those individuals aim to separate my father from Uncle Qi, to conquer him piecemeal. Qi Ling rolled his eyes at Lu's insistence. They are, like you and me, all brothers. Enough of this banter, let us continue. Uninterested in further debate, Qi Ling sighed. Your father is not an anxious man. Otherwise, the Marshal would not have entrusted his departure back then. What is the situation on the battlefield? The 3rd Military District was taken by surprise in the alien assault, with the command center going dark, leading to a complete collapse of the defenses. The aliens charged towards the last spatial window, and it was only after receiving the news that the Central Army managed to hold them off for a few days, allowing my father to arrive in time to re-establish the defense line. Currently, the situation remains precarious, with significant casualties. Lu Huayang considered this before adding, when I departed, reinforcements from several other star zones were still en route. In that case, let us reach out to Chuan Deng, Qi Ling suggested, activating his holographic device. Chuan Deng, accompanied by Celia, arrived swiftly. Qi Ling succinctly briefed him on the current state of affairs. It is indeed chaotic. Should the final defense line of the 3rd Military District falter, the capital star will inevitably descend into turmoil. Many have already fled the capital. Regardless, Chuan Deng, you are scheduled for university in September next year. The road ahead is long. Prepare thoroughly. You have met Celia. Why did you not inform me? Lu Huayang closed the cabin door forcefully, his voice icy. I am your superior. I need not report every detail to you. Qi Ling frowned in response. What are you so stubborn about at this juncture? Lu Huayang lamented. Am I unaware? You incessantly claim that our munitions are depleted, yet secretly contact him for supplies. Do you not? How could you act so recklessly? And yet you continue to prattle on. Qi Ling scoffed. What choice do I have? The new faction is withholding troops and supplies. Should we lose the spatial mines here, our family would lose significant influence within the military. We cannot simply watch as the aliens descend upon the planet, whereupon disaster would be uncontrollable. We could undermine the old guard and gain control over the spatial mines. Why would they not pursue that? Moreover, do you truly believe Celia is acting out of kindness by providing you information? Qi Ling raised an eyebrow. His equipment surpasses ours by far. Lu Huayang reflected on the fleet's outdated gear from a decade past and considered that given Celia's capabilities in the invasion, he would not want him to discover anything too conspicuous. Even attempting to extract evidence from the surveillance was futile. Indeed, Celia is renowned for his opportunism. His revelation to you is likely motivated by self-interest, Qi Ling remarked with a sardonic smile. In light of this, it seems he may have taken a liking to you. At such a time, do not jest, Lu Huayang replied wearily. He sought you out, after all, as you are the one who procured the munitions. Must we persist in this line of inquiry? Qi Ling finally expressed his own fatigue. The two exchanged glances before shifting topics. Lu Huayang began. If the spatial mines are compromised, neither of us can escape blame, and our families will be entangled as well. Furthermore, the fact that they can lure the aliens to such a remote location indicates that these are no ordinary specimens. I will dispatch the fleet to patrol the orbit, ensuring that no ship has the opportunity to escape. You must move quickly to secure the mineral sources and ascertain their intentions, Qi Ling advised with a cold smirk. The gendarmerie must be en route to swiftly subdue US. Act with haste. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Huayang replied quietly, very well. He rose and departed. In the mining area, the jellyfish had successfully dragged its prey to the dining hall. Chuan Deng, having just learned that the evolutionary directions of the aliens varied, observed the tightly bound youth on the floor in silence. I assure you, I am an ally. I merely wish to test the nature of your relationship with Qi Ling. Celia expressed, somewhat exasperated. While I did communicate with the mayor here regarding the ore, that was merely a fade. If I had not been willing, you would not have been able to access the surveillance. Xie Chuanding remained silent, his expression calm, as though he were saying he did not trust a word. Although the new faction's plan was to have me executed, I am a businessman. The original plan involved orchestrating the theft of the spatial mines and collaborating with the mayor to implicate Qi Ling in the theft. In exchange for the new alien samples they promised me. Celia's handsome features darkened with anger, yet the deal we agreed upon has fallen through. They have sent me outdated, utterly useless alien samples. His voice rose sharply. This is fraud. I called them out on the spot, and they claimed that the alien samples had been stolen. What nonsense. Is it conceivable that such items could simply go missing? Do they think I am a mere 20-year-old child? Xie Chuanding's expression remained unperturbed as he continued to observe Celia's theatrics. Such a breach of contract necessitates a lesson. Hence, I released information to Qi Ling's side, hoping to engage in further negotiations. It was then that I fortuitously witnessed your valiant battle against the aliens, which is why I dared to approach you. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. Would you kindly release me? Celia implored with feigned innocence. Only then did Xie Chuanding slightly raise his head, idly stroking the jellyfish in the bottle, and asked coolly, if you were to die, would they be displeased? The jellyfish, having just expelled an excess of its previous meal, inquired whether it might consume the current prey. Xie Chuanding found it more prudent to eliminate such a troublesome figure who knew too much. After all, he understood that Lu Huaiyang preferred to keep his ability to eliminate the aliens discreet for now. Of course they would be upset, Celia replied, his expression pitiful. Without me, who would they turn to for munitions after sales? Though I consider myself a mere small arms dealer, I swear the Alliance could not find a more formidable arms merchant than I. Much of the outdated equipment was sold by me, and without my assistance, they would struggle to find anyone for repairs. Is that so? Xie Chuanding mused. Surely there are plenty of arms dealers. Your absence would hardly matter. Not at all. Celia instinctively felt a tremendous threat. If I were to perish, my backing would fully lean towards the new faction, and Qi Ling's lineage within the military would truly be finished. Your support would vanish as well, necessitating a new alliance. Why would we pursue such a path? Is your backing truly formidable? Xie Chuanding inquired casually. Extremely so, Celia replied swiftly. Consider this, since the enactment of the private exploration of celestial bodies, the Alliance's factions have been so disordered yet have remained united, all thanks to the three titans holding everything together. I am one of their affiliates. Oh. Who are the three titans? Xie Chuanding prompted, seeking knowledge. The Speaker of the Upper House of the Alliance, His Excellency, the Marshal, sighed with a hint of regret as he spoke. It was unfortunate that Marshal Pachi had rebelled in his time, becoming the master of an alien entity. One of the triumvirate of the Alliance was lost. In recent years, the military had failed to produce a new marshal who could command universal respect, and the 6 joint command generals were incessantly vying for dominance among their respective factions, resulting in the current chaos within the Alliance. Why was planetary privatization implemented back then? Xie Chuanding inquired, recognizing that this question was not directly addressed in historical texts. Wasn't this a blatant endorsement of factional division? Seemingly finding the question rather naive. Celia chuckled lightly. You are still young, Excellency, and perhaps unaware of the trials and tribulations of the age of exploration. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the journey is fraught with solitude, peril, and the unknown. The number of habitable planets suitable for development is exceedingly rare. Without sufficient incentives, how many would willingly drift in the void for the sake of an elusive human future? Chapter 36. The Gateway of Space. The beginning of life, the starship of Slya was not docked at the port, but rather in a space orbit several 100,000 kilometers above the surface. This was a regulation for all spacecraft exceeding 10,000 tons. Otherwise, if they ventured too close, a mere miscalculation could result in being drawn down by the planet's gravity, instantly transforming into a meteor crashing onto the surface, potentially unleashing a cataclysmic disaster. Is such a colossal starship solely yours? As he journeyed via a short-range vessel to the magnificent starship resembling a celestial fortress, Xie Chuanding could not help but exclaim in awe. In comparison, the flagship of Qi Ling's military paled considerably. Slya, satisfied with his vessel, humbly explained, civilian long-range starships are designed this way. After all, in the vast emptiness of space, anything can happen. Therefore, in addition to the essential systems such as water recycling, gravity, and nutrient conversion apparatus, ample cargo space is necessary. As a merchant of arms, if the cargo capacity is insufficient, I might not even earn enough to cover my travel expenses. This time, aside from selling all his arms to Qi Ling, he had also procured a substantial quantity of Tehran's specialties for his empty cargo holds. As a habitable planet, the prices for vegetables, fruits, and meats were exceedingly low. Potatoes cost merely 300 star coins per kilogram, while frozen beast meat was just over 1,000 star coins per kilogram. The same items could fetch an additional 2 zeros in the capital star, given that they were grown in the fertile native soil of a rural planet, rather than the large-scale hydroponic cultivations found throughout the cosmos. The starship boasted its own restaurant, cinema, observation deck, swimming pool, and various fitness equipment, along with hundreds of staff members and thousands of security personnel. They would travel at nearly 3 times the speed of light for 12 days before reaching the nearest space window to Tehran, subsequently jumping to the Little Eagle Star region. There, Aceh could participate in a higher-level mecha competition, and if he ranked among the top contestants, he would qualify for the finals in the capital star. In fact, I could secure a recommendation slot allowing direct entry into the competition in the capital star. Sly expressed his opinion on this, suggesting that there was no need to take the competition so seriously. There's no rush. I wish to explore a few more planets along the way, Xie Chuandang remarked while browsing the introduction of the Eagle Star region, smiling. For the main star of the Eagle Star system was also the capital of the 7th star region. The lengthy and monotonous journey through space made the single-player holographic gaming pods the best means to pass the time. Once the excess crowd dispersed, Aceh took Xie Chuandang's hand and insisted on watching a film together. Xie Chuandang, equally intrigued by the movie, accompanied him, and they watched all the documentaries aboard the starship, covering topics from human formation to the emergence of various life forms, cosmology to microbiology, and the pulsations of planets. Not only did this enrich Aceh's knowledge, but it also provided a substantial supplement for himself. However, upon encountering a documentary on sex education, he, like many conservative parents, promptly skipped it, believing that Aceh's understanding was still immature and that it would be better to wait until he was older. After a span of several days, they finally completed most of the documentaries available on the starship, and the vessel had slowed down, approaching the space window, preparing for the jump. A broadcast announced that all passengers should enter the sleep chamber. Through the lattice window, Xie Chuandang finally beheld the fabled space window. Beyond the inky blackness, a halo of golden light shimmered, resembling a solar eclipse. Countless beams cascaded like waterfalls into the central black void, colossal like a planet yet resplendent like a black gemstone, showcasing the universe's vibrant hues, indescribable by human language. All passengers are requested to enter the sleep chamber. The space jump will exert immense pressure on the body, posing a life-threatening risk to ordinary individuals. Passengers who do not enter the safety system will be deemed to voluntarily assume all consequences. The starship's announcement repeated, echoing in the air. Xie Chuandang, captivated, gazed for several more seconds before reluctantly taking Aceh and Xiao Zhou into the pressure chamber. Xiao Zhou obediently entered. But when it was Aceh's turn, he vehemently resisted going in alone, clutching Xie Chuandang's hand tightly, his expression so pitiful it seemed he might burst into tears. It appeared the previous testing chamber had triggered some painful memories, leaving him with a profound psychological shadow. Xie Chuandang had no choice but to lie down next to him. The moment the chamber door sealed, a special liquid swiftly filled the confined space, expelling the scant air from their lungs. Aceh shivered slightly, then clung to him like an octopus, burying himself in Xie Chuandang's embrace. Do not fear, Xie Chuandang reassured him, holding him close while Aceh pressed against him desperately, as if grasping the last straw, both drawing warmth from one another. Xie Chuandang was unaware of Aceh's past experiences but continued to soothe him with his mental energy, which proved highly effective. After several breaths, Aceh gradually calmed down, quietly drifting into slumber in his arms, his features still bearing a hint of innocence, even producing a small bubble. Observing this, Xie Chuandang couldn't help but smile. His dear Aceh was so well behaved. At that moment, the surrounding void suddenly intensified, unleashing a tremendous pressure that felt as though his very organs wished to escape his body, and the mental energy he emitted was rapidly siphoned away. Had they entered the space window? It was a terrifying magnetic field that seemed intent on absorbing everything, almost extracting his soul from his body. An ordinary person would have been powerless to resist, but Xie Chuandang, a high-level practitioner with a millennium of experience, remained unfazed, even in his past life. He ranked among the top 100 in spiritual awareness, and without a hint of panic, he decisively severed the part of his consciousness being drawn away, allowing the remainder to return to its rightful place, not daring to let even a sliver of it escape. In the next second, that sensation vanished without a trace. They must have already departed the space window. Xie Chuanding pressed his forehead, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he would have likely become a mere vegetable. He resolved never to engage in such risky endeavors again, as it would require considerable time to recuperate from the injury to his consciousness. 3 days later, a colossal starship glided into the Eagle Star spaceport. The spaceport structure resembled a vast branching tree, with each leaf representing various starships of all sizes, floating in synchronous orbit with the main star of Eagle nearby. This was the central hub of the seven-star region, one of humanity's most significant metropolises. Upon disembarking, they underwent a superficial inspection at the port customs, followed by a certification proving the absence of any harmful bacteria within their bodies. Customs promptly issued visas for the 3 of them, including their dog and water mother. Xiao Shou, having its high-grade dog food packed in a large backpack, was adamant that no one could take it away. Thus, they had to queue again. And only after the backpack passed inspection and payment were they allowed to proceed. Slya, uninterested in waiting, waved his black card and breezed through the VIP passage, attracting envious glances from numerous onlookers. After an interminable wait, Xie Chuanding and his companions finally exited the customs area. However, before they could leave the hall, they were intercepted by a striking beauty. "Are you two visiting Eagle Star for the first time? I could serve as your guide." The golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty, clad in a light-colored gown, elegantly tousled her flowing waves, exuding charm. "No need," Xie Chuanding coldly declined, leading Aceh toward the exit. The beauty smiled softly, saying nothing further, as she discreetly pressed a button in her bag. As Xie Chuanding's group hurriedly exited the door and entered the spaceport's escalator, Slya awaited them at the green elevator entrance. Aceh and Xiao Shou gazed around in curiosity. The vast majority of the port consisted of glass tubes, allowing them to see the surrounding space. Xiao Shou even breathed on the glass of the escalator. In the next moment, the outer glass of the port suddenly shattered, the gravity system failing, causing nearly everyone to float. The port alarm blared to life. This was Xie Chuanding's first encounter with weightlessness. Instinctively, he grasped Aceh's hand. Subsequently, the inner glass exploded, unleashing a white smoke that engulfed their view. Suddenly, a catastrophic event unfolded. The air pressure within and outside the spaceport plummeted, causing a swift rush of air to escape through the breach, ensnaring the few individuals present and propelling them toward the vastness of space. As the atmospheric pressure dissipated, the surrounding air grew increasingly rarefied. Aceh instinctively grasped the lantern tightly in his hand, while his other hand clutched the handrail with steadfast determination. Sensing that the lantern was struggling to breathe, he recalled the concept of artificial respiration from a film and earnestly pressed his lips to it, exhaling gently. Finding the lantern somewhat pliable, he playfully nipped at it, only to be met with a swift reprimand from Xie Chuanding, who blushed in embarrassment. At that moment, the emergency systems of the spaceport activated. A protective shield automatically formed over the damaged reinforced glass. The air began to replenish, and robots commenced repairs, restoring gravity in short order. Aceh continued to embrace him tightly. Almost simultaneously, they heard a cry from the small boat. Despite his injuries, Chuanding reached out with his consciousness, discovering that a jellyfish was ensnaring the small boat, preventing it from drifting into the void. The backpack had been unzipped, scattering most of its contents into the abyss, while other items lay strewn about nearby. Notably, the frozen brain was nowhere to be found. Xie Chuanding squinted, a fire igniting within him. Slya soon approached, expressing her regret. "I apologize, my guard failed to reinforce your protection. I believed you could manage." Indeed, without having received the genetic enhancement, Xie Chuanding proved to be inadequate. The jellyfish, upon receiving its orders, gracefully swayed away, disappearing from sight. And what of the possessions? Chuanding felt an ominous foreboding. The people? They were, of course, consumed. The jellyfish innocently waved its tentacles. Xie Chuanding felt a slight headache, his gaze shifting to Aceh, offering reassurance. "It's all right. You can let go of me now." Aceh nodded, obediently releasing his grip and stepping aside, tilting his head thoughtfully as if struck by an idea, and surreptitiously licked his lips. Chapter 37. The unwelcome visitor. Such an incident swiftly attracted the attention of the guards, leading to a partial lockdown of the port. Several individuals were consequently ushered into a small room. At this moment, Slya's connections became evident. Under the watchful eyes of the management, he sent a communication. 10 minutes later, he and his companions were politely escorted out, with assurances that any news of an assailant would be relayed to them. In response to Sichuan Deng's puzzled gaze, Slia smiled slightly and stated, "The head of this port has purchased quite a bit of weaponry from me. He is also a part of my stamp collection, but such matters need not be disclosed." It seemed that this frozen cerebral matter was of significant importance, and caution was imperative moving forward. Slia cast a glance at the metallic box in his backpack, indicating that the spaceship awaited their departure. As they ascended the escalator, the group soon boarded the sightseeing vessel, heading towards the immense planet in the distance. Sichuan Deng was finally witnessing a true interstellar metropolis. Unlike the rural landscape of Tehran Star, this planet shimmered even in the shadows, with brilliant lights outlining nearly every contour of the land on its far side. The sightseeing vessel swiftly pierced through the clouds, revealing 2 radiant suns in the sky, while residences and shops floated amidst a bustling throng of people and vehicles, creating a cacophony of vibrant chaos. This was the capital of the Eagle Star, known as the city that never sleeps, where military governance bred a certain disorder. Slia elucidated, the influence of the alliance government is relatively weak here. While the military wields considerable power, they endorse a free economy. I must say, the military excels in conflict. As for the economy, well, let's just say that military officials are quite well fed, and the unemployment rate is alarmingly high. Smuggling is rampant. If you bring a human brain through the scanners, they won't raise an eyebrow, as long as you avoid their territory and refrain from introducing invasive species. They are particularly welcoming to you. Is there no resistance? Sichuan Deng pondered, envisioning various uprisings. Since the nutrient solution can sustain a large population, no one will starve, Slia replied with a smile. I am not selling equipment for nothing. Nowadays, interstellar pirates and various political organizations are my clientele. It is no longer fashionable to resist. Defiance, after all, can be quite costly. Then let us not linger here too long. We should depart after the competition, Sichuan Deng said, frowning slightly, noting that this place was far removed from the idyllic descriptions and travel brochures. They halted at the port and located the registration point for the mecha tournament. The organizing committee had arranged accommodations in a dedicated hotel for participants. After confirming Aker's eligibility, they were warmly escorted to their lodgings, with enthusiastic introductions to various competing mechas. The insinuation was clear. A little favor could secure the finest mechas for rent. Slia, observing from the side, felt a peculiar sensation akin to undercover exploration. Aker innocently inquired, "Is there a mecha better than the Starry Empress?" Sichuan Deng, of course, ignored him, while Aker remained fond of his own mecha, rejecting the notion. They soon arrived at a luxurious seaside hotel, situated near a vast training ground that would serve as their competition venue. From the upper floors, one could observe genuine mecha battles through telescopes. Aker, with keen eyesight, spent the entire day glued to the glass wall, watching the clashes unfold. Sichuan Deng, however, was preoccupied with another concern. "Isn't this hotel marked with the YT logo?" he queried, recalling that YT had audaciously apprehended Aker and Xiaozhou before. They surely could not be trusted. Indeed, YT was not only a titan in the biomedicine industry but also the principal sponsor of the mecha tournament. With ample resources, they must find ways to invest without letting their wealth stagnate. Charitable endeavors are a common means to bolster their reputation, Slia remarked with a smile. "I will secure another room. You should encourage Aker to score early. The sector competitions are no trivial matter. Victory is not easily attained." Sichuan Deng nodded. "Aker, do you wish to compete?" he asked, approaching Aker to gaze into the distance together. The preliminary rounds of the sector mecha competition served to accumulate points. Each participant began with 3 points, challenging opponents, with losers losing points and being eliminated, while victors advanced by acquiring their rival scores. Ultimately, 10 contenders would progress to the finals in the Capital Star. After the competition, points could be converted into prize money, with the top 10 sharing a grand total of 100 million star coins, and the first-place winner receiving a premium mecha. "Will you watch my match?" Aker turned to him. "Of course," Sichuan Deng replied naturally. "How could I miss your competition?" Aker had a genuine passion for mechas, absorbing knowledge at a glance, and his combat instincts were formidable. Even Lu Weiyang had remarked that Aker was destined to become an elite mecha warrior. Having secured this promise, Aker eagerly pulled him onto the balcony, summoning his mecha. "Let us go?" He extended his hand, his long, fair fingers glistening in the sunlight. Sichuan Deng grasped his hand, sensing an underlying discord. The surrounding stands erupted with a tidal wave of cheers as new challengers entered the arena to commence the next match. Prior to watching the film Pure Love City, he had been grappling with the trivialities of adolescence, hoping the movie might offer clarity, only to find that Aker forbade him from viewing it. Nonetheless, finishing the film turned out to be an effortless endeavor, and he discreetly completed it during a spare moment. A quick online search led him to a realization. He was indeed in his adolescent phase. During this time of youthful exploration, Aker had completed a psychological questionnaire online, discovering his mental age to be 14, a revelation that imbued him with a sense of responsibility. He yearned to protect Aker, to share every waking moment together, and to shower him with gifts of his choosing. Thus, he resolved to master the art of mecha, as an innate feeling guided him, suggesting that he was destined for greatness in this realm. Victory. Alas, an entire day had passed, and there was not a single worthy opponent in sight. Aker gazed at Xie Dang in the stands, maneuvering his mecha, and flashed a victory sign. The cameras immediately focused on him. He was the unexpected dark horse of the competition, astonishing all by effortlessly reaching the top 10, much to everyone's surprise. Just as Aker prepared to depart, he received a new challenge from a newcomer with only 3 points. This seemed uninteresting, and he was about to decline when the challenger publicly declared, "Defeat me, and I'll reward you with 1 million star coins." Aker's reflexes outpaced his thoughts, and he accepted the challenge. The opponent emerged from the exit in a slender red mecha, half the height of the Starry Empress, its exterior simplistic yet striking, armed only with a silver machine gun. However, in close combat, the utility of the gun was severely limited. Aker awaited the opponent's move, having mastered nearly all the techniques of his adversaries. A key reason for his unchallenged success thus far. The opponent merely raised the gun and fired a casual shot. Aker immediately employed erratic, evasive maneuvers, making it impossible for the opponent to lock onto him. Yet, a terrifying occurrence unfolded. That single shot struck his engine directly. Fortunately, the Starry Empress boasted formidable defense, and the bullet merely melted the outer armor. Aker's acceleration reached its zenith, rendering the opponent incapable of reacting to his speed. Nonetheless, that mecha delivered another shot, perfectly aimed. The Starry Empress fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Aker felt immense sorrow, as if the blow had been dealt to him directly. He hastily exited the cockpit to assess the damage. At that moment, the pilot of the opposing mecha gracefully leaped out, landing beside him with cascading waves of luxurious hair, framing a captivating visage. In a husky voice, she remarked, "I did not injure any vital parts. It was merely a short circuit. Is that you?" Aker recognized her. She was indeed the woman from customs who was to serve as their guide. "I am Chris. After witnessing your mech battle, I must say you possess remarkable talent. Would you be interested in becoming my partner?" She smiled as she approached him. "Partner?" Aker instinctively felt inclined to decline. "Please, do not be hasty in your refusal. The mech competition is filled with formidable contenders, and team battles have become quite popular. If we part ways, you may only reach the capital preliminaries, but if we join forces, we could secure a place in the top 10, the woman chuckled lightly. "Well, I need to think about it," Aker replied, retracting his mech and swiftly leaping in front of Shi-Chu-Ing to relay the proposition. Just as Celia was about to pull up battle footage, a knock at the door interrupted him. A woman clad in a white dress with golden hair leaned against the door, smiling. "It's been a while, little pizza." Celia's calm demeanor instantly morphed into disdain. "Ah, isn't this the one who lost to the Met Kings a few times back? Look at you now. What scheme are you concocting? Since we hold no regard for one another, why speak so harshly? I'm merely here to find a partner. Do you believe me?" She waved at Aker. "Come here. Little brother, I have something good for you." Aker, however, would not approach her. Instead, he quickly dashed behind Shi-Chu-Ing, mimicking the protective gestures taught in childhood to avoid abduction. Shi-Chu-Ing's expression turned icy as he swiftly waved her away, admonishing Aker, "Stay away from this ambiguous individual." Understood, Aker nodded obediently, though he felt a twinge of curiosity. Was ambiguous synonymous with asexual? Perhaps it pertained to an alternate form? Regardless, it was not his concern. The author wishes to express gratitude to MSNINHU, YLG and Miss DLI. Chapter 38, Life is Hard, No Action, No Survival. Syria found great satisfaction in the situation. A proud smile briefly graced his face before he composed himself to introduce the individual named Chris. He was a formidable figure who had risen to prominence in the Met Combat Championships. It was recalled that during his first competition, he never needed a second shot. Countless adversaries struggled to showcase their skills against him, with many opponents reduced to tears by his relentless marksmanship. It was only at the capital's competition, amidst a chaotic melee involving hundreds of warriors, that he was finally approached, yet even then, he eliminated over 100 foes, emerging as the year's most unexpected contender. He ultimately faced another mech master and succumbed before reaching the finals, but that rival later ascended to become the foremost ace of the Alliance's mech army, suggesting that Chris's misfortune was merely a stroke of bad luck. Otherwise, advancing to the finals would have been a certainty for him. After being eliminated from the preliminaries, Chris turned down all offers, opting instead to ally with a defeated mech team and became a high-ranking mercenary. However, for reasons unknown, news of him dwindled, and he gradually faded from the Alliance's elite ranks. Why is he wearing a skirt? After absorbing the entire narrative, Xuan Deng's reservations about partnering with Che diminished significantly, yet he still found aspects he could not abide. This prompted Syria to furrow his brow in surprise, eyes widening in astonishment. Xuan Deng, I perceive that your thoughts seem rather archaic. It has been years since the dawn of gender equality. Why should a woman don a skirt while a man cannot? Despite his disapproval of Chris, wishing for him not to be a chase partner, there remained a crucial point he needed to clarify. Syria continued, shifting the topic. The capital's grand competition simulates a genuine battlefield. The preliminaries will see a massive melee on the planetary arena. Only those who survive to the end will advance to the finals. Competing alone poses a significant disadvantage, and if a Che wishes to progress, it would be prudent to seek a partner. Xuan Deng, are you truly not considering pursuing mech combat? A Che's eyes sparkled with hope, eager for Xuan Deng's agreement. Yet, sensing the hesitation in his gaze, he resolutely grasped Xuan Deng's hand and stated earnestly, do not worry. I can manage. Although he longed to fight alongside Xuan Deng, he had no desire to see him harmed. He was determined to protect him and prove that he could earn a living. Once he secured the prize money, he would distance Syria and continue a life solely with Xuan Deng. It's not that I don't want to learn. I simply refuse to utilize gene injections. After some contemplation, Xuan Deng declined, for to him, humanity was the essence of all beings, and the notion of changing one's race exceeded his moral boundaries. Well, that's that. Partners can be found gradually. You both have had a tiring day. Let's get something to eat. Although the restaurant here serves synthetic meat and soil-free vegetables, the taste is still quite decent. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiu eagerly leaped from the sofa, spiritedly pulling a Che along, exclaiming, let us go, Xuan Deng. After bidding farewell to Xuan Deng, Syria slowly settled into his chair, pouring himself a glass of water as he awaited calmly. Although he understood that the task he had accepted was no simple endeavor, he never anticipated encountering you. The golden-haired beauty who entered had gathered his hair into a bun, revealing a smooth forehead and striking features. With an androgynous visage that could easily belong to either gender, Syria mused that Xuan Deng's identity must be a fade. Only a person of significant lineage could command such respect. Speak, what will it take for you to assist me? A regular high school graduate? Do not jest. Syria replied with a smirk. Care to guess? He retorted confidently. Let us put it to the test, came the reply. This contract was substantial. Each party had their needs to fulfill. In Chris's perspective, Syria's failure to disclose Xuan Deng's true identity suggested a discord between his demeanor and intentions. This contract should indeed be executed. Do not blame me for not warning you. He is not someone to be trifled with, Syria remarked coolly. If you genuinely wish to collaborate, perhaps consider adopting a masculine guise. Chris received this warning with a confident smile, rising to depart. In fact, Syria's caution only fueled his competitive spirit. Syria watched him leave with satisfaction, savoring the tasteless water as if it were infused with the sweetness of victory. I have already been drawn into Xuan Deng's vessel, and now someone wishes to deliver goods right to my doorstep. How delightful. The thought of the other party's self-destructive tendencies only amused him further. As the mech battles continued, a Che Star Queen suffered numerous hits, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Eventually, a Che opted for a standard mech, as the competition encouraged participants to utilize standardized mechs to better showcase their overall capabilities. When he learned of this rule, he inquired, why not allow everyone to use the same mech for fairness? The staff, accustomed to such inquiries, replied matter-of-factly, there is no fairness on the battlefield. Having a wealthy father is also a measure of strength. Xuan Deng paused, contemplating the implications, and felt a small sense of satisfaction, finding a Che's insight endearing. Once a Che took to the field in the standard mech, many of his opponents, assuming he was a wealthy heir, rushed to challenge him. Initially, a Che found it somewhat disconcerting, But his remarkable learning ability allowed him to quickly acclimate to the mech, enhancing his speed and dispatching foes within a day. Though such victories lacked the elegance of his battles with the Star Queen, Chris's particle gun was exceedingly precise and swift, making shooting almost instinctual for him. No matter how fast HA's mech was, it could not match the speed of light, leaving him to evade Chris's strikes. However, his evasive maneuvers appeared simplistic and easily decipherable. Xie Dang spent the day observing his beloved being bullied, while Chris occasionally smiled at Che after besting him, inviting him to become his partner to avoid further conflict. Yet, this was a contest of skill, and while it was legitimate, it irked Xie Dang, who felt unable to intervene directly. Reflecting on Che's evasive tactics, he pondered throughout the evening until Che climbed into his bed. "Didn't you get a new bed?" Xie Dang opened his eyes to find Che there. The hotel suite consisted of one bedroom and two living areas, specifically designed for competitors with family. Che had a luxurious single room. Without saying a word, Che gazed at him with a pitiful expression, revealing his frustration. "Don't worry, it's just a loss. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to evade. I promise you won't land a hit on you." Xie Dang's heart softened immediately as he comforted his beloved with gentle words, stroking Che's head. Che nestled into his embrace, falling asleep while subtly smiling, yet still seeking solace against Xie Dang. Being a millennium-old practitioner, he possessed exceptional insight and had honed his swordsmanship under the guidance of friends. Within hours, he had already devised a preliminary strategy that merely required Che to refine it through practice. The following day, he instructed Che on some techniques to execute with the mech. Che absorbed the lesson swiftly, and when he returned to the battlefield, he applied Xie Dang's methods rather than the ones taught by Lu Huaiyang. He lost the first match. However, Che remained undeterred, proceeding to the second round where he began to grasp the nuances. Xie Dang's techniques were far more complex than those imparted by Lu Huaiyang, making it difficult for Che to adapt at times, leading to some missteps and another loss. Despite the defeats, he felt a sense of fulfillment, for he had begun to understand the approach. By the third match, he had deciphered the use and evasion techniques, executing fluid movements that allowed him to defeat his opponent in merely 12 seconds, faster than with the Star Queen. The subsequent matches became his grand stage. As he had mastered the art of leveraging his advantages, he could deduce his opponent's movements through the design of their mechs, the appearance of their equipment, and their acceleration actions, allowing him to devise strategies for victory and execute them with finesse, winning each battle more resoundingly than the last. It seemed as though he was destined for this pursuit. At last, he faced Chris once more. This time, he employed the minuscule evasive maneuvers that Dang had taught him, effectively safeguarding his vital points. Chris fired 3 shots in quick succession, all of which missed their mark, yet this allowed Che to close the distance rapidly. When an archer is engaged by a warrior, the outcome of the battle becomes almost predetermined. However, Chris's mech concealed hidden capabilities. He initiated an incursion on Che's standard mech, a simplistic system that had been studied countless times. This was a common tactic employed by affluent players to dominate their less fortunate adversaries. With the enhancements brought forth by the Queen of the Starry Sky and Che's advancing techniques, the battlefield was once again transformed into his arena. After several hours, Chris found himself matched against Che, who had switched to the Queen of the Starry Sky. Following 2 ineffective shots, Chris, witnessing the approaching figure of the Queen, took a drag from his cigarette, chuckled softly, and conceded defeat. Upon hearing his opponent's admission, Che paused, eager to share insights on shooting techniques, only to see Chris raise his hand and fire a shot at maximum power without restraint. At such a close range, the engine of the Queen was completely penetrated, rendering Che's mech unusable for at least a fortnight. The referee had yet to declare a winner, and verbal admissions of defeat held no weight. Chris smiled, seemingly aware of his own excess, and added, "Well, actually, it does count. It's just that someone with a bit of influence like me has certain privileges. My dear, let me teach you something. On the battlefield, never trust your enemy's words. If it were a standard mech, due to system limitations, Che would not stand a chance against this modified mech, which was a tier above the Queen of the Starry Sky. Should they persist in excluding him from their little group, he could ensure that his opponents were barred from the finals." Xie Dang sat in the living room, slightly squinting as he gently stroked the head of Xiao Zhou's dog, eventually pausing involuntarily. Xiao Zhou, momentarily taken aback, reached out a paw to place Xie Dang's hand back on its head. The owner patted it and calmly rose to leave, knocking on Slia's door. "Is there something you need?" Slia inquired, donning a sleep cap. "Where does Chris reside?" Xie Chuanding asked succinctly. Room 9244 on the 92nd floor. Slia promptly replied. Thank you. Xie Chuanding nodded before turning and heading to the elevator. The author wishes to express gratitude to my beloved 818 and Chu Tianqua for their support. Chapter 39. A plan foiled. Another scheme arises. He quietly drummed his fingers in contemplation, leaving aside the distant past. Consider the moment when Lu Huaiyang was subjected to the rapid rotations of the Water Mother's tentacles. The centrifugal force at that instant was sufficient to sever a person secured with a safety harness into pieces. Even if he had undergone a genetic enhancement, he would emerge in a severely injured state with significant internal damage. You could also receive an injection. I can have Qi Ling reimburse you, Lu Huaiyang asserted, expressing that it was no issue at all. Enthusiastically, he projected a long series of graphs onto the holographic screen, explaining, this type of perception-enhancing genetic injection can amplify your sensory awareness and reaction speed. This strength-based genetic injection, derived from ant genes, allows you to lift over 500 tons under standard gravitational conditions. And this speed-based genetic injection can accelerate your sprinting to 300 kilometers per hour. However, I would recommend this versatile new genetic injection. While it may not be as potent as the individual enhancements, it can comprehensively boost strength, speed, and neurological response with just one dose, sufficient to allow you to pilot a mech. Xie Chuanding displayed no interest, outright refusing. One's body is a gift from one's parents. How can it be altered at will? Furthermore, don't these come with side effects? He believed in enhancing himself through mental fortitude and martial prowess, exploring his inherent potential and seeking the most suitable path of evolution, rather than appropriating the genetic traits of others into his own body. After all, in his previous life, such practices were considered nefarious. Occasionally borrowing from others was acceptable, but adopting it as one's own path was utterly untenable. Can I attend university? Upon hearing this offer, Xie Chuanding felt a flicker of interest, leading to a singular inquiry. Is there a military academy? Lu Huaiyang cautiously inquired. Regrettably, we are not fated for that, Xie Chuanding replied bluntly, as his ambition lay with the finest medical university. Aceh sighed in relief and discreetly signaled the great Water Mother to depart. The Water Mother, however, was reluctant, insisting on receiving an evolutionary source before leaving. Aceh, oblivious to what an evolutionary source was, angrily retorted, if you don't leave, I'll eat you. Meanwhile, Lu Huaiyang found himself at an impasse and opted for a compromise. Very well, I will take you to the launch chamber, and you can fire a shot at it. Isn't it said that permissions cannot be granted so casually? Xie Chuanding retorted with amusement. It's merely a matter of facing a reprimand, Lu Huaiyang sighed, shrugging. I already have hundreds of reprimands. One more won't make a difference. Then how are you still a major? Xie Chuanding questioned, perplexed. Surely, with 100 reprimands, he would have been expelled from the military? Qi Ling and I were once high-ranking officers in the 9th Legion of the Alliance. Ordinary reprimands are merely a matter of writing a reflection, Lu Huaiyang admitted somewhat bashfully, self-deprecatingly adding, I just made a foolish mistake once and ended up dispatched here with my direct subordinates. You were so young? Xie Chuanding couldn't help but doubt the combat capabilities of the Alliance, as he was aware that a single legion boasted tens of millions of professional soldiers, not counting the auxiliary personnel. After receiving a genetic injection, one's appearance generally remains unchanged. Lu Huaiyang preferred to drop the subject. Are you willing to try the turret? Absolutely. Xie Chuanding expressed his keen interest in such weaponry. Aceh's expression shifted. Dang, don't shoot the Water Mother. It's so adorable, and it poses no threat. Aceh, Xie Chuanding gently patted his beloved shoulder, speaking earnestly, on the battlefield, there is no distinction between friend and foe. It is either you or me. Moreover, he hesitated for a moment, then sheepishly continued, I wish to dismantle the core of that Water Mother to study the biological principles behind its formidable nature. For such a colossal organism, he only required a small remnant. His curiosity was piqued. In his previous life, the various monstrous bloodlines of Kunlai were highly prized, with even a small amount fetching exorbitant prices. Those great beasts lived in luxury, selling their blood for a living. And he wondered if the anomalous organisms here possessed any medicinal value. The anticipation was overwhelming. Aceh was rendered speechless by this notion, trembling like a fragile chick in the wind, appearing utterly pitiful. Seeing his precious companion so frightened, Xie Chuanding comforted him. Aceh, do not fear. I shall not dismantle you. Having said this, he instructed Lu Huaiyang to lead him to the turret. Aceh trembled even more violently. Oh dear. How could Chuan Deng be like this? If he knew I was an anomalous entity, would he treat me the same way? What should I do? Should I allow him to dismantle me? But if he does, can I still be with him? He was at a loss. After grappling with his thoughts for some time, he decided to reveal his true nature to Xie Chuan Deng, hoping perhaps he might not dismantle him. Nonetheless, the thought filled him with sorrow. Nearby, Xie Xiaozhou inquired what he was doing standing there. Oh, there's something fun. Achay suddenly snapped back to reality. Noticing the clumsy dog attempting to lick the tip of its nose while playfully chasing a pink water mother, rolling around excitedly on the ground, urging him to join in the fun. Oh my, a water mother? Achay dashed toward the turret. Simultaneously, a magnificent firework erupted outside the window. As Achay rushed through the turret door, another grand firework exploded in the void, startling the water mother, which began descending toward the planet. Though not highly intelligent, it instinctively understood that it would be safer in that direction. The water mother complained, "It hurts so much. It's veering off." Xie Chuan Deng lamented. "It's quite normal. It appears close, but we are still 300 kilometers away. Long-range snipers typically undergo genetic enhancements for eagle-eye precision. Would you like to receive an injection?" Lu Huaiyang activated his holographic device again. "I'll give it another shot." The moving target was proving difficult. Xie Chuan Deng had already fired 7 shots in vain. "I was mistaken. You truly lack this talent. Cease fire. It's going to crash." Lu Huaiyang exclaimed, alarmed. "If it crashes, we won't dare to shoot at it." Yet, as if it had heard their words, the water mother accelerated suddenly, plummeting toward the blue planet that occupied 90% of the ocean. "What now?" Xie Chuan Deng panicked. "This is bad. It's too late to stop it now." Lu Huaiyang was equally frantic. Once it descended, the planet's gravitational pull would accelerate its fall, making it impossible for them to catch up. It is now uniformly accelerating. Surely the holographic device can lock onto its trajectory? Xie Chuan Deng was desperate not to cause a calamity due to his own actions. Previously, his inability to predict the water mother's movements was a hindrance. Now that they had a computer, they should be able to calculate its path. Yes, but it's currently moving faster than the shells. The shells cannot catch up. Lu Huaiyang anxiously activated the holographic communication. Qi Ling, quickly alert the residents of the city below to enter the final shelters. A catastrophic collision is imminent. Even if the water mother retracted, it still possessed a massive size of 10 kilometers. The collision of such an entity with the planet would be catastrophic. A single strike could obliterate a significant portion of terrestrial life, leading to apocalyptic devastation. They had been striving to prevent the water mother from approaching the planet for this very reason, but unexpectedly, they had inadvertently created a dire situation. I have already notified them, but it may be too late. It will land in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The protective shield is set to maximum. But we can only do our best. Qi Ling's anxious voice resonated through the channel. The shield should hold, but the underground tremors may not be contained. Preparations for rescue should commence. Xie Chuan Deng's face turned pale, his nails digging into his flesh as he recalled the ominous sign he had calculated upon arriving. Was this fate manifesting here, a consequence of his actions? It was all his fault. He had been too impulsive and arrogant. Though reborn, he remained aloof, disregarding everything around him. Had he paid even a modicum of attention earlier, how could he have invited such a monumental disaster? Having suffered such a grievous defeat in his past life, how could he be so frivolous in this life? It was utterly foolish. As the crowd anxiously awaited, the jellyfish suddenly unfurled its colossal umbrella-like bell, creating a magnificent parachute that obscured the sun, conjuring a tremendous storm in the sky, stirring up hurricane-force winds and towering waves. However, it successfully descended and vanished beneath the ocean's depths. The gathered onlookers, along with Achay, exhaled in relief, with Achay quietly commending its effort. Yet trouble loomed. For the foreign entity would inevitably consume all living beings, seeking evolution through their genes. Thus, a retreat was the only feasible course of action. After the collective sigh of relief, Qi Ling remarked with a touch of concern that our starship was insufficient, hoping that the shield would withstand the foreign threat. Did we provoke another predicament? Achay felt a twinge of guilt and instructed the jellyfish to hasten its departure from the planet's far side. The author wishes to express gratitude. Thank you to all who supported, including Mei Zi, SUSI-MANHUA, Yila Jiang, ZLYHQ1, and I love the minds of 818. Chapter 40. The Art of Warfare. Unseen achievements. The journey aboard a starship is often fraught with monotony. When traveling at speeds surpassing light, the flow of time becomes distorted. Indeed, relative to planetary time, the passage of time within the starship extends beyond the norm. During this prolonged duration, finding ways to occupy oneself becomes paramount. Sleia. An elite sales representative, perpetually traversed the realms of alien and sectoid beings and humanity. Within the confines of the starship, myriad diversions awaited. After receiving a bonus, Aker felt a surge of confidence and opted not to engage with the virtual machine, instead succumbing to the allure of a single-player game. This game, titled Expedition, is an expansive RPG that simulates reality, offering players two major factions to choose from, the aliens or humanity. Naturally, Aker chose the alien faction. Recently, he had ascended from a mere alien foot soldier to a high-ranking figure within the alien hierarchy, effortlessly besting human AI opponents. He often sought to impress Xie, hoping to entice him into cooperative multiplayer battles with the ambition of subjugating humanity together. Xie, wearied by Aker's daytime antics and nighttime boasts, reluctantly joined him in a two-player gaming pod for a match against the computer. However, unlike his solitary conquests, Xie displayed no aptitude for gaming. Regardless of his attempts or study of strategies, he became a liability, often either detected by the humans or cornered by them. In those moments of peril, Aker would swoop in with his subordinates, rescuing Xie from dire straits, sometimes at great personal cost. Xie Xiaozhou found this endlessly amusing, often with his tongue lolling out and indulging in treats, gaining several pounds in the process. Yet, Xie Chuanding's retreat into seclusion was not merely an evasion of gaming. It was a necessity to mend his mental wounds. The enigmatic nature of the spatial window loomed large, and he dared not underestimate it. Having previously been distracted by Aker amidst a crowd on the planet, he now recognized the opportune moment to focus. After confirming that it would take at least 10 days to reach the next spatial window, he locked himself in his quarters, immersing himself in the peculiar waves that held secrets to unravel, while simultaneously nurturing and repairing his mental faculties. These waves resembled a dense magnetic field, defying the odds by existing outside of material confines. To decipher them, Xie Chuanding needed to refine his mental focus to a degree thousands of times finer than before. A formidable challenge requiring absolute concentration. Thus, before retreating, he commanded Aker not to disturb him for a full 10 days, to which Aker begrudgingly acquiesced. In contrast, Xie Xiaozhou reveled in the newfound freedom, delighting in the absence of Chuanding. With a jubilant cheer, he unleashed his repressed nature, tearing apart anything in sight, be it holographic screens, furniture, or even paper. With a playful spirit and the assistance of a jellyfish, he felt invincible. Slee observed this with detached amusement, instructing his subordinates to document the chaos while allowing the dog to indulge in its antics. Meanwhile, Aker remained engrossed in his gaming, having previously teamed up with Slee for a match where they faced off as humans and aliens. Aker's prowess led to a resounding victory, yet Slee, undeterred, switched factions for a rematch. This time, the outcome was even grimmer for Slee, as Aker inadvertently rendered him unable to respawn, pushing the remnants of the alien faction towards total domination of the southern galaxy. As the starship navigated through the games, it soon arrived at Supply Point D. The name was rather straightforward, as this was a typical rogue planet, devoid of a solar orbit, floating within the gravitational center of several nearby star systems. Its trajectory resembled the letter D, hence its designation. Such planets are stable, with gravitational forces that are easily escaped, and they lie in proximity to spatial windows, making them rare cosmic havens and one of the three primary supply points leading to the central star region of the Tianyin galaxy. The starship gently descended onto a vast platform, its protective shields activating to envelop it entirely. This area was home to a contingent of the 7th Star District's military, who, due to their strategic position, were confident in their authority. "I'll handle the situation myself. You all stay aboard," Slee instructed, glancing at the dog. "Do you understand?" Xie Xiaozhou looked up with an air of defiance. Slee then disembarked from the bridge, escorted by his guards, and was received by a cadre of uniformed soldiers, leaving the remaining personnel stationed at the entrance, ever ready for action. Xie Xiaozhou, disinterested and lying on the ground, had recently chewed through a considerable number of items, and his teeth ached. He too required rest. However, the tantalizing scent wafting through the air piqued his curiosity, enhanced by Chuanding's modifications. His sense of smell had become exponentially more acute, allowing him to detect individual molecules. Following the scent, he descended the starship, not forgetting his bag of dog food. Soon, he stumbled upon a piece of high-quality dog food discarded on the faux lawn, the source of the delightful aroma. It truly was exquisite. He had never tasted such delectable dog food. There was more to be found. He followed the scent again, this time leading him to a human, golden-haired and seated in a wheelchair, who gazed at him with deep green eyes. Xia Xiaozhou's fur bristled in alarm, and he turned to flee, only to collide headfirst into the protective shield. One of the soldiers nearby attempted to remove the device housing the dog's brain, only to have Xia Xiaozhou bite off his arm in anger. The soldier retaliated with a gunshot. In the aftermath, the soldier crumpled to the ground as the invisible jellyfish comforted the bewildered dog. The golden-haired human sighed quietly, opening a small gap in the protective shield. In a sudden burst, Xia Xiaozhou darted through the opening, discarding his oversized backpack in the process. Meanwhile, a pipeline labeled energy connected to the underside of Slia's starship. In the same instant, all control screens on the starship flickered into a chaotic jumble of symbols. A group of soldiers, armed with supply zone inspection permits, entered the starship, presenting their credentials. After a thorough verification, the guarding soldiers allowed them entry. Shortly thereafter, Slia found himself confronted by Chris, who held a gun to him. As the surrounding guards braced for confrontation, "Let them in," Slia stated calmly. The guards, left with no choice, lowered their weapons, permitting the intruders to enter. The adversaries exchanged glances before swiftly inserting a device into the control console. The starship trembled slightly, and the screen soon returned to normal data flow, propelling the vessel out of the protective shield and into the void. Within the bridge, Slia smiled at Chris, seated in his wheelchair, pouring himself a cup of tea and raising it in a toast. "I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. It was merely an unfortunate oversight." Chris lamented, "That young man has left me with a neurodegenerative condition, rendering me unable to pilot a mech. The specialists say my case is unique and that I am slowly recovering. But can I truly entrust my life to possibilities? You must have spent a fortune bribing the guard to orchestrate my downfall," Slia remarked, recalling the recent incident where Chris had been taken hostage while trying to broker a deal in the D-zone. "Not too much," Chris replied with a faint smile. "I had long intended to teach you a lesson for your previous indiscretions. You know, over the years, I've only accepted payment, never ransoms. Aren't you the one who wishes to seduce high-ranking officials? Why didn't that rotund fellow suffice? My standards are exceptionally high, you know, even you wouldn't meet them." Sliria spoke with disdain, recalling how, in the past, you went to great lengths to pursue me. Chris smiled, retorting that it was the burly bearded star thief, Chris, he was truly interested in. "Let us not delve into that. However, what sum must the employer offer to entice you to come here personally?" "Release me, and I shall pay you double," Sliria inquired lazily. That was a chapter from his murky past. Who could have anticipated that a burly man, after a bath and a shave, would transform in such a manner? He could only consider himself a victim of deception. Sliria gazed at his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips, concealing her achievements and reputation. "The author wishes to express gratitude to my beloved 818, Silly Joy, Chu Tianqua, and ZLY Chu1 for their support." Chapter 41, Night Flowers and Thousand Trees. Stars falling like rain. Chris felt an immense pressure from Xie Chuandang's abilities. Although he was unaware of the means by which Xie had subdued him, he had no desire to test his prowess further. As he approached Ske's door, he instinctively rubbed his neck before stepping back and casting several glances at his subordinates. One fully armed associate promptly stepped forward, retrieved specialized tools, and swiftly unlocked the password lock before forcefully kicking the door open, revealing the scene within. The room, possibly a repurposed warehouse, was devoid of any furnishings. The lights not even illuminated. As the door swung open, a beam of light pierced the dark space, illuminating Xie Chuandang, who sat quietly with his legs crossed and eyes closed. The light highlighted half of his profile, showcasing both youthful beauty and the profound weariness of time. Akin to an unchanging deity, innocent yet imposing. The commotion did not prompt him to open his eyes. Closing his eyes could not alter reality. Chris's expression was complex as he calmly stated, "Regardless of your capabilities, this starship is under my control. I do not wish to be your adversary. If you merely free me from the restraints you have placed upon me, I shall allow you to leave." Finally, Xie opened his eyes. "I am a genetic warrior. Even in the void of space without any protection, I can survive for 20 minutes. You, however, are merely an ordinary person." Chris replied directly, "If you destroy the starship, you will not last 10 seconds in space. That is a realm of death, aside from the insectoid creatures and a few rare stellar beasts. Life birthed on planets cannot endure the near absolute zero temperatures." Xie gazed at him calmly and sighed softly. "Why bother? I merely intended to teach you a lesson." Chris's heart jolted, yet he remained composed. "I have already set a trap aboard the starship. If you act recklessly, we shall perish together. You traveled all this way just to die with me?" Xie slowly rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. I have always believed that when one arrives in a place, one must adhere to its rules. This is both a matter of quality and courtesy. Therefore, unless the other party transgresses first, I shall not overstep my bounds. Enough. Xie did not wish to prolong the conversation. Let Celia explain himself. He has been quite troublesome lately. Before Chris could utter a word, he felt himself enveloped by a thin membrane, his resistance futile. Instinctively, he fired a shot before being captured. Simultaneously, nearly all the pirates aboard the ship experienced the same fate. Chris raised his hand. The weapon he wielded was restrained. He had no intention of completely severing ties, so he targeted only the button on Xie's sleeve, intending to convey that he had the opportunity to kill him. High-penetration particle guns were unsuitable aboard the starship. He employed high-energy alloy mechanical bullets, which possessed enough penetration and deterrent power. Regrettably, he did not witness what transpired next. Xie raised his hand, effortlessly suspending the high-energy alloy bullet in his palm. The immense energy caused it to slightly deform, yet it could not advance further. This was the culmination of his efforts over several days. He could not temporarily simulate that bizarre magnetic field, but he could manipulate the movement of a small portion of it. In that minuscule area, the flow of time was exceedingly slow, nearly at a standstill. The only thing capable of passing through was the spatial or he had encountered previously. He lowered his hand, allowing the bullet to regain its kinetic energy, which then struck the wall, creating a deep bullet hole. However, it only penetrated 3 walls before embedding itself in the 4th. He remained seated, waiting, while Celia, aided by the jellyfish, swiftly broke free from control. Did you bring him here? Xie inquired, gazing at Celia. The universe was vast. The other party's swift arrival was remarkable. He would have found his way here regardless. You cannot attribute that to me. Celia attempted to deflect responsibility. Xie maintained a calm demeanor, snapping his fingers. The nearby jellyfish promptly expelled Chris, who emerged covered in slime, coughing violently. His gaze darted between Xie and Celia before he turned on the lights and, imitating Xie, sat cross-legged with a long sigh. I concede. Speak. How shall you deal with me? The brain has already been dispatched. Killing me will yield no results. Whose brain is it? Celia asked curiously. The response was evasive. I received the assignment from Amon. You know, he is an intermediary. Chris explained to Xie, Amon is a notorious merchant within the Alliance, often receiving orders from anonymous clients who deposit their compensation with him as collateral. Once the goods are confirmed, he releases the payment to me. He then turned to Celia, a smile gracing his emerald eyes. As for how I found my way here, it certainly must be. Just as he was about to divulge further, the entire starship suddenly shook violently. Chris raised his hand, and communications on the holographic console immediately activated. Boss, trouble. An unidentified fleet is attacking us. Celia quickly opened his console, projecting a holographic display. The three-dimensional radar revealed the starship and its surroundings, surrounded by a cluster of over 20 smaller vessels. He immediately recognized them as the dilapidated ships Chris had brought, their offensive capabilities lacking. However, what truly furrowed his brow were the dozens of vessels at the 3 o'clock position. These ships were oddly shaped. Neither the sharply triangular form of military vessels nor the cylindrical shape of transport ships, but rather an amalgamation of rhomboids, from which many smaller rhomboids emerged, assaulting the surrounding pirate ships. The main cannons of these bizarre vessels were bombarding their current starship. Can you identify the fleet's origin? Chris's expression shifted as he urgently questioned Celia. They are definitely new models that have yet to debut. They are absent from my database. Celia frowned, observing the rapid depletion of energy on the protective shield. Hurry to the turrets. I will grant you access. Understood. I will provide cover while you initiate a short-range jump. We shall retreat directly. All right. The two split up, their cooperation seamless, leaving Xie entirely disregarded. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xie began to close his eyes. Exploring the peculiar wave he had encountered, he would not create trouble for others when he was unable to assist, taking advantage of the moment before Aceh arrived. At that moment, Aceh rushed out of the gaming pod, quickly locating Xie. Upon seeing him, he lunged forward. Dang, are you all right? I am fine. Xie comforted him with a pat, understanding that further research was impossible. He led Aceh to the bridge, where Celia remained composed, adjusting the starship's energy and commanding the guards to engage. Yet, the tension in his furrowed brow revealed that the situation was far from easy. The hall's holographic projection displayed the battle status. The vastness of space rendered the distance too great to discern details. only allowing glimpses of light flashing and the sparks on the shield. The smaller vessels had dwindled, often transforming into fireworks in the cosmos. The universe was immense. Their disappearance was silent and undramatic, akin to distant lights extinguishing in tall buildings. Yet they had not gone without victories. Chris operated the starship's main cannon, occasionally erasing small rhomboid fighters in the crossfire. Are we unable to hit the larger ones? The largest of the dark rhomboid vessels concentrated fire on their shield. Even Sia could see the energy gauge on the projection screen sliding from yellow to red, approaching empty, a sight that was disconcerting. The larger ones have shields. Our energy is insufficient to penetrate them all, Celia remarked, visibly agitated. Where did this fleet come from? They're power rivals that of elite law enforcement units. Chris, do you have any idea? Those capable of such prowess, whether the law enforcement from the 7 military districts, the tax police, or YT. Whom do you believe it might be? Chris has finally cleared the diamond-shaped aircraft, allowing the starship to accelerate and open up a region. It is done. Slea's expression became serious as he promptly pressed the button before him, yet it yielded no response. Simultaneously, the energy gauge turned crimson and continued to plummet. Slea's countenance shifted dramatically as he rapidly accessed a multitude of data on the starship's mainframe, then furiously exclaimed, "What have you installed on my starship? Why is the acceleration jump unable to initiate? And why are the emergency drift pods frozen?" Ordinarily, he could resolve such intrusions in a matter of minutes. But now time was not on their side. The standard intrusion device they provided me, Chris suddenly realized, comprehending the grim truth, they were being silenced. His employer had acquired that brain and wished to keep this information concealed, which is why they had come to eliminate any witnesses. The starship's alarm blared violently as the energy was entirely depleted. Slea and Chris exchanged a despondent glance. It was their own folly. Slea regretted engaging in this conflict. Had he acted with restraint, Chris would not have accessed his starship's mainframe. Draft a farewell message. The light wave transmission may take time, but there are still planets capable of receiving the signal. Chris resolutely activated the light brain, knowing that those who received it would not comprehend it for many years to come. Slea gravely addressed Chuan Deng and Ache. I can no longer assist you. Consider it unfortunate luck and accept reality. Hurry and write. Xia Chuan Deng observed him with a calm demeanor, as if gazing at a fool, and after a brief moment, replied softly, Xiao Shui. Concurrently, as the energy was fully depleted, the holographic screen displayed a dazzling spectacle. In the instant the shield shattered, a magnificent brilliance erupted. A colossal beam surged forth, unimpeded and recklessly assaulting the starship's body. Suddenly, a nearly transparent, colorful membrane expanded instantaneously, contracting like petals, resembling bubbles conjured by a deity, enveloping the entire starship. The immense beam struck it, radiating vibrant colors akin to a constellation of stars. Slea and Chris were utterly astonished, gazing at Chuan Deng as if he were a colossal creature. Ache glanced over, hesitantly remarking, Xiao Shui, the painting tutorial mentioned that rainbow colors are rather ostentatious. The jellyfish silently rolled its eyes. The author wishes to convey, thank you, silly joy, for the landmine of ink-colored years. Chapter 42, On the Isolated Island. Destined to wander, the capacity of a learning machine for information infusion is indeed limited. For an ordinary student, receiving a gigabyte of information in one session can be an overwhelming burden on the brain. Moreover, the download speed is restricted to within an hour. Yet, buoyed by his formidable mental fortitude, he managed to forcefully assimilate the entire medical knowledge repository of the school within a mere 3 hours. Logically, such an endeavor could easily saturate his memory blocks, potentially leading to the overshadowing of his personality and experiences by the sheer volume of knowledge, transforming him into a mere human hard drive devoid of thought. The alarm system should have triggered upon reaching a certain threshold of information input. However, due to his status as a guest student, he did not possess the same rights as regular university students, and thus the machine mistakenly perceived him as merely downloading data, failing to raise any alerts. The experience of knowledge absorption was excruciating. Most individuals struggle to withstand even a gigabyte of information at once, often feeling as if their brains might explode, barely managing to endure a second wave of data. Yet, Xie Chuan Deng felt remarkably well. He could now instantly retrieve any piece of literature from his mind and access a plethora of teaching experiments through holographic videos. If he could digest this influx of information, his understanding of the world would dramatically improve. Henceforth, he would no longer need to train his sensing of magnetic fields in his dreams at night. All his time could be devoted to the assimilation of knowledge. The mere thought of this filled him with exhilaration. However, this excitement was swiftly doused when he discovered that upon exiting the library, both Xiao Shou and Aceh were nowhere to be found. The waiting room was desolate and silent, devoid of any trace of their presence. Yet, this time, Xie Chuanding was no longer overwhelmed with agitation after all. He had already endured the humiliation of losing them twice before. During that previous search, he had memorized the life magnetic fields of the two, with his spiritual awareness. It would take but a blink to locate them again. He closed his eyes. Soon enough, he pinpointed the whereabouts of Xiao Shou and Aceh, deep beneath the library. There lay a basement spanning 16 levels, bustling with activity, starkly contrasting the desolation above. Various instruments emitted faint operational sounds. And it was on the 15th level that Aceh and Xiao Shou were confined in separate rooms. One dog was hunched over, eating, while the other anxiously pawed at the walls, seeking a way out. A smile gradually faded from Xie Chuandang's face. Since his recollection of his past life, this world had proven to be quite unfriendly to him. While he could tolerate many things, the current situation had crossed his threshold. Losing Xiao Shou was one thing. But how could Aceh, who was always obedient, be locked away without reason? As he pondered, ethereal wisps of colorless gas began to materialize around him, imperceptible to the naked eye or sense of smell. Yet, in his acute perception, these wisps resembled vivid swathes of color rushing toward him. "Is this how you incapacitated my companions?" Xie Chuandang inquired with a smile, gazing at an invisible camera. The intangible gas could not approach him, as if an invisible repulsion surrounded him. Suddenly, a massive hole appeared in the solid granite wall, revealing an elevator shaft. An elevator? Splendid, he mused. The elevator ascended steadily, its door opening to reveal a pitch-black interior, evidently cut off from power in haste. Nevertheless, he stepped inside. Just then, the elevator cable snapped, sending him plummeting down to the 15th basement level, where it came to an abrupt halt, the tremendous noise reverberating throughout the floor. As the doors opened, dozens of Gauss rifles were immediately aimed at him, with armed guards equipped with high-end targeting devices. Xie Chuanding surveyed them, then glanced at the expansive circular hall filled with deserted office furniture before snapping his fingers. In unison, the guards froze, their consciousness seemingly vanishing, leaving them dazed and motionless. Several overseers in the control room attempted to issue commands to fire, but as they did, they too fell into a state akin to that of the guards. The power supply of the research facility flickered ominously before plunging into darkness. A powerful magnetic storm surged through the underground facility, causing a surge of electrical fluctuations that rendered all their devices inoperative. Had Xie Chuanding been a bit more ruthless, he could have rendered their minds completely vacant. However, given the multitude of individuals present, his spiritual power was insufficient. He walked past them, and upon reaching the end of a white wall, he knocked. The reinforced hidden doors swung open instantly. Aceh, surprised, joyfully rushed out and embraced his master with a kiss. Xie Chuanding felt a warm flush rise to his cheeks as he pulled Aceh into another room, where Xiao Shou, engrossed in a feast of dog food, paused and wagged his tail. "Oh woo, silly dog, I was just consuming their provisions while waiting for you," Xiao Shou declared, resolutely refusing to leave his master, no matter how enticing the food appeared. Relieved that he hadn't lost the dog, Xie Chuanding was about to depart when Aceh suddenly tugged at him, pointing to a nearby wall. "Chuanding, there." Though puzzled by Aceh's newfound interest in something else, he decided to heed his child's request and inspected the area closely, finally indicating a specific spot. Knock. Using his spiritual energy to manipulate the magnetic field was taxing. Such physical labor was better suited for Aceh. Obediently, Aceh stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. The concealed door, overwhelmed by the force, burst open, revealing an interior more expansive than the hall itself. Rows of transparent culture dishes housed countless unfamiliar species, interconnected by various tubes, resembling a multitude of coffins. Aceh's gaze was fixed on a glass dome at the center of the hall, which, devoid of any connecting tubes, contained a solitary, half-formed hand gently tapping on the surface. This hand, severed at the wrist, displayed exposed bone and muscle, with blood visibly coursing through the severed veins. Yet not a single drop escaped, reminiscent of a lizard's tail, still twitching, evoking a sense of horror akin to a chilling horror film. Instinctively, Aceh reached out, shattering the glass and seizing the half-hand. "What are you doing?" Xie Chuanding frowned, grasping his hand to stop him. Aceh, frowning in turn, clung to the severed hand, a hint of grievance in his tone. "This is mine. Your hand is still attached to your arm. I assent it?" This exceeded Xie Chuanding's comprehension. As he spoke, The half-hand Che held transformed into countless minuscule cellular substrates, permeating his skin. Within moments, it was entirely absorbed. All right, Che replied obediently. Xia Chuandang's expression softened slightly as he dialed Lu Huaiyang, briefly stating, "I've secured the research facility beneath the library. Please come to retrieve us." A minute later, Lu Huaiyang appeared, astonished, surveying the dazed individuals and the damaged computers around him. The scene, reminiscent of a planetary-scale magnetic storm, took him at least 3 minutes to fully grasp. "Why did they capture your dog and you?" Lu inquired as he ushered people away. "How long will this last?" Lu Huaiyang asked with a hint of a headache. 2 minutes. I haven't harmed them. They'll merely experience a headache as a residual effect upon waking, Xia Chuandang replied calmly. "Whose research facility is this?" Xia Chuandang questioned, perplexed. "It's related to YT. They support 90 of the medical research institutions in the entire alliance. Though Duran Star is remote, it possesses a rich genetic repository. And they certainly wouldn't overlook this place." Lu Huaiyang closed the car door, igniting the engine as they sped toward the aviation port. Author's note, starting tomorrow. Updates will be released at 7 a.m. to prevent prolonged waits for readers. Thank you, Xiang Jun, for the donation of the beautiful scarf. Thank you, Com Queen. And to the lovely sister for the landmines of Miami Jean. I also extend my gratitude to Yi La Jiang for the 4 landmines. Chapter 43, Between You and Me. Beyond friend and foe, the 2 esteemed individuals across from each other fell into a momentary silence, opting to ignore the situation at hand. "Perhaps it's best not to eat," Slia remarked, gazing at the foolish dog. "Without water, consuming food will only exacerbate the body's water depletion, leading to an earlier demise." Consequently, Xia Xiaozhou drooped his tail and rested his head upon the dog food. "We're all right. Genetically modified individuals can survive a month without water," the pirate chief Chris stated. His tone unexpectedly gentle, almost reminiscent of a maiden. "However, Chuandang, you cannot endure this. Chuandang, being an ordinary human, could only last 3 days without water at most. If you wish, I have some genetic syringes. Would you like to take one?" Slia retrieved a box from the corner, inputting a password to reveal a faint glow, showcasing special test tubes preserved at low temperatures, with a delicate blue solution floating gracefully in the weightless confines. "No need," Xie Chuandang replied with a slight shake of his head. "I have my methods." As a highly skilled practitioner, he possessed knowledge of a technique akin to hibernation, learned from tortoise and snake-like beasts, which could significantly reduce bodily energy consumption. In a contest of endurance, he suspected neither of the 2 could surpass him. "Do not jest. You cannot conjure something from nothing." Slia tilted his head. "Though I may have initially disliked you, having spent time together, I do not wish for your demise." Through their recent interactions, he had come to realize that aside from Xie Chuandang's chaotic abilities, he was quite an understandable individual, very principled, with a commendable temperament. Not one to kill indiscriminately. His impact on society was likely less harmful than the dog he kept, making him a very agreeable ally. Regarding the identity of the extraterrestrial beings, Slia pondered that the reason they attacked humanity was largely due to the excessive actions of YT. The high-ranking extraterrestrial faction held no true hostility toward humans. Rather, it was their own recent chaos that had stirred up trouble, leaving him with a hint of guilt. "I can endure for quite a while. There is no need for concern," Xie Chuandang explained, sensing that the tension from the other party had largely dissipated, leading to a more amicable atmosphere. Yet Slia remained anxious, frequently adjusting his instruments, eager to locate their surroundings. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days slipped by in an instant. Xie Chuandang found himself reassuring Slia not to be hasty. Suddenly, Slia's gaze fell upon Xia Xiaozhou. "How about we butcher the dog?" Xia Xiaozhou immediately erupted in fury, barking wildly at Slia, his outrage so intense that it could easily translate into human language without repetition. Slia, unable to comprehend, not only ignored the outburst, but considered it a plausible solution. "Look at this dog. It's particularly plump, weighing at least 60 kilograms. If we drain its blood, that would yield at least 5 liters. The meat is edible, and there is ample fat. In space, it would freeze instantly. I have some seasoning. We need not worry about it being inedible." As Slia elaborated, Xie Xiaozhou's barks grew gradually quieter, retreating with his tail between his legs behind Che. Whimpering for mercy, ultimately pleading through tears, "Could we not eat it all? Would it be all right to just have one leg?" Che was equally distressed, embracing him while glancing at Chuandang, unsure of how to respond, nearly on the verge of tears himself. Chuandang chuckled softly, There's truly no need. I have a solution. Slia frowned. Is that so? Don't let your heart soften now. This dog is both foolish and troublesome. Why keep it? Is it merely for its appearance? In terms of looks, can it compare to a Che? I have a method that allows it to survive for several months without needing to eat. It simulates the hibernation of tortoise and snake-like creatures. If you are interested, you may learn it. Chuan Deng replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to comfort a Che. Rest assured, there is no need to consume it. Slia still appeared unconvinced but refrained from further discussion, while Xie Xiaozhou wagged his tail vigorously in front of Chuan Deng, instinctively knowing his master loved him. Why do you keep a husky? Is it because you crave some excitement in your solitude? Chris couldn't help but laugh. The two across from each other soon found themselves in fits of laughter. Then you must have realized you were deceived. Why continue to keep it? Slia remarked, still puzzled. If I encountered such a disobedient dog, I would certainly discard it. One should either refrain from keeping it or take responsibility once they do. Xie Chuan Deng gently stroked the dog's fur. To punish without teaching is cruelty. Moreover, it is a choice made by oneself, if one does not wish to keep it. Discarding it would only cause trouble for others and reflect poorly on one's character. Responsibility, you say? Slia scoffed lightly. If everyone thought like you, the universe would be at peace. Of course, one must take responsibility, at least for a few years, or ensure its future is well arranged. Xie Chuan Deng reflected on the senior sister from his past sect who managed the beast-taming peak. If anyone dared to abandon a pet sold by her in Kunlai, she would unleash a horde of beasts upon them. Slia glanced at him, letting out a soft hum, and after a long pause, sighed, murmuring, one should either not keep pets. He was a supplement human, his status at birth hardly superior to that of a dog. Had it not been for the marshal proposing and implementing the adjustment protocol years ago, he and his brother might not have been worthy of even human status. Yet after so many years, those who could have taken responsibility for them were long gone, leaving them to watch helplessly. Much like they had 2 decades prior when he left. Chuan Deng, Slia looked at the listless dog, suddenly stating that dog may not last much longer. Xie Xiao, after all, was merely an ordinary dog. Although enhanced, he remained an ordinary dog. 3 days without water would surely lead to his demise. Xie Chuan Deng furrowed his brow. While Xiaozhou was intelligent, expecting a dog to learn to use mental energy was indeed asking too much. How about giving it a genetic syringe? Slia scoffed. Animal experiments have been conducted long before those on humans. There is no need to worry about the dog being unsuitable. Initially, he had intended to wait for the dog to die on its own before butchering it. Xie Chuan Deng smiled, replying, thank you. Slia then produced a vial of medicine. Twisting the spiral-sealed test tube gently until a needle appeared, bringing the vial closer to Xie Xiaozhou. The dog howled pathetically, retreating behind a Che. Hold it still. Slia instructed a Che. Thus, Xie Xiaozhou struggled as the needle pierced him, collapsing to the ground. Chris chuckled from the side, Slia. It's rare to see you not acting like a rogue merchant. Slia shot him a glance. No amount of flattery will earn you a discount. Is that so? I've received some news, the pirate grinned, gesturing to his communication device. It seems we have company coming to rob us. Don't you think a discount is in order? The group turned to look at him, and Slia pressed him to speak quickly. Slia studied the star map, hesitating. The issue is, can we even contend with the pirates at this point? Our starship is practically in ruins, lacking both energy and firepower. Thus, we require collaboration. Chris brandished his mech pendant before a Che. This time, we can certainly partner in battle, right? With his long-range shooting capabilities combined with a Che's close combat skills. Those petty space bandits will be nothing more than easily defeated prey. A Che appeared quite tempted, turning to look at Chuan Deng. Xie Chuan Deng nodded earnestly. Be cautious. This is genuine combat. A Che eagerly agreed, rushing forward to give Chuan Deng a hearty hug. Slia turned to Chris, smirking. You seem quite confident. Yet I recall you were still half incapacitated, right? Neurodegenerative conditions render one incapable of piloting mechs. Otherwise, you would merely be a target for others. Xie Chuan Deng glanced at him, finally nodding and casually pressing a finger against his neck. Next time, do not act recklessly. Of course, collaboration will be delightful. Intense pain spread through him, yet Chris maintained an expression of calm. I am Chris, and remember that. Xie Chuan Deng nodded gently, signaling to Xiao Shui. Their radar was damaged, but fortunately, the jellyfish still possessed formidable detection capabilities. It extended a tentacle, and after several minutes, a starry glow appeared above it, indicating the presence of enemies approaching in considerable numbers. Is everything all right? Xie Chuan Deng inquired casually. There are no particularly formidable pirates here. They should be easy to deal with. Chris strolled leisurely to the edge of the exit, unless they were soldiers in disguise seeking extra profit. Slia felt a tightening in her chest and instinctively muttered, "Be quiet." He had realized that to survive well, it was best not to entertain any hypothetical scenarios. The author wishes to express gratitude to Yi La Jiang and Soul MS for their contributions. Chapter 44. Black eats black. White is not white in the vastness of space. A small fleet comprising a patrol ship and its escort was swiftly traversing the stars. Their hulls bore no insignia, and their communication channels remained silent. They appeared to be small, standard vessels of the Alliance, yet these antiquated ships were being phased out. The Alliance had disposed of numerous similar ships, stripped of their weaponry, at bargain prices, making it impossible to ascertain their identity based solely on appearance. The garrison forces in the Tianying Star District enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. Situated far from the battlefield amidst abundant resources, countless merchant vessels traversed the space lanes, and even with military funding being siphoned off at various levels, the commissions from these routes sufficed to keep them well fed. Moreover, their superiors had devised a secondary venture, masquerading as space pirates during idle times to seize a few spoils. Naturally, they avoided targeting large merchant fleets, as these were backed by formidable powers, and a miscalculation could lead to their own plundering. Instead, they frequently preyed upon smaller merchant vessels, which often lacked the courage to resist and were easier to manage. To this end, they established multiple observation posts, engaging in exchanges and learning from genuine space pirates. Today, the guards at one such monitoring station received a distress signal indicating that a stranded weapons ship was requesting assistance, utilizing the specific communication channel employed by the pirates. It appeared to be a vessel engaged in smuggling. After reporting, nearby fleets swiftly mobilized. Such a vessel, neither too large nor too small, was akin to a delectable treat for them, particularly as it was claiming that the energy for its cryogenic storage of gene serums was running low, necessitating prompt rescue to prevent spoilage. Gene serums were among the most lucrative commodities on the black market. Consequently, they hurried over without even stopping for breakfast. However, upon arriving at the coordinates indicated by the signal, they were met with disillusionment. Only half a wreck remained at the site. Given the extent of the damage, it was improbable that anything salvageable remained. Gene serums and advanced weaponry were notoriously fragile. Yet, even scraps were worth something, and they could not let the opportunity go to waste. The patrol officer, who also assumed the role of the makeshift pirate leader, instructed his subordinates to board the ship for inspection. "Please do not approach. We still have survivors aboard our starship. Aggressive actions may compromise our temporary protection. Might we borrow a starship? We will offer ample compensation." Chris accessed the public channel using the communications interface of his mech. The air inside the starship was entirely contained, and the presence of these individuals could easily jeopardize their cover. A raspy voice immediately responded over the channel. "We suspect you are an illegal smuggling vessel. Lower your weapons and submit to inspection." After a moment's hesitation, the gravelly voice continued, "You may enter through entrance 1, but upon entry, you must immediately disembark from your mechs and surrender your weapons. Failure to comply will result in your execution." Chris promptly expressed his gratitude and, along with Ache, maneuvered his mech into the small opening at the front of the starship. Once inside, the alloy door behind them shut firmly, while the door ahead remained closed, with no air being circulated. In the confined space, the two mechs felt as though they had fallen into a pit, seemingly devoid of any chance of escape. "Come out. After all, mech warriors can survive in vacuum for 10 minutes, can't they? We must ascertain that you harbor no hostile intentions." The raspy voice seemed to exude a hint of excitement. Chris recognized the tone, reminiscent of an overpowering desire to possess upon sighting advanced mechs. "Very well. I hope you reach a conclusion swiftly," Chris murmured. "Ache, do not be afraid. Step out first." He opened the mech's outer hatch and leaped onto its chest plate, while Ache emerged from the cockpit, standing on the exterior. Yet, the door remained shut, and they found themselves caught in a malicious wait. At that moment, the large door suddenly swung open, revealing dozens of particle guns aimed directly at them, all firing simultaneously. They had been ordered to utilize low-powered weapons, leaving the mechs intact, but disregarding their pilots. Chris wore an expression of knowing anticipation. With a leap through the gap in the chest plate, he re-entered the mech's cabin, moving with a speed that far exceeded the expectations of these ordinary gene warriors. Ache was even faster. The Starry Empress was renowned for its speed. In a swift motion, he dispatched the soldiers before them with ease. Chris skillfully retrieved a weapon, pressing the trigger, but instead of bullets, an explosive canister was launched. Instantly, dense smoke enveloped the area, rendering those who inhaled it unconscious within seconds. "What is this?" Ache inquired, curiosity peeked over the channel. "Specialized equipment of space pirates. Children should refrain from asking too many questions. Now, let us proceed to the internal hatch." Chris observed as dozens of old mechs rapidly powered up nearby, quickly firing a few shots to disable their engines. Concurrently, more mechs surged forward, avoiding the use of Gauss rifles due to the confined nature of the starship, aware that any damage could lead to complications for all involved. Ache's significance became evident with his close combat prowess. The antiquated mechs fell as easily as children to adults, dispatched with a few deft moves. Chris was unconcerned about damaging the starship, seamlessly activating a combo mode. Each shot rang true, with not a single bullet straying off course, and every mech he targeted suffered damage to its engine. In less than a minute, the designated combat zone of the starship fell into their hands. Simultaneously, the alloy doors leading to the inner area sealed shut, and a furious, raspy voice echoed over the public channel. "Who are you? Why have you attacked us? Do you know who we are? Are you aware that our reinforcements are en route?" Ache remained vigilant, using the mech's slender arms to drag the pilots out one by one, placing them in the smoke-filled area to prevent any trouble. Moments later, the access doors opened. Chris couldn't help but chuckle softly over the channel. "Seems the technology has regressed. It used to take mere seconds. Your incessant chatter is noted. Do you even comprehend the extent of the delay here?" The indifferent voice of arms dealer SUSI-MANHUA replied, followed by a gentle inquiry. "So, no trouble, I presume? Hurry along, it should be clear." "Indeed," Chris replied confidently. Ache perked up, hearing a voice, and promptly snapped a few photos of their spoils, sending them through the channel. With a delighted smile, he jumped down from the mech, stowing away the Starry Empress, and urged Chris, "Let us hasten. A-Ding is still waiting for us." "One moment," Chris replied, waiting for the arms dealer's low voice to return. "At 3 o'clock. Proceed 50 meters straight, then turn left. The nearest route has been marked for you," SUSI-MANHUA stated with calm assurance. "Understood." Chris immediately took the lead. As a high-tier gene warrior, he was far superior to the ordinary soldiers in this area. Ache closely followed, not lagging behind in the slightest. Along the way, several armed soldiers attempted to obstruct their path, but these non-combatants were woefully outmatched, falling one after another to Ache's swift punches, which he gleefully captured and sent through the channel for praise. Chris couldn't help but steal an extra glance at him, pondering the remarkable prowess of this gene serum. Not only was Ache faster than himself, but he could also multitask effortlessly. He resolved to inquire about how A-Ding managed to create such wonders. They soon approached the bridge, halting simultaneously. The towering structure stood over 10 meters high, and rather than a commander, a brand new mech, clearly of considerable value, loomed before them. The public channel crackled with the raspy, enraged voice of their opponent. "What? Did you think you were the only ones capable of using advanced mechs? Prepare to meet your demise." The mech suddenly lunged at them, swinging its arm with immense force. "Ache, it's your turn. I'll record the encounter." Chris deftly dodged and jested with Aker, who was already proficient in close combat. Aker's eyes sparkled with excitement as he effortlessly leveraged his strength to leap onto the knee of the mech. When the opponent suddenly knelt to crush him, he skillfully redirected his momentum to land atop the mech's waist armor. With a sharp and jarring sound of metal grinding, Aker astonishingly tore off a piece of the mech's exterior armor. Chris was momentarily stunned, forgetting to raise the camera, questioning whether this was excessively powerful. After all, this was mech alloy. Was Aker truly a genetic warrior rather than an anomaly? At that moment, Aker seemed to awaken a gene of ostentation, not only ripping off another section of the engine cover, but also delivering a sudden punch that collided directly with the mech's arm. Not only did he dent the alloy, but he also found himself ensnared within the mech's engine, surrounded by a flurry of electric sparks. He leaped out, emerging from the damaged mech with a bashful and endearing smile. Chris numbly shared the video on the public frequency. Xie Chuandang gave it a thumbs up. "All right. Let us move on. It's all taken care of." SUSI-MANHUA's voice resonated over the public frequency. "Before our reinforcements arrive, what are you waiting for with that dog food? My mech can't accommodate it." On the derelict starship, the jellyfish waved its tentacles, indicating its willingness to transport them. "Can we directly traverse the spatial window?" Chuandang inquired curiously while gazing at the distant starship. "If you refrain from speaking, I believe it should be feasible," SUSI-MANHUA replied, casting a doubtful glance at him. Chapter 45. Old jests, new vows thus, Xiaozhou and Aceh competed daily over who could capture more nefarious individuals. Occasionally, they would simultaneously apprehend a culprit, one gripping the neck while the other had a dog clamped onto a hand, neither willing to concede. Had it not been for Xie Chuandang's intervention, they might have torn each other apart. The treatment was not arduous, in Xie Chuandang's eyes. Neurodegenerative disease was merely a blockage of meridians where the transmission of bioelectric signals was impeded. His massage therapy merely facilitated a semblance of recovery. Furthermore, he discerned that these warriors were significantly depleted within, yet he understood the condition without comprehending its underlying causes, a conundrum beyond his therapeutic reach. As he wrestled with this dilemma, Lu Huaiyang entered his clinic, the sole individual to do so through the front door. "This is what you can utilize," Lu Huaiyang announced, producing several documents and handing them to the youth. "Here is your provisional enrollment certificate from Tehran University. Classes have been suspended for quite some time, as both students and teachers have been assisting at the municipal office. You may access their database to study the course materials directly. Additionally, regarding your dog, since its appearance does not match the canine registration, I have also procured a new certificate for you. Please check if it meets your requirements." Xie Chuandang received the documents with gratitude, overwhelmed by the significance of this aid, particularly the medical knowledge contained within, though he had only gleaned rudimentary information online, had long been a source of aspiration. He could finally embark on a systematic study of this vital knowledge. "Your Aceh has received many genetic injections, hasn't he?" Lu Huaiyang observed, glancing at Aceh, who was engrossed in reading alongside the dog. A hint of regret flickered across his handsome, righteous face. Xie Chuandang was unaware of the specifics, but sensed that Lu Huaiyang was privy to certain truths, prompting him to subtly follow his lead. "Why do you say that?" "The genetic injections are indeed beneficial, granting ordinary individuals the adaptability and combat capabilities akin to machines. Yet they fundamentally alter the structure of life, amplifying genes infinitely." Lu Huaiyang sighed softly. "The more injections administered, the greater the enhancement. However, the human brain cannot withstand such transformations. The sequelae of aberration, resulting in individuals like Aceh, is already a fortunate outcome." "It appears you have encountered quite a few trials yourself," Xie Chuandang ventured cautiously. "You found him on the battlefield, did you not?" Lu Huaiyang's smile was subtle yet revealing. Xie Chuandang's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of wariness glimmered in his eyes. "Indeed, a starship was severely damaged during the initial stages of combat, housing a multitude of mutated warriors. These individuals lost consciousness and personality due to excessive genetic injections. They ought to be managed uniformly by logistics. I should not have turned a blind eye. Yet you have been blind for quite some time." Xie Chuandang remarked coolly. "Because you're different," Lu Huaiyang rose. "I have matters to attend to. I hope you can find a way for him." "Thank you." Watching him depart, Xie Chuandang patted Aceh, while the foolish Xiaozhou also leaned in for affection, only to be unceremoniously pushed away by Aceh. "What a good person," Xie Chuandang mused, a flash of self-mockery crossing his eyes. "Navi, much like my former self." He continued to attend to the next patient. The afternoon was quiet, and Xie Chuandang leashed the dog, securing the door behind him, holding the luminous enrollment certificate in hand, ready to commence the academic journey he had longed for. However, he had not anticipated that Xiaozhou, having been confined for nearly weeks, would, after finally stepping outside, find its running capabilities hindered by the leash around its neck, leading to a burgeoning rebellious spirit. After several fruitless struggles in Aceh's grasp, the astute dog cleverly twisted its body, freeing itself from the leash, and sprinted away. Aceh, momentarily bewildered by the empty leash in his hand, stood in shock before instinctively dashing off in pursuit of the dog. The two, one endowed with natural speed, the other enhanced by numerous genetic injections, vanished into the bustling crowd in the blink of an eye. Xie Chuandang was momentarily stunned, in mere seconds. He had lost both dog and companion. More critically, he had never received genetic enhancements himself. "Stop right there." 3 hours later, Xie Chuandang, exasperated, dialed Lu Huaiyang. The latter arrived swiftly, driving a gleaming hover vehicle, locating Aceh firmly restraining Xiaozhou outside a pet food store in a commercial district. The innocent, lost youth sat on the pavement, adorned with a forsaken expression, while the store owner regretfully informed them that he had run out of dog food and invited them to return another time. Lu Huaiyang stifled a laugh as he transported the trio to Tehran University in the northern part of the city, arriving directly at the library. As they disembarked, he jested, "Chuandang, You might consider obtaining a driver's license. Let me lend you my car, so you can better fulfill your role as head of the household. Xie Chuandeng expressed his gratitude and declined the offer, leading Che and the dog into the library. He found a secluded corner to soothe the guilt-ridden Che, instructing him to keep a close watch on Xiaozhou. In this age of interstellar travel, physical books had become obsolete, replaced by digital formats. Specialized learning devices could directly implant knowledge into one's mind, though comprehension and retention still depended on personal engagement and guidance from instructors. The medical knowledge available was decades outdated, yet it sufficed for Xie Chuandeng's current needs. Topics such as blood circulation, organ function, cellular metabolism, ionic channels, elemental assistance, and genetic inheritance, all truths discovered through the wealth and wisdom of modern civilization, which trivial abilities of mere psychic powers could not rival. Most importantly, he finally grasped the concept of aberrant beings. The text revealed that following the Tehran incident, the insectoids and virtual intelligences had nearly vanquished humanity. Ordinary humans, with their muscular enhancements, stood no chance of survival under their accelerated assault. In this dire time, humanity turned its gaze toward a type of mutated cell they had previously subdued. These cells, with chaotic genes, incessantly reformed and regenerated. Those unfit for survival perished while the suitable thrived. For the sake of victory, humanity infused various potent biological genes into this amalgamation, allowing it to self-reorganize and evolve. Ultimately, after countless experiments, a genetic injection capable of enhancing the human body emerged. With its introduction, humanity could integrate any enhancements into their mechanized suits without the hindrance of recoil. Unburdened by concerns of acceleration and no longer fearing oxygen deprivation, enhanced warriors could endure 15 minutes in the vacuum of space, withstand temperatures ranging from 500 degrees to -200, and accelerate to 200 kilometers per hour in 10 seconds. An evolved warrior could effortlessly annihilate an entire legion, especially when paired with a sufficiently powerful mech, thus reversing the tide of battle. In the aftermath of the war, humanity continued to advance within the realm of genetic injections. However, the various side effects began to dominate headlines. Uncontrolled warriors and errant genes proliferated, leading them to gradually lose their human semblance, consuming surrounding life forms to augment their own bodies. Some experienced drastic personality changes, developing an insatiable thirst for genetic enhancements, while others succumbed to madness, transforming into entirely different species. The situation became exceedingly tumultuous. The Alliance initiated a vigorous crackdown, increasing investment in research on aberrant soldiers. As public anger swelled, many lamented their recent hellish existence, casting scorn upon the pristine officer who had become a symbol of their suffering. Fueled by rage, they began with mere fists and kicks, but soon brandished clubs and knives. When pushed to their limits, individuals truly metamorphosed into something other than themselves, casting aside moral principles and consequences, driven solely by fury. Xie Chuandeng cast a cold gaze upon the agitated spirits and magnetic fields around him, observing the police officer who stood there without retaliating. The officer was unscathed, devoid of even the slightest bruise, despite the furious onslaught from the assailants. As the fury of his attackers gradually waned, they began to retreat, gripped by fear. Upon realizing that their weapons could not inflict even a scratch, they were thoroughly intimidated. And soon, one by one, they fled, worried that a moment's displeasure might lead to retribution later. Within minutes, the majority of the bystanders had dispersed, leaving only a few gravely ill patients who dared not leave. "My dear sir," Xie Chuandeng smiled gently. His strikingly handsome visage exuded a sense of comfort and relaxation, a soothing aura that seemed to resonate with the essence of life itself. "Would you care for my assistance with your spinal injuries?" The police officer's previously impassive demeanor sharpened, his expression becoming serious. "Who exactly are you?" "I mentioned my lineage in medicine." Xie Chuandeng deftly reiterated his prepared excuse. "The author wishes to express gratitude. Thank you to Yi La Jiang, Gao 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 Gao, 229785538, Com Queen, Leslia Delay, and to Xin for the 2 minds." As his true identity began to surface, the original clinic was too shabby for his needs. Officer Liu directly provided him with a 2-story shop adjacent to the clinic. After just an hour of renovation by a robotic team, the entire space was transformed, equipped with various medical devices, making it feel reminiscent of a hospital from yesteryears. This enigmatic officer seemed to wield considerable influence. Within a day, the supply of medicines in their district significantly increased. Consequently, Xie Chuandeng's ordinary practice saw a sharp decline as patients flocked to the more affordable and convenient formal hospitals, leaving little incentive to seek alternative remedies. However, Xie Dang's income remained stable as Officer Liu brought him new clientele, patients who appeared formidable and unyielding, seemingly without any ailments. They could effortlessly crush stones with their chests, leap 5 meters high, and scale walls without the aid of elevators. Their entrances to the clinic were anything but conventional. Some broke through windows, others navigated through air ducts. And a few seemed to descend like avenging angels, leaving Xie Dang exasperated. To address this dilemma, he brought Che to the clinic, wishing to shield Xiao Zhou from chaos, and even brought the dog along. Thus, Xiao Zhou and Che engaged in daily competitions to see who could apprehend the most miscreants. Occasionally, they would catch the same culprit simultaneously, one squeezing the neck while the other bit the hand, neither yielding. Were it not for Xie Dang's intervention, they would have likely torn their prey in half. The treatment itself posed no challenge. In Xie Dang's eyes, neurodegenerative diseases merely indicated blocked meridians, preventing the timely transmission of bioelectrical signals. His massage therapy aimed to restore some function. He also discovered that these warriors suffered from severe internal deficiencies, a problem he could not resolve merely through his treatments. Just as he grappled with this conundrum, Lu Huaiyang entered the clinic, the only one to do so through the front door. "Here is something you can utilize," he said, presenting a few documents to the young man, transcripts from Tehran University. They have been on hiatus for some time, as students and faculty assist with municipal affairs. You may access their database for course materials. Additionally, I've reissued the identification for Xie, correct? I also obtained a new dog license for your pet, as its appearance did not match the previous one. Please check if everything is in order. Xie Dang received the papers with delight, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. This was precisely what he required, particularly the medical knowledge, which he had only been able to grasp superficially online. Now, he could finally delve into a systematic study of the essence of life itself. "You must have administered many genetic injections to your dog, Che," Lu Huaiyang observed. Glancing at Che, who was engrossed in reading beside the dog, a hint of regret crossing his handsome face. Xie Dang was unsure. Yet he sensed that Lu Huaiyang possessed some knowledge and continued the conversation cautiously. "Why do you say that? Genetic injections are remarkable. They endow ordinary individuals with mechanical-like adaptability and combat prowess. However, they fundamentally alter the structure of life, infinitely enhancing genes." Lu Huaiyang sighed softly. The more injections, the greater the enhancement, yet the human brain struggles to endure such alterations. The side effects of mutation, resulting in cases like Che, are already fortunate outcomes. "It seems you have encountered quite a few," Xie Dang probed cautiously. "You found him on the battlefield, didn't you?" Lu Huaiyang smiled faintly. Xie Dang maintained his composure, though a hint of wariness flickered in his eyes. A starship was damaged during the conflict, carrying numerous mutated warriors within. These warriors lost their consciousness and identity due to excessive genetic injections. They should have been managed by logistics. Logically, I should not have overlooked them. "But you have been willfully blind for quite some time," Xie Dang remarked coolly. "Because you were different," Lu Huaiyang stood and, with a hint of urgency, added, "I have matters to attend to. I hope you can find a way for him." "Thank you." As he watched Lu Huaiyang depart, Xie Dang patted Che, while the mischievous Xiao Zhou nudged for affection, only to be ruthlessly pushed aside by Che. What a good person, Xie Dang thought with a wry smile, feeling a hint of self-mockery. So naive, much like his former self. He continued to attend to the next patient. In the afternoon, with few visitors, Xie Dang leashed his dog, closed the door, and held the luminescent reading permit, ready to embark on the academic journey he had longed for. However, he did not anticipate that Xiao Zhou, having been confined for nearly several weeks, would rebel against the restraint of the leash, yearning to run free. After several futile attempts to escape from Che's grasp, the clever dog cleverly wriggled free from the collar and dashed away. Che, holding the leash, found himself bewildered as the dog vanished, momentarily stunned before instinctively sprinting after it. One was a genetically enhanced beast capable of extraordinary speed, while the other had undergone countless genetic injections, exceeding speeds of 100. In the blink of an eye, both had disappeared into the vast crowd. Xie Dang was left dumbfounded. In mere seconds, he had lost both his dog and his companion. More importantly, he himself had never undergone genetic injections. "Stop right there." 3 hours later, Xie Dang reluctantly called Lu Huaiyang. The latter arrived swiftly, driving a gleaming hover car, locating Che pinning down Xiao Zhou outside a pet food store in a bustling shopping district. The innocent, lost youth sat on the sidewalk, wearing a dejected expression, while the store owner regretfully explained that they were out of dog food, urging them to return another time. Lu Huayang stifled a laugh as he drove the trio to Tehran University in the northern part of the city. Upon arrival at the library, he jestingly remarked, "Chuan Deng, you might want to consider getting a driver's license. I could lend you my car to ease your burden as the head of your household." Xie Chuan Deng expressed his gratitude, declining the offer, and entered the library with his companions. He found a secluded corner, soothing the apologetic Ah Che, instructing him to keep an eye on Xiao Zhou, then proceeded into the library. In the era of interstellar travel, physical books had become obsolete, largely replaced by digital formats, with specialized learning devices directly feeding knowledge into one's mind. However, this merely served as a means of replication. True understanding and retention still required personal engagement and guidance from teachers. The medical knowledge within was decades outdated, yet for Xie Chuan Deng it was more than sufficient. The circulatory system, tissue function, metabolic processes within cells, ion channels, essential elements, genetic inheritance. These are truths unveiled through the wealth and wisdom of modern civilization, incomparable to mere supernatural abilities. Most critically, he has finally grasped the concept of the alien body. The narrative states that following the Tehran transformation, the insectoid species and virtual intelligences nearly led humanity to defeat, rendering ordinary muscle enhancement insufficient for survival in the face of accelerated combat conditions. In this dire moment, humanity turned its gaze toward a certain entity they had already subdued. His adopted son, having already reached his teenage years at the time of adoption, was sent to external training, as he himself was then a formal disciple within the inner circle of Kunlai, exhausted by the rigors of various formations. In that realm, he only needed to see his son occasionally to offer encouragement and care, as all necessities were provided. How different from the present, where he must even teach the act of speech. Now, confronted by a person and a dog, he felt somewhat at a loss, particularly with the little boat, which found sitting still a form of torment, having already circled him nearly 10 times. Its energy prompted a Che to join in, seeking attention by nudging and moving about. The two, playfully pouncing on one another, inevitably led to a clash, igniting genuine sparks of conflict on the grass. The little boat, at a distinct disadvantage, found its sharp claws ineffective against a Che, who overpowered it, pinning it down without leaving a mark. Yet, in the realm of bickering, the little boat held an undeniable advantage, its vocalizations far exceeding the barely audible sounds of a Che. After preparing the necessary items, Xie Chuan Deng finally rescued the two dogs from their skirmish. "No moving. Anyone who moves will sleep outside tonight," the dog owner commanded, then proceeded to retrieve a slate. "Now, repeat after me. This character means fire. Say fire. Fire." A Che responded, "Awo," while the little boat watched with its clear, beautiful eyes, gazing softly without a hint of smugness, as if to ask, "Why can't you say it?" In a fit of anger, the little boat lunged at a Che, intent on silencing this scheming rival. It soon received a sharp reprimand and whimpered in a corner, refusing to learn or listen any longer. Xie Chuan Deng called for it several times, but the stubborn creature, feeling wronged, demanded an apology from its owner and sought retaliation against the Che, refusing to participate in learning without recompense. Thus, Xie Chuan Deng chose to ignore it, focusing on one-on-one instruction with a Che. The latter's bright eyes sparkled with excitement as it glanced toward the little boat, envious of its expressive tail. A Che learned rapidly, grasping concepts almost instantaneously. Before long, Xie Chuan Deng had taught him to recognize all the objects and related characters in their vicinity, filling him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This was the demeanor a student should embody. The frustrations he faced with his previous students were surely their fault, not a reflection of his teaching methods. Content with his progress, he prepared 2 of his favorite nutrient-rich meat soups, only to discover that the last bottle of nutrient solution had been exhausted. A wave of concern washed over him. Over a month had passed, and he would undoubtedly miss his university notification. However, having uncovered knowledge related to acupoints, he believed that if he could validate its existence through medical application, such a discovery would suffice for him to be recommended to any prestigious school on Capital Star, alleviating immediate worries. Yet, the city's protective shield had remained on high alert mode for nearly a month. Was this energy consumption sustainable? Moreover, he remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside the city. With the energy shield interfering with his connection, he pondered whether anyone would come searching for him due to his disappearance. As he distributed the prepared meat soup to the 2 dogs, observing their relaxed demeanor, Xie Chuan Deng felt a surge of pressure. Though they possessed some combat capability, Such strength was trivial against planetary-level destructive forces, barely enough to alter the circumstances, let alone escape them. This realization heightened his urgency. If only his spiritual awareness were as it once was, this energy shield would be inconsequential. The vast landscapes of this planet could not escape his perception. A mere sweep would unveil all truths, and he could effortlessly influence minds to lower the shield. He recalled the thunderstorm from the previous night, during which his consciousness seemed to touch something. Today, he must attempt it again. He raised his hand, stroking the little boat's fur, then did the same for Achay, who had leaned against him. Tonight, I will meditate. You both must guard the surroundings and allow nothing to approach me. The little boat barked in acknowledgement, then licked his face. Achay approached, eager to join in, but Xie gently pushed him away, ignoring his dejected demeanor. Do you understand? Achay nodded. But its low spirits were palpable, almost tangible. Xie did not intend to indulge it. He spoke earnestly. Achay, you are human, unlike the little boat, and cannot mimic everything it does. The little boat eagerly nodded in agreement, then playfully nuzzled his thigh, jumping up to affectionately nuzzle its owner, basking in pride. Achay retreated to a corner, turning its back to them. The little boat, pleased with itself, began to howl at the moon, its voice resonant and far-reaching, far surpassing the high-pitched singers Xie favored. Then, it received a swift reprimand. Silence. Seated outside the cave, Xie gradually sank his consciousness deeper, no longer merely testing as he had the previous day. To avoid further disturbances from the thunder, he fully immersed his awareness into his mind's sea, allowing a delicate, elongated thought to descend into the earth, traversing through soil, rock, and water layers, finally reaching the solid bedrock, and then deeper still into the molten lava. At this point, the intense heat began to affect his consciousness, but as a formidable practitioner on the verge of transcending, he exhibited remarkable control over his spiritual perception, minimizing the thermal influence while extending his awareness downward. As he ventured further, he sensed a hardened core. Contemplating, he thinned his consciousness, brushing lightly across the core, which emanated a peculiar warmth, seemingly releasing threads of power that radiated outward. Chapter 48. Twists and turns. Good things are hard to come by to set aside distant matters. This jellyfish is evidently an anomaly. Those capable of manipulating such entities are undoubtedly high-level aberrations. If even a hint of its existence were to leak, it would pose significant complications. At present, Xie has merely regained his mental prowess, his physical capabilities being only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. The thought of resisting a planet-destroying cannon is laughable, without the utilization of mental concentration to transform the strong magnetic field into a shield. Even a standard genetic warrior could easily subdue him. While his physical training could enhance his corporeal form, the process of cultivation necessitates gradual progression. The myth of establishing a foundation today and attaining the golden core tomorrow is sustained by divine grains, elixirs, and the flesh of sacred beasts. What does he possess now? Merely a dog. Sensing a crisis, Xie Xiaoxiu keenly raised his head to survey the surroundings, quietly retreating to the side as if to render himself invisible. Celia was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly composed himself, revealing a relieved smile. I was concerned about something else. Rest assured, the secrets of the aberration are safe. Xie remained silent. Celia began to speculate. In the neutral faction, I am acquainted with Lord Terrence. The revenge faction is out of the question. They would simply seek to eliminate humanity. The moderate faction's lord is also my client. My purpose here is to collect samples of aberrations on behalf of that very lord. And we could certainly collaborate. You truly have an extensive network, Xie remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Celia, slightly bashful, replied, after all, we are all sentient beings. There is no need for violence. Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down together and enjoy each other's company? That is not the answer I seek, Xie stated calmly. If that is all, it is insufficient. Then let us collaborate, Celia replied with a smile. I am immensely interested in your jellyfish. This evolutionary direction is quite rare among aberrations. More importantly, it has just reached the middle tier and can already counter the most formidable predators. If you could provide me with a sample for research, I would gladly share my findings with you. I possess nearly 290,000 of the latest evolutionary samples. Xie remained unmoved. After all, he was not an aberration. Celia appeared somewhat troubled. What is it that you truly desire? You cannot seriously intend to kill me. That would create issues for both the Star and the Qeeling army. The current instability makes matters worse. I have vital information that has yet to be transmitted. If I were to perish, humanity would encounter grave troubles, if not a trillion. Then at least 900 billion would die. What is this vital information? Sichuan Deng inquired, his mental energy fixating on Celia, ready to discern any falsehood. Thus far, Celia had not uttered a single lie, which stirred something within him, reminiscent of the earlier divination upon his arrival. Unexpectedly caught, Sichuan Deng pondered, gently patting the jellyfish and releasing its restraints. Simultaneously, a small, invisible jellyfish silently infiltrated Celia's body, taking residence in his heart. You are truly a good person. Upon gaining his freedom, Celia was overjoyed, inhaling the air of liberty, his gaze fixed upon the jellyfish. Esteemed aberration, are you a parasitic entity, or the original? If you are the original, I could prepare a full set of identification for you. That is unnecessary, Sichuan Deng replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. Let us discuss other matters. Please proceed, Celia politely nodded, evidently acknowledging the jellyfish as a parasitic entity. Why have you consistently refrained from lying? Sichuan Deng queried. Many high-level aberrations are exceedingly sensitive. Caution is prudent. Celia answered candidly, his demeanor calm. And who could compel me to lie? When there are benefits to be gained. Conflict is often unnecessary. I will not allow you to leave for the time being, Sichuan Deng stated calmly. You would do well to exercise caution. You are aware of the prowess of aberrations. Not an issue, Celia replied with a faint smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. I need to send a message through secret channels, and during that time, whatever you require, I can facilitate. I can also arrange for any necessities for the chilling. Is there any proof of aberrations from the Alliance? Sichuan Deng suddenly inquired. None, Celia responded confidently, even with a hint of mockery. In a broad sense, humans who have received genetic injections are all aberrations. Just as they were about to continue this discussion, the door swung open abruptly. Lu Huaiyang rushed in, his gaze immediately locking on Celia, who was engaged in animated conversation with them, causing his movements to stiffen momentarily. There is no need for such distress, Celia remarked coolly. You two need not accompany me this time. I can offer you an 80% discount. Lu Huaiyang, irritated, grew increasingly wary. What is your ulterior motive? Celia smiled. I have a profound interest in Mr. Xie's abilities. Major Lu, hoarding alone leads to no future. Sharing is the path to happiness. Were you not intending to use spatial or to ensnare us? Lu Huaiyang retorted coldly. Celia remained silent, calmly accessing his holographic device and entering several commands. Instantly, the entire city's surveillance footage appeared on his screen. He pointed, and one specific location magnified, revealing a vast playground and the entrance garden of a school. Sichuan Deng narrowed his eyes slightly. This was Toulon University. The enormous statue in the playground depicted the explorer Toulon himself. Earlier, the research institute beneath the university library had captured Che and Xiao, causing him considerable trouble. As he observed, the surveillance shifted at Celia's command, unveiling the expansive research institute beneath the library. Both Sichuan Deng and Lu Huaiyang were taken aback. The institute was illuminated as usual, researchers at their posts. Yet the grim reality was that blood stained the premises, and not a single living soul remained inside. See, those who conspired against you are no more, Celia stated, presenting room after room, his expression calm as if he were merely observing the elimination of NPCs in a game. Now, can you trust me? As he accessed the network, a small starship dispatched his encrypted message, silently departing from the vessels he had arranged, traversing the cosmic void. Stardust Star, late night in an opulent villa. A youthful visage with a doll-like face was jolted awake by a shrill signal. Groggily, he activated his holographic device, yawning as he murmured, Brother, I've been busy compiling intelligence for a week without rest. What urgent matter has arisen? The message was brief yet alarming. I have received news from Toulon Star, confirming that Marshal Pachi is dead. All related individuals have been eliminated to seal this information. The animosity of aberrations towards humanity far surpasses that of the insectoid race. Without a king of aberrations to suppress them, imminent changes are certain among their factions. Please brace yourself. Additionally, come quickly to rescue your brother. He is in grave danger. You have encountered Celia. Why did you not inform me? Lu Huaiyang slammed the cabin door shut, his tone frosty. I am your superior. I am not obliged to report every detail, Qi Ling replied, furrowing his brow. Knowing that, why do you still prattle on? Lu Huaiyang scoffed. What can I do? The new faction is reluctant to send troops or supplies. If we lose the spatial or here, our family will lose considerable influence over the military. We cannot simply stand by and watch aberrations land on the planet. The ensuing calamity would be utterly uncontrollable. They could betray you and me, striking against the elders, while also seizing control of the spatial ore. Why wouldn't they pursue that? Furthermore, why would Celia extend such goodwill to provide you with information? Qi Ling frowned. Have you lost your mind? His equipment far surpasses ours. Lu Huaiyang contemplated the fleet, which had not updated its equipment for a decade. Furthermore, given Celia's capabilities in invasion, he would not have been so blatant as to let him discover the truth. Even attempting to copy evidence from the surveillance was beyond his reach. Indeed, Celia is renowned for his fickleness. His revelations to you are merely a means to secure his own interests. Qi Ling remarked with a sardonic smile, suggesting that he must have taken a liking to you. This is hardly the time for jest, Lu Huaiyang replied, his head throbbing. He seeks you out. After all, since you are the one who procured the arms. Must we persist with this issue? Qi Ling finally expressed his own frustration. The two exchanged glances and promptly shifted the subject. Lu Huaiyang initiated. If there are complications with the spatial mind, we cannot evade responsibility. It will also implicate our families. Moreover, their ability to draw anomalies to such a remote location indicates they are dealing with anything but ordinary samples. I shall dispatch a fleet to patrol the orbit, ensuring no vessel escapes. You must descend swiftly and secure the mine's resources. Ascertain his intentions post-haste, Qi Ling added with a cold laugh. The military police are undoubtedly en route to apprehend us. You must act quickly. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Huaiyang acquiesced. Very well. He then rose to depart. In the mining area, the jellyfish had successfully dragged its prey to the dining hall. Sichuan's lamp had only just learned that the evolutionary paths of anomalies differed, resulting in distinct functions. The author wishes to express gratitude to Calm Queen for their insights. Lu Huaiyang found himself unable to rein in his imagination, overwhelmed by the benevolence emanating from the man he referred to as uncle. Sichuan, seated in the back, ignored Lu Huaiyang's demeanor, quietly observing. Che, noticing his apparent discontent, refrained from speaking. Xiaozhou, nestled in a corner, had already fallen asleep. He discreetly inquired of the jellyfish, "What did you do to upset Chuan? Do you still wish to obtain future evolutionary sources?" The jellyfish, feeling somewhat wronged, assured him it would comply, sacrificing its accumulated form over the years for this. Che then turned his inquisitive gaze toward Lu Huaiyang, suspecting the issue lay with him. Sensing the scrutiny, Lu Huaiyang flashed a smile. Che, you must have been startled as well. Why not learn to pilot a mech? It would serve you well in times of danger, ensuring Chuan's protection. Che's heart raced with excitement. Can I really learn? Of course. Since we have joined forces, mutual assistance is essential. Initially, I was cautious, a natural instinct for someone of my military standing. Now that we have lowered our defenses, it is vital to cultivate our relationship. Compared to Sichuan's arrogance, you are far easier to befriend. He continued enthusiastically. Moreover, Chuan's university expenses will be substantial. The Central Star systems harbor numerous civilian mechs, with annual mech combat tournaments. If you could secure a championship in your sector, you could provide for Chuan. Che's resentment dissipated rapidly, replaced by excitement. I can earn money? Absolutely. With my guidance. Achieving a few accolades will be no challenge. Do not be misled by Chuan's recent financial gains. The cost of living on the capital star is exorbitant. A daily expenditure of 10,000 is quite modest. You must exert yourself diligently. Thus, their conversation meandered through discussions of mech learning progress. Sichuan sat quietly, absorbing their exchange. He bore no anger. His silence stemmed from contemplation of his earlier statement. The fusion of interests is far more reliable than human sentiment. How had he failed to perceive the extent of their fear towards this methodology? Their dread of relinquishing control over others, the anxiety of their techniques being appropriated, and the potential repercussions should the oppressed rise against them. His demise in a past life was truly self-inflicted, deserving no blame upon others. In his final moments, devoid of allies within his homeland sect, he could only seek help from an old acquaintance in Kunlai, pleading for the salvation of his adopted son's soul bloodline. Enthralled by the doctrines, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of human nature. Having lived for centuries, he found himself less perceptive than the average warrior here. What a folly. He had long since become a true disciple of Kunlai. It seemed that the Taiji Taoist had discerned this as well, fearing that should he pursue reform, Taiji would inevitably transform into another Kunlai. Thus, he had mercilessly sought his life. What foolishness! Resting his chin upon his hand, he sighed, releasing the pent-up resentment and dissatisfaction within. The momentum of Kunlai's ascendance had been established. Stagnation would lead to demise. The obstinate elders of Taiji, who harbored such animosity towards Kunlai, were destined to perish at the hands of its master, an outcome of their own making, having been granted the opportunity to live anew. Why should he remain entangled in the failures of his past life? Furthermore, in this realm, he still yearned to propagate the teachings of Kunlai, eager to witness the transformations it could bestow upon the world. There was no need for fear or guilt. The master of Kunlai could hardly traverse the void of the cosmic sea to chastise him for disseminating his teachings. This had always been his aspiration, unfulfilled in his previous existence. Was this not the reason for his arrival here? To impart knowledge, not merely techniques, to light the way without extinguishing the flame. In a moment of clarity, he felt his mental acuity harmonize significantly. The prior barriers of celestial and earthly realms seemed to dissolve, seamlessly linking the memories of his two lives. The intensity of his mental prowess surged nearly threefold, essentially restoring him to the zenith of his former strength. Had he triumphed over his inner demons? He chuckled softly, feeling considerably lighter. Raising his gaze, he observed the descent of the battlecraft, as a coastal rock face opened to reveal a vast tunnel, allowing the craft to glide within. Do not dwell on it. This is the automatic collection system established by the Alliance headquarters. Every fragment bears a unique marker. I cannot claim even a single piece. At most, I have the authority to conduct inspections, Lu Huaiyang explained, guiding the hovering craft to a colossal docking platform. After our prolonged exertion, let us dine here. Occasionally, significant figures conduct inspections, and each year, a fair share of fresh vegetables is made available. In this era of interstellar expansion, the population had surged. While nutrient solutions alleviated the specter of famine, planets capable of proper agriculture and livestock breeding remained scarce, rendering vegetables and fruits exorbitantly priced, true luxuries. For the average person, sustenance consisted of synthetic eggs, nutritionally equivalent to chicken eggs but presented as bottled mush, or artificial meat that bore a resemblance to pork in flavor but felt akin to chewing paper. Typically, one would subsist solely on nutrient solutions. Come, allow me to lead you. The Cabbage Star's oak pork is widely acclaimed as the finest. Qiling and I often indulge here. It is exceptionally delicious. Lu Huaiyang navigated through the back entrance to the dining hall, skillfully entering the access code to unlock the refrigeration unit. Xie Chuan glanced over, observing the meat glistening like crystal, fresh from the butchery. However, Lu Huaiyang paused, astonished. Why is a large portion missing? Could someone have taken it? He lowered his head, swiftly connecting to the surveillance system via his light brain. Soon, the screen illuminated with images of the scene. 50 individuals, concealed intentions, hearts as deep as the ocean. Slee's face paled, and he immediately began to struggle. No, please. I have money. I possess a mech. He is not my type. I do not indulge in roadside wildflowers. And I am quite useful. I can sell you invaluable information. Xie Chuan, intrigued, gestured for the jellyfish to pause, stepping forward. His icy gaze locked onto Slia. However, you know far too much. Setting aside distant matters, the jellyfish was clearly an anomaly. Those who could manipulate such entities were of a higher order. The existence of such a public enemy, should any information leak, would pose considerable complications. Xie Chuan, having only regained his mental prowess, was still no more formidable than an ordinary person, lacking the means to withstand a star-destroying cannon. Without the use of mental condensation to transform strong magnetic fields into a protective shield, even a basic genetic warrior could easily dispatch him. His physical training is not incapable of strengthening his body, yet the pursuit of such mastery necessitates a gradual approach. The myth of achieving foundational stability today and attaining golden elixir tomorrow is sustained by divine grains, miraculous pills, in the flesh of mythical beasts. What does he possess now? Merely a dog. Sensing an impending crisis, Xia Xiaozhou instinctively raised his head to observe, quietly retreating to a corner to render himself invisible. Celia, initially taken aback, quickly regained composure and displayed a relieved smile. I thought something significant was amiss. The secrets of the are of no concern. Xie Deng remained silent. Celia began to speculate. I am acquainted with Lord Terrence from the neutral faction. The revenge faction is out of the question, as they seek to eliminate humanity. The moderate faction's lord is also my client, and my purpose in procuring the samples here is commissioned by him. We could certainly collaborate. You truly possess an extensive network. Xie Deng found himself at a loss for words. Celia, slightly bashful, remarked, we are all sentient beings. There is no need for violence. It would be far better for us to sit together, share a meal, and enjoy each other's company. That is not the answer I seek, Xie Deng replied calmly. If it is merely this, it remains insufficient. Then let us cooperate, Celia smiled, expressing profound interest in your jellyfish specimen. This evolutionary direction is rather rare among the, and more importantly, it has just recently achieved a mid-tier breakthrough, already capable of countering the most formidable prey. If you could provide me with a sample for research, I would be willing to share my findings with you, which include 29,000 of the latest evolutionary samples. Xia Chuanding remained unperturbed. After all, he was not in. Celia appeared somewhat troubled. What exactly do you desire? You cannot truly intend to kill me, for eliminating me, or this star would pose significant complications. Moreover, the current situation is highly unstable. I have yet to relay my most crucial information. If I were to perish, humanity would face great troubles, with billions at stake. What is this most crucial information? Xia Chuanding inquired, honing his mental focus upon Celia. Should he utter a falsehood, it would be readily discernible. Yet thus far, Celia had not spoken a single lie, prompting Xia Chuanding to recall the earlier divination upon his arrival, stirring a flicker of concern within him. Unexpectedly ensnared. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chuanding patted the jellyfish and released its bindings, while simultaneously, a minuscule, invisible jellyfish stealthily infiltrated Celia's body, settling within his heart. You are truly kind. Upon gaining his freedom, Celia was overwhelmed with joy. Inhaling deeply of the liberated air, his gaze immediately fixating upon the jellyfish. Esteemed Lord, are you the parasite or the host? If you're the host, I can prepare a complete set of identification documents for you. No need, Xia Chuanding replied. Merely waving his hand with a smile, let us discuss another matter. Please proceed. Celia nodded politely, deducing that he was indeed the parasite. Why have you consistently refrained from telling lies? Many high-tier are exceedingly sensitive. Caution is paramount. Celia spoke candidly, his demeanor composed, and who could compel me to lie? When interests align, there is often no need for violence. I will not permit you to leave just yet, Xia Chuanding stated calmly. You would do well to exercise caution, for you are aware of the might of the. No problem, Celia replied with a faint smile, revealing his pearly whites. I need to send a message through secret channels, and during this time, whatever you require, I can provide. I can facilitate whatever is needed here in Qiling. Is there anything within the alliance that can substantiate the existence of the? Xia Chuanding suddenly inquired. None, Celia asserted with certainty, even tinged with derision, broadly speaking. Humans who have received gene injections are all. Just as they were about to delve deeper into this topic, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Huayong rushed in. Immediately spotting Celia engaged in amiable conversation with them, his movements momentarily stiffening. There is no need to be so tense, Celia stated nonchalantly, this time. You two need not accompany me, and I will offer an 80% discount. Lu Huayong, slightly irate, instantly adopted a more guarded stance. What is your objective this time? Celia smiled. I am exceedingly interested in Mr. Xia's capabilities. Major Lu, one cannot thrive alone. Sharing leads to happiness. Are you not attempting to ensnare us with spatial, or? Lu Huayong retorted icily. Celia remained silent, calmly activating his light brain, inputting a few commands. Instantly, the surveillance footage of the entire city appeared upon his screen. With a mere tap of his finger, one location magnified, revealing a vast playground and the garden at the school gate. Xia Chuanding narrowed his eyes. This location was Toulon University, where the grand statue depicted the explorer Toulon himself. Previously, the research institute beneath the university library had captured a Che and Xiao Shou, causing him considerable trouble. As he observed, the footage shifted with Celia's finger, unveiling the enormous research institute beneath the library. Both Xia Chuanding and Lu Huayong were taken aback. The institute remained illuminated, with researchers at their posts. The only difference was that blood was everywhere, and not a single living soul remained. See, those who plotted against you are no more. Celia presented each room for their viewing, his demeanor calm as though he were merely dispatching game NPCs. And now, can you trust me? As he accessed the network, a small starship discreetly dispatched his encrypted message, traversing through the spatial rift. Stardust Star. Late at night in a lavish villa, a youthful face was abruptly awakened by a sharp signal. The young man groggily opening his light brain, yawning. And bleary-eyed he asked, Brother, I have been busy compiling intelligence for a week without rest. What urgent matter demands attention? The message was brief, yet immediately startled the young man awake. I have received news on Toulon Star. It has been confirmed that Marshal Pasky has perished, and all related individuals have been eliminated to suppress this information. This hatred for humanity far surpasses that of the insectoids. Without the restraint of an king, that will inevitably undergo changes, so please prepare for potential danger. Additionally, come quickly to rescue your brother. Hurry, your brother is in peril. I understand, take care of yourselves. Lu Huaiyong nodded, recognizing that this was not the moment for inquiries, as he needed to prevent them from approaching the flagship, regardless of the source of the threat. He would discern its nature. After a considerable time, Xie Deng's expression darkened as he pulled him down from the jellyfish, standing alongside him on the wing. Thus, the interrogation commenced. How long have you known you could control the? Xie Deng asked coldly. Since boarding the starship, when you were about to strike the jellyfish. Aceh replied cautiously. At that time, it could hear me instructing it to flee and even thank me. I wondered how it had responded so promptly. Xie Deng snorted coldly, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. You are quite forthright, having told me directly. I will not deceive you, Aceh earnestly nodded. The television stated that good children must not lie. After a pause, he uneasily asked, Deng, the jellyfish is my friend. Can we not dismantle it? I will allow you to dismantle it. The jellyfish waved its tentacles, touched by the sentiment. Humph. Xie Deng shot him a sidelong glance, reached out, seized a tentacle of the nearby jellyfish, and tore off a sliver of its stinging skin, allowing a thread of mental energy to penetrate the wound. The jellyfish instinctively recoiled, but Aceh glared down at it, and it dared not move. Xie Deng's exquisite visage remained expressionless as he investigated the jellyfish's condition, all the while contemplating this rather troublesome situation. Conceivably, Aceh was not merely an anomaly, but a highly evolved one, possessed of sentience, albeit nascent. This realization sparked a sobering thought. Should his existence become known, he would inevitably become a coveted or contested weapon. He paused, the enigma of Aceh's origins deepening. He resolved to keep this revelation from Lu Huaiyong and the others, their association being merely a transactional alliance. Disclosure could invite unforeseen and dire consequences, and this knowledge must remain his sole possession. Had Aceh concealed his true nature, its discovery might have warranted reprimand. Yet, the creature's unwavering trust, his candid divulgence of such a profound secret, even at the risk of dissection, rendered any thought of abandoning him untenable. Deliberation was imperative. His thoughts, swift as lightning, encompassed the entirety of the colossal jellyfish. He discerned significant trauma at its core, remnants of prior conflict. This life form was extraordinary, its cells exhibiting voracious phagocytosis, capable of secreting an acid that dissolved nearly all metals, coupled with the ability to alter its form. Its current mass was largely composed of assimilated matter, akin to an inflated balloon. Would you disgorge the extraneous matter? He inquired telepathically. The jellyfish responded with vehement refusal. Why do you follow him? He pressed. It seeks my evolutionary source, which I do not possess, Aceh replied, perplexed. Xie Deng experienced a sudden epiphany. He extended a hand toward Aceh's fingertip, and with a mental nudge, extracted a minute quantity of the unique blood essence that had originated within his bone marrow. It emanated an eerie aura. Is this it? The jellyfish, agitated, flailed its tentacles in a desperate attempt to seize it. Swish. A flash of steel, and Xie Deng calmly sheathed his blade. The severed tentacle fell in 2 pieces into the sea. If you desire it, you shall heed my commands. Aceh nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. You must listen to Deng. He floated on the water surface, reclining on the jellyfish's umbrella-like cap, buoyed by the waves. A small fish darted about beneath the canopy, while a shark-like predator, its jaws agape, attempted to breach the flexible barrier, its attacks in vain. He abruptly sat up, gazing at the sky. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern the small fighter hovering motionless 100 meters above. Several pallid tentacles reached for it, but repeatedly struck an invisible shield. Blast. They had been careless. The anomaly possessed a surprising intellect, capable of ambush. Now, Deng, lacking piloting skills, was trapped in the fighter. Immediate ascent was imperative. He activated his suit's magnetic capabilities, allowing him to briefly levitate. However, the suit's energy reserves were limited, necessitating a swift ascent. Equipping infrared lenses, the jellyfish's tentacles became faintly visible, no longer entirely obscured. He steadied himself, eschewing a direct ascent in favor of targeting a tentacle reaching skyward. He sprinted across the jellyfish's surface, launching himself onto the tentacle, using it as a makeshift ladder to reach the fighter. The tentacle, sensing the intrusion, began to thrash violently, while others converged to crush the interloper. However, the magnetic suit allowed him to maintain a state of near weightlessness, transforming him into a resilient ball. He skillfully navigated the tentacle's erratic movements, using its momentum to propel himself skyward, drawing ever closer to the fighter. Almost there. He could see Xie Chuanding's grave expression on the wing. He initiated a surge of power, increasing his speed exponentially. Simultaneously, the jellyfish, as if anticipating his maneuver, converged its tentacles, forming a massive hand poised to strike. Disaster! Lu Huaiyang, alarmed, executed a rapid turn, leaping onto a smaller tentacle, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. He dodged another, but his aerial momentum was waning, making him vulnerable to the tentacle closing in from behind. Just as the barbed tentacle was about to impale him, a whoosh of air announced Xie Chuanding's descent from the fighter. He plummeted directly toward the approaching spike, his particle vibration blade piercing it like fabric, creating a long gash. Using the impact to decelerate, he fell downward, narrowly averting Lu Huaiyang's demise. Lu Huaiyang's anxiety intensified. He knew that the other was merely a high school student, and even with special abilities, he lacked combat experience. This situation was perilous. He immediately pursued him. Fortunately, Xie Chuanding was agile, using the air to shift and maneuver, landing safely on the jellyfish's cap. Moments later, Lu Huaiyang landed beside him, expressing concern. "Why did you come down? It's too dangerous." "It's dangerous up there too," Xie Chuanding replied calmly. "Quick, we need to reach its vital point." "Where is it?" Lu Huaiyang, recognizing the urgency, followed Xie Chuanding. He noticed that while Xie Chuanding lacked speed, his movements were strangely effective, causing the pursuing tentacles to become disoriented and collide with each other. His movements were graceful, unlike his own desperate rolls and leaps, which, while effective, were far less elegant. Here, Xie Chuanding pointed to a spot 100 meters ahead. The jellyfish shuddered, creating a large wave. "It's trying to submerge." Lu Huaiyang, reacting faster, seized his arm and pulled him forward. "Hurry, it's too large. The water resistance is too strong for it to submerge quickly." Despite the turbulent surface, they traversed it with ease, reaching their destination in seconds. Xie Chuanding struck first with his blade. The jellyfish convulsed, attempting to dislodge them. However, they clung to the torn membrane, and after exchanging glances, Lu Huaiyang drew his particle blade, extending it to several meters in length. He plunged it deep into the exposed tissue, activating maximum power, causing the blade to extend further within the creature, piercing hundreds of meters of tissue. The jellyfish writhed violently, ascending into the sky, its convulsions creating a powerful wind that sent the fighter spiraling away. The two figures within the creature were nearly thrown into its center. However, Xie Chuanding seemed to know the weakest points, guiding Lu Huaiyang with swift, precise cuts to the edge. As the jellyfish made its final struggles, its tentacles converged, attempting to crush them. Lu Huaiyang's electromagnetic shield withstood the pressure for a moment before collapsing. As they faced imminent doom, Xie Chuanding abruptly pushed him through a narrow opening. In a flash, he was engulfed by the tentacles. "Chuanding!" Lu Huaiyang cried out, attempting to cut through the tentacles with his particle blade, only to find it depleted of energy from the previous battle. He desperately tore at the tentacles with his bare hands, blood staining his fingers. Suddenly, the tentacles before him revealed several gashes, creating an opening. Xie Chuanding emerged, unscathed. "My shield is quite strong too. You needn't worry." Lu Huaiyang, relieved to see him unharmed, chuckled. That's good. Why didn't you put me in your magnetic field shield?" "It's too small. It couldn't accommodate you." He surveyed their surroundings. The jellyfish lay still, lifeless. "So we succeeded?" "Yes. Look, the cells are rapidly decomposing and dissolving." Lu Huaiyang pointed to the jellyfish's body, which was beginning to foam. "This is what happens when an anomaly fails to evolve. I didn't know it could be destroyed this way." "That's good," Xie Chuanding replied calmly. "What now?" "Unnecessary. It was merely a collaboration." Xie Chuanding spoke softly, extending his hand to gently grasp a tender pink jellyfish from the ground, carefully cradling it in his clothing to transport it safely. "What are you doing?" Lu Huaiyang inquired in confusion. "How did I not notice this little jellyfish before?" "I'm studying the effects of foreign entities on aquatic life," Xie Chuanding replied casually. The jellyfish, as if understanding his words, quivered slightly. Lu Huaiyang nodded, aware that researchers often have peculiar hobbies, and together they slowly floated towards the distant aircraft. The enigmatic officer possessed considerable influence, as evidenced by the almost immediate increase in medicinal supplies in their district. Xie Chuanding's ordinary practice experienced a significant decline, as patients flocked to accessible and reputable hospitals for treatment, leaving little interest in unconventional remedies. However, his income remained stable, thanks to the new clientele brought in by Officer Liu. These patients appeared formidable, each exuding robust health, seemingly devoid of any issues. They could effortlessly break stones with their chests, leap 5 meters high, and ascend buildings without the aid of elevators. Often entering the clinic through broken windows or air conditioning ducts, some even attempting dramatic entrances that exasperated Sichuan-Ding. To manage this influx, he brought Ache along to the clinic, and to prevent any chaos at home, his dog was also included. Thus, Xiao Zhou and Ache engaged in a light-hearted competition to apprehend the miscreants, occasionally capturing the same individual, resulting in a humorous tug-of-war that only Sichuan-Ding could mediate. Treating these patients posed no significant challenge for Sichuan-Ding. To him, neurodegenerative disorders were merely blockages in the meridians, hindering the timely transmission of bioelectric signals. His therapeutic massages merely aided in their recovery. He also discovered that these warriors were severely depleted internally, yet the reason for their condition eluded him, an issue his treatments could not resolve. During his contemplation, Lu Huaiyang entered the clinic once more, the only individual to do so through the front door. "Here are some resources you can utilize," he said, presenting several documents to the young man. "These are your enrollment certificates from Tehran University. They have been on hiatus for some time, as students and teachers have been assisting at the municipal level. You can access their database for course materials. Additionally, I've reinstated the identity of Siache, correct? I've also reissued a dog license for Ache, as the previous one didn't match his appearance. Please check for any discrepancies." Sichuan-Ding gratefully accepted the documents, expressing his heartfelt thanks. These resources were precisely what he needed. The medical knowledge contained within, though only foundational, had long been an aspiration of his, and he was excited to finally engage with it systematically. "Ache has likely received numerous genetic injections, hasn't he?" Lu Huaiyang observed, glancing at Ache, who was reading alongside the dog. A hint of regret surfaced on his handsome, righteous face. Sichuan-Ding was uncertain, but sensing that Lu seemed to possess knowledge beyond his own, he inquired further, "Why do you say that?" "Genetic injections are remarkable. They grant ordinary individuals adaptive and combat capabilities akin to those of machines. However, they fundamentally alter the structure of life, amplifying genes to an extreme." Lu Huaiyang sighed softly. "Yet, the human brain cannot endure such transformations. The repercussions of aberration, resulting in beings like Ache, are already a fortunate outcome." "It seems you have encountered quite a few challenges," Sichuan-Ding probed cautiously. "You found him on the battlefield, didn't you?" Lu Huaiyang responded with a faint smile. Sichuan-Ding maintained a neutral expression, though a flicker of wariness glimmered in his eyes. A starship was damaged in the initial stages of combat, containing numerous aberrant warriors. These soldiers lost their consciousness and identities due to excessive genetic injections. They should have been managed by logistics. "I should not have turned a blind eye," Lu Huaiyang spoke in a lowered voice, tinged with fatigue. "Yet you have chosen to ignore it for quite some time," Sichuan-Ding replied calmly. "Because you are different," Lu Huaiyang stood up. "I have matters to attend to. I hope you can find a way for him." "Thank you." As he watched Lu depart, Sichuan-Ding stroked Ache, while the eager Xiao Zhou nudged for attention, only to be unceremoniously pushed away by Ache. What a good person, he thought, a wry self-deprecating smile crossing his face, reminiscent of his former self. He continued to attend to the next patient. In the afternoon, with fewer visitors, Sichuan-Ding leashed his dog, secured the door, and, with his enrollment certificate glowing in hand, prepared to embark on his long-anticipated journey as a student. However, he did not anticipate that after several weeks of confinement, Xiao Zhou would be hindered by the leash around his neck, resulting in a rebellious spirit. After futile attempts to break free from Ache's hold, the clever dog skillfully twisted his neck to escape the restraint and bolted away. Ache, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the dog, stood frozen for a moment before instinctively chasing after him. One was a gifted four-legged creature, enhanced for speed, while the other had endured countless genetic injections, capable of surpassing speeds of 100. In the blink of an eye, both vanished into the bustling crowd. Sichuan-Ding was momentarily stunned. Within 2 seconds, he had lost both his dog and his companion. More importantly, he had never undergone genetic enhancement himself. "Stop right there." 3 hours later, Sichuan-Ding resignedly called Lu Huaiyang. The latter arrived swiftly, driving a brand-new hover car. Locating Ache firmly holding down Xiao Zhou outside a pet food shop in a commercial district. The innocent youth sat on the street, bearing an expression of abandonment, while the shopkeeper expressed regret, stating they had no dog food available at the moment and invited them to return another time. Suppressing a chuckle, Lu Huaiyang drove the trio to Tehran University in the northern part of the city, directly to the library. As they disembarked, he jested, "Xie Chuandang. You might consider getting a driver's license. I could lend you my car to ease your responsibilities as head of the household." Xie Chuandang expressed his gratitude, but declined the offer, leading Ache and Xiao Shou into the library. He found a quiet corner, soothing the remorseful Ache, instructing him to keep Xiao Shou in check before entering the library. In this age of interstellar travel, physical books had become obsolete, most knowledge now stored electronically. Specialized learning devices could directly implant information into one's mind, serving only as a means of replication. True understanding and retention still relied on personal reading and instruction. The medical knowledge available had become outdated over several decades, yet for Xie Chuandang it was more than sufficient. Concepts such as blood circulation, tissue function, cellular metabolism, ionic channels, elemental supplementation, and genetic inheritance represented the truths discovered by modern civilization through immense wealth and intellect, incomparable to any mere psychic abilities. Crucially, he finally grasped the essence of foreign entities. The text revealed that following the Tehran incident, insectoid creatures and virtual intelligences had nearly driven humanity to defeat. Ordinary humans, lacking muscle enhancements, could not hope to survive in the face of such overwhelming acceleration. In their desperation, humanity turned to a type of mutated cell that had been subdued. These cells, characterized by chaotic genes, continually recombined and regenerated, with only the fittest surviving. To secure victory, humans infused various powerful biological genes into these cells, allowing them to self-restructure and evolve. Eventually, through countless experiments, the genetic injections capable of enhancing human physiology emerged. With its existence, humanity can finally incorporate any enhancements into matches, no longer burdened by recoil, acceleration, or the fear of oxygen facilities. Enhanced warriors can survive in the vacuum of space for 15 minutes, endure temperatures ranging from 500 degrees to -200, and accelerate to 200 kilometers per hour in just 10 seconds. An evolved warrior can effortlessly annihilate an entire legion, and when paired with a sufficiently powerful mech, can turn the tide of a losing battle. After the war, humanity continued to develop through genetic injections, but soon, various side effects of these injections began to dominate the headlines. Out-of-control warriors with corrupted genes began to spread, gradually losing their human forms and starting to consume surrounding life to integrate it into their bodies. Some underwent drastic personality changes, developing an intense craving for genetic injections, while others lost their sanity, transforming into entirely different species. The situation became exceedingly tumultuous. The Alliance commenced a vigorous suppression and increased investment in research on these mutated soldiers. On July 1st, 396 of the navigational era, the weather on Tehran Star was as usual. This planet, a rare life-bearing world discovered by the great navigator Tehran Yolenti, lies on the fringes of human alliance power and is privately owned by the Tehran family according to the Cosmic Exploration Treaty. Amid the myriad of factions in the Starry Sky Guard, Lu Huaiyang swiftly returned to the starship. "Have you seen Sleia? Why didn't you tell me?" Lu Huaiyang closed the hatch with a heavy thud, asking coldly. "I am your superior, not obliged to report everything to you." Qi Ling replied with a frown. "Is it still time for stubbornness?" Lu Huaiyang sighed. "Am I unaware? You constantly claim that your ammunition is depleted and you will return with the fleet. Yet secretly you contact him for supplies, don't you? How can you do this? Why are you still talking if you already know?" Qi Ling snorted coldly. "What can I do? The new faction is withholding troops and supplies. If we lose the spatial mines here, our family will lose significant influence in the military. We can't just watch as the alien beings land on the planet. The disaster would be uncontrollable. We can pull you and me down together to strike at the old men and gain control over the spatial mines. Why wouldn't they do it? Besides, do you think Sleia will be so kind as to share information with you?" Qi Ling frowned. "Are you mistaken? His equipment is far superior to ours." Lu Huaiyang thought about the decade-old equipment of their fleet and realized that with Sleia's capabilities in invasion, he would not want to make it obvious that he was revealing information. "I couldn't even copy evidence from the surveillance." "True enough, Sleia is notorious for being fickle. If he divulges this to you, it is merely for his own interests," Qi Ling remarked with a sarcastic smile. "In that case, it seems he has taken a liking to you. At a time like this, don't jest," Lu Huaiyang groaned. "He approached you, after all. You were the one who purchased the ammunition. Must we continue this discussion?" Qi Ling finally appeared troubled. The two exchanged glances before shifting topics. Lu Huaiyang spoke first. "If something happens to the spatial mines, we will be implicated, and it will also affect our families. Moreover, if they can lure aliens to such a remote location, it surely isn't a mere ordinary sample. I will dispatch the fleet to patrol the orbit. We cannot allow any ship to escape. You must act quickly to secure the mind source and ascertain what he desires, Qi Ling said with a cold smile. To swiftly take us down, the military police must be on their way. You need to move faster. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Huaiyang whispered, "All right." He stood and left. In the mining area, the jellyfish had successfully dragged its prey into the dining hall. Xie Deng had just learned that the evolution of the alien beings differed, resulting in varied functions. Calmly seated, he observed the young man tightly bound to the ground without uttering a word. "I am truly on your side. I merely wished to test your relationship with Qi Ling," Slia said with exasperation. "Although I communicated with the mayor here about acquiring minerals, that was merely for show. If I did not wish for you to see the surveillance, you wouldn't have been able to." Xie Deng remained silent, his expression tranquil, seemingly conveying disbelief in every word. "Though the new faction assigned me this task, I am a businessman. The original plan was to allow the spatial minerals to be stolen and collaborate with the mayor here to accuse Qi Ling of theft, as payment for my assistance. They promised to provide me with new alien samples," Slia continued, his attractive features now tinged with anger. "Yet the deal we agreed upon has fallen through. They gave me outdated, useless alien samples." His voice rose sharply. "This is fraud. I confronted them on the spot, and they claimed the alien samples had been stolen. What kind of joke is that? Is it even possible for such items to go missing? Do they think I'm a Navi 20-year-old? Xie Deng's expression remained unchanged, continuing to watch him perform. "Such a breach of contract requires a lesson, so I released information to Qi Ling's side, hoping for a more advanced negotiation. I happened to witness your valiant battle against the alien, which is why I dared to approach you. Please do not misunderstand." "Just let me go," Slia said, looking pitiable. Xie Deng finally raised his head slightly, but only to stroke the jellyfish in the bottle, asking indifferently, "If you die?" They shouldn't be angry, right? The jellyfish had just expelled too much and was ravenously hungry, inquiring if it could consume this prey. He thought it would be better to dispose of this troublesome character, as he knew too much. From Lu Huaiyang's perspective, it was best that not many knew of his ability to kill aliens. "Of course they would be," Slia replied, looking utterly forlorn. "Without me, who would they turn to for after-sales service for their ammunition? Although I claim to be a mere small arms dealer, I swear the Alliance cannot find a better arms dealer than me. Many of the old factions' outdated equipment was sold by me, and without me, they wouldn't even find anyone to repair them. Is that so?" Xie Deng mused, believing there were many arms dealers and that his absence would not matter much. "Certainly not." Slia instinctively sensed the looming danger. "If I die, my backing will fully shift to the new faction, and Qi Ling's faction will truly perish in the military. Your backing would also vanish, and you would have to find another. Why go through that? Is your backing powerful?" Xie Deng asked casually. "Extremely powerful," Slia replied hastily. "Consider this. Since the cosmic navigation law permitted the private ownership of planets, the Alliance has remained chaotic and fragmented without splitting due to the presence of 3 powerful leaders. I am a member of one of those factions." "Oh? Who are the 3 leaders?" Xie Deng inquired to enhance his knowledge. "The Speaker of the Upper House of the Alliance, His Excellency the Minister, and the Marshal," Slia said, letting out a wistful sigh. "It's a pity that Marshal Pasky rebelled and became the leader of the aliens, leaving the Alliance's 3 giants one short. The military has not produced a new marshal who can command respect in recent years, and the 6 joint commanders continue to vie for power, resulting in such chaos. Why was the private ownership of planets implemented back then?" Xie Deng questioned, as this was not clearly stated in history books. "Isn't that an obvious endorsement of factionalism?" Slia seemed to find the question naive and chuckled softly. "You are still young, not yet aware of the hardships and losses of the distant navigation years. Exploring in the endless expanse of space is a lonely endeavor fraught with countless dangers and unknowns. The chance of finding exploitable planets is exceedingly rare. Without sufficient incentives, how many would be willing to drift through the void for an elusive future of humanity?" Xie Deng pondered thoughtfully. "Every explorer shall enter a state of cryogenic slumber while traversing the vastness of space, awakening only when approaching new star systems. Many explorers live their lives scarcely roused more than a few times. Each adventurer embodies the spirit of a hero. Even after centuries have passed, humanity has merely traversed the southern regions of the galaxy. Yet, neither the Zerg nor alien entities can halt their relentless march. The heartfelt wish of those explorers is simply to possess a star of their own." Syria, at this juncture, gazed intently at the youth before her and gently inquired. With this legislation, humanity has traversed 60,000 light-years in just over 300 years. Why, then, should we not embrace privatization? Xie Deng nodded thoughtfully but raised a concern. However, such chaos may claim many lives, no? Death is an inevitability, Syria replied coldly. Chaos will eventually subside. Humanity is merely repeating the grand age of exploration. Presently, conditions are greatly improved. In the absence of a private star law, explorers often do not report newly discovered habitable planets, resorting instead to clandestine population smuggling or even direct cloning, far more heinous and extensive than the slave trade of yore. Following privatization, at least the smuggling of populations has significantly diminished. Xie Deng fell silent. Then, in light of my efforts to enlighten you, might you consider releasing me? Syria regarded him with a tender yet somewhat pitiful expression, pondering the nature of the bindings that restrained him and why his tools had all ceased to function. Lu Huaiyang seems to harbor a dislike for you. What could be the reason? Xie Deng still did not relent. He awaited Syria's response. With a hint of resignation, Syria divulged, in my youth, I held an infatuation for the esteemed marshal, yearning to share his bed. When he departed, I settled for a more modest ambition, to indulge in the company of all the handsome leaders within the military circle. Syria appeared to reconsider sharing such intimate details with a newly adult young man, shifting her gaze slightly. My rule is simple. A commander who purchases my arms may spend a night with me at a discounted rate, with a decade of aftercare included, plus a complimentary advanced mech. Upon hearing this, Ache, who had been perusing the web, looked up, his clear eyes sparkling with curiosity. A night as companionship for a mech? Is that true? If I spend a night with you, could you grant me a mech? This gesture evoked a sensation of warmth coursing through his fingertips, yet it fell just shy of reaching its peak. What could be the cause? Qi Ling was not the type to blindly pursue his studies. He questioned everything. If there were no issues, he would create them for the sake of inquiry. Was there any scientific explanation for this enhancement method? Would there be adverse effects following the augmentation? Were there solutions? Xie Deng informed him that they were still exploring these matters, but according to Major Lu's feedback, this could alleviate neurodegenerative effects. As for other aspects, they were still in the exploratory phase, manually recording everything, which was a slow process. Qi Ling immediately understood why Major Lu was so persistently seeking him out for study. There are advanced industrial printers aboard the starship. With my authorization, you can request the logistics team to customize a detection device. Additionally, here is a list of injured personnel. Identify those suitable and have them report themselves. Provide me with a list of nutritional supplements and necessary items. Qi Ling swiftly dictated his commands to the light brain, dismissing the sweat from his brow and dressing before departing. As he passed by Ache, he scanned him with a hawk-like gaze, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. Xie Deng, elated by the authorization, led Ache towards the logistics department to submit various parameters for measuring muscle strength and reaction speed. The logistics officer, upon verifying the authenticity of the authorization, instructed them to take a seat while he ventured to a glass enclosure outside to input the parameters into a machine. Before long, the ground of the glass chamber extended numerous metallic appendages of varying lengths and thicknesses, while mechanical arms emerged from the walls, moving with remarkable speed like 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, generating arcs of electricity and sparks as components materialized at a visibly rapid pace, ultimately assembling into a brand-new machine. Xie Deng had seen such technology online, but its exorbitant price tag of several million had deterred him from considering ownership. He was astonished at how swiftly he had acquired one. The power of this technology left him in awe. It was no wonder that the mechs here could be repaired with such efficiency, with such targeted technology. There was virtually nothing beyond their capabilities, given adequate materials. Contemplating reciprocity, he requested a piece of jade material from the logistics officer, intending to specifically adjust and enhance its magnetic field before presenting it to Lu Huaiyang as a gift. Will this be of any use? Lu Huaiyang pondered. Aware of his brother's discerning nature, any useless trinket would be summarily rejected. His mental state had been tumultuous, suppressed for far too long, and he was bound to experience insomnia later that night. This could serve as a remedy. Xie Deng had long observed that soldiers who had received gene injections tended to exhibit various minor ailments, neurodegeneration being merely one among many. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiyang felt an urge to ask, I too suffer from insomnia. Given all the assistance I've provided, why haven't you offered me one? However, he ultimately refrained from voicing this, planning to first present the gift to his brother before attempting to acquire one for himself. After bidding farewell to Major Lu, Xie Ding turned to find Che on the verge of tears. What troubles you? He gently ruffled Che's smooth hair. Lately, Che had been acting unusually, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Yet he was certain that no mischief from Xiao Zhou had transpired. Dang, Che lowered his gaze, a dark aura enveloping him. You gifted a present to someone else. How could you not choose me, after all my obedience? You need not feel obligated to give me anything, Xie Ding chuckled. You sleep beside me every night, and with my mental energy soothing you, how could you possibly suffer from insomnia? Upon hearing that no gift was necessary, Che's eyes brimmed with tears, yet the latter statement filled him with contentment. Indeed, it's merely a stone. I possess all of you. So what is there to be upset about? Nonetheless, the mention of Qi Ling lingered in Che's thoughts. I despise him. I wish to never see him again, he resolved. Almost simultaneously, the colossal alien entity in the void seemed to sense this profound disdain, and the boundless appendages of its umbrella-like form suddenly expanded. When news of the alien entity's movements reached them, Major Qi was embroiled in a heated argument with his brother. He had not anticipated such pettiness from him. Isn't there any other option? Though the materials aboard the warship are limited, they are sufficient to provide every soldier in the army with one. This was exchanged for a high-precision life detection device, worth over 5 million. Do you have no shame? You are using public funds. Lu Huayong remained unfazed. His primary mission was to devise a regimen that could enhance their strength, not to squander time ensuring everyone enjoyed a restful night. Haven't we gone days without sleep without issue? Not a chance. You once vowed eternal brotherhood. Everything except your wife was to be shared with me. Oh. But now we are no longer familiar, Qi Ling retorted haughtily. As they prepared to exchange blows, the starship's familiar alarm echoed, compelling them to cease hostilities. Although Qi Ling regarded the alien entity with grave seriousness, he no longer felt the initial urgency. It was as if the wolf had come too many times before. Even knowing that the wolf might truly arrive, their morale was difficult to rekindle to its former heights. I understand. When it comes to battle, we are the best of allies, he conceded. Report. An urgent holographic projection materialized beside them, revealing an anxious observer. 20 minutes ago, the entity began exhibiting minor expansion reactions. Initially, we suspected it was a standard physiological adjustment. However, it has just surged toward us at a velocity exceeding 300 kilometers per second and continues to accelerate. How can this be? Both men's expressions shifted dramatically. Qi Ling instinctively lowered his head and raised his hand, inputting the highest command to order all fleets to retreat at maximum speed. It's futile. Our speed cannot match its own. Preparing for a short-distance migration. You should investigate what our fleet has just encountered that is now pursuing us. This is a mid-tier anomalous entity, one that our modest fleet cannot hope to combat. Qi Ling spoke with a grave expression. I have ordered them to disperse and retreat to ascertain the location of the target. Lu Huayong promptly departed. And after instructing everyone to report their findings, he was the first to locate Xie Ding. Do we possess anything extraordinary? Xie pondered after a lengthy contemplation. Then hesitantly replied, when I boarded the starship, you scanned me and noted that I brought only one person and a dog. Moreover, we've been here for several weeks. Yet that anomaly seems to have only manifested today? That complicates matters, Lu remarked. Haven't you always been able to fend off anomalies? Why the sudden fear? Xie Ding, aware that he was in the same predicament, sought clarity. It is a mid-tier anomaly that has likely absorbed the genetic material of the Zerg mothership and the starry cloud mother. Once enveloped by its form, one would be directly decomposed, metal, life, rock would all become part of its existence. Without the migration cannon, we stand no chance against it. And our arsenal has been nearly depleted. Lu Huayong sighed, observing the fleet as they scattered in retreat, simply needing to discern what had drawn the entity's attention. As they spoke, their gazes were drawn to the approaching colorful jellyfish. It surged toward the flagship where Qi Ling was located, its colors vibrant and dazzling, blooming like a flower in the void, continuously unfurling and retracting. Though its pace appeared slow, against the backdrop of the cosmos, its speed was astonishing. Countless mechs encircled it, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, yet the sheer size of the starry jellyfish rendered their efforts futile. The explosions merely enhanced its radiant hues. Lu Huayong turned to assist, but was abruptly halted by Xie Ding. With a serious expression, Xie observed the various blue lines interweaving and gradually converging, before suddenly pointing at the jellyfish and calmly stating, do you see that large patch of deep purple? That is its vital point. He had only brought a day's worth of food and water, which included provisions for the dog. The weapons in his possession were common steel replicas and regulated items. Purchasing them would attract attention almost instantly. The only piece of good news was that he had dismantled the efficient anesthetic in the medical bay. This substance was remarkably effective, capable of incapacitating even the heftiest of elephants with just a trace, and the local fauna exhibited little resistance to it. His keen perception would further enable him to evade danger. This, at least, was a silver lining. While contemplating, Sia followed the trail left by the dog. Tracking its path was straightforward. The foolish creature had bulldozed through the surrounding low shrubs, creating a clear route to follow. Soon, he found the dog frolicking in a mountain stream, chasing after small fish and fallen leaves. "Have you found it?" Xie Chuandang asked coldly. The dog, with its azure eyes, looked back at him, utterly bewildered. "What flower? If you don't work properly, I won't protect you," Xie replied coolly. The dog continued to splash in the water, gradually drifting further from its owner toward the opposite bank. Almost simultaneously, a massive shadow emerged from the dense brush on the other side, lunging for the foolish dog. Had it not been for the enhancements provided by Xie Chuandang in recent days, this strike could have severed its spine. Nonetheless, its struggles and howls proved futile. As it was swiftly dragged toward the shadowy entrance of the underbrush, the youth swiftly dismissed the portly figure, urging him to depart quickly, before calmly seating himself in the dining area to savor the exquisite dishes before him. Lu Huayang strode out, intent on confronting the two pests, only to find the place utterly deserted. Thus, he reached out to Qi Ling. Upon connection, the holographic image of the fleet commander appeared, approaching with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Well done. The anomalous life signs have vanished. Are you all unharmed?" With satellites monitoring from above, Qi Ling, seated in the command room, felt relieved upon realizing the anomaly had perished. He refrained from inquiring about the specifics, assuming they must be fatigued. "I just saw Celia and the mayor in the mining area surveillance," Lu Huayang said, a hint of distaste in his tone. "That rotund fellow is up to something again." "You saw Celia? You actually encountered Celia?" Qi Ling paused, taken aback. Afterward, Lu Huayang abruptly shut off the holographic device. Casting a sidelong glance at the silent Xie Chuandang, his expression slightly awkward as he quietly said, "Allow me to treat you to a meal. Please dine here. If possible, could you assist me in apprehending any suspicious individuals?" "I can assist in capturing them," Xie Chuandang replied nonchalantly. "But why do you believe I can catch those whom you cannot? Your abilities are exceptional. I have been bested by you. Thus the majority of the Alliance cannot evade your grasp. Should you succeed in apprehending one, I shall grant you an auditing pass for the Alliance Academy. You just missed the start of the semester. You'll be able to audit for the entire year." This struck a chord with Xie Chuandang, his previously indifferent demeanor softening instantly. "Then it's a deal. I'll head out for a meal now." He promptly exited through the kitchen's back door, disappearing in an instant. Xie Xiaozhou observed the jellyfish in the bottle, tilting its head in confusion, puzzled as to why the jellyfish in its mouth had suddenly found its way into the vessel. Aceh, meanwhile, was intently focused on the holographic device Lu Huayang had just given him, a discarded model from the military that functioned without the need for authentication. He was engrossed in the introduction to the rewards for mech battles, nearly burying his head in the screen. Minutes later, the signal light on the cooking machine flickered, automatically delivering the prepared dishes to the dining area, complete with meticulously arranged tableware and freshly brewed tea, accompanied by melodious, gentle music. The young man and the plump figure had already departed, leaving the dining area empty. Only then did Xie Chuandang take his leave, accompanied by the dog. Xie Xiaozhou promptly climbed onto a chair, his eyes gleaming at the delectable offerings. They began their feast. The Alliance's finest oakwood pork from Ganlon Star truly deserved its reputation as an excellent ingredient. The texture transcended mere tenderness, delivering a delightful burst of flavor that was both sweet and savory, surpassing all expectations. Xie Chuandang was momentarily astonished, finding the taste rivaled that of the exquisite delicacies he had savored in his previous life, which had been derived from the tentacles of a millennium-old beast. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even in the vast middle continent, it was but a single planet in the grand cosmos, even when considering the combined territories of the outer domains. It amounted to merely a handful of planets. Here, however, there were billions of inhabitants and countless stars, bound to be some remarkable treasures. A realization that made him acutely aware of his prior narrow-mindedness. Aceh was equally enamored, finishing his portion in mere moments. Xie Xiaozhou devoured his meal and then scampered before Xie Chuandang, wagging his tail, expressing his desire for more. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Chuandang resolved to prepare another substantial piece, having memorized the access code. After several rounds, The once abundant 10+ kilograms of meat had dwindled to a mere palm-sized portion. Everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Che, sitting beside Xie Deng, suddenly declared, "From now on, I shall ensure you have such delightful meals every day." Xie Xiaozhou shot him a disdainful glance, chiding him for not even having purchased dog food. "Your ambitions have grown." "Very well," Xie Deng replied contentedly, patting Che, "then it falls to you to make it happen." As the conversation progressed, a soft chuckle suddenly echoed through the void. He must achieve first place in the super tournament. Xie Deng's gaze sharpened as a holographic image materialized in the air, depicting the young man who had just dined with the plump individual in the restaurant. With a flick of his finger, Xie Deng casually dispatched the mechanical insect responsible for projecting the image, causing it to vanish. Moments later, the young man reappeared, saying, "You are truly impolite. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Celia, a humble arms dealer from the Alliance. My purpose here is merely to deliver some weapons to Lord Qiling. We are on the same side. There is no need for such hostility towards me." Xie Deng listened intently, aware that the Qiling fleet had indeed been lacking in weaponry when dealing with the aberrations. "Speak plainly," Xie Deng urged, as he struggled to comprehend. Approximately 20 years ago, after the emergence of the aberrations, the majority of the soldiers exhibiting mutations were confined to various research planets. Subsequently, the then Marshal Pasky rebelled, liberating all the mutated warriors and leading them into the territory of the insectoid race. Henceforth, Pasky became known as the King of Aberrations. Following this, the forces loyal to the Marshal faced severe purges, leaving behind the remnants of the old faction. Celia recounted the significant upheaval of that era in a nonchalant tone, noting that the new leaders were those who had received modified gene injections. "Is Qiling also part of the old faction?" Xie Deng pondered, grasping the implications. Indeed, both he and Lu Huaihuan had been part of Marshal Pasky's elite guard. Lu Huaihuan had even been a student of the Marshal's mecha class, recognized as one of the most gifted generals of that time. Celia smiled, adding that after Pasky's rebellion, both had been marginalized, while the old faction, centered around their fathers, continuously sought to prove the Marshal's loyalty amidst the struggles against the rising new faction. "Why are you sharing this with me?" Xie Deng inquired coolly. "You possess the ability to eliminate aberrations. I have already witnessed it in the satellite footage," Celia replied with a gentle smile. "This is an extraordinary talent. Soon, the scandal involving Qiling's self-dealing in trafficking in spatial minerals will erupt, and the Alliance's gendarmerie is en route. There is no future for him. Are you suggesting I join you?" Xie Deng retorted. "What future do you envision for yourself?" "While I may be merely an arms dealer, my backing is quite formidable," Celia asserted, his smile flawless and disarming. "Look, Qiling requires my assistance to procure arms. You are young and full of potential. The new faction is one of the backers of YT. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such power? Aligning with Qiling would position you against us. What necessity is there for that? Do you have no other bargaining chips?" Xie Deng inquired calmly. "Anything you desire, whether resources or power, is within our reach. Just articulate your demands," Celia offered, conjuring a holographic screen before him. "In addition to trading in contraband arms, I can also facilitate the sale of official positions. Even smaller residential planets are negotiable. Here is a list. Feel free to peruse it." He flicked a segment of the screen towards Xie Deng. Scanning through the extensive inventory, Xie Deng noted everything from planet-destroying cannons to particle knives. While the positions offered ranged from colonel to mayor, though higher ranks such as regional commanders were unattainable. When he looked up, Celia's demeanor remained composed and confident. With a slight sigh, Xie Deng contemplated. "Is there a problem?" the young man queried. "Yes," Xie Deng replied, his tone somber. "I am a man of my word." Just as Celia was about to respond, his expression shifted abruptly, and he began to thrash violently. "What is this? Tentacles? Where did they come from?" In an instant, his image vanished, as if he had never existed. Xie Deng patted the jellyfish, rewarding it with a piece of meat. The jellyfish waved its small tentacles, continuing to drag its distant prey closer with its invisible appendages, setting aside the immediate concerns. It was evident that this jellyfish was an aberration. Only high-ranking aberrations could manipulate such beings. Should any information about this become public, it would spell great trouble. At present, Xie Deng's restored abilities were merely psychic in nature. Physically, he was only marginally superior to an average individual. Without a mental shield, even a standard genetic warrior could easily overpower him. His physical training could enhance his strength, but such endeavors required gradual progress. The mythical feats of rapid advancement relied on rare resources, and what did he possess now? Merely a dog. Sensing imminent danger, Xie Xiaozhou instinctively looked up, retreating to the sidelines to remain inconspicuous. Celia initially appeared taken aback but quickly regained composure, offering a relieved smile. I thought something serious had occurred. The secret of the aberrations is safe. Xie Deng remained silent. Celia began to speculate aloud. I know Lord Terrence from the neutral faction. The revenge faction is out of the question as they seek to annihilate humanity. The moderate faction's leader is also one of my clients. I am here to collect aberration samples on behalf of that gentleman. We can certainly collaborate. You truly have a wide network, Xie Deng remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. In the midst of this, a young man in his 20s, sensing something, lifted his head slightly and smiled at the surveillance camera. His face was round, with exquisitely gentle features. Fringes partially obscured his forehead, giving him a harmless and attractive appearance, reminiscent of a timid university student. The callous words he had just spoken seemed entirely incongruous coming from such a youthful visage. Subsequently, the young man swiftly dismissed the plump individual, urging him to leave, and calmly resumed savoring the delicacies before him in the restaurant. Lu Huayang strode out, intent on capturing the two pests, only to find the place deserted. He muttered a curse, attempting to extract the recent video footage to send to Qi Ling, but his device whirred in response, indicating that the file was missing. Thus, he had no choice but to contact Qi Ling. Upon establishing the connection, the holographic image of the fleet commander appeared. The latter approached, patting his brother on the shoulder. Well done. The aberrant life signs have dissipated. Are you all safe? With satellites monitoring the skies, Qi Ling felt reassured upon learning of the aberration's demise. Assuming they were fatigued, he refrained from probing into the details. I just saw Celia and Marin in the monitoring footage from the mining area, Lu Huayang said. A hint of disdain in his voice. That fat man is up to something again. You encountered Celia? You actually saw him? Qi Ling paused, taken aback. After a moment, Lu Huayang abruptly terminated the connection. Spotting Xie Deng, who remained silent, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and quietly said, Let me treat you to a meal here. If possible, please assist me in capturing any suspicious individuals. I can help you capture them. But why do you think I can apprehend those you cannot? Xie Deng replied casually. Your abilities are exceptional. I would surely fall short against you. Thus, the majority within the alliance would stand no chance, Lu Huayang expressed, evidently placing more faith in Xie Deng than in his own capabilities. If you manage to catch one, I can offer you an audit pass for the Alliance Academy. You just missed the start of term. But you can attend classes for the year. This proposition struck a chord with Xie Deng, softening his previously indifferent demeanor. Then it's settled. I'll head out to eat now, he declared, swiftly exiting through the kitchen's back door, disappearing in an instant. Xie Xiaozhou observed the jellyfish in its container, tilting his head in confusion, wondering why the jellyfish in his mouth had suddenly found its way into the bottle. Aker was intently focused on his light brain, which had just been handed to him by Lu Huayang. It was said to be a second-rate model from the military, barely functional and requiring no authentication. He was engrossed in the introduction to the rewards for mecha battles, almost burying his head into the light screen. Minutes later, the signal light on the food processor began to flash, automatically delivering the prepared dishes to the dining area, setting the table with exquisite cutlery and brewed tea, accompanied by soft, melodious music. The young man and the stout fellow had already departed, leaving the dining room empty. Xie Deng then exited with a dog, and Xie Xiaozhou climbed onto a chair, gazing at the dishes with eager eyes. Thus, they began to feast. The finest cabbage star oak pork from the Alliance truly lived up to its reputation as an exceptional ingredient. The meat was beyond tender. It burst with flavor in the mouth, a delightful combination of sweetness and savory richness, surpassing all expectations in both taste and texture. Xie Deng was momentarily astonished, the flavor rivaling that of the exquisite octopus delicacy he had savored in his past life, though that had come from the tentacles of a millennia-old monster. However, as he pondered, he began to comprehend that despite the vastness of the central continent, it was merely a planet in size. Even when considering the outer realm and the human domain, it amounted only a handful of planets. Here, with a population in the billions and countless stars, it was only natural that there were remarkable treasures. He had been too narrow-minded. Aker relished it as well, devouring it in just a few bites. After finishing his portion, Xie Xiaozhou scampered over to Xie Deng, wagging his tail, while a small jellyfish emerged from a bottle, expressing a longing for food. After a moment's thought, Xie Deng decided to prepare a large piece. remembering the password. After several rounds, the original 10+ pounds of meat in the preservation box had dwindled to a mere palm-sized piece. Everyone was quite satisfied. Aker sat beside Chuan Deng and declared with newfound determination, "I will ensure that Chuan Deng enjoys such delicious food every day." Xie Xiaozhou cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking that they hadn't even bought dog food yet and his ambitions were already soaring. "Very well," Xie Chuan Deng replied. Pleased as he patted Aker, "The outcome rests in your hands." Just then, a light chuckle echoed through the void. He must secure the first place in the super tournament to achieve that. Xie Chuan Deng's gaze sharpened as a holographic image materialized in the air, depicting the same young man who had dined with the stout fellow moments ago. Xie Chuan Deng flicked his finger, effortlessly dispatching the mechanical insect that projected the image, causing it to vanish. Moments later, the young man reappeared. "You were quite rude, sir. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sliya, a humble arms dealer from the Alliance. I am merely here to deliver some weapons to Lord Qiling. We are on the same side, so there is no need for hostility." Previously, during the confrontation with the aberrants, the Qiling fleet had indeed suffered a significant shortage of weaponry, and Xie Chuan Deng awaited his continuation. "Speak plainly," he urged, as he struggled to comprehend. Approximately 20 years ago, following the emergence of aberrant mutations, many newly afflicted soldiers were confined to various research planets. Later, the then Marshal Pachi rebelled, liberating all mutated warriors and venturing into the territory of the insect race. Pachi subsequently became the king of aberrants, and the forces loyal to the Marshal were purged, leaving behind the remnants of the old faction. Sliya casually recounted the significant upheaval of that time, and the new leaders who received modified genetic injections became known as the new faction. "Is Qiling also part of the old faction?" Xie Chuan Deng grasped. Indeed, both he and Lu Huaihuan were direct subordinates of Marshal Pachi. Lu Huaihuan had even been a student of the Marshal's mecha class, one of the most gifted commanders of his time. Sliya smiled, noting that after Marshal Pachi's rebellion, both had been marginalized, yet the old faction, still centered around their fathers, struggled to prove that the Marshal had not betrayed them under the new faction's dominance. "What purpose does this information serve?" Xie Chuan Deng inquired coolly. "You possess the ability to kill aberrants, which I have already witnessed in satellite footage," Sliya replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "This is an extraordinary capability. Soon, the scandal involving Qiling's self-dealing and the smuggling of spatial minerals will erupt, and the Alliance's military police are already en route. There is no future for him. Are you suggesting I join you?" Xie Chuan Deng countered. "What future do you envision for yourself? While I am merely an arms dealer, I have a solid backing." The young man's smile was impeccable. "Look, Qiling needs to rely on me to supply him with arms. You are still young, with limitless potential. The new faction is one of YT's key backers. Do you grasp the magnitude and terror of such power? Aligning with Qiling places you at odds with us. What necessity is there for that? Do you possess any other leverage?" Xie Chuan Deng asked calmly. "Everything you desire is within reach, be it resources or power. Feel free to state your requirements." The young man produced a light screen, browsing through it. "In addition to dealing in prohibited arms, I can also trade in official positions. Smaller residential planets are negotiable as well. Here is the list. Take a look and mark what you wish." He flicked a segment of the screen towards Xie Chuan Deng. As he perused it, he found weapons ranging from planet-destroying cannons to particle blades, and the list of official positions was extensive. From colonel in the military to mayor in government, while higher ranks such as regional commanders were unattainable. When he looked up, the young man's smile remained confidently composed. Xie Chuan Deng let out a slight sigh. "Do you have any concerns?" the young man asked. "Yes," Xie Chuan Deng replied thoughtfully. "I am a man of my word." Just as the young man was about to speak, his expression abruptly changed as he struggled, exclaiming, "What is this? Tentacles? Where did they come from?" In an instant, his image vanished as if he had never existed. Xie Chuan Deng patted the jellyfish, praising it with a piece of meat. The jellyfish waved its tiny tentacles, continuing to use its invisible appendages to drag and prey from afar. Reflecting on the earlier information he had gathered about a child from a distinguished family with both parents as high-ranking researchers, abandoned in his hometown to study, forced to mature quickly and fend for himself while achieving such outstanding results. Yet Xie Chuan Deng's income did not decline, for Officer Lu had introduced him to some new business opportunities. These were patients who appeared rather formidable, each robust and seemingly without any issues, effortlessly crushing stones with their chests, leaping 5 meters high, scaling buildings without the need for elevators, entering the clinic through broken windows or air conditioning ducts. and some even attempted to descend from the sky like avenging angels, causing Xie Chuanding considerable vexation. To tackle this predicament, he brought Acre to the clinic. And to avoid trouble for Xiaoxiu at home, the dog accompanied them. Thus, Xiaoxiu and Acre competed daily to see who could catch more bad guys. Sometimes they would simultaneously nab one, with one squeezing the neck while the dog bit at the hand, neither yielding. Had it not been for Xie Chuanding intervening, they could have torn apart half of their catch. The treatments were not particularly challenging. In Xie Chuanding's view, neurodegenerative diseases were akin to blocked meridians, where biological electrical signals could not be transmitted promptly. His massage therapy merely aimed to restore some functionality. He also discovered that these warriors were significantly depleted internally. Yet he understood the symptoms without grasping the underlying causes. This was the issue he could not resolve through his treatments. Just as he was troubled by this, Lu Huayang stepped into his clinic once more, the only one to enter through the front door. Here are some materials you can utilize. Lu Huayang presented several documents to the young man. These are enrollment certificates from Toulon University. They have been on break for quite some time, as students and teachers have recently been assisting in the municipal government. You can directly access their database to study course materials. And this, he said, is a reissued identity for Xie, correct? Additionally, due to the incongruence between your dog's appearance and its registration, I have reissued a new certificate. Please check if there are any issues. Xie Chuanding received it with gratitude, for it was precisely what he needed. The medical knowledge contained within was particularly appealing, as he had only grasped the most rudimentary concepts online, yet this profound understanding of the essence of life had long been a yearning of his. And now he could finally embark on a systematic study. Your Che has likely received numerous gene injections, hasn't he? Lu Huayang observed a Che, who was engrossed in reading with the dog, a hint of regret crossing his handsome face. Xie Chuanding was unaware of the specifics, but it seemed Lu Huayang held some knowledge, so he inquired nonchalantly, "Why do you say that?" Gene injections are remarkable. They enable ordinary individuals to possess adaptability and combat prowess akin to that of machines, yet they fundamentally alter the structure of life, infinitely enhancing genes. Lu Huayang sighed softly. The more injections one receives, the greater the enhancement, but the human brain cannot endure such transformations. The after effects of aberration, resulting in someone like a Che, are already a fortunate outcome. It seems you have encountered quite a few as well. Xie Chuanding probed cautiously. You must have found him on the battlefield, didn't you? Lu Huayang smiled faintly. Xie Chuanding maintained his composure, though a flicker of wariness glimmered in his eyes. There was a starship that suffered destruction in the initial battle, housing numerous aberrant soldiers. They lost their consciousness and personality due to excessive gene injections. They ought to have been managed by logistics. I shouldn't have turned a blind eye, but you have turned a blind eye for quite some time. Xie Chuanding remarked flatly. Because you're different, Lu Huayang stood. I have matters to attend to. I hope you can find a way for him. Thank you. As he watched Lu Huayang depart, Xie Chuanding affectionately stroked a Che, while the clumsy Xiaoxiu leaned in for attention, only to be unceremoniously pushed away by a Che. What a good person. A glimmer of self-mockery flashed in Xie Chuanding's eyes, so naive, reminiscent of my past self. He continued to attend to the next patient. In the quiet afternoon, Xie Chuanding leashed his dog and closed the door, holding the glowing certificate in hand, ready to commence the scholarly journey he had longed for. However, he did not anticipate that after being confined for nearly weeks, Xiaoxiu, eager to roam the streets, would feel stifled by the leash around his neck, nurturing a rebellious spirit. After several futile attempts to escape a Che's grasp, the clever large dog deftly wriggled free from the leash and bolted away. A Che, now holding only the leash, stood bewildered for a moment before instinctively sprinting after the dog. One was naturally gifted with 4 legs, enhanced for speed, while the other, having received countless gene injections, could reach speeds exceeding 100. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the throngs of people. Xie Chuanding was left stunned in mere seconds. He had lost both his dog and his companion. More importantly, he had never received any gene injections. Stop right there. 3 hours later, Xie Chuanding reluctantly called Lu Huayang. The latter arrived promptly, piloting a brand new hover vehicle, and found a Che firmly holding down Xiaoxiu outside a pet food store in a commercial center. The innocent, lost youth sat on the street with an expression of abandonment, while the store owner lamented apologetically, stating they had run out of dog food. Suppressing a chuckle, Lu Huayang drove the trio to Toulon University in the northern part of the city, arriving directly at the library. As they disembarked, he jested, "Chuanding, you might as well get a driver's license. I can lend you my car, lest you find it difficult to be the head of your household. Xie Deng expressed his gratitude, but declined, leading Che and Xiao Shou into the library. He found a quiet corner, soothing the remorseful Che, instructing him to keep an eye on Xiao Shou before entering the library. In this age of interstellar exploration, physical books had become obsolete, mostly digitized and stored in computers. Specialized learning devices could directly implant knowledge into one's mind, yet this merely served as replication. Understanding and memory relied on personal reading and instruction from teachers. The medical knowledge available here was decades out of date, yet it sufficed for Xie Deng. Blood circulation, tissue function, cellular metabolic processes, ion channels, various elemental aids, genetic inheritance. These truths were discovered by modern civilization through immense wealth and wisdom, far beyond what a mere psychic ability could rival. Most importantly, he finally comprehended what an aberrant entity was. The text revealed that following the Talon incident, the insectoid race and virtual intelligences nearly led humanity to ruin. Ordinary humans, with mere muscle enhancements, could not survive in the face of accelerated combat. Thus, humanity turned to a type of mutated cell they had subdued. One where the genes were chaotic, continually recombining and regenerating, with the unfit perishing and the suitable surviving. For the sake of victory, humans infused various powerful biological genes into it, allowing it to recombine and evolve autonomously. In this sweltering midday, the azure and violet sun bathed the campus in warmth. It was vacation time, and apart from the occasional senior collecting their notifications, the place echoed with silence. A youth of 17 or 18 emerged from the director's office, his youthful face radiant with joy. The middle-aged man who accompanied him wore a rare, gentle expression, calmly stating, "Is the money for the capital sufficient? I have a classmate there who can assist with student loans." "Thank you, teacher. The funds are adequate. My mother has already arranged everything," the boy replied with a smile. "Although you have passed both the written exam and recommendation, the interviews at Capital Star are quite rigorous. I have sent you the past interview questions to your email. Be sure to prepare well." The middle-aged man appeared satisfied. "Since the Toulon incident, this is the first time our school has had a candidate for the prestigious Capital Star Academy. I've heard the admissions director from our university has been pursuing you for quite some time. Remember, no matter how many promises he makes, do not be swayed. You are destined for the higher echelons of Capital Star. Attending there would be a waste." "Understood," the boy grinned. "I finally received the notification from the prestigious academy." Pleased by this affirmation, the middle-aged man felt a sense of satisfaction. Currently, the human alliance boasted nearly 100 habitable planets, and the total human population had surpassed 1 trillion last year. However, the prestigious academy at Capital Star only admitted 200,000 students annually, with its graduates being nothing short of extraordinary individuals. Even those who were less distinguished often became significant figures across multiple star systems. Although his student was merely entering the third round of interviews, it was already a noteworthy achievement for their institution, one they could boast about for decades. Thinking of the admissions director from the neighboring school, who aspired to surpass their own, his typically stern countenance softened further. "Remember, if you pass, inform me at the earliest. The school will cover the instant messaging fees." The director reminded him with lingering reluctance as they reached the school gate. "Understood," the boy smiled slightly, stepping onto the enclosed hover bus. Once inside, he eagerly reviewed the interview letter, excitement radiating from his face. "This is fantastic. I can finally study advanced genetic medicine at the prestigious academy. I have worked hard for 12 years for this, and today is my 18th birthday. For someone who has always loved genetic knowledge, there could be no better coming-of-age gift." Amidst his joy, the hover vehicle descended beneath a towering structure, where he resided on the 320th floor. As he stepped down from the vehicle and prepared to ascend the stairs, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a colossal holographic advertisement in a nearby shop, promoting the latest album of the renowned Capital Star deity, authentic and available for purchase with a signed edition for an additional fee. A surge of joy filled his heart at the mention of a signature, and he hurriedly dashed towards the modest one-story shop. The instant he crossed the threshold, he seemed to hear a piercing sound. In the following heartbeat, a deafening explosion erupted. The last image etched in his mind was that of the fiery blast not far away. Instinctively, he clenched the paper in his hand, only to be hurled away by the tremendous shockwave. 30 seconds later, a translucent figure hovered in midair, frowning as it gazed upon the lifeless boy amidst the charred remnants of the explosion. The youth was strikingly handsome, his delicate features serene as if in slumber. Blood flowing from the back of his head, creating a juxtaposition of despair and exquisite beauty against the harsh sirens and thick smoke surrounding him. Alas, that was but his own corpse. Drawing closer, he spent a brief 10 seconds sifting through memories. He was Xie Deng, a practitioner of the ethereal path. Yes. He recalled every technique he had mastered in life, every experience from childhood to adulthood, even the desolation he felt at the moment of his demise and the endless guilt for his adopted son. He probed his soul and found no traces of fusion or possession. Was it merely the restoration of past memories? Xie Deng pondered, lifting his gaze to the sky. The invisible protective shield over this steel city had entirely vanished, allowing the unfiltered rays of the sun and radiation to inundate the metropolis. High above, starlight twinkled against the daylight. A celestial battle raged on, each flicker signifying the fall of countless lives. The overwhelming aftermath of such combat stirred a chill within him. This world seemed rather intriguing. He cast another glance at his own body, contemplating a path forward. As he hesitated, flames swiftly spread through the surrounding trees, threatening to consume the notice in his hand. Heavens, don't burn. He hastily pressed his transparent fingertip against the wound at the back of his head. And upon seeing that it had ceased bleeding, he fully immersed his soul into his brow. Then, the pale youth's eyelashes fluttered, and he struggled to rise from the ruins, stumbling away from the encroaching flames. The towering buildings that once soared 1,000 meters had begun to sink underground, hiding from further assaults. At 1300 hours today, an extraterrestrial entity attacked our capital star garrison. Debris has fallen, and as of the time of this report, 140 lives have been lost. The garrison has yet to comment on the incident. According to our experts, the mass of the debris is immense, with even the smallest fragment possessing the energy to obliterate half a city. Fortunately, due to the protective ecological dome over our city, much of the energy was mitigated, averting the direst of scenarios. However, with the shield's disappearance, intense ultraviolet rays and harmful gases are now permeating the outdoors. We urge everyone to close their doors and windows and refrain from venturing outside. We will now connect you with Professor X from Tehran University, an expert in interstellar warfare and political studies, to analyze the political ramifications of this attack. Hello, Professor. Yes, host, in my view, this attack is likely due to. So, Professor, do you mean to say that for at least a month, all routes between Tehran and the main star will be suspended? Yes, optimistically, once reinforcements arrive, our shipping routes will resume. Please do not worry. Our planet has ample resource reserves. Thank you for your insights. Next, we will broadcast a significant statement from the mayor regarding this attack, he expressed. Xie Deng switched off the television and approached the window, gazing at the blue-violet sun outside. He then lowered his head to scrutinize his slender fingertips. What a pity. This world lacks any spiritual essence. Without such essence, one cannot cultivate qi. Devoid of qi cultivation, the foundation cannot be laid, and aspirations for higher realms become mere fantasies. However, having expended a significant portion of his soul's energy, it seemed that without practice, he might not have a chance in the next life either. He tested his meridians and discovered that the physiology of the people here diverged entirely from those of his past life, making martial training a distant dream. This posed quite a dilemma. Furrowing his brow, he retrieved a few commemorative coins from his drawer, preparing to consult the fates for guidance. As the coins fell, his pupils constricted. In nearly a millennium of existence, he had never encountered such a dire omen. A casual toss resulted in one landing in a pit and another in a waterhole, while the last obscured the Een corner, an ominous clash of dualities. Blood spilling across the heavens and earth. This was no mere indication of a dire predicament. To say it foretold absolute annihilation would be a gross understatement. How absurd it was that in this civilized society, one could still confront the explosion of a planet. The middle-aged man who had accompanied him bore an unusually gentle expression, calmly stating, "Is the fare to the capital sufficient? I have a classmate there who can assist with student loans." "Thank you, teacher, I have enough funds. My mother has already arranged it for me," the youth replied with a smile. "Although you have both the written exam and recommendations, the interview process for Capital Star is quite rigorous. I have sent you the past interview questions via email. Make sure to study diligently," the middle-aged man added, clearly pleased. Since the upheaval in Tehran, it is the first time our school has had a candidate for an interview at the first-rate academy in Capital Star. I hear the admissions director from our university has been persistently contacting you. Remember, no matter how many promises he makes, do not be swayed. You are a promising candidate for the prestigious university in Capital Star, and attending there would be a waste. Understood, the youth said with a smile. I worked hard to secure this notification from the first-rate academy. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Currently, the Human Alliance boasts nearly 100 habitable planets, with the total human population surpassing 1 trillion last year, while the first-rate academy in Capital Star accepts only 200,000 students annually. Graduates from there are invariably distinguished individuals, often becoming influential figures across multiple planets. Although his student had only reached the 3rd round of interviews, it was already an achievement their academy could boast about for decades to come. Contemplating the caramel-colored face of the admissions director who was determined to surpass their school, the man's typically stern demeanor softened further. Remember, if you pass, inform me immediately. The school will reimburse the cost of interstellar communication. As they reached the school gate, the director offered his parting words with a reluctant tone. Understood, the youth replied with a slight smile, boarding the independent floating bus. Once the cabin door closed, the youth took out the interview letter, eagerly reviewing it, excitement plastered across his face. It was fantastic. He would finally pursue advanced studies in genetic medicine at the first-rate academy. For this goal, he had labored for 12 years, and today, on his 18th birthday, there was no better gift to mark his coming of age than this opportunity. The recent resonance with the planet's magnetic field had significantly heightened his sensitivity. He could perceive the intricate life forces of those around him with just a moment's focus. For instance, the young girl who had previously sought medication had a feeble magnetic field without the aid of drugs, with abnormal lines in her lungs indicating her struggle against viral invasion. Before administering the injection, he first massaged her acupoints, knowing that stimulation of these points could effectively regulate her blood circulation and bolster her innate resistance. However, such measures could only alleviate her condition, not cure it. After the drug was administered, the magnetic field indicating the viral invasion gradually diminished, restoring her body's energy field. Therefore, what he perceived was not metaphysical but rather another perspective on viewing the world. Xie Chuanding felt a stirring within. This inquiry necessitated a plethora of samples and materials. Were it not for his strong self-discipline, he might have been tempted to unlawfully procure a few robbers to dissect for his research. Dr. Xie, the girl's brother, hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring. I have a few friends who have not been well these past days. Could you possibly assist them? Of course, Xie Chuanding replied with a smile. Where are they? Please take me to see them. They should be searching for food right now. Can I bring them to you later? The young boy asked, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Certainly, Xie Chuanding said gently. I will escort you downstairs. No need. Thank you. You are truly a kind person. The boy expressed his gratitude with a bow. Before politely exiting and closing the door, lingering at the threshold for a considerable time. The intensity of his emotions created a palpable tension, even from behind the door. Finally, he affectionately rubbed his cheek against his sister's face, as if drawing strength from her, before departing with her on his back. Xie Chuanding sighed softly, observing Xiao Zhou, who was munching on dog food. He poked the dog playfully. This is all your fault. Xiao Zhou looked up at him, bewildered, with a resigned smile. Xie Chuanding ruffled the dog's head, allowing it to continue eating. As the boy descended the stairs with his sister, he encountered 4 men who approached him. One of the men, with a fierce countenance, coldly asked, Speak, what did you see? A large dog, plenty of dog food, several vials of medicine, and 2 adults. The boy replied in a hushed tone, but it seems there is no nutrient solution left. Good, at least there is something to gain. The leader nodded. Tomorrow. You will bring us inside. Your share is in the warehouse today. Go collect it. Thank you. The boy quickly expressed his gratitude before leaving. He hurried through the alley and arrived at a small warehouse, where a sallow-faced middle-aged man opened the door. Inside, there were about 10 ordinary people of varying ages, all wearing clothes that exuded a foul odor, eyeing each other warily. The boy found a corner to lay his sister down before opening his light brain. The only device that offered him a glimmer of hope. The local social network had exploded with desperate pleas for food and medicine. Yet new messages quickly overwhelmed the old ones. He scanned through the posts, disheartened to find no sign of change. Just over a month ago, he had been an ordinary middle school student, aspiring to enter a good high school while caring for his sister. Who could have foreseen that in just a month, life would take such a drastic turn? From initial optimism to a resigned acceptance of fate, he hardly recognized himself anymore. However, there was no choice. If he did not comply with the demands of those men, they would seize his meager supply of nutrient solution, leaving nothing for his sister. Reporting to the authorities was futile. The city's prisons were already overcrowded with murderers, and those men would be released within 2 days, returning to settle scores with him, making survival even more challenging. He had witnessed chaos firsthand, but thankfully his parents had gone to the main star system for work and were spared from the turmoil. He vowed to survive and, once the situation stabilized, to leave that dreadful place forever. As he pondered this, he recalled the kind young man who had provided medicine for his sister. Such a good person had saved her. Would he truly have to? He glanced around, deliberating for a while before quietly sending a private message to that young man, warning him to be cautious the following day. That was all he could do to assist. Xie naturally received the message, momentarily falling into contemplation. It was not out of pity, after all, having been born during the chaotic times of the central continent. This situation paled in comparison to the horrors of a world filled with bones and ruins, where cities were razed and nations annihilated. Rather, he suspected that few would dare to seek medical help under such circumstances. After all, the profession of clinical medicine had vanished for too long, and he might be mistaken for a fraud or bait, deterring people from seeking him out. Additionally, there was the risk of scalpers monopolizing appointments at treatment centers, selling them at exorbitant prices. Would that not reflect poorly on his capabilities? He genuinely wished to establish a small clinic to alleviate the suffering of those unable to access timely medical care. Yet it appeared that opening a proper clinic would not be an easy task. He turned to find Xiao clutching his dog food container, nudging it with his head, while Aceh intently watched television, captivated by a completed children's educational series, occasionally jotting down notes. Xiao, Aceh, would you like to go out and play? Xie asked with a smile. Instantly, both dog and boy abandoned their favorites, leaping forward. Yes, Aceh replied with a bark, while Xiao echoed enthusiastically. We need to recruit a group of street toughs, Xie said casually. I will point them out to you, and you must bring them to me, understood? The eyes of Xiao and Aceh sparkled with excitement as they nodded in agreement. However, you must not bite or harm them. If you do, you will sleep outside tonight, understood? This was the most severe punishment he could conceive. The two exchanged solemn glances and nodded in unison. All right, let us go together. Just as Xie was about to open the door, he paused. Xiao, biting and hunting are different. Brush your teeth first, then we can go. Xiao, looking perplexed, was promptly dragged into the bathroom. Awo, awu, awo. Minutes later, Xie found himself unable to brush the teeth of a nearly ceiling-high Siberian husky, so he called Aceh to help restrain it. Xiao continued to wail throughout the brushing. Afterward, Xie produced a new toothbrush and looked at Aceh. Aceh carefully and earnestly declined assistance, expertly brushing his own teeth and displaying a radiant smile with his 8 gleaming teeth. The earnestness in his eyes, seeking praise and encouragement, combined with his handsome features, made him resemble a little sun, nearly blinding Xie. Well done, Aceh, Xie praised. Aceh paused, somewhat confused, pondering why Xie did not kiss him for doing well, as the television had suggested. 10 minutes later, Xie successfully located a group of thugs nearby who were debating how to expand their territory. There were about 20 of them, bickering heatedly. But upon sighting Xiao, they immediately shifted their focus to discussing the best way to prepare dog meat. Considering Aceh's formidable fighting prowess, he only released Xiao. In a fit of anger, Xiao showcased his freshly brushed teeth and charged at them furiously, demonstrating that he needed neither his sharp teeth nor claws. A few swift charges were enough to send them tumbling and crying for mercy. Within minutes, he had acquired a dozen excellent experimental subjects. He applied his skills in acupressure for bleeding control, bone setting, suturing, and calming the mind, all of which he had devised through self-study. Naturally, the subjects communicated their need for improvement regarding pain management, which he graciously accepted, when he expressed the need for a small ground-level room to establish a treatment point. The terrified thugs promptly agreed, revealing that they were not professionals and had been ordinary citizens just a month ago, merely showcasing their darker sides amidst the chaos. Aside from robbery and violence, they had committed few serious crimes. Under their guidance, an ordinary warehouse in an alley transformed into his temporary treatment point, complete with a group of resting citizens. Xie halted the thugs from evicting them, claiming a small corner near the door. After they tidied up, he examined the wall, knocking on it to reveal a large crack. He then instructed Aceh to push the wall slightly inward, ensuring it did not disturb the others. The onlookers trembled in fear, nearly losing control. After a hasty cleanup and using tarpaulins from the warehouse to cover the back, they had fashioned a makeshift medical point. He gazed contentedly at the surroundings, contemplating the latest information he had acquired. As long as he obtained sufficient clinical data, combined with his original university application, passing the re-examination would guarantee him a place in a prestigious university. It was a commendable location, discreet and unremarkable. According to the requirements set by the Alliance's first phase of data, he could cease his efforts after treating 100 patients. Observing that Ache seemed rather warm, he beckoned him to come up and share the bed, given that their home had only one bed that was quite spacious. Xiao, however, was quite displeased and insisted on joining them. Yet, it was simply inhumane to hold a plush toy in summer, and Sichuan Deng firmly denied the request. Shutting the bedroom door, he could perceive the magnetic field but failed to notice the furious gaze of the husky fixated on his cherished notification letter. With a heart ablaze, he acted without mercy, initially resorting to punches and kicks. However, soon some began wielding sticks and knives. When pushed to the brink, a person could truly transform into someone else, casting aside any moral principles or consequences, driven solely by rage. Sichuan Deng observed the tumultuous spirit and magnetic field around him, noting the police officer who did not retaliate, standing there unscathed, with no signs of injury. While the assailants grew increasingly fearful as they realized their weapons could inflict no harm. One by one, they fled, terrified of the potential repercussions of their actions. Within minutes, over half of the patients had vacated the area, leaving only those in severe condition who were too fearful to leave. Sichuan Deng locked eyes with the officer, who, in a calm yet firm manner, advised, "All right, it's time to head home. You are still young. Do not stray down the wrong path. Your Grace." Sichuan Deng replied with a gentle smile, his good looks becoming even more charming in that moment, radiating a sense of comfort and ease. An aura inherent to the magnetic field of life. "Would you like me to tend to your spinal injuries?" The officer's demeanor shifted sharply, his expression turning serious. "Who exactly are you?" Claiming to possess ancestral medical knowledge, Sichuan Deng offered his prepared excuse. Given the stringent identity verification for all immigrants entering Tehran Star, if such ancestral medical practices existed, one could hardly believe that medical equipment companies would overlook any technology. The officer suddenly furrowed his brow, as if recalling something, and promptly altered his stance. "Since you can see through this, then please, treat me." "Name?" Sichuan Deng activated his holographic device. "Luo Huaiyang," he stated calmly while seated across from the young doctor. "Undress." Without needing to check his pulse, Sichuan Deng proceeded directly with the treatment. The officer hesitated. The previous patients didn't undress. They did not possess such thick skin, Sichuan Deng replied candidly. It seemed logical enough. The officer removed his outer coat and shirt, revealing no trace of sweat despite the sweltering heat. With a delicate flick, as if extinguishing a spark from his fingertips, the officer, who had previously believed he could withstand a bullet, instantly recoiled, collapsing to the floor, drenched in cold sweat as if he had just emerged from water. This display was terrifying, leaving the patients stunned, unable to fathom how the once formidable officer had been so easily subdued. They trembled as they completed their consultations, fearful of provoking the same explosive response, and only aided each other in a dazed exit after their treatments. After over 2 hours, as Sichuan Deng concluded with the last patient, the officer finally struggled to rise from the ground. His expression a mix of complexity and caution as he regarded the youth, emotion swirling within him. "Feeling better?" The young man inquired gently, his smile unwavering. Much like the warmth he offered every patient, the officer fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward, but eventually admitted, "Much better," though the treatment process was a bit unconventional. 2,000. Transfer or cash? The young doctor asked with unflappable calm. "Transfer," the officer sighed, conceding, "Your methods are peculiar, yet remarkably effective." Sichuan Deng listened quietly. Amid rising tensions, with the opposition maintaining some semblance of restraint, the presence of cults posed significant complications, particularly during chaotic times. As the growth of religious fervor could be swifter than a plague, the police force was already stretched thin, which was why he had come directly. Otherwise, for an unlicensed practitioner, there would have been no need for his personal involvement. And what now? Now, it won't be necessary. However, I shall provide you with my contact information should you require assistance. The newly appointed officer Luo donned his uniform once more. Additionally, I will select some critically ill patients for treatment. Those with milder ailments I will attempt to dissuade. Please do not create a scene. I anticipated you would urge me to reveal my methods or persuade me to treat more patients, Sichuan Deng remarked curiously. "Oh, can you elaborate?" he inquired. "This is not a secret. Luo Huaiyang opened his holographic device and initiated a transfer while explaining, nutritional solutions and medical potions are essentially wartime consumables, desperately needed by us genetic warriors. However, due to their high resistance, we typically require doses 100 times greater than that of ordinary individuals. If you can find alternative methods to heal my comrades, it could significantly reduce our consumption, easing the strain on civilian supplies. While we may never return to pre-war conditions, it could alleviate the situation considerably. Do you have any further questions? Yes, what exactly are? Xie Deng posed the question that had been on his mind. According to the Alliance's propaganda, were formidable enemies in the root cause of the current conflict, yet he had found scant information, merely descriptions of them as bizarre cosmic beasts. Each uniquely different, some resembling insects, others like stones, with no precise classifications, leaving him perplexed. You will discover that in due time, Officer Luo replied, fastening his final button and offering a polite farewell. Goodbye. Xie Deng shrugged. He was in no hurry. The knowledge he had gained today sparked speculation regarding Che's origins, a satisfactory acquisition of information. Just then, an abrupt howl shattered his contemplative reverie. Che flung open the door, his clear eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning why he was not coming inside. Xie Deng pointed toward the walls and floors, splattered with an array of colors, and exclaimed, "Who did this? Who transformed my minimalist home into a chaotic splash painting? Wasn't I clear that Che was to keep an eye on Xiao Zhou and prevent him from causing any destruction?" He didn't tear anything, Che replied meekly. He said he wanted to make the home more beautiful. You believe a husky's words? Xie Deng fumed, releasing a wave of mental pressure. Do you not feel the consequences of your negligence? Tonight, no one shall sleep until this mess is cleaned. In his fury, he dialed the number he had recently acquired, adopting a courteous tone. Hello, Officer Luo, it's me. May I ask if you possess any paint removers? This was the acrylic paint his school used, and ordinary methods would not suffice. Xie Deng naturally agreed and expressed his gratitude, ensuring both the one and the dog received an unforgettable lesson. Xie Xiaozhou's baldness had spread dramatically from the crown of his head, while the half-clad canine, emaciated in the front and robust in the rear, exhibited a distinct modern, non-mainstream style. Che, being a first-time offender, was sentenced to complete 300 elementary school exercises, even reciting the names Xiaohong, Xiaoming, and Xiaoliang in his sleep. This was not all. They were forbidden to sleep in beds, resorting instead to standing on their heads in the corner, with a stipulation against leaning against the wall. At night, he stood outside the window, gazing into the distant night sky, fixated on an expanse that appeared vacant. In his eyes, there existed a colossal life magnetic field, fluctuating in intensity, almost rivaling a fraction of this planet's existence. Beautiful yet perilously captivating. If this were indeed the fabled aberration, how formidable might it be? The protective device activated automatically, the pliant fasteners secured his body, the cabin lights extinguished, and in the next moment, the entire environment transformed into a holographic projection. He initiated the engine, ascending into the sky amidst pale blue flames, gradually nearing the violet dome of the celestial shield. Those who appeared formidable were the patients, each robust and seemingly devoid of any issues, effortlessly breaking boulders with their chests, leaping 5 meters high, and ascending buildings without the need for elevators, often entering the clinic through broken windows or air conditioning ducts, while some attempted to descend from above. Much to Xie Deng's exasperation. To address this predicament, he brought Che to the clinic, not wishing for Xiaozhou to bring trouble home. Thus the dog accompanied them as well. Consequently, Xiaozhou and Che competed daily to see who could capture more wrongdoers. Sometimes they would apprehend the same criminal simultaneously, one grasping the neck while the other bit at the hand, unyielding to one another. Had it not been for Xie Deng's intervention, they might have torn their prey in half. The treatment was not arduous. In Xie Deng's eyes, neurodegenerative diseases were akin to obstructed meridians, where the biological electric signals of nerve conduction could not be transmitted promptly. His massage therapies merely facilitated some recovery. Moreover, he discovered that these warriors were significantly depleted internally. Yet understanding the condition without comprehending its underlying causes presented him with an unsolvable dilemma. Just as he was ensnared in thought, Lu Huaiyang entered his clinic, the only one to do so through the front door. This is what you can utilize, Lu Huaiyang declared, producing several documents and handing them to the youth. Here is the borrowing certificate from Tehran University. They have been on hiatus for quite some time, with students and teachers recently assisting the municipal government. You can directly access their database for learning materials. And this individual, he continued, whose identity has been reinstated. Is Xie correct? Additionally, I have reissued a dog certificate for your pet, as its appearance did not match the previous one. Please check if there are any issues. Xie Deng accepted the documents with delight, expressing profound gratitude, as these were precisely what he needed. In particular, the medical knowledge contained therein, which he had only grasped in rudimentary form online, was something he had long yearned to encounter in a systematic manner. Your Che must have received numerous genetic injections, right? Lu Huaiyong observed, glancing at Che, who was reading alongside the dog, a hint of regret surfacing on his handsome, righteous visage. Xie Deng was unaware. Yet it seemed Lu Huaiyong possessed knowledge of something. He maintained a composed demeanor while inquiring, "Why do you say that?" Genetic injections are remarkable. They endow ordinary individuals with the adaptability and combat prowess akin to machines. However, they fundamentally alter the structure of life itself, an infinite enhancement of genes. Lu Huaiyong sighed softly. The more injections one receives, the greater the augmentation, yet the human brain cannot withstand such transformations. The sequelae of aberration, resulting in individuals like Che, is already a favorable outcome. You seem to have encountered a fair share of troubles yourself, Xie Deng probed tentatively. You found him on the battlefield, did you not? Lu Huaiyong suddenly smiled faintly. Xie Deng's countenance remained unchanged, but a flicker of wariness glimmered within his gaze. A starship was severely damaged during the initial conflict, housing numerous aberrant warriors. They lost their consciousness and identity due to excessive gene injections. They should have been handled by logistics. Logically, I should not have turned a blind eye, yet you have chosen to ignore it for quite some time. Xie Deng remarked coolly. Because you are different, Lu Huaiyong rose, I have matters to attend to. I hope you can find a way out for him. Thank you. As he watched Lu Huaiyong's retreating figure, Xie Deng stroked Che, while the foolish Xiaozhou leaned in, seeking affection, only to be unceremoniously shoved away by Che. What a good person, Xie Deng mused, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his eyes, as innocent as I once was in a past life. He continued to attend to the next patient. In the afternoon, with few visitors, Xie Deng leashed the dog, ushered the human inside, and closed the door. Holding the shimmering borrowing certificate in his hand, ready to embark on the academic journey he had long desired. However, he did not anticipate that after being confined for nearly weeks, Xiaozhou, finally freed to roam the streets, would find his ability to dash thwarted by the leash around his neck, breeding a rebellious spirit. After several futile attempts to escape Che's grasp, the cunning dog cleverly wriggled free from the leash and bolted away. Che, bewildered by the sudden absence of the dog, stood momentarily dazed, then, without needing command, sprinted after Xiaozhou. One was a gifted four-legged creature, speed-amplified post-enhancement, while the other, having undergone countless genetic injections, sprinted at speeds exceeding 100. In the blink of an eye, both vanished into the vast sea of humanity. Xie Deng remained stunned. Within 2 seconds, he had lost both his dog and companion. More critically, he had never received a genetic injection. Stop right there. 3 hours later, Xie Deng helplessly dialed Lu Huaiyong. The latter arrived swiftly, driving a brand-new hovercar. Locating Che firmly pinning Xiaozhou down outside a pet food store in a commercial center. The innocent, lost youth sat on the street, bearing an expression of abandonment, while the store owner lamented, apologizing that they had run out of dog food recently and invited them to return another time. Lu Huaiyong stifled laughter. Transporting the trio to Tehran University in the northern part of the city, arriving directly at the library. Upon disembarking, he jested, "You might consider getting a driver's license. Deng, I could lend you my car, lest your role as the head of the household proves challenging." Xie Deng expressed his gratitude but declined, leading the human and dog into the library. He found a secluded corner, soothing the guilt-ridden Che, instructing him to keep Xiaozhou in place before entering the library. In this interstellar age, physical books had become obsolete. With most knowledge digitized, specialized learning devices could directly implant information into one's mind. However, this merely served to replicate knowledge, with comprehension and retention relying on individual effort and teacher guidance. The medical knowledge contained within was decades out of date, yet for Xie Deng it sufficed. Blood circulation, tissue function, cellular metabolism, ionic channels, various elemental aids, genetic inheritance. These were truths discovered through the wealth and wisdom of modern civilization, incomparable to mere psychic abilities. Most crucially, he finally grasped the essence of aberrations. The text revealed that following the Tehran incident, the insectoids and virtual intelligences nearly led humanity to ruin. The muscular enhancements of ordinary people proved inadequate for survival under accelerated conditions by hundreds of times. At this juncture, humanity turned its gaze toward a type of mutated cell they had subdued. This cell's genes were chaotic, perpetually recombining and regenerating. Those unfit for survival perished, while those suitable remained. In pursuit of victory, humanity infused various potent biological genes into this cell, allowing it to recombine and evolve autonomously. At long last, after countless experiments, genetic injections capable of enhancing the human body emerged. With its existence, humanity finally has the capacity to augment matched with any enhancement, no longer hindered by recoil. Untroubled by acceleration, and unafraid of oxygen facilities, enhanced warriors can endure 15 minutes in the vacuum of space, withstand temperatures ranging from 500 degrees to -200, and accelerate to 200 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. An evolved warrior can effortlessly annihilate a legion, and with the aid of a sufficiently powerful mech, can turn the tide of a losing battle. After the war, humanity continued to advance in genetic engineering. But soon the various side effects of gene injections began to dominate the headlines. Uncontrolled warriors with errant genes started to proliferate, gradually losing their human form and beginning to consume surrounding life, incorporating it into their own bodies. Some underwent drastic personality changes, developing an intense craving for gene injections, while others lost their sanity altogether, transforming into another species. The situation became exceedingly tumultuous. The Alliance commenced a vigorous suppression and increased their investment in research on these aberrant soldiers. Previously, the resonance with the planet's magnetic field had greatly heightened his sensitivity. With a moment's concentration, he could perceive the intricate life magnetic fields of those around him. For instance, the young girl who had come seeking medicine exhibited a notably weak magnetic field without the aid of medication, her lungs displaying abnormal lines indicative of her struggle against viral invasion. Before administering the injection, he massaged her acupoints, as stimulation of these points could effectively regulate her blood circulation and activate her inherent resistance, though it could only alleviate her condition, not cure it. After the injection, the magnetic field of the afflicted girl began to weaken, while her body's energy field gradually restored itself. "Thank you, doctor," the girl's brother hesitated before cautiously inquiring. "I have a few friends whose health has also deteriorated lately. Could you possibly assist them?" "Of course," he replied with a smile. "Where are they?" "Lead me to them. They should be searching for food. Can I bring them here later?" The boy's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Certainly," he reassured gently. "I'll escort you downstairs." "No, thank you. You're truly a good person," the boy said as he hoisted his sister onto his back, bowing gratefully before politely exiting and closing the door. Lingering for a while at the threshold, the intensity of his emotions caused his magnetic field to fluctuate visibly, even through the door. Finally, he nuzzled his cheek against his sister's, as if drawing strength from her. Before departing, he let out a soft sigh as he glanced at the small dog, Xiao Zhou, munching on its kibble, jabbing it lightly. "This is all your fault." Xiao Zhou looked up at him, bewildered. With a resigned pat on its head, he allowed it to continue eating. As the boy descended with his sister, he encountered four men who surrounded him. One, a fierce-looking individual, coldly demanded, "Speak. What did you see?" "A big dog, plenty of dog food, a few vials of medicine, and two adults," the boy replied in a hushed voice. "But it seems there are no nutrient solutions left." "Well, at least there is something," the leader nodded. "Tomorrow, you'll take us inside. Your share is in the warehouse. Go retrieve it." "Thank you." The boy quickly expressed his gratitude before leaving with his sister. He hurried through the alley to a small warehouse, where a pallid middle-aged man opened the door. Inside were about 10 ordinary people, young and old, all clad in foul-smelling garments, wary of one another. The boy found a corner to set his sister down before activating his light brain, the only source of hope he had. The local social network had exploded with messages begging for food and medicine, but new posts quickly buried the old ones. He scanned through the updates, disheartened to find no glimmers of hope for change. Just over a month ago, he had been an ordinary middle school student, aspiring to enter a good high school while caring for his sister. Who could have foreseen that within such a brief span, his life would transform so drastically? From initial optimism to a resigned acceptance of his fate, he scarcely recognized himself. Yet there was no alternative if he did not acquiesce to their demands. They would seize his scant nutrient solutions, leaving none for his sister. Reporting to the authorities was futile. The prisons were already overflowing with murderers, and these men would be released within 2 days, returning to exact revenge, making survival even more challenging. He had witnessed chaos firsthand. Fortunately, His parents were away on business in the main star system, thus spared from the turmoil of this conflict. He vowed to persevere, awaiting the moment stability returned, at which point he would escape this wretched place forever. Upon reflection, he could not help but recall the young man who had provided medication for his sister. Such a kind soul, he had saved her life. Was it truly the case that tomorrow would bring an end to such kindness? He glanced around, pondering for a considerable time, before discreetly sending a private message to that young man, advising him to exercise caution the following day. That was all he could do to assist. Xie Chuanying naturally received this message, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. His contemplation was not born of pity. After all, having been born during a time of turmoil in the central continent, the horrors of that era, where cities were razed and nations obliterated, made the current predicament seem trivial in comparison. Rather, he surmised that few would dare to seek medical assistance in such circumstances. The profession of clinical medicine had been absent for far too long, and he might easily be mistaken for a fraud or a lure. Those who hesitated to seek help might also be deterred by the reality of scalpers monopolizing appointments, charging exorbitant fees. Would this not reflect poorly on him? He genuinely aspired to establish a small clinic to alleviate the suffering of those deprived of timely medical care. However, it appeared that the endeavor of opening a proper clinic was fraught with challenges. He turned to see Xiaoxiu, who was busily nudging his food bowl with his head, while Ache was intently watching a television program, a completed series on early childhood education. His focus was unwavering, occasionally jotting notes in a small notebook. Xiaoxiu, Ache, would you like to go out and play? Xie Chuanying inquired with a smile. Immediately, both the boy and his dog abandoned their beloved television and food. Leaping to his side, yes, replied Ache, with a playful bark, let us go. We need to recruit a group of street ruffians, Xie Chuanying stated nonchalantly. Later, I'll show you who to catch. Understand? Both Xiaoxiu and Ache's eyes sparkled with excitement as they nodded vigorously. But remember, no biting or killing. If you do, you'll have to sleep outside tonight. Do you comprehend? This was the harshest punishment Xie Chuanying could conceive. The duo immediately assumed serious expressions and nodded in agreement. All right, let us go. Just as Xie Chuanying was about to open the door, he hesitated. Xiaoxiu, biting and hunting are different. Brush your teeth first, then we shall proceed. Xiaoxiu looked perplexed as he was dragged into the bathroom. How? Arf, arf, arf. Minutes later, Xie Chuanying found himself unable to brush the teeth of a nearly ceiling-jumping Siberian husky, prompting him to call Ache for assistance. Throughout the ordeal, Xiaoxiu continued to wail. Once finished, Xie Chuanying retrieved a new toothbrush and looked to Ache. Ache, cautious yet earnest, declined to assist, opting instead to brush his own teeth impeccably, revealing a perfect smile with 8 gleaming teeth. His earnest gaze, seeking praise and encouragement, paired with his handsome features, radiated warmth akin to a little sun, nearly dazzling Xie Chuanying. You're truly remarkable, Ache, Xie Chuanying praised. Ache paused, slightly puzzled, contemplating why he had not received a kiss for doing well, as the television had suggested. 10 minutes later, Xie Chuanying successfully located a gang of thugs nearby, engaged in heated discussions about expanding their territory. Upon noticing Xiaoxiu, they immediately abandoned their grand ambitions to debate the most convenient ways to consume dog meat. Considering Ache's formidable combat prowess, he only brought Xiaoxiu along, as Xiaoxiu, with gleaming teeth bared, charged at the furious thugs. He demonstrated that he needed neither sharp fangs nor claws. A few swift charges were sufficient to send them sprawling in disarray. Within minutes, he acquired a dozen excellent experimental subjects. He adeptly performed acupressure to stop bleeding, set bones, stitched wounds, and provided emotional comfort, having devised methods through his own experimentation. Of course, the subjects expressed a need for improvement in pain management, which he graciously acknowledged. When he indicated the need for a small ground-level room to establish a treatment point, the terrified thugs promptly agreed, revealing that they were not professionals, merely a month prior. They had been ordinary citizens, exhibiting a darker side amidst chaos. Aside from robbery and violence, they had not engaged in much harm. Under their guidance, a regular warehouse in a narrow alley became his temporary treatment point, complete with a group of resting citizens. Xie Chuanying halted the thugs from evicting them. Claiming a small corner near the door, and after they tidied up, he knocked on the wall, revealing a massive crack. He instructed Ache to push the wall slightly closer, ensuring it did not disturb the others. The remaining individuals trembled in fear, nearly paralyzed. With a haphazard effort, they covered the back with tarpaulin from the warehouse, establishing an improvised medical point. He gazed at the place with satisfaction, contemplating the latest information he had gathered. As long as he could collect sufficient clinical data, coupled with his original application for admission, he could secure a position at a prestigious university, provided he passed his retest. It was indeed a good location, discreet enough to avoid drawing attention. According to the Alliance's Phase 1 data requirements, he would need to treat 100 individuals before he could cease his efforts. Noticing that Ache seemed to be feeling rather warm, he beckoned him to join him for sleep, given that their bed was large, and they had only one. Xiaozhou was displeased and clamored to join them. But sleeping in summer with a fluffy creature was simply inhumane. Xie Chuandeng declined and shut the bedroom door. He could perceive the energy field. Yet he failed to notice the furious gaze of the husky fixated on his prized notice of acceptance. The world around him fell silent, and he felt content. It was Ache's first night sleeping with him, and he pondered the bedtime kiss mentioned in the parenting guide, feeling perplexed and ultimately closing his eyes in disappointment. Xie Chuandeng felt splendid. His mind was now capable of retrieving any literature at will, uncovering a wealth of instructional holographic videos. If he could assimilate this knowledge, his understanding of the world would vastly improve. From now on, he would no longer need to practice sensing energy fields in his dreams. All his nocturnal hours could be dedicated to intellectual absorption. The mere thought exhilarated him. However, this excitement was swiftly doused like a splash of cold water. Upon exiting the library, he discovered that Xiaozhou and Ache had vanished. The waiting room was eerily silent, devoid of any trace of their presence. Closing his eyes, he quickly located them. They were in the library's basement, 16 floors deep, bustling with activity, a stark contrast to the desolate surface. Various instruments emitted faint sounds of operation, and there, on the 15th level, both Ache and Xiaozhou were confined in separate rooms, one munching on food, the other anxiously pounding on the walls in search of an escape. The smile on Xie Chuandeng's face gradually faded. Since recalling his past life, this world had proven to be quite unfriendly indeed. While he could tolerate much, the current situation had surpassed his limits. Losing Xiaozhou was one thing. But how could they imprison Ache, who had always been so obedient? Officer Liu, without a hint of regret, kicked aside the defeated foe. The driver was not pursued. Instead, he turned his gaze towards several other aircraft. Despite the barrier of their mechs, the palpable aura momentarily disrupted the trajectories of their flights. He surged into the sky, approaching the city's protective shield. 300 meters to the right, there's a spot we can break through, Xie Chuandeng stated calmly. Oh? Officer Liu glanced at him with curiosity but refrained from further inquiry, instead moving 300 meters as directed. With a flick of his dagger, he indeed tore a rift in the shield. Astonished, yet undeterred, he seized the opportunity to roll out, transforming back into his aircraft and soaring into the sky. Several fighter jets pursued, but Officer Liu exhibited exceptional aerial evasion skills, rendering the missiles nearly ineffective. Moments later, he ascended beyond the atmosphere, prompting the jets to abandon their chase. Space was dominion of mechs, and they were utterly outmatched. How do you know where the energy field is weakest? Lu Huayang inquired. Curiosity piqued. I can see it, Xie Chuandeng replied candidly. No wonder they want to capture you. Now I'm tempted to study your eyes myself, Lu Huayang remarked. Astonished. If such an ability could be applied in bionics, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental advancement in Alliance technology. Isn't there an energy field scanner? Xie Chuandeng asked, searching his mind. The accuracy of such devices is proportional to their size, often measuring several dozen meters. How would you mount that on a mech? Officer Liu shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. You'd best keep this ability to yourself. If you can discern subtle energy fields, your medical skills must stem from that, correct? Indeed, Xie Chuandeng admitted. Hey, at least come up with an excuse. If you keep this up, I might be tempted to dissect you, Officer Liu lamented. No need for excuses. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Xie Chuandeng replied calmly. Lu Huayang abruptly halted, astonished, as if encountering an alien entity. By adjusting the body's energy field and amplifying the brain's energy field, which I refer to as mental power, one can discern the subtle fluctuations of energy fields. Xie Chuandeng explained, his gaze reflective of the cosmos's darkness. And then you could achieve what I have, though I've only just begun to grasp the fundamentals. Are you interested? Lu Huayang remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally whispering, I need some time to think. Xie Chuandeng nodded in understanding. After a while, Lu Huayang raised his head again. If your method proves effective, you should know I won't conceal this matter. He would never hide any means that could aid his comrades. When the need arose, he would disclose the information. I never intended to keep it hidden. Xie Chuandeng replied nonchalantly. In this world, knowledge should not be hoarded by a single individual. In his previous life, he had spent centuries studying at Kunlai in the West, where he learned that collaboration and the pursuit of truth transcended origins. Unlike the insular practices of the major sects in the central continent, Kunlai's philosophy was rooted in sharing knowledge. Each individual could learn as long as they provided spirit stones, fostering mutual growth. Now, having been granted a second chance, he found it imperative to pass on his knowledge to a few worthy disciples instead of squandering his years at Kunlai. Furthermore, the esoteric arts he mastered were not easily accessible without his guidance. Lu Huayang, with his commendable character, aptitude, and background, presented a prime opportunity. Instinctively, Lu Huayang felt a shiver as though he were prey under the gaze of a predator. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, he set those thoughts aside, focusing intently on piloting them swiftly aboard a starship. After arranging their accommodations, he sat in his office, seeking calm, when his friend entered. Major General Qi Ling pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing at his brother with a complex expression. "What is the matter?" Officer Lu asked, forcing himself to engage. "What about the alien entity?" Lu Huayang abruptly shifted the topic. He knew the other spoke truthfully. After numerous encounters with alien entities, they had discerned that such beings appeared on inhabited planets due to ongoing research about them. The simplest way to deal with these entities was to send the research materials away, luring the entities to pursue them and thereby dispelling the crisis. Why are they so adamant about not handing over that sample? At least sending it out would prevent its loss. Lu Huayang exclaimed, his frustration palpable. I believe their claims about the sample being lost might be genuine. It could have been secretly concealed aboard the starship that was destroyed and fell outside the city. Qi Ling pondered, his brow furrowing. If that is the case, it complicates matters greatly. The wilderness of Tehran is vast, and if some creature absorbs the sample, locating it could become an arduous task. Let us wait for reinforcements, he suggested, feeling powerless in the face of the predicament. He is not my lover. I'm merely helping out, Lu Huayang replied, frowning. You should rein them in. Don't let them speak foolishly. No need for explanations. Doesn't he harbor feelings for you, does he? If you ask me, stop hesitating. If you like him, just pursue it. Now that you're here, he can't escape. Can he? Qi Ling dismissed his concerns. Stop talking nonsense. You handle Tehran University for me. If there is nothing urgent, let me be, Lu Huayang said, ushering him out. After a moment of silence, he finally stepped out and knocked on Xie Chuandeng's door. Come in, Xie Chuandeng said calmly, allowing him entry and closing the door behind him. I cannot ascertain the truth of your words, so I've decided to test it first. If it truly works, I will do my utmost to help you claim what is rightfully yours, Lu Huayang declared earnestly. Should it prove effective, it would significantly enhance the Alliance's combat capabilities. And as the initiator, this young man's potential was limitless. Perfect. I also need more individuals for testing, Xie Chuandeng said, beckoning Ache. Come, Ache. Teach him a few movements you've learned. Ache appeared somewhat reluctant, but would not refuse his master's request. Thus, he demonstrated the first movement before their guest. The motion was so contorted that Lu Huayang sighed. It seems rather difficult to master. Mimicking Ache, he attempted the movement. In the first second, he felt nothing. But by the 10th, his blood began to heat, and by the 30th, it felt as though countless ants were gnawing within his veins. By the 60th second, the agony became unbearable, causing him to collapse heavily, taking several minutes to recover. Turning, he saw Ache still maintaining the pose, unwavering. Lu Huayang felt he had learned a false technique and inquired, Don't you feel pain? Ache frowned. What is pain? It's here, and here. As if something is moving, Lu Huayang traced the paths where he felt the ants crawling. Ah, I see. Ache replied, nodding gently, realizing this was what pain was. No wonder you can endure. You don't even know what pain feels like. Lu Huayang shot a disapproving glance at his teacher, preparing to protest Xie Chuandeng for his treatment of his student. All right, Ache, teach him the second movement, Xie Chuandeng said gently. With more examples. Comparison became possible. The first set was merely postures, while the second required the synchronization of all poses into a cohesive movement, yielding superior results. Ideally, they needed another student for comparison. Ache nodded and performed a more complex motion, showcasing his skills before Xie Chuandeng, confident he was far superior to this newcomer. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu cheered from the side, prompting Lu Huayang to suddenly feel as though he had boarded a pirate ship. It seemed that now, even speaking required instruction. Faced with one human and one dog, He found himself at a loss, especially with Xiao Zhou, who found it torturous to remain still. In just a brief moment, it had circled him nearly 10 times. Its restlessness prompted Ache to join in, nudging and circling to attract attention. The two, vying for their master's affection, inevitably collided, and soon enough, a playful scuffle ensued on the grass. Xiao Zhou found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His sharp claws failed to penetrate Ache's defenses, leaving no trace, and he was swiftly overpowered, pressed against the ground. However, in the realm of disputes, it holds an undeniable advantage. In stark contrast to the rather inarticulate Ache, it can howl endlessly. The close-range attack of the high-energy particle oscillation knife is incomparable to any distant firearm, almost instantaneously tearing through the opponent's outer armor and piercing the engine system. Within a heartbeat, the adversary's mech fell silent. Officer Liu, without a hint of remorse, kicked aside the vanquished foe, who ejected from the cockpit without pursuit, instead turning his gaze to several other aircraft. Despite the barrier of the mech, an almost palpable aura momentarily stilled the flight paths of the opposition. Thus, he surged skyward, approaching the protective shield enveloping the city. Nearby, 300 meters to the right, there lay a potential breach. Sichuan Deng remarked with calm assurance. Oh. Officer Liu glanced at him curiously but refrained from further inquiry, opting instead to move 300 meters as suggested. With a deft flick of his dagger, he astonishingly tore a breach in the shield, his expression shifting to one of astonishment, yet he did not falter. Seizing the opportunity, he flipped over the barrier, reverting to his aircraft form, and ascended into the sky. A few aircraft pursued him, but Officer Liu's evasion skills in the air were exceptional, rendering missiles nearly ineffective. Moments later, he transcended the atmosphere, prompting the pursuing crafts to abandon their chase, for space was dominion of the mechs, and they were no match. How do you know that energy field is the weakest? Liu Huaiyang inquired with a hint of curiosity. I can see it, Sichuan Deng candidly replied. No wonder they sought to capture you. You have piqued my interest in studying your eyes, Liu Huaiyang exclaimed in astonishment. If such an ability could be applied to bionics, it would undoubtedly represent a significant advancement in alliance technology. Isn't there energy field scanning equipment? Sichuan Deng pondered aloud. The precision of such devices correlates with their size. Most are bulky and span several dozen meters. How could one possibly mount that on a mech? Officer Liu shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. You would do well to keep this ability under wraps. By the way, if you can discern subtle energy fields, your medical skills must stem from that as well, correct? Indeed, Sichuan Deng replied with honesty. Come now, at least concoct an excuse. If you continue like this, I may be tempted to dissect you, Officer Liu lamented. No need for an excuse. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Sichuan Deng stated calmly. Liu Huaiyang abruptly halted, turning to him in shock, as if he had encountered a bizarre entity. By adjusting the energy field of the body and enhancing the energy field of the brain, I refer to it as mental strength. The augmentation of mental strength enables one to discern subtle fluctuations in energy fields, Sichuan Deng continued, his beautiful eyes reflecting the void of the universe. Then, one could achieve what I have. However, I have only recently begun to grasp this knowledge. Are you interested? Liu Huaiyang remained silent for a while, finally murmuring, I wish for some solitude. Sichuan Deng nodded in understanding. After a moment, Liu Huaiyang lifted his gaze once more, stating, if your method proves effective, you should know I will not withhold this information. He would never conceal any means that could aid his comrades. When the upper echelons required this intelligence, he would divulge it. I had no intention of keeping it hidden. Sichuan Deng replied nonchalantly. In this world, knowledge should never be hoarded by a single individual. In his past life, during his extensive studies in the West Continent's Kunlai, he learned that the greatest wisdom lay not in intricate formations or esoteric theories, but in Kunlai's ethos of collaboration and the pursuit of truth, regardless of one's origins. Any profound technique could be learned for a fair exchange of spirit stones, fostering an environment where knowledge was shared and enhanced collectively, far surpassing the mutual suspicion prevalent among the great sects of the Central Continent. The path of Kunlai was to ignite one flame to light another, sharing knowledge without reservation, techniques and abilities adapted to their environment, never clinging to ancient traditions or obsessing over the past. Now that he had been granted the chance of reincarnation, having found his path anew, it would be a waste not to seek out a few deserving disciples to pass on his hard-won knowledge. It would be a pity to squander the years spent in Kunlai. Moreover, without his guidance, his esoteric studies would not be easily accessible, given Liu Huaiyang's commendable character. aptitude, and connections, it would be a missed opportunity to let him slip away. Lu Huaiyang instinctively felt a chill, akin to being preyed upon. But being a seasoned warrior, he set aside these thoughts, focusing intently on piloting, swiftly guiding them onto a starship. After arranging their accommodations, Lu Huaiyang sat in his office, taking a moment to collect himself, when his friend entered. Major General Qi Ling boldly pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing at his brother with a complex expression. "What brings you here?" Officer Lu feigned enthusiasm to engage him. "What are the otherworldly entities?" Lu Huaiyang firmly redirected the topic. Lu Huaiyang was well aware that the other party spoke the truth. After countless encounters with these entities over the years, they had discerned that such beings appeared on inhabited planets due to the presence of research concerning them. The simplest method to deal with these entities was to send the research to them. They would undoubtedly pursue it, resolving the crisis. Why do they insist on not relinquishing that sample? At the very least, sending it out would prevent its loss. Lu Huaiyang exclaimed, his anger palpable. "I believe their claims about the sample being lost may hold some truth. It might have been secretly hidden aboard the starship, falling outside the city along with the damaged vessel." Qi Ling mused, troubled by the implications. If that is the case, it poses a significant problem. The wilderness of Toulon Star is vast, and if a creature were to absorb the sample, it would be disastrous for the entire planet. Let us wait for reinforcements, he concluded, feeling powerless in the face of the dilemma. "He is not my lover. I am merely assisting." Lu Huaiyang frowned. "You should rein them in and prevent them from speaking nonsense. No need for explanations. He still holds no interest in you, correct? If you ask me. There is no point in hesitating. Just embrace it. Now that he is here, he can hardly escape." Qi Ling dismissed. "Stop babbling. You handle Toulon University for me. If there is nothing pressing, let me be," Lu Huaiyang retorted, ushering him out. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huaiyang finally stepped out and knocked on Xie Chuandang's door. "Come in," Xie Chuandang calmly invited, shutting the door behind him. "I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims, so I have decided to experiment first. If it truly works, what belongs to you, I will strive to secure for you," Lu Huaiyang declared solemnly. If it indeed proves feasible, it would significantly enhance the Alliance's combat capabilities, marking the young man before him as a potential luminary of immense accomplishment. "Perfect. I also require more individuals to test this," Xie Chuandang said, beckoning Ache. "Come, Ache, teach him some of the moves you've learned." Ache hesitated, reluctant, but would not refuse his master's request, performing the first move before their guest. The movement was exceedingly convoluted, prompting Lu Huaiyang to sigh. "It seems rather challenging to learn." He mimicked Ache, and during the first second, he felt nothing. By the 10th second, his blood surged with heat. By the 30th, it felt as if countless ants were gnawing within his veins, and by the 60th second, the pain became unbearable, causing him to collapse in a heap, taking several minutes to recover. Turning to Ache, who maintained his pose unwaveringly, Lu Huaiyang felt he had learned a false technique, and thus inquired, "Do you not feel pain?" Ache furrowed his brow. "What is pain?" "It feels as if something is moving here." "Here." Lu Huaiyang pointed to the pathways where he felt the ants crawling within his body. "Ah, there it is." Ache realized, gently nodding. "So this is pain. No wonder you can endure. You don't even know what pain is." Lu Huaiyang regarded his teacher disapprovingly, preparing to protest to Xie Chuandang about his student's mistreatment. "All right, Ache, teach him the second move," Xie Chuandang said gently. "Everyone attack him. The indifferent police officers should have been dealt with long ago. Just look at the state of the city now. You insufferable lot." As the crowd's anger escalated, their lives had become a living hell. What right does this pristine officer have? Fueled by rage, they began with mere fists and kicks. But soon some had resorted to wielding clubs and knives. When a person is cornered, they can transform into someone entirely different, forsaking all moral principles and consequences. Driven solely by fury, Xie Chuandang observed the tumultuous atmosphere around him, the palpable tension and ire. He glanced at the unmoving police officer, who stood resolutely, unaffected by the blows raining down upon him, not even a scratch to mark his skin. Initially, the assailants were filled with rage, but as time passed, they began to falter and fear took hold. When they realized that their weapons were ineffective against him, they fled in terror, afraid that any displeasure might lead to retribution. Within minutes, a significant portion of the onlookers had scattered, leaving behind only those too gravely ill to escape. "Dear sir," Xie Chuandang smiled gently, his handsome visage becoming even more inviting. His smile exuded a comforting aura, a manifestation of a life force that could soothe the weary. "Would you like me to assist with your spinal injuries?" The officer's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression sharpening with seriousness. Who exactly are you? I am merely a practitioner of ancestral medicine, Xie Deng replied, relying on his prepared excuse. All immigrants entering Tehran Star underwent rigorous identity verification. If such ancestral healing truly existed, would medical corporations allow any potential technological oversight to slip by? The officer's brow furrowed as if recalling something significant, his attitude changing abruptly. Since you can perceive my condition, please, treat me. Name? Xie Deng activated his holographic device. Luo Huayang, the officer stated calmly from across the small doctor. Disrobe. Xie Deng did not require a pulse check. He proceeded directly to treatment. The officer hesitated. Did the previous patients disrobe? They did not possess such thick skin. Xie Deng replied candidly. The logic seemed sound, prompting the officer to remove his outer garment and shirt. In the sweltering heat, he was surprisingly devoid of perspiration. With a deft flick, akin to extinguishing a spark with a fingertip, the officer, who had believed he could withstand a bullet, crumpled in pain. His body convulsing as he fell to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, reminiscent of having just emerged from water. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to fathom how the previously formidable officer could be subdued so effortlessly. Their astonishment was akin to witnessing a creature from a bygone era. Each one trembling as they received treatment, fearful that a similar strike might befall them. Only after their ailments were addressed did they assist one another, leaving in a daze. After 2 hours, once Xie Deng had seen the last patient, the officer finally rose from the ground. Wearied and regarding the young man with a mix of complexity and wariness. Feeling better? The youth inquired gently, his smile unwavering. The officer fell silent, a hint of embarrassment coursing through him, but eventually admitted, much better. Although the treatment process was rather unpleasant. 2,000. Transfer or cash? The young doctor asked nonchalantly. Transfer. The officer sighed, confessing, your methods are peculiar, but remarkably effective. Xie Deng listened intently. The current tensions were palpable, while the opposition maintained some semblance of decorum. The presence of cults posed a greater disruption, especially amid chaos, where the spread of faith could be more virulent than any plague. The police force was already strained, which is why he had come personally. Otherwise, what need was there for him to intervene in a case of unlicensed practice? And now? Now, naturally not. However, I will leave you my contact information. You may reach out if needed. The newly appointed Officer Luo donned his uniform once more. Additionally, I will select a few critically ill patients for treatment. I will discourage the less severe cases. Please refrain from causing any unnecessary commotion. I assumed you would compel me to disclose my methods or persuade me to treat more individuals, Xie Deng remarked with curiosity. Oh, could you elaborate? He inquired further. This is not a secret, Officer Luo responded, opening his holographic device to initiate the transfer. He explained, nutritional solutions and medical agents are consumables of war. We, the genetic warriors, have a significant need for them. However, due to our heightened resistance, we typically require doses 100-fold that of ordinary individuals. If you could devise alternative methods to heal my comrades, it would considerably alleviate the strain on civilian resources. While we may not return to pre-war conditions, this would certainly mitigate the crisis. Do you have any other inquiries? What exactly are aberrant entities? Xie Deng posed the question that had lingered in his mind. The Alliance portrayed these beings as formidable foes, the root of the conflict, yet scant information was available. They seemed to be described merely as peculiar cosmic beasts, each unique in form, some resembling insects, others appearing as stones, without any clear classification, leaving him perplexed. You will learn in due time, Officer Luo concluded, fastening the top button of his uniform, offering a polite farewell before departing. Xie Deng shrugged. He was not in haste. The revelations of the day had provided him with valuable insights regarding Ache's origins. However, his contemplations were abruptly interrupted by a dissonant howl. Ache opened the door. His clear eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning why Xie Deng remained outside. Xie Deng gestured toward the splattered paint adorning the walls and floor of the living room, exclaiming, "Who did this? Who transformed his minimalist home into an abstract canvas? Wasn't he supposed to keep an eye on Erjo and prevent him from causing havoc?" "He did not tear anything," Ache replied meekly. "He just wanted to make the house prettier." "Do you really believe a two-hair would say that?" Xie Deng fumed, unleashing his mental pressure. "With the chaos you've caused, sleep will be a luxury tonight. Clean this up." In the midst of his fury, he dialed the number he had just received earlier. Adopting a calm tone, "Hello, Officer Luo? It's me. Do you possess any paint remover?" This was the acrylic paint used at his school, which standard methods would fail to clean. Xie Deng readily agreed and expressed his gratitude. He then imparted an unforgettable lesson to both the boy and the dog. Xie Xiao's bald patch had expanded significantly, while the dog, half-clothed, presented a unique modern non-mainstream aesthetic. Che, being a first-time offender, was sentenced to complete 300 elementary worksheets, muttering the names of Xiao Hong, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Liang even in his sleep. With debts to repay and favors to honor, I am your superior. There is no need for constant reports, Qi Ling remarked with a furrowed brow. Is this really the time to be obstinate? Luo Huayang replied, exasperated. Am I not aware? You incessantly claim that your munitions have run dry. Yet you secretly contact him for supplies. How could you act in such a manner? Do you need me to explain the obvious? Qi Ling coldly scoffed. What can I do? The new faction is withholding troops and supplies. If we lose the spatial mines here, our family will forfeit a significant amount of influence within the military. We cannot simply stand by while the alien entities descend upon the planet. That would bring about an uncontrollable disaster. I just received word from Sleia at the mining site that this alien presence is part of the new faction scheme, aiming to ensnare both you and me with the spatial mines. Luo Huayang, with a downcast expression, caressed the cross insignia on his military cap. To drag us down. They would involve so many others? If they could ensnare us, strike at the elders, and seize control over the spatial mines, why wouldn't they pursue this? Moreover, Qi Ling frowned. Do you truly believe Sleia is benevolent enough to share this information? His equipment far surpasses ours. Luo Huayang thought of the fleet's decade-old equipment. Given his capabilities during the invasion, he wouldn't want me to notice anything. I couldn't even extract evidence from the surveillance. Indeed, Sleia is notorious for his opportunism. If he is divulging this to you, it's merely for his own gain, Qi Ling remarked, a sarcastic smile curling her lips. It seems he has taken an interest in you. At this moment, do not jest, Luo Huayang replied, feeling a headache coming on. He is seeking you, after all. You are the one who procured the arms. Must we continue with this? Qi Ling finally expressed her own frustration. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously shifted the topic. Luo Huayang began. If there is an issue with the spatial mine, we cannot evade responsibility, and it could endanger our families. Furthermore, the fact that they can lure alien entities to such a remote area indicates that these are no ordinary specimens. I will dispatch the fleet to patrol the orbit and ensure not a single vessel has the opportunity to escape. You must swiftly secure the mine source and ascertain their intentions. Qi Ling sneered. To swiftly take us down, the military police must be en route. Move quickly. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Huayang softly replied, very well. He rose and departed. In the mining area, the jellyfish had successfully dragged its prey into the dining hall. Xie Deng had just learned that the evolution patterns of the alien entities differed, each possessing unique functions. He sat calmly in a chair, observing the youth tightly bound to the ground, saying nothing. I am truly an ally. I merely sought to test your relationship with Qi Ling, Sleia said with a headache. Although I communicated with the mayor here regarding the orb, that was merely for show. If I were unwilling, you would not have access to the surveillance. Xie Deng remained silent, his expression tranquil, as if he were conveying that he did not believe a word. While the new faction assigned me to execute their plan, I am a businessman. The original scheme involved the theft of the spatial mine, with the mayor here implicating Qi Ling in the theft as a price for my assistance. They would provide me with new alien samples. Slea's handsome face darkened with anger. But our prior agreement has fallen through. They sent me outdated, useless alien samples. His voice suddenly rose. This is deceit. I exposed them on the spot, and they audaciously claimed that the alien samples were stolen. What nonsense. Is it even possible for such things to go missing? Do they think I am a mere child of 20? Xie Deng's expression remained unchanged, watching him perform. Such breach of contract requires a lesson. So I released information to Qi Ling's side, seeking to engage in further negotiations. That is when I fortuitously witnessed your valiant battle against the alien entities, prompting me to approach you. Please don't misunderstand. Just release me, would you? Sleia said with an air of grievance. Xie Deng finally lifted his gaze slightly, but only to stroke the jellyfish in the bottle, casually asking, if you perish. They shouldn't be angry, right? The jellyfish mentioned it had expelled too much recently and was starving, inquiring if it could consume the prey. Xie Deng considered that it would be better to eliminate this peculiar individual who knew too much, especially since Luo Huayang had indicated that the capability to kill the alien entities should remain discreet for now. Of course they would be angry. Sleia's expression turned pitiful. Without me, who would they turn to for military arms support? Though I call myself a mere arms dealer. I swear the Alliance cannot find a more formidable arms dealer than I. Many of the outdated equipment from the old faction were sold by me. Without me, they would struggle to find someone for repairs. Is that so? Xia Chuanding mused, thinking that there must be many sellers of arms. In the absence of one wouldn't he matter much. Certainly not. Slia instinctively sensed great danger. If I die, my backing will entirely shift to the new faction. At that point, Qi Ling's faction within the military would truly be doomed, and your support would vanish too. Why go through that? Is your backing quite formidable? Xia Chuanding asked nonchalantly. Extremely formidable, Slia replied hastily. Consider this, since the enactment of the private exploration of planets, the Alliance has been rife with chaos. Yet it has never fractured, all thanks to the three titans holding it together. I am one of their faction. Oh, who are the three titans? Xia Chuanding inquired. Seeking knowledge. The Speaker of the Alliance Senate, the esteemed Lord, and the Marshal, Slia lamented, letting out a sigh of regret. It's unfortunate that Marshal Pasky rebelled and became the master of the alien entities. The Alliance's three titans have been diminished, and in recent years, no new marshal has emerged to command respect. The 6 Joint Command Generals vie relentlessly for their own factions, leading to all this chaos. Why was the private ownership of planets implemented back then? Xia Chuanding questioned, noting that this was not directly addressed in history books. Isn't that a blatant endorsement of factional division? Seemingly finding the question navi, Slia chuckled lightly. You are still young, not aware of the pain and losses of the age of exploration. In the endless cosmos, exploration is fraught with loneliness and countless dangers. The chance to discover a viable planet is exceedingly rare. Without sufficient rewards, how many would willingly drift in the void for an elusive future for humanity? Xia Chuanding pondered this. Every explorer must enter a state of cryogenic slumber during interstellar journeys, awakening only upon nearing new star systems. Many explorers live their entire lives without waking more than a handful of times. Each adventurer is a hero, even after centuries. Humanity has only traversed the southern regions of the Milky Way. Yet neither the Zerg nor the alien entities can halt their progress. The wish of these explorers is simply to possess a star of their own. As Slia spoke, he lifted his gaze to the young man before him and gently asked, thanks to this legislation, in just over 300 years, humanity has traversed 60,000 light-years. Tell me, why not privatize? Xia Chuanding nodded, adding, but such chaos will lead to many deaths, will it not? People will inevitably die, Slia replied coldly. There will come a day when the chaos subsides. Humanity is merely reliving the great age of exploration. It is far better now than before. In the absence of the private planet law, explorers often kept their discoveries of habitable planets secret, engaging in human trafficking, even directly, which was far more extensive and brutal than the slave trade of yesteryear. With privatization, at least the trafficking of individuals has diminished significantly. Xia Chuanding fell silent. Then, in light of my enlightening you, could you possibly release me? Slia gazed at him with a gentle yet somewhat pitiful look. What on earth is this binding me? Why have all my gadgets failed? Luo Huayang seems to harbor a dislike for you. Why is that? Xia Chuanding still did not release him. Slia, with no other option, confessed, back in the day, I admired the Marshal greatly and yearned for his affection. When he was no longer around, I had to settle for the next best thing, sleeping with all the handsome military bigwigs. Slia seemed somewhat reluctant to share this with the newly adult youth. Tilting her head slightly. Well, my rule is that any officer who purchases my arms can enjoy a 10 discount if they spend the night with me, along with a decade of complimentary after-sales service and a complimentary high-grade mech. Upon hearing this, Aker, engrossed in browsing the web, lifted his head, his clear eyes sparkling. A mech for just one night? Is that true? Then I shall spend the night with you. Can you gift me a mech? With a mech, he could participate in competitions, earn a fortune in star coins, and fulfill his dreams. Slia cast a glance at Aker, smiling shyly. Well, before she could finish, Xia Chuanding's face turned cold. Little Shui, devour him. The next day, upon opening the door, Xia Chuanding was greeted by the proud face of his husky, along with a red paper card that had been bitten into. For a moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The notification letter had been printed on special paper, impervious to water and fire, capable of bearing a weight of 30 kilograms when rolled up as a rope, yet this exceptional material clearly could not withstand the assault of an evolved husky. Thus, although this notification letter might not suffice for participation, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. After all, keeping it was a keepsake. How dare this foolish dog treat his notification letter with such disdain? Xie Xiaozhou maintained an air of haughty contempt, as if mocking the mortal before him, the price for not allowing him on the bed. Xie Chuanding carefully retrieved the corner of the water-stained notification letter, a hint of ferocity lurking beneath his smile. He lifted the husky by its neck, employing a gentle tone paired with a firm grip to communicate with his dog. You wish to sleep together, do you? I shall grant your wish. Xie Xiaozhou struggled in panic. I won't hit you, lest others accuse me of cruelty to dogs, and I certainly wouldn't want to frighten Acre. He lifted the dog and opened the toolbox, retrieving scissors amidst the dog's frantic gaze. So, if you wish to share my bed, you must first relinquish that beautiful fur of yours. Especially for Xiaozhou, keeping still was already a form of torture. In just this brief moment, he had circled around Xie Chuanding nearly 10 times. Encouraged by this, Acre too felt restless, coming over to nuzzle and spin around, seeking attention. The two dogs playfully pounced at each other, inevitably leading to a physical altercation, which soon escalated into a genuine scuffle on the grass. Xiao found himself at a distinct disadvantage. His sharp claws were utterly ineffective, barely leaving a mark, and he was nearly pinned to the ground. However, in the realm of bickering, he held an undeniable advantage. Unlike Acre, whose vocalizations were rather subdued, Xiaozhou could howl as if the world were ending. Only after preparing his materials did Xie Chuanding finally rescue the husky. No one is allowed to move. Whoever does will sleep outside tonight, the dog owner declared. Then began retrieving a stone tablet. Now, let us practice pronunciation. This character is recognized as fire. Say fire. Fire. Acre. Howl. Xiao. Acre thus gazed calmly at Xiao, his clear, beautiful eyes softly fixed upon him, devoid of any smugness, as if to question, why can't you say it? In a fit of rage, Xiaozhou lunged at him, intent on silencing the scheming rival. Then, Xiaozhou received a sharp reprimand, whimpering in a corner, refusing to listen or learn. Xie Chuanding called him several times. But the stubborn dog, convinced of its grievance, demanded an apology from its master and insisted on punishing the other, refusing to comply unless its demands were met. Thus, Xie Chuanding grew weary of indulging him, calling Acre aside for focused one-on-one instruction. Acre's beautiful eyes sparkled as he subtly glanced outside, observing Xiaozhou's tail wagging joyfully and feeling a twinge of envy within. He learned rapidly, almost intuitively. Before long, Xie Chuanding had taught him to recognize all the items and corresponding characters in their vicinity, filling him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This was the demeanor one should expect from a student. The frustrations of his previous students, who had driven him to the brink of madness, were surely their own shortcomings. Unrelated to his teaching methods, in his satisfaction, he prepared 2 of his favorite nutritious meat soups, only to discover that the last bottle of nutrient liquid had been entirely consumed. A wave of concern washed over him. With over a month elapsed, he was certain he would miss his university notification. However, having already delved into acupoint-related knowledge, as long as he could demonstrate its existence in medical contexts, such a discovery would suffice for him to be recommended to any prestigious school in the capital star, alleviating immediate worries. Yet, a month had passed, and the city's protective shield had been in high alert mode for nearly that long. Was such energy consumption truly sustainable? Moreover, he remained utterly in the dark regarding what had transpired in the city and beyond, with the energy shield blocking the network. Would anyone come searching for him upon discovering his disappearance? Dividing the prepared meat soup between the 2 dogs and observing their relaxed demeanor, Xie Chuanding couldn't help but feel a weight of pressure. While they possessed some combat capabilities, such meager strength was trivial in the face of planetary-scale destructive forces. They lacked even the means to influence the situation, let alone escape it. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sense of urgency surged within him. If only his consciousness were as it once was, what would such an energy shield signify? The vast landscapes and skies of this planet would be powerless against his perception. A mere sweep would yield all information, and he could effortlessly manipulate hearts, compelling the decision-makers to activate the shield. He recalled the thunderstorm from the previous night. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to brush against something. Today he must attempt again. He raised his hand, first grooming Xiaozhou, then doing the same for Acre, who had leaned closer. Tonight, I shall meditate. You both guard the surroundings and ensure nothing approaches me. Xiao yelped in acknowledgement, then approached to lick his face. Acre too attempted to lick, but Xie Chuanding gently pushed him away with his finger, ignoring the dog's dejected demeanor, and inquired earnestly, Do you understand? Acre nodded, though his expression was so low that one could almost perceive the palpable gloom behind him. Xie Chuanying had no intention of indulging him further, responding seriously, Acre. You are human, unlike Xiaozhou, you cannot learn everything from him. Xiaozhou nodded vigorously, wagging his tail, even approaching to nuzzle against his owner's leg. Leaping up to affectionately nuzzle his face, exuding delight. Acre retreated to the corner, turning his back to them. Xiaozhou, feeling triumphant, howled at the moon, his voice resonating powerfully, far surpassing the high-pitched singers Xie Chuanying favored. Then came a sharp reprimand. Silence. Sitting outside the cave, Xie Chuanying gradually immersed his mind, not merely testing as he had the previous day. To avoid further disturbances from the thunder, he fully sank his consciousness into the sea of awareness at his brow. A slender, delicate thread of thought descended beneath the surface, penetrating through soil, rock, and water layers, ultimately reaching the solid bedrock, and further down to the molten lava. At this point, his consciousness began to feel the influence of the searing heat, yet being a near-immortal adept on the cusp of enlightenment, he swiftly exhibited his exquisite control over perception, minimizing the temperature's impact upon his awareness, allowing it to extend endlessly downward. As he delved further, he seemed to encounter a core of remarkable density. Contemplating briefly, he thinned his consciousness, gently brushing against the core. It emanated an extraordinary warmth, as if radiating some latent power, akin to fine threads extending outward. He breathed a sigh of relief, organizing his thoughts within the sea of awareness, elated to discover that his consciousness had seemingly doubled in strength. Those threads, if aligned with his existing knowledge, could they represent the planet's very magnetic field? Might the so-called stellar power of your be nothing more than the inherent force of this very Earth? He slowly opened his eyes, only to find the moon high in the sky, indicating that time had not advanced much. He paused, watching a person and a dog desperately leap into his embrace. Weakly, he patted them with both hands, and upon observing their anxious and disheveled appearance, he cautiously inquired, "How many days have passed?" "Woof. 3 days." Both the dog and the person replied in unison. "Oh, it seems that it has been quite a while." Xie Chuanying felt a twinge of guilt. "All right. Don't worry, I'll be able to estimate the time next time." The man and the dog looked at him with confusion, as if unable to comprehend such a complicated sentence. "You must be hungry. Go eat something." "I'm hungry too." In an effort to assuage his guilt, Xie Chuanying stroked both of them, soothing their emotions. Suddenly, Xiaozhou darted to the corner of the wall and began digging fervently, retrieving a small leaf-wrapped bundle and placing it at his owner's feet. Xie Chuanying curiously opened it, only to discover it contained a bit of premium dog food he had previously brought along. He gently remarked, "You should eat it." Xiaozhou hesitated, shaking his head vigorously, insisting that he eat instead. Unable to decline, Xie Chuanying sampled a piece, instantly adopting a serious expression. It was outrageous. This dog food was far more fragrant and delicious than his own cooking, boasting several unique meat flavors and expensive spices. He discreetly pinched another piece, pretending to eat it while actually offering it to Aceh. Initially dismissive, Aceh's disdain turned to intrigue after tasting a piece, becoming engulfed in an overwhelming aura of dark energy. He had raised a child before, but his adopted son had already been over a decade old when he took him in. At that time, he was a formal disciple in the Kunlai sect, exhausted by the various formations, and had sent his son to the outer sect for training, only needing to see him occasionally to offer encouragement and care. With all necessities provided by the outer sect, how different it was now, where even speaking required instruction. Thus, faced with both a person and a dog, he truly felt at a loss, especially with Xiaozhou, who found it torturous to remain still. In mere moments, it had circled him nearly 10 times. As a result of Xiaozhou's restlessness, Aceh also grew impatient, approaching to nuzzle and circle around, seeking attention. The two engaged in playful antics, inevitably leading to some physical collisions, and soon they were playfully wrestling on the grass. Xiaozhou, at a distinct disadvantage, found its sharp claws ineffective. It could not leave even a scratch, let alone compete in strength, and was nearly pinned to the ground. Yet, it had the upper hand in volume, howling with a vigor that resonated through the air, in stark contrast to Aceh's almost inaudible sounds. After preparing the essentials, Xie Chuanying eventually rescued the two from their playful scuffle. "No moving. Whoever moves will sleep outside tonight," the dog owner declared, then took out a stone tablet. "Now, repeat after me. This character means fire. Say fire. Fire." Aceh looked at Xiaozhou calmly, his clear, beautiful eyes gazing softly, devoid of any smugness, as if to ask, "Why can't you say it?" Enraged, Xiaozhou lunged at him, determined to silence this scheming rival. However, Xiaozhou received a sharp reprimand. feeling wronged and whimpering in the corner, refusing to listen or learn. Sichuan Deng called to him several times, but the stubborn dog, convinced of its grievances, demanded an apology from its master and insisted on punishing the other, refusing to learn until its demands were met. Hence, Sichuan Deng grew weary of its antics and called Aceh aside for focused one-on-one instruction. Aceh's beautiful eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he cast a furtive glance at the other, envious of the joy Zhou could express through its tail. He learned rapidly, almost instantly grasping everything Sichuan Deng taught him, and before long, they had covered all the objects and related characters in their surroundings, filling Sichuan Deng with a sense of accomplishment. This was the demeanor a student should embody. The frustrations he had faced with students who failed to learn were surely their fault, not a reflection of his teaching methods. In his satisfaction, he prepared 2 of his favorite nutritious meat soups, only to realize that the last bottle of nutrient solution had been used up. A wave of concern washed over him. It had already been over a month, and he would surely miss his university notification. However, since he had developed knowledge related to acupoints, as long as he could demonstrate its efficacy in medicine, such a discovery would be sufficient for him to be recommended to any prestigious school in the capital city, alleviating his immediate worries. Yet, a month had passed, and the city's protective shield had maintained its high alert mode for nearly that long. Was such energy consumption truly sustainable? Additionally, he remained utterly unaware of what had transpired in the city or beyond, with the energy shield blocking access. Would anyone come to search for him upon discovering his disappearance? As he distributed the prepared soup to the 2, watching their relaxed demeanor, Sichuan Deng couldn't help but feel a weight of pressure. Although they possessed some combat capability, their strength was trivial in the face of celestial-level destructive forces. They could neither sway the situation nor even afford to escape it. Contemplating this, Sichuan Deng felt an urgent desire arise within him. If only his consciousness were as it once was, this energy shield would be inconsequential. The vast mountains and rivers of this planet, the heavens and earth, would be beyond the reach of evasion from his perception. With a simple sweep, he could gather all information, even to the extent of controlling hearts from afar, compelling the authorities to lower the shield with ease. He then recalled the thunderstorm from the previous night. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to brush against something profound. Today, he must attempt it once more. He raised his hand to stroke Xiao Zhou's fur, then did the same for Aceh, who had nestled closer. Tonight, I will meditate and enter a trance. You both must guard the area and ensure nothing approaches me. Xiao Zhou barked in acknowledgement, approaching to lick his face. Aceh also attempted to do the same but was gently pushed away by Sichuan Deng's finger. Ignoring the dog's dejected demeanor, he earnestly asked, "Do you understand?" Aceh nodded, but his low spirits were palpable, almost tangibly shrouded in dark energy. Sichuan Deng had no intention of coddling him, instead stating seriously, "Aceh, you are human. Unlike Xiao Zhou, you cannot learn everything from it." Xiao Zhou eagerly nodded in agreement, wagging its tail and coming over to nuzzle against his leg, jumping up to affectionately nuzzle his face, exuding pride. Aceh retreated to a corner, turning his back on them. Xiao Zhou was even more satisfied, howling joyously at the moon, its voice resonating melodiously and powerfully, the lingering notes surpassing even Sichuan Deng's favorite high-pitched singers. Then, it received a sharp reprimand. "Be quiet." Settling outside the cave, Sichuan Deng gradually calmed his mind. Unlike yesterday's tentative explorations, today he fully immersed his consciousness into his mind's sea, allowing a thin, subtle, yet unyielding thread of intent to descend into the earth, traversing through soil, rock, and water layers, finally reaching the solid bedrock, then further down to the molten lava below. At this moment, the intense heat began to influence his consciousness, yet he was only a step away from becoming a transcendent being, swiftly demonstrating his exquisite control over his awareness, minimizing the temperature's impact on his perception while extending it downward infinitely. As he delved deeper, he seemed to encounter a hard core. After some contemplation, he allowed his consciousness to thin out, gently brushing against the core. It exuded a peculiar warmth, as if emanating a certain force resembling fine threads radiating outward. He sighed with relief, reorganizing his thoughts in the sea of consciousness, joyfully discovering that his mental energy had doubled. Those fine threads, could they possibly represent the planet's magnetic field? Was what was termed celestial power in his past life merely the force of the earth itself? He slowly opened his eyes, only to find the moon hanging high in the morning sky, suggesting that time was indeed. He paused, gazing at the person and dog desperately leaping into his embrace. A bit weakly, he ran both hands through their fur and, upon observing their anxious and disheveled appearance, cautiously inquired, How many days have passed? Oh, woo. 3 days. The man and dog replied in unison. Oh, it seems like quite a while. Xie Chuaning felt a twinge of guilt. All right, don't worry. Next time I can estimate the time better. The pair looked at him in confusion, as if struggling to comprehend such a complex sentence. You must be hungry. Go eat something. I'm hungry too. To assuage his guilt, Xie Chuandang vigorously stroked both of them to soothe their emotions. Suddenly, Xiaozhou scampered to the corner and began digging fervently, retrieving a small leaf package and placing it before his master. Curiously, Xie Chuandang opened it to discover that it contained some premium dog food he had previously brought along. He gently said, "You should eat it." Xiaozhou, a bit reluctant, shook his head vigorously, insisting that Xie Chuandang eat instead. Unable to refuse, he took a bite, and his expression turned serious at once. This dog food was outrageously delicious, even surpassing his own culinary creations, infused with the flavors of several exotic meats and costly spices. Stealthily, he pinched another piece, pretending to eat it while actually allowing Aceh to taste it. Initially disdainful, Aceh's demeanor shifted after sampling a piece. As the dog's tail wagged and an overwhelming aura of envy enveloped him, Xie Chuaning pondered, is he not fond of it? Chuaning, Aceh suddenly spoke, having learned the name earlier. Meeting his clear, earnest gaze, Xie Chuaning nodded and asked, In the future, I'll buy you mountains of it. The youth declared with utmost sincerity, and Xie Chuanding couldn't help but chuckle at the palpable determination reflected in his eyes. All right. After a while, Xie Chuanding's expression darkened as he pulled Aceh down from the jellyfish and onto the wing beside him. Thus, the inquiry commenced. How long have you known you could control foreign entities? Xie Chuanding asked coldly. On the starship, when you were about to attack the jellyfish, Aceh replied cautiously. At that time, it could hear me telling it to run and even thanked me. I wondered why its reaction was so timely. Xie Chuanding snorted, his expression slightly troubled. You are rather honest, revealing that so readily, especially with Xiaozhou, who found sitting still to be a form of torture. In just this brief moment, it had circled around him nearly 10 times. Its restlessness had stirred Aceh as well, who approached to nuzzle and turn about, seeking attention. The two, vying for their master's affection, inevitably collided, and soon they were wrestling on the grass. Xiaozhou, at a clear disadvantage, found its sharp claws unable to leave a mark, and it was nearly pressed to the ground. However, in a verbal dispute, it held the upper hand, howling with a volume far surpassing Aceh's awkward attempts at sound. Once Xie Chuaning had prepared their meal, he freed the two from their scuffle. No moving. Whoever moves sleeps outside tonight, he commanded, then began to take out a stone tablet. Now, repeat after me. This character means fire. Say fire, fire. Aceh. Awu. Xiaozhou exclaimed. Aceh then calmly regarded Xiaozhou, his clear, beautiful eyes gazing softly, devoid of any smugness, as if to ask, why can't you say it? In a fit of rage, Xiaozhou lunged at him, intent on silencing this cunning rival. After receiving a sharp tap on the head, it whined pitifully in the corner, refusing to listen or learn any longer. Xie Chuaning called to it several times, but the stubborn dog was adamant that it had been wronged, demanding an apology from its master and insisting on punishing Aceh, refusing to learn if it did not get its way. Consequently, Xie Chuandang grew weary of it and called Aceh aside for focused one-on-one instruction. Aceh's beautiful eyes sparkled as he discreetly glanced toward Xiaozhou. Envious of the dog's expressive tail, he learned swiftly, mastering each lesson almost instantly. And soon Xie Chuanding had taught him to recognize all the items and associated words around them, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This was how a student ought to behave. The frustration he had felt with those students he had failed to teach in the past was clearly their fault, not a reflection of his teaching methods. In his satisfaction, he prepared 2 of his favorite nutrient-rich meat soups, only to realize that the last bottle of nutrient solution had been consumed. Worry crept in. Over a month had passed, and he would undoubtedly miss his university notification. Nevertheless, having already researched acupoint-related knowledge, he believed that as long as he could prove its existence in medical practice, such a discovery would suffice for him to be recommended to any esteemed institution in the capital. Hence, there was no need for excessive concern at the moment. However, it had been nearly a month since the city's protective shield had maintained a high alert mode. Could this energy consumption truly be sustainable? And what on earth had transpired in the city beyond the star? He had no way of knowing, as his cognitive interface had lost connectivity due to the energy shield. Would anyone come to search for him, having discovered his disappearance? Distributing the prepared meat soup to the two, he observed their relaxed demeanor, yet felt a rising pressure within himself. Although they possessed some combat prowess, their strength was trivial in the face of such planetary-level destructive force. They could hardly influence the situation or even escape it. With these thoughts, Xie Chuanding's urgency intensified. If only his consciousness were as unharmed as before. This energy shield would be nothing. The vast mountains and rivers of this planet, the expanse of heaven and earth, would be imperceptible to his perception. A mere circuit around would yield all information, even allowing him to control hearts from afar, effortlessly prompting those in charge to lower the shield. His mind wandered to the thunderstorm of the previous night. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to touch something. Today, he must try again. He raised his hand to stroke Xiao Zhou's fur, then did the same for Aceh, who had leaned closer. Tonight, I will meditate. You both help guard the surroundings and ensure nothing approaches me. Xiao Zhou howled in acknowledgement and came over to lick his face. Aceh also approached to lick, but was gently pushed away by Xie Chuanding's finger. Ignoring the dog's dejected expression, he asked earnestly, "Do you remember?" Aceh nodded, but his mood was so low that one could almost see the palpable darkness surrounding him. Xie Chuanding was not inclined to indulge him. "Aceh, you are human. Unlike Xiao Zhou, you cannot learn everything from it." Xiao Zhou enthusiastically nodded in agreement, wagging its tail, then came over to nuzzle his thigh, jumping up to affectionately nuzzle his face, exuding pride with a triumphant awoo. Aceh retreated to the corner, turning his back on them. Xiao Zhou, feeling even more satisfied, began to howl at the moon, its voice resonant and far-reaching, a melody that surpassed Xie Chuanding's favorite high-pitched singers. Then, it received a slap. "Be quiet." Sitting outside the cave, Xie Chuanding gradually calmed his mind. Unlike yesterday, which was merely a test, today he intended to fully immerse his consciousness into the sea of awareness at his brow, allowing a slender, persistent thread of thought to delve deep into the earth. Through the soil to the rock layers, then to the water, and finally to the solid bedrock, and further down into the molten lava. At this moment, his consciousness began to feel the searing heat, yet he was merely a step away from becoming an immortal cultivator, swiftly showcasing his exquisite mastery over consciousness. With subtle oscillations, he minimized the temperature's impact on his awareness, extending endlessly downward. As he delved deeper, he seemed to encounter a hard core. Contemplating briefly, he allowed his consciousness to thin and gently brush against the core. It was a peculiar temperature, seemingly radiating a certain power, like fine threads extending outward. He exhaled deeply, organizing his thoughts within the sea of consciousness, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his mental acuity had doubled. Those fine threads, could they possibly be the magnetic field of this planet, as per his knowledge? Was the so-called stellar force from his past life merely the power of the Earth itself? He slowly opened his eyes, realizing the moon had only just reached its zenith. It appeared time was not. He paused, watching a person and a dog desperately rush into his embrace. Feeling somewhat weak, he gently patted them both, and upon seeing their frantic and anxious expressions, he cautiously inquired, "How many days have passed?" "A woof. 3 days." They answered in unison. "Oh, it seems a bit long." Xie Chuanding felt a twinge of guilt. "All right, don't worry. I can estimate the time next time." The man and dog looked at him in confusion, as if struggling to comprehend such a complex sentence. "You must be hungry. Go eat something." "I'm hungry too." To soothe his own guilt, Xie Chuanding affectionately petted them both to calm their emotions. Suddenly, Xiao Zhou dashed to the corner and dug vigorously, retrieving a small leaf-wrapped package and placing it before his master. Curiously, Xie Chuanding opened it, discovering it contained some premium dog food he had brought earlier. He gently suggested, "You should eat it." Xiao Zhou hesitated, shaking his head vigorously, urging him to eat instead. Unable to refuse, Xie Chuanding sampled a piece, instantly adopting a serious demeanor. This was excessive. The dog food was far more fragrant and delicious than his own cooking, imbued with several distinct flavors of exotic meats and expensive spices. He discreetly pinched another piece, pretending to eat it while actually offering it to Aceh. Initially disdainful, Aceh's expression changed after tasting it, as he was engulfed by an overwhelming aura of darkness emanating from the dog food. Xie Chuanding pondered, "Is this not to your liking?" "Chuanding," Aceh suddenly spoke, recalling the name he had learned earlier. Meeting his clear and earnest gaze, Xie Chuanding nodded and asked, "In the future, I will buy you mountains of it," the young man declared earnestly, and Xie Chuanding could almost see the tangible determination in his eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "All right. You have seen Sleia. Why did you not inform me?" Lu Huayang coldly inquired, slamming the cabin door shut. "I am your superior. I am not required to report every detail to you," Qi Ling retorted with a frown. "Knowing that, why do you still prattle on?" Qi Ling snorted. "What can I do? The new faction is hesitant to deploy troops or send supplies. If the spatial mines here are lost, our family will lose significant influence within the military. We cannot simply stand by and watch as alien entities descend upon the planet, leading to uncontrollable disasters. For instance, the young girl who sought medicine earlier exhibited an extremely weak magnetic field, with abnormal lines in her lungs indicating she was battling a viral invasion. Before administering the injection, he massaged her acupoints, as stimulating these points could effectively regulate her blood circulation and mobilize her innate resistance, though it could only alleviate her condition, not cure it. After the injection, the magnetic field of the virus-invaded girl gradually weakened, and her body's energy field began to restore itself. Therefore, what I observed was not some arcane mysticism, but rather an alternative perspective on the world. Xie Chuandang felt a stirring within. This inquiry required extensive samples and resources. Were it not for his considerable self-control, he would have been tempted to resort to illicit means to procure subjects for dissection. Dr. Xie, the girl's brother, hesitantly addressed him, pausing before cautiously asking, I have a few friends whose health has deteriorated significantly these days. Could you possibly help them? Of course, Xie Chuandang replied with a smile. Where are they? Take me to see them. They should be out looking for food right now. Can I bring them to you later? The young boy asked, his eyes flickering cautiously. All right. Xie Chuandang replied gently. I will escort you downstairs. No need. Thank you. You are truly a good person. The boy expressed his gratitude, bowing as he shouldered his sister and politely exited, lingering at the door for a while. The intense emotions caused his magnetic field to fluctuate visibly, even from behind the closed door. Finally, he affectionately rubbed his cheek against his sister's face, as if drawing strength from her presence before departing with her. Xie Chuandang sighed lightly, observing Xiaozhou munching on dog food, and playfully poked him, saying, It's all your fault. Xiaozhou looked up at him with a bewildered expression. With a sense of resignation, Xie Chuandang ruffled the dog's head, allowing him to continue eating. The boy descended from the upper floor with his sister, only to encounter 4 men who closed in around them. One particularly fierce-looking man coldly demanded, Speak. What did you see? A large dog, a lot of dog food, a few vials of medicine, and 2 adults, the boy replied in a low voice. But it seems there is no nutritional solution left. Not bad. At least there are some gains, the leader of the group nodded. Tomorrow, you will take us inside. Today, your share is in the warehouse. Go retrieve it. Thank you. The boy quickly expressed his gratitude and departed with his sister. He hurriedly traversed the narrow alley, arriving at a small warehouse. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion opened the door, revealing a dozen or so ordinary people of varying ages, all clad in clothes that emitted an unpleasant odor. Eyeing one another warily, the boy found a corner to set his sister down before activating his light brain, the only device that offered him a glimmer of hope. The local social network had exploded with activity. Messages pleading for food and medicine quickly buried beneath new posts. He skimmed through, disheartened to find little hope for change. Just over a month ago, he had been an ordinary middle school student, aspiring to gain admission to a good high school while caring for his sister. Who could have foreseen that in such a brief span, his life would take such a drastic turn, from an initial optimism to a resigned acceptance? He hardly recognized himself anymore. Yet, there was no alternative. If he did not acquiesce to their demands, they would seize his scant nutritional solutions, leaving nothing for his sister. Reporting to the authorities would be futile, as the city's jails were already filled with murderers, and these men would be released after 2 days at most. Seeking retribution and complicating his already precarious situation, he had witnessed chaos firsthand. Fortunately, his parents had been on a business trip to the main star system, thus avoiding entanglement in this conflict. He was determined to survive, awaiting the stabilization of the situation before escaping this cursed place forever. Contemplating this, he recalled the young man who had provided medicine for his sister, such a kind soul who had saved her. Would he truly have to? He glanced around, deliberating for a long while before quietly sending a private message to that young man, warning him to be cautious the following day. That was the extent of his assistance. Xie Chuandang naturally received the private message, momentarily falling into deep contemplation. His feelings were not born out of pity, after all. Having been born during the tumultuous times of the central continent, the current strife paled in comparison to the era characterized by endless bones and desolate lands, where cities were razed and nations obliterated at a whim. Rather, he believed that few would dare approach him seeking medical aid under such circumstances. After all, the profession of a clinical doctor had been absent for far too long. He could easily be perceived as a fraud or a decoy, dissuading potential patients from seeking his help. Alternatively, like in centralized treatment facilities, his appointments might be monopolized by scalpers, sold at exorbitant prices. Wouldn't that reflect poorly on his competence? He genuinely aspired to establish a small clinic to alleviate the suffering of those unable to access timely medical care. Yet it appeared that successfully opening a practice would not be a straightforward endeavor. He turned his head, and Xiaozhou was nuzzling his dog food container with his head, while Aceh was intently watching television. The screen displayed a concluded children's educational series, and he was completely engrossed, occasionally jotting down notes in a small notebook. Xiaozhou, Aceh, would you like to go out and play? Xiechuan Deng inquired with a smile. Instantly, both the boy and his dog abandoned their beloved television and food, leaping in front of him. Yes, Aceh responded. Woof, Xiaozhou added. We need to recruit a group of street ruffians, Xiechuan Deng said nonchalantly. I will point them out to you shortly. You just need to go and bring them back, understood? The eyes of Xiaozhou and Aceh sparkled simultaneously, and they nodded eagerly. But remember, do not bite too hard or kill them. If you kill any, you will sleep outside tonight, understood? This was the harshest punishment Xiechuan Deng could conceive. Immediately, both dogs assumed serious expressions and nodded in agreement. All right, let us go together. Just as Xiechuan Deng was about to open the door, he paused. Xiaozhou, biting and hunting are different. Brush your teeth first, and then we shall go. Xiaozhou looked bewildered and was subsequently dragged into the bathroom. Woof, woof. A cacophony of howls ensued. Moments later, Xiechuan Deng realized he could not manage to brush the teeth of a dog that almost leaped to the ceiling. So he called Aceh to help restrain it. Throughout the ordeal, Xiaozhou continued to wail. Afterward, Xiechuan Deng produced a new toothbrush and looked at Aceh, who cautiously and resolutely declined assistance, perfectly and proactively brushing his own teeth, revealing a dazzling smile with 8 gleaming teeth. The earnest expression in his eyes, seeking praise and encouragement, combined with his handsome features, resembled a little sun, nearly blinding Xiechuan Deng. Aceh, you are truly remarkable, Xiechuan Deng commended. Aceh paused, somewhat perplexed, pondering why Xiechuan Deng did not reward him with a kiss, as the television had indicated that a kiss followed a job well done. 10 minutes later, Xiechuan Deng successfully located a nearby gang embroiled in a heated discussion about expanding their territory. Approximately 20 individuals were bickering but immediately abandoned their grand schemes upon seeing Xiaozhou, shifting their conversation to the most convenient ways to enjoy dog meat. Considering Aceh's formidable combat prowess, Xiechuan Deng decided to unleash only Xiaozhou. With a burst of fury, Xiaozhou showcased his gleaming teeth and charged at them, requiring no sharp fangs or claws. A few swift dashes were sufficient to send them sprawling in chaos. Crying for mercy, minutes later, he had acquired a dozen excellent experimental subjects. With techniques he had devised himself, he performed acupoint hemostasis, bone setting, suturing, and emotional soothing. Naturally, the subjects expressed a need for improvement regarding pain management, which he graciously accepted. When he expressed the need for a small ground floor room to establish a treatment point, the terrified gang members readily offered to prepare one for him, admitting that they were not professionals and had only revealed a darker side amid the chaos, having committed little harm beyond robbery and assault. Under their guidance, a regular warehouse and a narrow alley transformed into his temporary treatment center, complete with a group of resting citizens. Xiechuan Deng halted the gang members who intended to evict them, claiming only a small corner near the door for himself. Once they cleaned the area, he gazed at the wall, knocked on it, and a massive crack appeared. He instructed Aceh to push the wall slightly to create a partition, ensuring it did not disturb the others. The remaining individuals trembled in fear, nearly wetting themselves. After a hastily organized setup, utilizing tarps from the warehouse to shield the back, it sufficed as a medical point. He regarded the space with satisfaction, contemplating the latest information he had gathered. As long as he collected sufficient clinical data, combined with his original application for admission, passing the retake would guarantee him a place at a prestigious university. It was a fitting location, provided it remained inconspicuous. According to the Alliance's Phase 1 data requirements, he could cease operations after treating 100 individuals. Noticing Aceh appearing somewhat warm, he beckoned him to join him for sleep. Considering the bed at home was large, and there was only one, Xiaozhou was displeased with this arrangement, protesting to join them on the bed. However, it was inhumane to sleep with a furry creature in the summer, and Xiechuan Deng declined, shutting the bedroom door. He could perceive the magnetic field but failed to notice the furious gaze of the husky fixated on his treasured notice of admission. The world fell into silence, and he felt content. It was Che's first time sleeping with Sichuan Ding, and he pondered the goodnight kiss mentioned in the parenting manual. Feeling troubled and ultimately closing his eyes in disappointment, a youthful boy, around 17 or 18 years old, exited the director's office, his childish face radiant with joy.